Ancient martial genius Ao Tian was poisoned and schemed against by his closest kin, blood splattering across the Duanlong Bridge. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself reborn as a peculiar freak of the Dragon Clan in a foreign realm. Ao Tian faced relentless bullying from his peers, with scales shedding and bones breaking, collapsing into pools of blood time and again. Yet, unbeknownst to them, his soul bore the profound essence of millennia-old Huaxiao martial arts, and he was adorned with the chaotic ancient jade that had traversed with him. Cannot practice the Dragon Clan's techniques? Then I shall cultivate ancient martial arts with a dragon's physique and wield sword energy through my meridians. Witness how this extraordinary dragon refines the falling leaves sword technique into dragon breath, tempering dragon scales with innate true energy. One day, he will soar through the heavens with his wingless form, making all the giant dragons who once scorned him understand who the true dragon god of this myriad of worlds is. Chapter 1. Rebirth in a Foreign Realm. In the depths of the Ao family ancestral home in S City, candlelight flickered. 15-year-old Ao Tian held his palm upward, a withered leaf levitating 3 inches above without any wind. His fingertips trembled, and the leaf suddenly shattered into hundreds of fine sword energies, weaving into a net of azure light within the study. The third form of the falling leaves sword technique, Thousand Leaf Burial, accomplished. Fourth young master. The old steward burst in, his voice trembling. The family head was ambushed by Duan Wudao on Kunlun Mountain, perishing together. The candlestick crashed to the ground. 3 months later, at the succession ceremony of the Ao family head, 21-year-old Ao Tian stood at the highest point of the ancestral hall, with clan members kneeling below. He was the only genius in a century to break through the innate realm and the youngest family head in history. Outside the ancestral hall, the spring snow had yet to melt, and the jade pendant at his waist glowed with a gentle white light. This was the chaotic ancient jade left by his father, said to nurture the soul. Report. A guard hurried in. The head of the Feng family in G City has broken through to the innate realm and invites you to a banquet in 3 days. Ao Tian nodded, recalling Feng Yang, a close friend of his father during his lifetime. That night, his second brother Ao Feng hosted a farewell banquet in his courtyard. Fourth brother, the journey ahead is long. Ao Feng filled a glass with liquor, his smile as usual. I toast to you. The liquor was refreshing, yet Ao Tian failed to notice the faint purple hue in the cup had already dissolved. A dissolving elixir, a secret potion of the demonic path, colorless and tasteless, rendering his cultivation null after 10 hours. The next day at the dawn hour, at the Duanlong Bridge on the outskirts of the city. As 10 figures in black emerged from the morning mist, Ao Tian was already at the center of the bridge. 9 were at the 9th level of the acquired realm, while 1 was half a step into the innate. A formidable lineup capable of surrounding and annihilating ordinary innate masters. Is second brother in such a hurry? Ao Tian chuckled lightly, his sword remaining sheathed, yet innate sword energy rippled around him. The falling leaves 7 forms swept across the bridge like autumn winds. 8 throats erupted in blood simultaneously. The remaining 2 retreated in terror, only to see Ao Tian suddenly sway, his face turning pale. Is the drug taking effect? One of the black-clad men sneered. Young Master Ao Feng sent us to convey his message. He has taken your place as the family head. In the instant the sword light struck, Ao Tian desperately attempted to draw upon his dantian. It was empty. All his internal energy dissipated like receding tides. As the icy sword edge sliced through his throat, the jade pendant on his chest suddenly grew hot. Blood soaked the ancient jade, a burst of white light exploding like day, illuminating the entire Duanlong Bridge into a realm of pure white. The black-clad men were thrown away by the shockwave, while Ao Tian's consciousness was pulled into an endless void. There was no underworld, no Niha Bridge. He floated amidst the vast starry river, a layer of light membrane enveloping his ethereal soul. Stars streaked past him, and nebulae drifted like veils. He did not know how long it had been when a 5-meter-wide black hole appeared ahead. As the gravitational pull approached, Ao Tian cast one final glance back towards Earth. If there is a next life. Before he could finish, his consciousness shattered. When he awakened again, his body felt sticky, surrounded by hard, arched barriers. Ao Tian pushed with all his might, not a budge. A vague female voice echoed from outside, such a small egg. It nearly exhausted me. Then a deep male voice followed. This little one must be quite the rascal. Inside the eggshell, Ao Tian touched the top of his head with his newly formed claws. 2 small bumps protruded. Dragon horns? He felt a surge of determination and began to ram his head against the shell wall. Crack, Crack! The fissures spread like spiderwebs. When the first ray of golden light penetrated, he exerted all his strength, shattering the eggshell completely. Fresh air rushed into his lungs, and he inhaled greedily, only to hear two gasps. Looking up, he beheld an exquisitely beautiful female face, crowned in gold, golden hair flowing like silk, clad in white as snow, eyes filled with astonishment. A tremor in his bloodline told him this was his mother. Mama? A tender voice escaped his throat. Angelina Joseph's tears streamed down as she embraced this 1-meter-long freak dragon. Following closely behind, Dragon Emperor Sword Joseph froze in place upon seeing his son's appearance. Antlers, cow ears, a humpback, rabbit eyes, a snake neck, a shun abdomen, fish scales, tiger paws, eagle claws. This was a form never recorded in the Dragon Clan's texts. Why is it like this? The Dragon Emperor murmured. At the Dragon Clan altar, during the inheritance ceremony, 18 demigod-level dragons formed a circle, chanting in the dragon language that resonated through the skies. Aotian was astonished to discover that the so-called dragon language was, in fact, ancient Huaxia. Golden light descended from the altar, pouring into his body. A deluge of memories surged forth. Xiantian continent, battle chi and magic, sanctuary, legend, demigod, the Dragon Clan, rulers of the skies. And his own lineage, the golden sacred dragon, the royal family among dragons. As the inheritance concluded, the testing began. A 5-meter-high dragon soul stone stood at the center of the altar, and Aotian placed his claws upon its surface. 3 breaths later, an ancient voice echoed through the hall. Comprehension, superior. Several elders nodded in approval. Physique, inferior. Silence fell within the hall. Attributes, none. Boom. The hall erupted with discussion. His uncle Bored Joseph strode forward, mockery gleaming in his dragon eyes. Trash. Even a mixed-blood ironback dragon possesses an average physique. What good is high comprehension? A dragon that cannot cultivate is better off in the pigsty. Angelina shielded her son behind her, dragon might surging. Borg, he is your nephew. The royal family does not need a useless nephew. Borg sneered as he departed. 15 elders bore varied expressions, half shaking their heads in lament, while the other half displayed disdain. Aotian curled tightly in his mother's embrace, gripping his claws tightly. It turned out that no matter where one goes, the weak are unworthy of dignity. Chapter 2. Dragon Scales Stained with Blood. On the eastern shore of Dragon Island, by the Moonlight River, Aotian gazed at his reflection in the water, golden scales glimmering warmly in the sunset, his elongated dragon form graceful and beautiful, yet devoid of the massive wings that symbolized a dragon's identity. Huaxia Shenlong, he murmured softly. The totem he had seen in ancient texts had become his current appearance. But what of it? The Dragon Clan's inherited techniques required a robust physique and elemental affinity, neither of which he possessed. For 3 months, even the weakest young dragons of his age could unleash basic dragon breath, while he could not even harden his scales. Ah, is this not our wingless prince? Mocking voices descended from above. 3 young dragons landed with flapping wings, the leading golden giant dragon measuring 5 meters long, Borg's grandson, Shabi Joseph. By lineage, he should refer to Aotian as uncle. Shabi, dear nephew. Aotian deliberately emphasized the term. Shabi's dragon eyes narrowed. This name was his lifelong shame, a name his father had drunkenly uttered, now a laughingstock across the entire Dragon Island. Water stream, water vast. Shabi roared in fury. Hold him down. 2 blue dragons lunged forward in response. Aotian turned and fled, but his wingless dragon form was clumsy and slow on the beach, and he was pinned to the ground within 3 seconds. Paws and claws fell upon him like raindrops. The sharp pain of cracked scales, the dull thud of broken ribs, and the gritty soil mixed with blood choking his throat. Aotian fiercely protected his head, his body curling into a trembling ball. Worthless beings should embody their worthlessness. Shabi stepped on Aotian's tail, leaning down to pry open his protective claws. Let me silence your stubbornness. A heavy fist struck his face. Bang! Aotian heard the sound of his skull fracturing, and his vision was instantly engulfed in a sea of crimson. His body was hurled by an immense force, crashing heavily against the rocks, a terrifying sense of misalignment coursing through his spine. As darkness consumed his consciousness, the last image he beheld was Shabi's retreating figure. In the Dragon Emperor's palace, late at night, Angelina's soul perception swept across the entire island, finally locating her son amidst the rocky beach downstream of the River of Moonlight. As she teleported to his side, her breath caught sharply. The golden dragon's form lay slumped in a pool of blood, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, and most of its scales had fallen away, revealing the blurred flesh beneath. The deepest wound extended from the corner of his eye to his jaw, nearly tearing half his face apart. Aotion. A heart-wrenching dragon's roar reverberated through the skies, causing all dragons on the island to raise their heads in terror. Angelina trembled as she lifted her son, unleashing the 8th-tier healing spell, Holy Light Cascade, without reservation. Bones realigned, flesh rejuvenated, and wounds healed at a visible pace, save for the scattered scales, resembling shattered golden petals, silently narrating the brutality. Dragon Emperor Saiwo Uisfu appeared in an instant, witnessing his wife cradling their unconscious son, and the atmospheric pressure around him plummeted. Bo-gu. He uttered those 2 words, and his figure vanished. In the second elder's palace. Bo-gu was savoring a century-old dragon's blood wine when the palace doors exploded. Before he could rise, the Dragon Emperor's fist had already struck his face. Bang, bang, bang. The early demigod Bo-gu stood no chance against his mid-tier demigod brother. 3 ribs snapped, his cheekbone shattered, and dragon fangs mixed with blood spewed forth. Saiwo Uisfu seized him by the neck, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. For every injury you inflict upon Aotion, I shall return the favor with equal force. Like tossing away refuse, he hurled his brother against the wall, turning to depart with a cold remark. Keep your little beast in check. Should there be a next time, I will personally extract his dragon tendons. Aotion awoke 3 days later. As he opened his eyes, he found his brother Gentian vigilantly watching over him. This 10-meter-long youthful golden dragon had reddened eyes, his claws tightly gripping Aotion's hand. Brother, who harmed you? I shall dismantle every bone in his body. Aotion opened his mouth, but his throat was too hoarse to produce sound. His mother, Angelina, gently pressed him down and fed him a mouthful of warm dragon's saliva grass juice. Rest well and recuperate. Her voice was tender, yet a glacial depth lingered in her gaze. Mother promises, this is the last time. Outside the window, Dragon Island remained serene and tranquil. Yet Aotion understood that some things had irrevocably changed. He touched his chest. There, the ancient chaotic jade left by his father followed him in a spiritual form, emanating a faint warmth. In his past life, he nurtured his soul with this jade, but what of this life? Since the Dragon Clan's legacy seemed unattainable, he slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness delving into the depths of his memories. There lay not only the knowledge of Xiantian continent, but also the arduous cultivation of 21 years in his previous life, Huaxia ancient martial arts, falling leaves sword technique, innate true qi, meridians and acupoints. In this world devoid of the concept of internal force, could this body, deemed waste material, carve out an alternative path? The wounds, still aching, subtly radiated heat. In the darkness, Aotion broke into a blood-stained smile. Then, succumbing to fatigue, he fainted once more. Chapter 3. Spitting Fire and Rising Dragons. 3 days had passed when Aotion finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he was greeted by a pair of loving eyes. My child, you are finally awake, Angelina exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Aotion comforted her, urging her not to cry. Since the last incident where Aotion suffered grave injuries, Angelina had assigned a mid-level legendary red dragon to protect him. At that moment, Aotion strolled through Dragon Island with the red dragon, Telis. The latter was quite disheartened, having received orders to guard a seemingly useless member of the Dragon Clan, albeit one from the royal lineage. Telis often cast disdainful glances at Aotion. Noticing this, Aotion sighed inwardly. The island resonated with the roars of dragons. And as Aotion gazed at the magnificent winged creatures soaring above, he felt a pang of envy. Suddenly, a phrase from his past life echoed in his mind. The dragon rides the clouds, the tiger rides the winds. Inspired, he attempted to lift himself off the ground and fly, but with a loud thud, he fell. Telis' contempt for Aotion deepened with each failed attempt. After several more unsuccessful tries, Aotion felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. Meanwhile, Shabai was in a foul mood. His grandfather had been beaten, then retaliated against his father, who in turn had taken his frustrations out on Shabai himself. Frustrated, he left the palace to confide in a few companions. In the meantime, Aotion, feeling lethargic, turned over to nap by the riverbank, while Telis succumbed to slumber beside him. Dragons occasionally flew overhead, pointing and whispering about Aotion. Young Master Shabai, I have found Prince Aotion, a peak holy domain red dragon informed him. Shui Lan chimed in. Sha Bai, weren't you upset? Come on, let us teach him a lesson. Shui Shi agreed. Yes, as long as we don't kill this useless one. Sha Bai found the plan agreeable, and the four of them, led by the red dragon, approached the slumbering Ao Tian. Shui Kuo pointed at Ao Tian sleeping by the riverbank, laughing. Huh, this kid is still sleeping. I'll wake him up. As Ao Tian nestled in a comforting dream, he felt himself being lifted from the warm embrace of slumber. Suddenly, he experienced a sharp pain as Shui Kuo dropped him. Realizing he was surrounded by Shui Lan, Shui Shi, and the troublesome Sha Bai, Ao Tian cursed inwardly, lamenting his inability to cultivate. With fiery eyes, he glared at Shui Kuo, who felt a shiver of fear from Ao Tian's furious gaze. Determined not to be intimidated by a so-called useless dragon, Shui Kuo swung his fist at Ao Tian's dragon body, causing him to double over in pain, spitting blood. Hey, keep looking at me like that, and I'll really hurt you, he taunted. Ao Tian continued to glare. Teles, wake up, he shouted to the red dragon. Teles merely opened one eye, saw Sha Bai and his group, and promptly closed it again, preferring to remain in a deep slumber. With a thud, Ao Tian was knocked to the ground. Receiving a beating from the four, he attempted to run, but they quickly caught him again. As he endured the blows, he fantasized about having wings and soaring away. Suddenly, he found himself floating 1 meter above the ground, a cloud forming beneath him. Miraculously, he managed to shake off 3 pursuing blue dragons. However, Sha Bai struck Ao Tian from above, sending him crashing down from the cloud. Oh, I didn't expect this wingless waste to actually fly. Do it again, he jeered, raising his fist to strike again. Stop, a warm voice called out, and Ao Tian opened his bloodied eyes to see Fei Erti, her beauty still striking. Upon witnessing Ao Tian's injuries, she was filled with rage. In an instant, she sent Sha Bai flying with a punch, followed by several more that buried him in the dirt. You bunch of scoundrels. Bullying a dragon who can't cultivate. What kind of skill is that? If you dare, come at me, she exclaimed, before delivering a beating to the 3 blue dragons as well. Afterward, Fei Erti returned to Ao Tian's side, disregarding his bloodied state, and gently lifted him. Little brother Ao Tian, let me help you heal. A soothing voice resonated in his ears. Oh, great dragon god, grant me your divine power, light restoration technique. Ao Tian was enveloped in a warm white light, and his internal injuries began to mend. As he squirmed in her embrace, Ao Tian felt her gentle touch. All right, don't be naughty. Fei Erti lightly tapped his forehead. Sister, let me down. After such a beating, I need to spit. All right, she complied. Once released from her arms, Ao Tian conjured a cloud and floated towards the spot where Sha Bai lay. He gathered an unprecedented amount of saliva and aimed it at Sha Bai. To his surprise, what emerged was not saliva but a burst of deep red flames. Sha Bai felt an intense heat wash over him, and in a panic, he dove into the river. Delighted, Ao Tian directed more flames at the 3 blue dragons. Just as he prepared to unleash another burst at Shui Kuo, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, causing the flames to dissipate like smoke. Slowly, he floated back to Fei Erti's side. Sister, let us go. Finding a comfortable spot, he nestled against her. Fei Erti playfully flicked his forehead before they departed. Emerging from the river, Sha Bai, with his golden dragon body now charred, glared at his 3 companions, who were rolling on the ground, covered in soot. With a furious roar, he expressed his anger. Fei Erti and Ao Tian arrived at a small hill adorned with beautiful flowers. She gathered some slain magical beasts and tossed them aside. Little brother Ao Tian, let me treat you to a feast. With that, she transformed into her dragon form and devoured 2 beasts in one gulp. Ao Tian, accustomed to such sights, followed suit, swallowing a beast whole. The feeling of weakness from expending flames vanished, and he felt rejuvenated and strong. Suddenly, a massive white dragon, hundreds of meters long, swooped down onto the hill, creating a whirlwind with its wings. Upon landing, it transformed into an elderly man, one of the elders who had awakened Ao Tian's memories of the dragon lineage. Fei Erti addressed him. Father, what brings you here? Ao Tian was taken aback, realizing that his sister was the daughter of the elder. Kasali glanced at Ao Tian and remarked, Ah, the second prince is here as well. Greetings, elder, Ao Tian replied. Kasali then turned to his daughter, Fei Erti. Come home with me. Your mother has given birth again. Stay close to her and care for the newborn. Fei Erti's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? All right. She grasped Ao Tian's hand, saying, Little brother Ao Tian, I must go back. Don't wander off these days. You might get into trouble again. Stay safe at home. With that, she took flight with her father. As the beautiful sister departed, Ao Tian decided to head home as well. He He floated slowly on a cloud towards the palace. Along the way, dragons flew past, astonished to see the royal useless dragon soaring through the skies. Within the palace, in the Dragon Emperor's hall, Siwa Yao Seifu listened to his younger brother Bo Ji's complaints. Brother, did you hear that Ao Tian can breathe fire and has burned your grandson and the 3 little water dragons? Bo Gu, frightened after being beaten, quickly replied, yes. You must educate Ao Tian properly. Shabai returned in a terrible state, his scales charred. A pleased expression crossed Siwa Yao Seifu's face as he chuckled. Brother, Shabai will be fine. A good meal will bring him back to life. Besides, it was your grandson Shabai who sought out Ao Tian to bully him. Bo Gu fell silent, knowing the truth, but feeling embarrassed to speak further. All right, brother, you may leave. As long as they don't die, it's not a problem. Understood, Bo Gu replied, departing the palace. Upon exiting, his eyes burned with anger. A matter of the younger generation? Humph. Last time, who was it that beat me for the sake of his son? Outyin soon returned to the royal palace, where his father seized him for an inquiry. Outyin, your second uncle has reported that you scorched his grandson with your breath. Is this true? Outyin replied. Yes, but who told him to strike me? It hurt terribly. If it weren't for Sister Firdi's intervention, I would have been beaten as badly as last time. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor exclaimed, indeed. How did you manage to burn him? Outyin awkwardly confessed, I just wanted to spit on him, but unexpectedly, flames erupted instead. The Dragon Emperor's expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. Ah, it seems your body possesses unique traits. Outyin, remember to diligently explore your potential. I believe in you. Yes, father, Outyin replied. Now, go and see your mother. All right, father, I'm leaving. With that, Outyin leisurely flew out of the Dragon Emperor's hall, and the Dragon Emperor smiled as he watched Outyin ascend. Chapter 4. Departing from Longdao one day, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from deep within Longdao, soaring into the sky. The melodious dragon song resonated with joy as a golden-haired elder vanished in an instant, soon reappearing in the Dragon Emperor's hall. Frisia looked at his son, Swoyosfu, who had reached mid-demigod status, and smiled with satisfaction. While the Dragon Emperor, Swoyosfu, was busy with matters on the table, he was taken aback by the appearance of the golden-haired elder. Father, how did you come out? Have you broken through to the next divine level? Seeing his father's aura radiating with profound energy, Swoyosfu felt reassured. Frisia stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, Swoy, indeed. I have just broken through to the next divine level and can enjoy a few months of freedom before retreating into endless seclusion again. Congratulations, father. So, have you produced any grandsons for me? The Dragon Emperor inquired. Father, indeed, Nana has given birth to 2. Frisia's face lit up. Are they boys or girls? Both are boys, Swoyosfu replied. Frisia exclaimed joyfully, excellent. Boys are wonderful. Quickly, summon my grandsons. I must see them. Yes, father. Before long, Angelina arrived at the Dragon Emperor's hall, accompanied by Outyin and his brother, Jin Tian. Frisia's expression brightened upon seeing Jin Tian. Very good, very good. However, upon noticing Outyin in Angelina's arms, he became puzzled. Nana, why does this child appear so unusual? The Dragon Emperor and his wife sighed. We do not know either. Frisia's demeanor darkened. The Dragon Emperor's lineage is dignified. Such a creature cannot tarnish our royal dignity. Swoy, you must handle this properly. You have one day. If you do not take action, I shall personally expel him from Longdao. The Dragon Emperor and his wife were instantly grieved. Father, that is unacceptable. Outyin is also your grandson. Frisia's expression turned grim. I have never seen such an odd grandson. Jin Tian protested on behalf of his brother. Why, grandfather? Outyin carries your bloodline. Frisia retorted. The royal dignity must not be tarnished. Swoy, Jin Tian, I shall take him away for a few months of training. You must handle this matter well, or I will come to deal with it myself tomorrow. With a wave of his left hand, Jin Tian and Frisia vanished from the hall. Outyin felt deeply saddened, tears welling in his eyes. Angelina tightly embraced him, sobbing, Outyin, my poor child. The Dragon Emperor, Swoyosfu, lamented, I never imagined that my father, despite reaching the next divine realm, would still be so obstinate. The news of the wasteful prince's impending expulsion from Longdao spread like wildfire, and soon, the great dragons across the island were abuzz with the gossip. That night, the Dragon Emperor and his wife shared one last meal with Outyin. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. Angelina's eyes were teary, and Outyin felt distressed, lamenting his lack of strength. If only he were powerful enough to earn their respect, what would they say then? After the meal, the Dragon Emperor handed Outyin a letter, saying, Outyin, take this. It is a letter I wrote to the demigod Golden Lion, Locke, in the Beast Forest. Tonight, I shall send you out of Longdao. Be cautious. If you encounter Uncle Locke, you must obey him. Remember, do not return without surpassing the next divine level, as the obstinacy of the royal family is formidable. With that, the Dragon Emperor's regal visage was marred by tears. Father, mother, please do not cry. I will work hard. I will become stronger. And I will reunite with you on a rainbow cloud, Outyin vowed. Good child. Nearby, the Dragon Emperor and his wife watched Outyin depart, their expressions heavy with emotion as he turned back to glance at them one last time. Finally, they cautioned, be careful on your journey, Outyin. We can only accompany you this far. If your grandfather discovers you, then... With that, the Dragon Emperor and his wife vanished. Outyin soared above the sea, gliding at a height of 1 meter, as strange creatures occasionally leaped from the depths to attack him, leaving him with several wounds along the way. He lost track of time, and soon, the silhouette of Longdao faded from sight. Hungry, he plunged into the water to catch small fish to eat, and when thirsty, he drank seawater. Suddenly, a powerful presence surged from behind, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars. Outyin turned to see 3 blue dragons, each measuring 20 meters in length, along with a red dragon over 100 meters long. Ah, Bog Elder was right. Look where you're going, you worthless dragon. They were evidently here to kill him. Outyin dove into the sea. Foolish boy, attempting to hide in the water. One of them sneered. As Outyin submerged, he felt a tremendous wave rise beneath him, propelling him into the air, where a massive dragon claw reached for him. Suddenly, a burst of light energy obstructed the claw's advance. Who dares to disrupt the affairs of the dragon clan? You fools, though Outyin has been expelled, he is still a royal prince. You dare to harm him? It was Miss Fearty. Miss, step aside. We are ordered by Elder Bog to eliminate this royal disgrace. Outyin realized that it was his Uncle Bog's minions sent to kill him. Outyin clenched his claws tightly. Bog, Bog. Little brother, hurry and escape. I will hold them off. Fearty urged, her gentle dragon eyes fixed on Outyin. How stubborn. In that case, we must not be polite. Mississippi attack. With that, the sea erupted in towering waves. Legendary level Fearty was no match for the mid-level red dragon, and her pristine white scales began to show wounds. Turning to Outyin, she shouted, what are you waiting for? Outyin, flee now. Another wound appeared on her body. Outyin felt a surge of anger and frustration for his lack of strength, his eyes igniting with a fiery glow. He roared in fury, his powerful dragon roar resonating across the sea, shaking Fearty and the red dragon to their core as if it were the voice of a deity. I cannot let Miss Fearty's efforts go to waste. I must escape. Outyin gathered all his strength and flew forward, his mind solely focused on one thought, to flee swiftly. A sacred blue dragon burst through Fearty's defenses, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath at Outyin. Outyin was struck and plunged into the sea. Hearing his cry, Fearty's fury intensified. Great dragon god, grant me power. Divine sword of light, go. As she spoke the dragon language, a magnificent light element surged forth, transforming into a 10-meter-long sword aimed at the red dragon. The red dragon howled in pain. Fearty, you mad woman. Don't blame me for this. Hellfire. Countless black flames rained down from above, scorching Fearty's once pristine scales to charred remnants. With a thunderous crash, Fearty was severely injured, 2 blue dragons fell, and the red dragon was also critically wounded by her wrath. The pressure of the next divine level descends. As Fearty prepared to deliver a final blow to the red dragon, she was halted. Frisia's grim countenance loomed. Who allowed you to come here to kill that boy? Even if he is a disgrace to our royal family, he is still one of us. You shall die? In an instant, the crimson dragon's eyes widened in terror, and its entire form shattered, meeting its demise. Not far away, the Holy Domain's azure dragon was engulfed in fear, frantically fleeing into the distance. Frisia's cold gaze flashed with a golden glint, and the Holy Domain azure dragon was struck down, reduced to ashes. Frisia turned his attention to Fei T, who was also gripped by fear. A smile crept across Frisia's lips as he remarked, young lady. You must be the daughter of that Kasali fellow. Without waiting for a response, he waved his hand, and the two vanished from the ocean's surface. The fierce battle left the sea creatures in a state of dread, transforming the area into a terrifying no-man's land. Aotion plunged into the sea, feeling an overwhelming aura that caused him to worry for his sister. His dragon blood flowed freely, attracting swarms of lesser sea beasts. He swam vigorously towards the surface, breaking through the water and continuing his flight. Behind him, numerous sharp-toothed fish leaped and attacked. Aotion, already aflame with anger, unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth, reducing several sharp-toothed fish to ashes. Time passed, and Aotion felt an immense fatigue settling over him, both physically and mentally. His wounds had yet to heal. and he sensed his consciousness slipping into a haze, almost on the verge of collapsing into the sea. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmer of green in the distance. Focusing intently, his dragon flames flared as he realized it was land. He was almost there. With renewed vigor, Aotion surged forward. Before long, Aotion finally set foot on solid ground. He turned back towards the direction of Longdao, whispering, "Sister, father, mother, brother, wait for me. I will return. And I swear I will not rest until I have dealt with Bogo." Chapter 5. The 7 stars align at the outskirts of the beast's forest. Aotion dispatched several level 1 beasts and devoured them, gradually shaking off his weakness. Exhausted, he found a suitable spot and lay down for a deep slumber. The night deepened, and the moon, strangely absent, cast the earth into darkness. Suddenly, a star illuminated the sky, followed by 6 more, creating a straight line of 7 stars. Their radiance spread across the land, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld it. The more powerful individuals felt the weight of the celestial phenomenon, as countless eyes turned to the heavens. On Longdao, countless newly awakened divine dragons let out resonant roars. In the deepest sanctum of the elemental elf kingdom, the elemental elf king opened his eyes to the sky, sensing the impending arrival of divine power. In the sacred mountain's secret realm of the papal kingdom, 3 elders opened their eyes, their expressions grave as they gazed at the 7 stars above. On the Isle of Death in the endless sea, deep within the headquarters of the dark god cult, 3 elder vultures awakened, whispering to the void, "The moment has come for our teachings." Across the vast expanse of the endless sea, ancient family patriarchs of semi-divine status opened their eyes, their expressions inscrutable as they observed the celestial alignment. Meanwhile, Aotion inadvertently entered his soul's consciousness, finding himself in a pitch-black realm. In the center, a white jade pendant radiated brilliance. As Aotion focused on the pendant, a beam of light shot forth, imparting memories of the primordial chaos, the birth of the Chaos Jade pendant, and its subsequent acquisition by the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, who fought through the chaos until its demise. The pendant then pierced through the void, revealing countless scenes that made Aotion feel as if centuries had passed. The Chaos Jade came with a method of cultivation known as the Chaos Body Technique, comprising 9 levels, focusing on the internal cultivation of the primordial spirit and the external cultivation of an immortal body. Aotion opened his eyes just as the 7 stars faded from sight. Following the pathways of the Chaos Body Technique, Aotion commenced his training. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy surging into his dragon form, causing his body to emit loud cracks as the density of his bones refined and strengthened. His golden dragon body radiated a divine glow, and his injuries gradually healed. After a night of cultivation, Aotion felt invigorated, his claws extending with explosive power. By the stream, several beasts approached to drink, and amidst them, a level 3 beast. The hurricane unicorn tiger roared at Aotion, asserting its territory. Aotion swiftly approached, striking down the hurricane unicorn tiger with a powerful blow, leaving the other beasts in a state of panic. He then skinned the beast, consuming its core and cleansing its insides. As he prepared to cook, he realized he could not make a fire. Pondering his predicament, Aotion concentrated and conjured a ball of fire, feeling elated as it ignited. He then summoned a wind blade, which struck a tree, leaving a 1-meter deep gouge. With each success, he eventually managed to roast the hurricane unicorn tiger, though the lack of seasoning made it somewhat bland. After his meal, Aotion reveled in his newfound abilities, practicing his magic as he battled numerous monsters during the day and sought quietude for training at night. His dragon form grew from under 1 meter to 9 meters in length. A peak level 6 beast, the explosive giant python, lunged at him, but Aotion retaliated with a powerful tail swipe, sending the beast reeling. As the explosive giant python unleashed flames upon him, Aotion absorbed the fire, relishing the comfort it brought. The python, furious at Aotion's unexpected resilience, lunged with its venomous fangs glinting in the sunlight. Aotion was bitten, and his golden back darkened as he cried out in pain. However, empowered by his dragon's roar, he retaliated, striking the python's vulnerable spot, ultimately defeating it. Feeling the pain from the venom, Aotion concentrated, forcing the dark liquid from his body, which withered the grass below. He retrieved the python's gallbladder and core, feeling a wave of energy coursing through him. After cleansing the insides, he skinned the python and prepared the meat for roasting, the aroma attracting nearby beasts, who fled in fear at the sight of his dragon might. Having devoured the entire 15-meter-long snake, Aotion lay contentedly on a large rock. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful presence approaching, reminiscent of the 3 Holy Domain Azure Dragons. Soon, a mid-tier Holy Domain beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf, came into view. Locking eyes with Aotion. "Submit, and let me feast upon you," the Howling Moon Silver Wolf growled menacingly. Aoyan's expression grew solemn, as the dragon nostrils exhaled wisps of flame. With a hint of childish bravado, he challenged, "You little wolf pup, come and bite me if you dare." The Xiaoya Silver Wolf, filled with rage, retorted, "Cursed longworm, I shall consume you." With a thunderous clash, the two beasts collided. Aoyan's powerful dragon tail swung forcefully, colliding with the wolf's claws, shedding several scales from the dragon's tail. Aoyan unleashed a breath of dragon fire, while the Xiaoya Silver Wolf, unwilling to be outdone, expelled a massive blade of wind. The wind blade was swiftly consumed by the dragon's breath, but the latter continued its relentless assault towards the Xiaoya Silver Wolf, which met it with fierce claws. With a resounding impact, the wolf's claws, now devoid of their shimmering coldness, met the dissipating dragon breath. The Xiaoya Silver Wolf's fury escalated, and its speed surged as it inflicted deep wounds upon Aoyan's dragon body. In response to the pain, Aoyan's wrath ignited. He brought his claws together and struck at the wolf's claws. The wolf let out a pained howl. Suddenly, the Xiaoya Silver Wolf unleashed an even larger wind blade, too swiftly for Aoyan to evade. He could only narrowly dodge the critical areas, but his back was torn open by a deep gash, dragon blood streaming forth. The Xiaoya Silver Wolf rushed forward to drink the dragon's blood, a wicked grin spreading across its wolfish face. In agony, Aoyan roared, "In Yun Song Long." Ignoring the resistance of space, he swiftly charged toward the Xiaoya Silver Wolf, rending a gash in the wolf's abdomen with his claws. The wolf yelped in pain, declaring, "You vile longworm, you dare to injure me? I shall obliterate you." At the command of the Wolf King, a multitude of wolves surged forth, of levels ranging from 6 to 2. Aoyan's expression darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. As the wolves leaped fearlessly towards Aoyan's dragon form, he expelled dragon breath, decimating a large number of them. The remaining wolves hesitated, shaken by the display. Ignoring the commotion, the Xiaoya Silver Wolf continued to issue attack commands, compelling its pack to persist in their assault. Aoyan swung his tail, demonstrating his might. All but the 6th-level wolves were suppressed and lay trembling on the ground. Suddenly, the Xiaoya Silver Wolf leaped into the air, casting a formidable spell that engulfed the area in a tempest of wind elements, slicing towards Aoyan's dragon body like colossal blades. Aoyan, enraged, braced against the torrent, retaliating with a strike that severed the wolf's foreclaws. At that moment, a wave of oppressive force descended, obliterating the surrounding wolves. Aoyan, fortified by his true power, stood firm against the pressure, while the mid-tier Xiaoya Silver Wolf trembled beneath it. In an instant, a golden-haired middle-aged man emerged from the woods, radiating an aura of unwavering strength that reminded Aoyan of his father, a demigod. Locking eyes with the Xiaoya Silver Wolf, the man's expression turned icy, and in an instant, the wolf exploded into oblivion. Aoyan trembled. The display was terrifying. The man turned to Aoyan with a smile, causing Aoyan to pause. "You possess the bloodlines of 2 of my old friends. You must be the son of Saiwo and Angelina." Aoyan was taken aback, questioning, "Who are you?" "I am Locke. Your parents must have spoken of me." Aoyan's excitement surged. "You are truly Uncle Locke." "Indeed," Locke confirmed with a gentle smile. "Come, let us converse at my dwelling." With a wave of his hand, a powerful force enveloped Aoyan, and they vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the fierce battle. They materialized in a realm rich with spiritual energy, some areas even liquefied. "Here is my residence. Now tell me, little one, why have you ventured here instead of remaining on Longdao?" Aoyan's expression dimmed. "Uncle Locke, you will understand upon reading this letter." He retrieved an envelope from the dragon god space and presented it to Locke. As Locke opened the envelope and read, he soon finished, placing a warm, mighty hand on Aoyan's head. "Very well, Aoyan. Your father has entrusted me with your care. I shall train you diligently to enhance your strength. Let us ascertain the cause of your inability to cultivate." Locke probed Aoyan's dragon form with his spiritual power, discovering that numerous streams of energy flowed through Aoyan's meridians in a harmonious pattern. "Aoyan, you can cultivate now? I sense energy within your dragon body." "Yes, Uncle Locke," Aoyan replied. "A few nights ago, upon awakening, I discovered I could cultivate." He hesitated to reveal too much, as his secrets were profound. "Oh, was that during the moonless night?" "Indeed, Uncle Locke." Locke's eyes glimmered with insight, and after scrutinizing Aoyan, he smiled. "Ah, it seems you are destined for greatness." Aoyan was puzzled. "What do you mean by destined?" Locke chuckled. "No matter, you will comprehend it when your power reaches my level." And do not disclose your recent cultivation ability to anyone. Remember this. Locke's expression turned serious. Understood, Uncle Locke. I have just assessed your body. After these days of training, you are nearing the holy domain. Excellent, Out Yin. Do you possess any peculiar traits? Tell me, so I may devise a training regimen tailored to your state. Uncle Locke. Regarding abilities, I can utilize this energy within me as magic, manipulating any element. I can also fly. Although I lack wings, when I wish to take flight, clouds form beneath me, allowing me to ascend to 3 meters. Lastly, I discovered that what I spit is not mere saliva but a ball of flame. Locke burst into laughter. Out Yin, demonstrate your saliva. Spit over there? Very well. Out Yin concentrated, and a breath of dragon fire erupted forth. Locke's eyes lit up with astonishment. The breath reached the initial stage of the holy domain. Excellent, Out Yin. I have meticulously devised a training plan for you. From dawn until noon, you shall bear a heavy stone and run around this area. Of course, I will also cast a gravity spell on you. In the afternoon, I will engage you in combat at the initial stage of level 6 to hone your fighting skills. Now, let us commence, as it is afternoon. Is it really necessary? Uncle Locke. So soon with a resounding thud, Out Yin was struck in the abdomen by a fist imbued with immense power, causing his insides to shift and blood to spew from his dragon mouth. Focus, young one. The fight has begun. I'm merely using initial level 6 strength. After being hit, Out Yin resolved to retaliate, bringing his claws together and launching into a swift descent. Locke chuckled, seizing Out Yin's claws with his left hand while delivering a powerful punch to Out Yin's back with his right. The afternoon saw Out Yin endure a relentless barrage of blows from Locke, a half-god golden lion with combat skills honed to perfection over 20,000 years. Out Yin struggled to retaliate. As night fell, Out Yin found himself once more on the ground from a powerful punch. Enough for today, Out Yin. Remember, whenever you engage an enemy, you must adhere to 3 principles: speed, precision, and ferocity. Yes, Uncle Locke. Out Yin, who had previously been a master in the innate realm, understood these principles well. Despite his battered state, his blood flowed vigorously, reinforcing his body. Out Yin pondered, can I apply my sword techniques from my past life in this dragon form? If so, how? Suddenly, he recalled an ancient text he had seen. As long as one holds the sword in their heart, it can manifest into sword intent. Everything can become a sword, a flower, a leaf, a grain of sand can sever the void. This was the essence of the concept, and Out Yin grasped it with an inkling of understanding. Here, Out Yin, take this. It's a 3-headed holy domain magical beast. You should replenish your strength. Ao Tian was ravenously hungry, opting not for barbecued food, but rather devouring everything in sight. Under the relentless assault of potent digestive fluids within, the 3-headed sacred domain magical beasts were swiftly transformed into pure energy, permeating his limbs and various parts of his body, reinforcing every bone, meridian, and marrow. After a night of tumultuous rest, his injuries from the previous day had completely healed. The length of his dragon form had grown from over 9 meters to an impressive 12 meters, with the scales glimmering with a golden sheen under the sun's rays. Ao Tian, behold, a new beautiful day is upon us. A deafening sound reverberated. With a swift motion, Ao Tian flew low to the side of Luo Ku, eagerly awaiting the next training session. Luo Ku seemed to have thought of something amusing, casting a sly glance at Ao Tian, who sensed an ominous premonition. Smiling, Luo Ku said, Ao Tian, pay close attention to my true form. In an instant, under Ao Tian's astonished gaze, a colossal golden lion, towering at 150 meters long and over 240 meters in height, loomed over him. My heavens, Uncle Luo Ku, how did you grow so large? Hee, young one. My weight is a staggering 1 million gene, but I can reduce it to 100,000 gene and then cast a quadruple gravity spell upon you. You will have to carry me and run around here for half a morning. Upon hearing this, Ao Tian nearly fainted, struggling to swallow hard. Luo Ku wasted no time, casting the quadruple gravity spell on Ao Tian. He felt an immense weight pressing down on him, plummeting from a cloud 3 meters high. With a thud, Ao Tian slowly began to move his body, adjusting to the burden. It was manageable, but soon he felt as if he might perish. A massive shadow descended from the sky, unmistakably belonging to Uncle Luo Ku. With a thud, Ao Tian found himself buried in the earth. Luo Ku, somewhat sheepish, urged, Ao Tian, hurry up and stand. Do you wish to grow stronger? A man must be tough on himself. Summoning all his strength, Ao Tian gradually rose, hearing what seemed like the cracking of dragon bones. The true energy coursed through him, swiftly mending the fractures. Filled with joy, Aotian realized this energy had such a remarkable effect, and he pushed himself to stand again. Aotian finally managed to bear the immense weight of Uncle Luoku. Good lad, take it slow. Once you adjust, you can start running. As Aotian bore the 100,000 gene of Luoku's weight, each step sank him deeper into the earth. After an hour, he finally adjusted to the weight. Though much of his energy was expended in repairing his bones, gradually, his small steps transformed into a brisk walk, and after 2 hours, he had progressed to a light jog. The chaotic golden body technique began to operate automatically within him, with ethereal spiritual energy flooding into Aotian's dragon form. Luoku's eyes sparkled with satisfaction at this sight. Throughout the morning, Aotian carried the 100,000 gene of Luoku, adorned with the quadruple gravity spell, transitioning from slow adaptation to a slight sprint. The results of the morning's training were evident when Luoku tossed 5 sacred domain magical beasts to Aotian. Confused, Aotian asked, Uncle Luoku, if I consume the sacred domain magical beasts like this, will the magical beasts in the forest run out? Luoku laughed heartily. Rest assured, there are thousands of sacred domain magical beasts within. Every day, some peak 6th level beasts enter the sacred domain. Don't worry about eating them all. Aotian was astonished by the sheer number of magical beasts in the forest. After consuming 5 sacred domain magical beasts, Aotian felt invigorated. He took an hour of rest, spending only 10 minutes eating, leaving him with 50 minutes. Lying on the verdant grass, he contemplated his limited attack methods, realizing he could only engage in brute force combat. Rising, he recalled a claw technique he had seen in his previous life, focusing on 3 key aspects: speed, precision, and ferocity. Aotian's claws repeatedly struck at the air, creating explosive sounds that resonated. Luoku, watching from a distance, smiled with approval, thinking, the youth is truly full of vitality. Suddenly, the air crackled with sonic booms as Aotian's eyes glimmered with intensity. At that moment, true energy surged into his right claw. With a swift motion, Aotian unleashed the dragon claw technique, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the air. The shockwaves rippled through the space as he expended 30% of his true energy. Luoku's expression shifted from shock to delight upon witnessing this. Excellent, Aotian. It's time for our afternoon combat skills training. Luoku continued to suppress his power to the early 6th level. After 2 hours of training, Aotian had progressed from being knocked down by a punch to barely being able to withstand Luoku's strikes. His face lit up with joy as Luoku smiled subtly and threw another punch, sending Aotian crashing through several massive trees. Rising, Aotian lunged towards Luoku with his 5 claws, seizing the opportunity. As he altered his stance, the dragon claws collided with Luoku's fist, resulting in a fierce elemental explosion. Both fighters staggered back, with Aotian retreating 5 steps and Luoku 10. Aotian, that move was impressive, Luoku exclaimed. Without delay, Luoku charged forward, aiming a punch at Aotian. In response, Aotian executed the dragon's tail maneuver, creating sparks as they exchanged blows. By evening, Aotian was nearly on par with Luoku in their combat practice. Luoku praised Aotian's extraordinary fighting aptitude. That night, as was customary, Aotian devoured 5 sacred domain magical beasts, feeling a surge of energy wash over him. Since he began practicing the chaotic golden body technique, the amount of spiritual energy he required had skyrocketed, yet the results were remarkable, establishing a solid foundation. With early 6th level prowess, his physical strength had reached the mid-sacred domain stage, and his claw's explosive power had escalated to 200,000 gene. As dawn broke, Luoku transformed back into his true form and settled down to rest. Deep within the magical beast forest, nourished by abundant spiritual energy, various plants thrived. Aotian, utilizing his keen sense of smell, swiftly arrived at a fruit tree standing 10 meters tall, laden with dozens of red fruits. A thought struck him. Could these be jugua? Aotian's dragon claws swiftly plucked 5 fruits, and after consuming 3, a fiery power surged within him, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Oh no, how foolish of me. I must circulate my energy. Aotian rose and began to operate the chaotic golden body technique. The raging crimson spiritual energy gradually transformed into a gentle flow, nourishing his skin, meridians, and bones. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Aotian felt satisfied and decided to consume more. He seized 2 more fruits from the ground and swallowed them. This time, Aotian was wise. As soon as the fruit entered his belly, he activated his technique, allowing the energy to wash through his meridians. Ah, this feels good. Ao Tian was pleased, and his dragon form expanded to 20 meters. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the remaining fruits on the tree, grappling with the decision, eat or not eat. Ultimately, he chose to indulge, leaving only one fruit on the tree. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a thread of hope for all things, he consumed the fruits in batches of 5. After digesting all 25 fruits, he reached the pinnacle of the initial level of the chaotic golden body technique, achieving peak 6th level strength. And his true energy was sufficient to elevate him to the mid-sacred domain stage, with his physical prowess now at the late sacred domain level. Having tasted the benefits, Ao Tian scoured the depths of the forest for rare and exotic fruits. For some reason, perhaps due to developing resistance, the increase in true energy was minimal. He sighed, realizing the journey must continue step by step. Over the course of a month, Ao Tian maintained his routine, bearing the heavy weight of Uncle Luo Ku in the morning and practicing combat skills in the afternoon. By night, he would cultivate the chaotic golden body technique. A month passed, and Ao Tian could now carry 700,000 gene, and with the quadruple gravity technique evolving into tenfold, he could sprint swiftly, demonstrating a balanced exchange in combat skills. One morning, as usual, Ao Tian began to bear the weight of Uncle Luo Ku. Noticing that this level of gravity posed little challenge for Ao Tian, Luo Ku instantly reverted to his full form, weighing 1 million gene. Poor Ao Tian was immediately pressed deep into the earth, with all 22 meters of his dragon bones cracking. However, Uncle Luo Ku showed no mercy. Aware of Ao Tian's extraordinary physique, and urged, Ao Tian, rise quickly. Why are you dawdling? Are you not a man? Don't cower in the dirt like that. Shikaru, ye bukarin. Ao Tianjin li shuansu de shiofu je duanlia de gutu, mon man jiezhong. Ranho, Ao Tian mon man chishan. Zhengjiel 31 jin. Ao Tian ganjua daoi zhong yidran tuachi yid xingxiu de ganjua. Liue gan wuli. Ya ho buduan. Ao Tian piming fa li, ping Ao Tian deoxial. Ao Tian bufu, jishu fa li, chila name idian dian. Huinshin gulua ganjua yao duan lili. Tiny Aijin li shuansu baowa yao duanlia jichu. Mon man de isi de shengchi gaudu. Zhe duan shurjian hao fangfu guoloi shur. Yayin ishin longyin song Ao Tian zui li tuchu. Ao Tian li shur liang xiaoshur zhong zhongi to chila chaoji, zhong liang ji de luaka shushu. Yo shur i shur ho de zhong liang. Ao Tian wei mai kai bufa, xiang qian taru, peng shinshin de taru ni tu li, bachu jishu ta. Xianru jishu ba, itzi wang fu, mon man de liang xiaoshur gokuo. Ao Tian kai shi wei kuaizu, bei bu de tongting nan yang. Yong jin tiny I zuiho, I si jin li zhiliao xia bei bu de shanko, jit si jin li hao jua. Jixia Ao Tian wan chuan shur zai yong long ti lai tuli, quaiza mon man bianching monzo, mon man shuring. Haole, Ao Tian, jio dao zhibiye. Luaka shual wan shinjuan wei rinching jiang lua zai pong. Ao Tian shuanjian mei lu fudan chuan ching song. Hao jueda, shini mon man zixing chujin li lai. Da ko tuan xia luaka shushu zhua lai de tinto xing yu mao shou. Xiongqing den nung liang guanji chuanshin. Yifan xiaoha, shini hui dao le dianfeng. Long ti zhang dao 23 mi, haixing ji shi finzhong, Ao Tian ji shu, chu zhao shou zhao, shukong bei tai zhua chu xinjin boan, yuan su baowan. Bu dua jiu, Ao Tian ganju a shurjian dao lu, yao jinxing xiu de get a zunlianal, faisa lai dao luaka shinqian, luaka luchu sinwei jisa. Wangzha, Ao Tian dao. Ao Tian, zhixia rizi ni da chingwa zhin shi hinjingren, what songbu quaran. Dancher was xiang shua zhuzhuani fuqin zai nijiga shurho do meyo de deo guajiang de xuanlian, shu de gedu xuanlian jiobu nongla. Wayao gaini coin. Luaka shushu ni shua. Su newe sha ito guangming baihu. Baihu dangji wei xing yu chuki dao xing yu dianfeng. Hey, xiaozi, kan ni yang kyle. Jiao jiang jing hadai dao wa mianxian jio wanching coin, xiaozi, wahani shua, yunchi surely de yubufen, handa de chengfen. Haole, neats uba. Sure. Luaka shushu wazola. Shua wan, Ao Tian chaozha newe faitsu. Chapter 8. The trial of Uncle Luca venturing deep into the inner region was fraught with peril. Yet Ao Tian was fortunate to bear a trace of the divine golden lion Luakues aura. Beasts of legendary status did not impede his passage. Ao Tian traversed the legendary zone, heading towards the sacred domain. With a swift motion, he soared into the realm of sacred beasts, colliding with a flaming bird enveloped in crimson fire, sending it soaring away. Ao Tian hastily fled, hearing a piercing cry in his wake. Damn it. That rascal has collided with me. Ao Tian sought the Guangming Baihu, uncertain of how long he had wandered through the inner region without encountering one. Gradually ascending from the sacred domain to the fringes, he suddenly heard voices nearby, as if a group of people were present. Ao Tian swiftly swished his tail and concealed himself behind a colossal tree, peering out to observe. It turned out to be a party of 12, clad in noble attire. Among them were 2 at the initial stage of the sacred realm, while 2 mid-level individuals at the 6th tier accompanied 8 others of varying 4th tier levels. The 8 appeared youthful, adorned in splendid garments, suggesting noble lineage. The 2 at the sacred level likely served as bodyguards, with the mid-tier individuals also serving in a protective capacity. With a crack, the sight of humans stirred Ao Tian's excitement. Even though these were westernized humans from his past life. Who is it? Despite the distance, the 2 sacred realm experts possessed keen senses and quickly detected an anomaly. Their gazes darted toward the tree where Ao Tian concealed himself. Upon spotting him, the 2 were taken aback by the sight of a nearly 3-meter-long dragon head with golden pupils gazing back at them. The 2 sacred experts were alarmed. Young masters, be cautious. The 8 nobles swiftly reacted, glancing toward the tree, their expressions shifting to shock upon seeing the golden dragon. Heavens! Ao Tian sensed that his presence had startled these individuals, feeling slightly embarrassed as he emerged. His 23-meter-long dragon form floated amidst the clouds. The nobles struck dumb by the sheer magnitude of his figure, having not witnessed a true dragon in over a century, evoking unprecedented fear. However, this dragon appeared distinct, lacking the customary grand wings and possessing a slender, serpentine body, floating in the clouds in a peculiar manner. Some nobles, unable to assess Ao Tian's strength and realizing he was not a golden dragon, immediately felt emboldened. Damn, I truly thought it was a golden dragon. That startled me. A red-haired noble youth addressed a companion named Ibei. Fear not, I shall protect you. Ao Tian found Ibei striking, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Sapphire eyes piercing his heart, delicate lips and a petite nose adorning her face. Clad in a fitted robe that accentuated her figure, the neckline slightly low, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. Indeed, it turns out to be merely a long serpent, the red-haired youth remarked arrogantly. Others echoed in agreement. Just a long serpent. It startled us for nothing. The red-haired youth brazenly commanded one of the sacred realm guards. Zola, slay this long serpent for me. Ao Tian seethed with anger. How dare you? I have done nothing to you, and yet you insult me and seek to have me killed. Memories of the past resurfaced, and a terrifying dragon roar reverberated, overwhelming the 8 noble youths. The 2 mid-tier individuals also faltered, collapsing to the ground, while the 2 initial stage sacred experts barely managed to muster their fighting spirit to resist. Ao Tian cast a deep glance at the red-haired youth, causing Gulita to break into a cold sweat. He turned to leave, realizing he had no time to waste on these fools. He still needed to find the Guangming Baihu. As the long serpent departed, Gulita regained his composure, vowing, Damn that serpent, should I encounter you again, I shall surely slay you. Unbeknownst to him, the 7 others, along with the 2 6th level and 2 sacred experts, regarded him with disdainful expressions. Ao Tian continued to wander through the inner region, failing to encounter the Guangming Baihu, when unexpectedly, the fiery bird sought him out, exclaiming, I remember your scent. You are the one who knocked me aside, ruining my meticulously crafted hairstyle. Ao Tian was taken aback, glancing at the few strands of red feathers atop her head. You, girl, with those few feathers, what hairstyle are you attempting to create? You must be jesting. Ah, it was you, that cursed rascal, who sent me flying into the corrosive lake, ruining my hair so drastically. I shall have my revenge. Ao Tian, overwhelmed, realized he was indeed at fault, but felt too embarrassed to retaliate. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted 2 sacred beasts not far away. Those 2 rascals over there. Why did you harm my dear friend? He quickly soared toward them. The earth bear and ice lion exchanged confused glances. What was this all about? However, seeing Ao Tian's fierce approach, both beasts were enraged and met his attack with their paws and claws. Ao Tian unleashed his lethal strike, his dragon claws striking simultaneously. While the 2 beasts at the initial sacred level struggled to withstand the assault, suffering severe injuries and being sent flying, Ao Tian swiftly approached, dispatching the 2 beasts before tossing their carcasses toward the stunned fiery bird. Here you go, little fiery bird. Consider these 2 as compensation for your troubles. I must take my leave. With that, he vanished before the fiery bird's eyes. Escaping, Ao Tian continued to wander through the inner region. An hour passed, yet he still had not encountered the Guangming Baihu, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. Could it be that Uncle Luaka is playing tricks on me? Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears, as if someone was crying out in distress. Is there a splendid spectacle unfolding? Countless images danced within my mind until finally, Ao Tian arrived at the scene. With a dismissive flick of his dragon snout, he scoffed, realizing it was merely that group of rascals. However, the 7-meter-tall, pristine white tiger radiated an aura of sanctity, and Aotian was convinced that this was indeed his target, the radiant white tiger. In an instant, Aotian unleashed a mighty roar, echoing like a dragon's song. The ancient warriors of Guli Te, who had already been on the brink of collapse, witnessed the demise of 2 mid-level 6th-tier guardians and the grievous injuries of 2 early-stage sacred domain experts. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated, and the radiant white tiger was momentarily startled, allowing 2 sacred domain experts to swiftly escort 8 nobles out of the attack range. As the tiger's furious roar missed its mark, it turned its ire towards Aotian. "Why do you, long worm, disturb my peace? You little white cat. I have come today to claim you." In a flash, Aotian pierced through the air, inflicting 5 deep gashes upon the radiant white tiger, causing it to howl in agony. "Ah, divine judgment! Long worm, perish!" A 4-meter-wide beam of holy light shot towards Aotian like a cross-shaped sword. Unfazed, Aotian retaliated fiercely with his dragon claw, aiming directly at the tiger's underbelly. In an instant, the cross-shaped sword deflated like a balloon, and Aotian's momentum surged as his claws plunged deeply into the radiant white tiger's abdomen. With a violent grasp, he ripped out its innards, eliciting a mournful cry from the creature. Aotian did not allow it a moment's respite, swiftly seizing the sacred domain crystal core from the tiger's body. The radiant white tiger let out a reluctant roar, its eyes dimming as it collapsed. The 2 sacred domain experts and 8 nobles stood in shock, only regaining their senses after the tiger's demise. Aotian hastily collected the tiger's carcass and stored the sacred domain crystal core within the dragon god's realm. Ibe approached gracefully, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, esteemed dragon, for saving my life. This is the Bullied family emblem. Should you traverse the continent and encounter any of my kin, our family shall offer our utmost assistance." Aotian, indifferent to the sincerity of her words, accepted the emblem, remarking, "You, young lady, are quite commendable, showing respect to the elders and care for the young." Afterward, the remaining 6 nobles and 2 sacred domain experts came forth to express their gratitude, presenting some trivial tokens in appreciation. However, one individual, the haughty Guli Te, wore a sullen expression. Born into a noble family, accustomed to the presence of sacred domain experts and legends, he showed no respect to Aotian, mocking, "I extend my thanks to you, long worm, for saving my life." His arrogant demeanor and tone prompted disapproving glances from the others, including Zwala, a guardian of the sacred domain, who could no longer tolerate his insolence, yet dared not speak out. Aotian felt a surge of anger. "You red-haired brat. Say that again." Guli Te, unfazed, retorted with even greater arrogance. "Thank you for the life you saved, long snake. My family, the Bullied, will ensure you break through the legendary realm that you could never achieve in your lifetime." Enraged, Aotian snapped, "Enough. I won't let this slide." With fury, he unleashed his dragon claw, the massive talons enveloping Guli Te, crushing him into ashes. Aotian obliterated even his soul. Upon witnessing the death of their master, Zwala's rage erupted, and he swung his sacred domain energy sword towards Aotian. In a display of sheer audacity, Aotian swiftly extended his 5 claws, seizing Zwala and crushing him to death, his soul dissipating into nothingness with a breath of dragon fire. The remaining 8 individuals trembled at this display of power as Aotian's icy gaze fell upon them. "Do any of you wish to meet the same fate?" They hastily shook their heads, exclaiming, "We are grateful to the esteemed dragon for saving our lives and would never dare to harm you." Only Guli Te, the heartless one, would act thus. Aotian declared, "Very well, you may leave." "Farewell, esteemed dragon," they responded before departing. Far away on a great island in the endless sea, the Bullied family resided. The legendary expert Rusk, guarding the soul plaque, heard a cracking sound and looked on in horror, rushing to the family estate. "I report to the family that the young master has gone to the continent for training, and the soul jade plaque in the rear courtyard has shattered." Rusk lowered his head, trembling. With a thunderous rage, the patriarch exploded with fury. "Damn it. Find out what happened. I will make him wish he were dead." "Yes, patriarch," Rusk replied. Aotian swiftly delved deeper, completing Uncle Locke's trial, who praised him profusely. In the dead of night, Aotian entered a state of meditation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling into a tempest around his dragon form, eagerly penetrating his body. His physicality and capacity gradually expanded until suddenly, with a resounding crack, he broke through a barrier, transforming into a humanoid form with black hair and black eyes that sparkled like stars. As the sun rose, heralding a new day, Aotian opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of murky air. Young one, now that you are awake, come here. Aotian stepped forward, and with a ripple of space, he swiftly appeared before Locke, who regarded the newly transformed Aotian with a look of satisfaction. Aotian, I have had some insights lately and must enter seclusion to break through to mid-demigod. It may take months, or even a year. Here is a jade slip infused with a fragment of my soul's power. If you find yourself in peril, shatter it, and I shall cross space to assist you in vanquishing your foes. Rest assured, Uncle Locke, Aotian replied. Also, please gather some herbs and fruit from this area that may not be useful to me. They could have value outside. Very well, Aotian. I will now enter seclusion. After Uncle Locke withdrew, Aotian spent the morning harvesting the rare treasures and wondrous fruits from the depths. Upon completing his collection, he cast a lingering glance at Uncle Locke's retreat before turning to leave. Chapter 9. The beautiful world awaits me emerging from the depths. Aotian transformed back into dragon form and ventured inward, once more encountering the firebird. This time, the bird had sprouted more feathers upon its forehead and refrained from scolding Aotian, though it still regarded him with disdain. Aotian chuckled and proceeded towards the exit. During his journey, Aotian encountered amusing events. Two iron wall monkeys engaged in a fierce scuffle. Before long, they clasped fists and departed, leaving Aotian pondering the minds of magical beasts. Unbeknownst to him, in this life, he was a divine dragon, yet he was still considered a beast. As Aotian exited the inner region, he sensed something pursuing him from behind. Focusing his attention, he realized it was the little firebird. Firebird, I have already compensated you. Why are you following me? The firebird retorted, the magical beast forest is vast. I merely happen to be going out. Why should I not follow you? Do you own this forest? Besides, it is none of your concern. I will go wherever I please, humph. Ah, the challenges of dealing with a young girl. I shall not engage with you, you immature little brat. Aotian flicked his dragon tail and sped away. After a considerable distance, he felt he had evaded pursuit. Phew, I should not see that little firebird again. Huh, I am about to exit the magical beast forest. The splendid human world awaits me. I can hardly contain my excitement. Aotian thought to himself. In the outer region, Aotian observed a small shadow mouse darting swiftly across the terrain. Curiosity piqued, he followed closely. Soon, the little mouse halted, scanned its surroundings, and, finding no one, entered a hole, emerging with a 1-meter-tall blood-red spirit mushroom. Aotian sensed the overwhelming magical essence emanating from the mushroom. Oh, little mouse, I shall take this mushroom off your hands. With a sly grin, Aotian flicked his dragon tail, swiftly snatching the blood-red mushroom and stowing it in the dragon god's realm. The little mouse, left with empty paws, screeched in frustration. Upon entering the human world, I must earn some money to sustain myself. I shall hunt a few creatures and sell their crystal cores for some meal money. Aotian mused. With swift strikes, he dispatched his 40th magical beast, extracting the crystal core and storing the carcass in the dragon god's realm. Each dragon possesses its own storage space, which expands with their strength, yet cannot contain living beings. With a sense of familiarity washing over him, Aotian, now in human form, ventured into the bustling city, situated 1,000 miles from the edge of the monster forest, known as Luricheng. The towering city walls, nearly 20 meters high, loomed above as he entered, greeted by the vibrant throngs of people and the lively cacophony of voices. Upon returning to the realm of humanity, an inexplicable warmth surged within him. Perhaps it was nostalgia. After inquiring with a kindly old man by the roadside about where to procure monster crystals, he expressed his gratitude and departed. The Royal Auction House, as its name suggests, serves as the exclusive auction venue for the imperial family, with Luricheng hosting a branch of the main establishment in the capital. At the entrance stood 2 middle-aged guards clad in silver armor, wielding massive broadswords, their power resonating with a formidable level 4 strength. Aotian couldn't help but marvel at the impressive security, truly befitting a royal auction house. Even the branch was guarded by level 4 sentinels. It is important to note that the cultivation levels in the human world ascend to 9 tiers, commencing from level 1, the apprentice stage, to level 2, the novice, level 3, the intermediate, level 4, the advanced, level 5, the master, level 6, the grandmaster, level 7, the saint, level 8, the legend, and culminating at level 9, the demigod. Despite tales of deities circulating throughout the continent, none have ever reached this pinnacle, thus making level 9 a godlike status among mortals. Presently, only a handful of saints exist, with merely 5 recognized legends. Upon entering the interior, Aotian observed an elderly man slumped over a table, his hands supporting his weary head as he drifted into slumber. Sir, do you buy monster crystals? Aotian inquired, addressing the dozing elder. Yes, yes, yes. The old man suddenly awoke, his eyes sparkling with interest as he regarded the handsome youth before him. Unable to discern the young man's power, he was taken aback, a level 6 strength that remained enigmatic. Was he a saint? No. The youngest saint on the continent only reached that status at the age of 48. Perhaps he possessed some concealed treasures? A smile crept across his face. Recognizing that such a young man must hail from a prestigious family, someone not to be trifled with. Feigning the extraction of 40 crystals from a ring on his hand to avoid exposure, Aotian presented them to the elder. The old man, observing the ring and the crystals, remained outwardly impassive, though internally he was astounded. Spatial ring. Such artifacts are classified as semi-divine, with the only known owner in the Ross Empire being the head of the Lavis family, who received it as a gift upon marrying an elven noblewoman. The Lavis family wielded immense power. Even the emperor himself lacked a spatial ring, making it exceedingly rare. As he examined the crystals before him, 7 level 6, 5 level 5s, 4 level 4s, and 3 level 3s, the elder was left in shock. Could this youth truly be as young as he appeared? It was said that upon reaching the saint level, one's essence could rejuvenate their appearance, though many at that age no longer cared for such matters, particularly women among the saints. Overwhelmed by curiosity and astonishment, he took a deep breath to compose himself. After more than 20 years in the auction house, he had encountered many individuals, yet this situation was utterly surprising, albeit he quickly regained his composure. Level 6 crystals are worth 100,000 gold coins, level 5 20,000, level 4 5,000, and level 3 1,000, totaling 925,000 gold coins. Young master, please take care of your gold. By the way, that ring on your hand is a spatial ring, correct? I advise you to keep it concealed. In the Ross Empire, only one prominent family possesses such a ring, and even the emperor does not, so caution is warranted. The elder calculated and kindly warned Aotian. Taken aback, Aotian had assumed that spatial rings were more commonplace than this. He expressed his gratitude for the elder's counsel. After securing his gold coins, he exited the establishment, the midday sun prompting him to seek a hearty meal. After Aotian departed, the elder summoned a servant and whispered a few instructions, after which the servant hurried away. Tianshang Rinjian, the name of the hotel, was quite grandiose, though Aotian was uncertain about the quality of the cuisine. Waiter, bring me the menu, he called as he settled into a window-side seat. Certainly, honored guest, coming right up, the waiter replied eagerly, perusing the extensive menu filled with an array of dishes. Aotian casually ordered braised porcupine, potato salad with pickled cabbage, roasted phoenix meat, spicy fish slices, whole roasted magic sheep, and kula fish soup. That will be all. Thank you, he concluded. Before long, a series of aromatic dishes were presented before him, and Aotian, driven by hunger, devoured them with abandon, leaving onlookers in awe. My heavens, how long has this lad gone without a proper meal? One person exclaimed. He is practically a beast, remarked another in astonishment. Chapter 10. Conflict. After a vigorous feast, Aotian found himself only half-sated, realizing that his dragon form had significantly increased his appetite. Having settled the bill, he stepped out into the bustling streets, pondering where he might engage in some mischief. Move aside if you don't want to die. Aotian, lost in thought, was oblivious to the approaching carriage barreling towards him merely 10 meters away. Heavens, it was the carriage of the Yujingxiang family. If the young man did not step aside, disaster would surely follow. As the vehicle bore down on him, bystanders held their breath, fearing for the life of the handsome youth who appeared oblivious to the danger. Without any visible aura of magic or fighting spirit, they assumed he was an ordinary person, unaware that the Yujingxiang family was a dominant force in Luricheng, practically ruling the city. Should the youth perish, no one would intervene. This was the grim reality of power. Unable to witness the impending tragedy, onlookers covered their eyes, convinced that a frail boy stood no chance against the charge of a level 1 monster, Stoma. Yet, contrary to their expectations, a resounding thud echoed as Aotian opened his eyes and scathed while the carriage was sent flying. Ah, damn it, you little brat, shouted the young master. His vehicle overturned and sent tumbling several meters away. Onlookers unanimously speculated that the boy was either a humanoid beast or an unfathomably powerful individual. It was rumored that the legendary Pope of the Empire of Light was a middle-aged man capable of reshaping his very flesh. You all right, young master? One of the guards rushed to help the young master from the wreckage. Damn it, Rudolph, kill that brat. How dare he injure me? Jeff, clutching a bleeding forehead, seethed with rage. Having grown up accustomed to privilege and indulgence, he could not fathom suffering such an affront. Upon receiving the young master's command, Rudolph, with a menacing expression, charged at Aotian with his blade drawn. In his eyes, despite the enigma surrounding the youth, he believed he had to eliminate the threat. You little brat. Prepare to die. Interrupted from his thoughts, Aotian felt irritation as he observed the massive blade descending upon him. With a swift motion of his left hand, he effortlessly blocked the strike. Rudolph was taken aback, realizing that his level 3 strength had been easily thwarted by this seemingly young boy. The realization struck him. He was in deep trouble. With a sharp crack, Rudolph's finely crafted blade, purchased for 500 gold coins, shattered into pieces. In retaliation, Aotian delivered a crushing punch to Rudolph's abdomen, sending him flying over 10 meters, unconscious and left in a heap. Jeff, who had anticipated watching the boy fall to his guard, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, though not entirely fearful. The city lord's estate, aside from the royal auction house, the mercenary guild, and the mage guild, held no fear for him. Realizing that a wise man does not court unnecessary trouble, Jeff observed that none of his guards were level 4 experts, uttered a threat, and fled towards the city lord's estate, disregarding Rudolph's body left behind. Unfazed by Jeff's words, Aotian merely smirked dismissively. That night, within his lodgings, Aotian began his practice of the Chaos Golden Body technique, cautious not to draw attention as he controlled the speed of his absorption. Through the inheritance of memories, upon reaching the saint level, the depth of magical and martial prowess is tenfold that of a level 6 master, allowing one to effortlessly annihilate level 6 adversaries. Hence, a saying has circulated throughout the continent. Beneath the saint level, all are akin to ants. As time meandered on, suddenly, a faint sound of a door creaking open echoed. To an ordinary person, it would have gone unnoticed, but for Aotian, the proud dragon, his sensitivity was acute. His mental energy swept across the room, revealing 5 individuals clad in black, each possessing around level 5 strength, 3 at the peak of level 5 and 2 in the later stages. Recalling his earlier misfortune of colliding with a young lad upon entering the city, Aotian thought to himself, damn it, I haven't sought vengeance yet. And here you come to me. Perfect timing, as I could use some extra coin. The cloaked figures advanced slowly towards Aotian, with the foremost one signaling to the others, pointing a single hand downward at Aotian. The others nodded in quick understanding. As a wave of Earth-type magical energy surged forth. Earth Prison Technique, go! Aotian found himself ensnared within an earthen cell. The leading figure, brandishing a dagger infused with the overwhelming energy of a peak level 5, lunged towards Aotian's heart. As the distance closed to less than half a meter, Ras felt a surge of excitement. This task appeared to be straightforward. He envisioned the rewards awaiting him from young Master Jeff. A bounty of 2,000 gold coins and a beautiful woman, igniting a fervor within him. Almost there, he thought. Suddenly, Aotian's eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance. Ras succumbed to a mental assault, his head bursting from the pressure. A fatal consequence of Aotian's research into the inheritance of memories, a method of mental attack, where countless threads of mental energy coalesced into lethal needles. As he tested this technique, Aotian found the results satisfying. The 4 remaining cloaked figures, witnessing Ras's demise, were gripped by fear. Nevertheless, driven by their mission, they pressed forward to attack Aotian, unleashing a torrent of techniques: Great Wind Slash, Explosive Flame Strike, Fiery Thrust, and Petrification Technique. Vela, who cast the petrification spell, envisioned Aotian falling victim to the oncoming onslaught, reduced to a mere pulp. However, fantasies are often deceptive. In reality, Aotian suddenly appeared before Vela and struck her face with a resounding slap, severing her head. Ras, in his final moments, had no inkling that death would find him so swiftly, staring blankly at his decapitated body, eyes filled with disbelief. Before long, the remaining 3 were swiftly dispatched. The muscle power of a saint-level being could effortlessly shatter mountains towering hundreds of meters high, leaving the 3 black-clad figures in a bloody heap. Just as they had come quietly, they perished swiftly. Aotian unleashed an ice spell upon the 5 corpses, encasing them in frost. Then casually fired 5 wind blades at the frozen bodies, reducing them to shards of ice. A night passed, and the inn's patrons remained oblivious to the futile battle that had transpired in the upper room. After checking out, Aotian inquired with the innkeeper about the route to the Imperial City and set forth. Walking towards the Imperial City, He reflected on the ancient saying that one should travel 10,000 miles and read 10,000 books. Along the way, he beheld what could be deemed the famed mountains and landscapes of his previous life, leading to a moment of clarity, enhancing his spiritual power. As he traversed a narrow valley flanked by towering mountains, he mused that such paths in his former life were often havens for bandits and robbers, with the dense forests concealing those of lesser strength, making it an ideal ambush site. "Miss, we are about to exit the Shuangjian Valley. Safety is near," said the elderly man driving the cart. With ruby-red eyes, a center-parted hairstyle, and fiery red hair cascading to her waist, the enchanting maiden Elena spoke with alluring lips. "Indeed. Grandpa Luo Fei, I did not anticipate this merchant caravan would proceed so smoothly. Once we exit the valley and travel a bit further, we shall reach the imperial city. However, we must remain vigilant to avoid any mishaps." "Yes, Mississippi. I shall relay the instructions," replied the elderly man. Chapter 11. Saving the beauty. As the bomb merchant caravan approached the treacherous narrow path, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief, believing they would soon pass through unharmed. Yet, fate had other plans. Upon emerging from the exit, they were met not with a broad road, but with a dark and menacing band of robbers. Chaos ensued. "These fellows seem a bit too brazen," remarked a one-eyed, red-haired brute to a scarred purple-haired man. "Be ruthless. If we take this haul, we can enjoy ourselves in the imperial capital," the scarred man snarled. "What is your background, brothers?" "We are from the Bomb Merchant Association. Surely, you have heard of us," the elder stated, his expression grave. "The Bomb Merchant Association? Huh. The foremost in the Ross Empire? Heh. Here, I call the shots," the one-eyed thug sneered. "Brothers, listen up. I've heard there's a beauty in the cart. Capture her first, and then you can take turns with her." Seeing this, the elder felt helpless against the bandits. "Prepare yourselves. Find an escape route and protect the goods." Although the bandits outnumbered them, only the scarred man was mid-level 6, while the elder was at late level 6, able to maintain control. However, the sheer number of assailants posed a significant challenge. The battle erupted, with injuries and fatalities occurring on both sides. The bandits, driven by bloodlust, disregarded their wounds and struck fiercely at the bodyguards. In that moment, a cry erupted from the rear of the caravan. "My lord, hundreds of robbers are approaching from behind." The elder, positioned at the forefront, was struck with horror. They had indeed been surrounded. "Brothers, charge. Every man who breaks through will receive 2,000 gold coins, and for those who fall, their families will receive 20,000. Upon hearing the promise of gold, the guards surged forward unflinchingly. After half an hour, only 30 of the bodyguards remained, while the bandits still numbered in the hundreds. Panic spread among the remaining guards, fearing for their lives. "We must send a magical signal for reinforcements, but it may take half an hour to arrive. With our current strength, we may not hold out long. Let go of the supplies. I will lead you out. As long as you are safe, I can retrieve these scoundrels later." Elena, witnessing the gruesome scene, turned pale, hesitating for a moment before agreeing. She recalled that if they managed to transport the goods back to the imperial capital, her status in the family would surely rise. Alas, life took precedence over all. Ivan, who was protecting Elena, made a breakthrough. The scarred man, seeing the gap, realized Ivan intended to escape with the beauty and grinned wickedly. A blue energy slash was unleashed towards Ivan, who deftly dodged it. In retaliation, Ivan unleashed a fiery slash of crimson energy towards the scarred man, who staggered back, his blue aura barely holding. "Looks like you're only at late level 6. You want to reach your peak," the scarred man taunted, pulling a blood-red pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Ivan's expression changed drastically upon recognizing the pill. How could it be? It's the frenzy pill. The frenzy pill, crafted from the blood of berserkers and dreamgrass, doubled the user's strength. As the scarred man consumed the pill, his power surged, nearing the saint level, filling him with confidence. He turned, his dense energy slashing towards Ivan's left arm, severing it and causing blood to gush forth. "Damn it, he took the frenzy pill. He's almost at the saint level. You need to flee," Ivan shouted, watching as the distance between them closed. He hefted Elena and hurled her forward, over 100 meters away, where she landed safely. Tears filled her eyes as she gritted her teeth and ran towards the imperial capital. The scarred man watched Elena's escape with indifference, chuckling, "You old fool. Do you think your family can truly escape?" Without allowing Ivan a moment to respond, a whirlwind of compressed fighting spirit spiraled towards his chest. Although Ivan braced himself with all his might, the backlash caused him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, rendering him weak. He glanced back, a foreboding feeling creeping over him. The old man can't hold on much longer, can he? "Ah ha ha ha," the scarred man cackled. Ivan chose silence. channeling his remaining fighting spirit to unleash a sacred technique. The elements of heaven and earth rapidly coalesced at the tip of Ivan's sword, and with immense force. The holy cross flame erupted, striking the scarred man's blade. The impact shattered the sword into fragments, and Ivan's great sword sliced deeply into the scarred man's right chest. Blood splattering. The scarred man was sent flying several meters away. After executing this move, Ivan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His 6th-level late-stage strength was still too taxing to wield the sacred technique passed down by the Ba family. If only he had comprehended it more deeply. Perhaps things would have turned out differently. As he looked up at the sky, his vision blurred, drawing closer to the specter of death. He hoped to escape and return safely to the imperial capital, praying earnestly. Cough. That old man had some vicious moves. I'll finish you off. Ahaha, the scarred man mocked, recovering and spitting blood as he approached Ivan. Hearing the taunts, Ivan instinctively turned his head to glance back. In that moment, he felt as if the heavens were collapsing. He had failed to capture her. Gazing at the burly man who held Elena, Ivan felt an agonizing refusal to succumb to fate. After delivering several stabs to the old man, the scarred man made his way toward the burly man, stating, "Most of the others are nearly dead. Let us taste the spoils first." Ahaha. The burly man eyed the corpses strewn across the ground, and the remaining 3 standing guards, contemplating, "No need to rush. Let us clean up the battlefield first, and then find a safe place to enjoy ourselves." The scarred man replied, "All right, I understand." On a winding path nearly 100 miles long, Aotion walked, sensing a massacre. There's killing," Aotion exclaimed, hastening his pace. He beheld a band of armored guards being slaughtered by a group resembling outlaws. The situation was drawing to a close, with only 3 guards still standing. Noticing the large crates piled on the cart, Aotion extended his mental energy, sensing an abundance of gold coins, magic crystals, and several boxes of crystal cores. Should he intervene or not? Aotion considered himself not a good person. Why expend effort on strangers? He decided to observe further. Amidst the carnage, Sigu felt a gust of wind but saw nothing unusual, shaking his head to dismiss it. This wind was merely a result of Aotion's rapid approach. Upon reaching an open road, he spotted 2 large men walking side by side 100 meters away, one of whom was carrying a young girl. Her exquisite beauty captivated Aotion, even though he had seen many beautiful women in his past life. It seemed he had encountered a bandit. It was time for him to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. As he envisioned rescuing her and winning her heart, he felt a rush of excitement. After all, he had spent his previous life in cultivation and was reborn as a virgin. As Aotion flew towards them, he unleashed his imposing aura upon the 2 men, rendering them immobile with fear. The scarred man was momentarily paralyzed by dread. Recognizing the youth before him as a saint-level figure, he had intended to curse at him for seeking death, but the overwhelming pressure instilled a deep fear within him. After consuming a madness pill, the after-effects rendered him powerless, and he collapsed to the ground with a bone-crushing thud. The burly man, despite struggling against the weight of the pressure, fell to his knees, causing the girl in his arms to tumble to the ground. Elena, jolted awake, blinked in confusion. After a few seconds, she recognized her dire situation, her gaze drifting to the lifeless body of the old guard. Tears welling in her eyes as she silently pleaded for help. "Fear not, my lady. I happened to be passing by and could not stand idly by while these ruffians acted so cruelly. Come to me," Aotion assured her. As Elena gazed at his handsome visage, her cheeks flushed and her heartbeat quickened. She glanced at the unconscious scarred man and the kneeling burly man before joyfully taking small steps towards Aotion. Chapter 12. The Imperial Capital Hand over your treasures. "And I may spare your lives." Aotion smirked at the 2 men on the ground. The burly man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately valued his life more than his possessions. Reluctantly, he produced an ancient yellowed map concealed at his waist. Though incomplete, this map was a prize he had claimed a year ago after slaughtering a group of noble youths in Shuangjin Valley, subsequently suffering retaliation from their families. Despite the danger, he and his companions had cleverly evaded their grasp. Through a year of study, he had uncovered the map's secrets. 80,000 years prior, the powerful Daxian Empire unified the continent for 5 millennia. During that era, 6th-level warriors were abundant, and saint-level beings roamed freely, with legends and demigods commonplace, marking a pinnacle of prosperity. However, calamity struck the empire in the year it had reigned for 5,000 years. A spatial rift nearly 5 meters wide erupted in the west, unleashing chaotic spatial storms that decimated towns and races within 1,000 miles. Saint-level beings were crushed like insects. and even legends struggled to withstand the onslaught, ultimately perishing, while only demigods managed to escape. Once a beautiful land, it turned into a hellscape, rivers running red with blood. A year later, countless demons emerged from the rift, with lowly 3-level horned demons and half-god abyssal demons invading the continent. The dark history of Xuantiandi began, and various races united to repel the demonic onslaught over nearly a millennium, pushing the demon gates back to the other side of the rift. The once 5-meter-wide rift was sealed to a mere half-meter by the few surviving demigods, who subsequently fell one after another. Yet, demons of lesser power still managed to cross over. Remnants of demons continued to assault the continent from their island in the sea, leading to the demise of the once mighty Daxian Empire and plunging the continent into chaos. It was said that before the empire fell, the wise emperor had entrusted a favored prince with countless treasures, secret silver, and various tomes, ensuring their concealment for a future resurgence. The map had been divided into 4 parts, each lost to time. The burly man had discovered the ancient yellowed map contained texts from the Daxian Empire, revealing its secrets. Presenting the map with both hands, Aotion examined it closely, recognizing the ancient characters that spoke of a treasure map. However, he needed to locate the remaining 3 pieces. This was a monumental secret. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed his true strength, striking down the 2 men before him. Indeed, this was true strength, since cultivating the Chaos Golden Body technique through the dragon-shaped jade pendant. His fighting spirit and magic had been refined into true power, a force far superior to either. After obliterating the evidence, Aotion took Elena back to the exit of Shuangjian Valley, where blood flowed like rivers, and countless limbs and severed heads littered the ground, painting a scene reminiscent of hell. Elena gazed at the guards, who had been so lively and smiling just days before, now all lifeless, her heart heavy with sorrow. Observing the remaining bandits packing up the crates, Elena beseeched Aotion for assistance. "Fear not, my lady, I shall lend a hand." In a short while, all the bandits were defeated. After receiving Elena's gratitude and a promise of half the spoils, Aotion, despite her assurances, insisted on opening the crates to distribute the treasures. As he watched the magic crystals vanish, a thought sparked in Elena's mind. A space ring. What great family could cultivate such a young saint-level warrior? Not long after, Aotion finished collecting the treasures, saliva dripping from his mouth. Once completed, he set off with Elena towards the imperial capital of Loasi. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the gates of the imperial capital, where grand city walls, towering over 30 meters and constructed from black iron, stood magnificently. Aotion admired the sight, and upon entering the city, Elena invited him to her family as a gesture of gratitude for saving her life. The grand European-style villa stood majestically, flanked by 2 fully armed level 4 guards who welcomed the young lady's return. Beside the guards, Outyin, albeit puzzled, noted that the young lady had ventured to Faily Town with hundreds of men, yet she returned alone accompanied by an unfamiliar man. However, such matters were beyond the comprehension of mere subordinates. As she traversed a corridor, she called out, "Father, I have returned." Elena approached the imposing figure of her father, Rubim Balaton, and embraced him, her eyes glistening with tears. Rubim gently patted her head and reassured her, There, it's good that you are back. Father, this is Outyin. We were ambushed in Shuangjian Valley, and our entire battalion was annihilated. I was the sole survivor, thanks to Outyin's rescue," Elena explained, gesturing towards Outyin. Rubim scrutinized Outyin with surprise and intrigue, unable to discern anything about the youth before him. "Thank you, young Master Outyin, for saving my daughter. I am eternally grateful. I would like to offer you a 300-year-old blood ginseng as a token of my appreciation," he declared, summoning a servant to fetch the ginseng. The 300-year-old blood ginseng was worth 50,000 gold coins, renowned for its ability to invigorate the body and replenish vitality, making it a precious remedy for healing. Outyin graciously accepted the gift and engaged Rubim in conversation, seeking to learn more about Outyin's lineage. They discussed topics ranging from the monster forest to the demon island in the west and the southern elven tribe, weaving tales of the continent's wonders. Outyin deftly deflected Rubim's probing inquiries, while Rubim contemplated that Outyin was a clever fox. Although Outyin appeared calm and collected, internally he felt a deep sense of unease. He feared the old fox might uncover his true nature. Moments later, a servant arrived with a box containing the blood ginseng. "Sir, the 300-year-old blood ginseng has arrived," the servant announced. Rubim waved his hand dismissively. "Present it to young Master Outyin," he instructed. After receiving the box, Outyin excused himself, citing the need to ensure Elena's safe return. Once Out Yin departed, Rubim turned to his daughter, Elena. Nana, do you know from which family young Master Out Yin hails? Father. Under Grandpa Yifun's guidance, I managed to escape, but I lost consciousness after being captured by a bearded giant. When I awoke, I saw the giant kneeling on the ground, while a scar-faced man lay unconscious. Uncle Yifun mentioned that the scar-faced man had mid-level 6 strength, while Out Yin possesses at least late level 6 or peak level 6 strength. Moreover, Out Yin possesses a spatial ring, where I placed the items I wished to thank him for saving my life, Elena recounted. Rubin was taken aback. A spatial ring was an artifact of near-divine status, rare and coveted, even by the current emperor. It seemed that Out Yin had emerged from a hidden lineage, honing his skills in the world. Very well, Nana. You must be weary from your journey. Go see your mother, and then rest. She has been longing for you. Rubim advised. Chapter 13. Royal Magic Martial Academy. Upon exiting the Ba family estate and walking along the bustling street, Out Yin pondered his next steps. Quickly, Tatusi, hurry, or we will miss the registration for the Royal Magic Martial Academy. I know, Qiao Le, I'm on my way, Out Yin replied, intrigued by the mention of the academy and curious about the experience of campus life. He followed the throng of applicants. Li Fan, mid-level intermediate magic element sensitivity, excellent. You are accepted. Lu Feng, low-level intermediate magic element sensitivity, unfortunately, you do not qualify. Lask, peak mid-level magic element sensitivity, ahaha, very good. You are accepted. When Out Yin arrived, he found himself at the end of a long queue. In front of the line, a testing crystal awaited, while an elderly man with gray hair assisted each individual with their assessments. The intensity of one's magic element sensitivity determined the potential limits of their life. Of course, there were rare exceptions who surpassed these boundaries. The Royal Magic Martial Academy only admitted students under the age of 20, evaluating solely based on magic element sensitivity. A person's soul power dictated their aptitude, and there was a proportional relationship between mental and soul strength. Soon, it was Out Yin's turn. He extended his hand, grasping the crystal and focusing his mind. He closed his eyes, intentionally channeling only half or even less than half of his mental power. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors, an overwhelming radiance. Holy level, sensitivity at the holy level, the elderly man exclaimed in astonishment. A holy level aptitude, heavens! It has been 20 years since the last holy level aptitude produced the legendary headmaster's disciple, and now another has emerged. If only I possessed even a fraction of his aptitude, a freckled man mused. Spare me. If I had even a tenth, it would suffice, a stout man chimed in. The emergence of a holy level aptitude youth at the Imperial Royal Magic Martial Academy stirred a tempest of excitement, prompting inquiries into his family background. As a storm began to brew around Out Yin. Within the imposing palace, Long Yin, the head of the royal Long family and emperor of the Ross Empire, received intelligence regarding the holy level aptitude. Issue a decree. No prince may act against him. We must foster goodwill with the Long family. Whoever secures his favor shall be the crown prince. Long Yin instructed his aide, Long Lai. Understood, Your Majesty. I will see to it at once. Long Lai replied before taking his leave. At the Ba family estate, Rubim received news that raised questions. What is young Master Out Yin doing registering at the Royal Magic Martial Academy? Holy level aptitude. Summon the family members. Ensure they do not antagonize him and cultivate goodwill. In Elena's chamber within the Ba family residence, upon hearing the news, she envisioned Out Yin's handsome visage, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. As various families stirred with excitement, a whirlwind of intrigue surrounded Out Yin, fueled by jealousy, awe, alliances, and even malice. Meanwhile, Out Yin remained blissfully unaware, and even if he were to learn of it, he would remain indifferent. Once the allocation of dormitories was completed, Out Yin found himself assigned to a villa due to his holy level aptitude. It featured a pool in front and a large arena behind, an undeniable luxury. After a charming female student escorted Out Yin to his new residence, she gazed at him with flirtatious eyes, coyly saying, Junior, this will be your new home. Don't forget about me when you become successful. If you need anything, feel free to call on me. With that, she sauntered away. Out Yin watched her departure, captivated by her alluring figure clad in form-fitting attire, her crimson hair cascading to her waist. He instinctively swallowed, reflecting on the notion that desire is but an illusion, and illusion is but desire. With a tranquil heart, he remained unperturbed by the world. Since his rebirth, he found his resolve wavering in the presence of enchanting women, affirming the ancient adage about the dragon clan's proclivity for indulgence. That night, after indulging in a hearty feast, Out Yin returned to the villa to practice. As he entered the human realm, He resolved to seek a method to conceal his aura, should someone of immense power discover his dragon lineage. It would undoubtedly create a stir. Outyin preferred to remain inconspicuous, yet unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of the Empire's influential factions. With a holy level aptitude, as long as he did not falter, he was destined to enter the holy domain. Moreover, the cultivation speed of a holy level aptitude was exponentially greater than that of ordinary individuals, allowing for rapid advancement. In the present day, the Ross Empire boasted only one legendary figure, 5 sword saints and 3 magic saints. The scarcity of holy level power was evident, and among the 3 magic saints, one was a member of the Royal Magic Division and also a teacher at the Royal Magic Martial Academy. Of the 5 sword saints, 3 had risen from common origins, while one of the magic saints had also emerged from humble beginnings. The Royal Magic Martial Academy's policy of accepting students regardless of their noble or common status had fostered the rise of 3 sword saints and 1 magic saint, transforming the Ross Empire from a premier kingdom to a formidable empire. Memories of the chaotic jade flicker through my mind. The Lian Qi Ju, a technique created by the carefree Taoist during the primordial era. Under the realm of saints, none can perceive his cultivation, a truly remarkable feat, the first level. The art of concealment improves with one's cultivation. Even in the exalted realm of the saint, one can only attain the first level. Nonetheless, one's true energy remains hidden, returning to simplicity, appearing as an ordinary person. The creator of this technique, the carefree Taoist, has only reached the 9th level, while the 10th level exists merely in speculation. The 10th level, known as deceiving heaven, is said to even deceive saints and the heavenly Tao, preventing calamities from descending. After a night of cultivation, my true energy becomes even more refined. I practice a segment of Tai Chi, my bones cracking in a symphony of sounds. While on Earth, I frequently practiced this Tai Chi, achieving remarkable results. Now, in this foreign realm, the effects are even more pronounced. The ways of heaven and earth, crafting all things from the duality of yin and yang, give birth to one, which then gives rise to two, two to three, and three to myriad creations. The first practice cultivates raw power like a madman. The second cultivates softness and sealing. The third cultivates precision in movement. The fourth cultivates the lazy dragon in a free posture. The fifth cultivates the essence of heart, liver, gallbladder, spleen, and kidneys. And the sixth harmonizes muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. Beginning at the coccyx, originating from the nape of the neck, the source flows from the waist, exerting power from the lower back. After a brief practice, I am covered in sweat, taking a refreshing bath in the swimming pool, dressing myself in preparation, and stepping out with the strength of a level 4 warrior. As the sun rises, all things awaken. Dewdrops from the verdant leaves glisten in the morning light. The Royal Magic and Martial Academy boasts a grand dining hall suitable for both noble offspring and commoners, spanning several hundred square meters and accommodating thousands. The food within is distinctly varied, ranging from inexpensive buns costing mere copper coins to extravagant barbecue sets of magical beast meat priced in the thousands of gold coins. I purchase a roast magical sheep for 100 gold coins, roasted wind tiger meat for 500 gold coins, and deep sea eel soup for 1,000 gold coins. The massive 2-meter roast magical sheep is quickly devoured, its meat tender and flavorful. Chapter 14. The duel. As I enthusiastically tear into the wind tiger meat, I suddenly catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Ah, young Master Outyin, I didn't expect to see you here, a blushing Elena exclaims in a sweet voice. My eyes brighten at the sight of her. Today, she dons a pink, form-fitting dress. Leaning slightly forward to inhale the enchanting scent, I tease. I came here just to wait for you. Elena blushes even more. Look, isn't that the third most beautiful girl in the academy, Elena? A chubby boy points out to his friend. Elena vanished for a month and has finally returned. A sharp-nosed youth remarks. Why is she sitting with that guy? Who is he? Elena's face is so red. My goodness, how could someone have stolen a march on me? Another keen-eyed young man comments, pointing at me. That boy. I know him. He's the new student admitted yesterday with saint-level aptitude. I happened to see it when I was outside, the chubby boy replies, astonished. Heavens, saint-level aptitude. As long as he doesn't die, he will definitely enter the saint realm within 40 years. If only I had half of his talent. Xiaofeng, feeling irritable, had just been scolded by his father for breaking an ancient vase worth 800 years. Though he wasn't physically punished, anyone would be in a foul mood under such circumstances. After returning home, he had no desire to play with anyone. He slept poorly that night and woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Entering the academy's dining hall, his expression darkens as he heads towards the noble food area. Suddenly, He spots Elena in the distance and quickly approaches her. Oh, beautiful Elena, after a month. It feels like an eternity. You have grown even more exquisite, he praises, hoping to earn a smile from her. Having pursued the icy beauty ranked among the top 3 in the academy for a long time with little success, he notices me sitting beside her and feels a surge of jealousy. Elena, who usually keeps a distance from her many admirers, is now smiling. What is happening? Xiao Feng is taken aback. That brat, who is he? He thinks. Elena's face is still flushed. How could someone have stolen a march on me? A mocking tone creeps into his voice as he addresses me. You, what are you doing here? Elena is not someone you can just approach. Here, take 1,000 gold coins and get lost. As I hear his words, I narrow my eyes. Another arrogant noble scion, unaware that his threatening demeanor might frighten the lovely Elena. Xiao Feng's face darkens further upon hearing the term panda eyes, recalling his pain from the previous night. You damn brat, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept? If you don't, just crawl away. If you surrender, you must crawl through my legs, and I'll spare your life. Not wanting trouble, I am not one to back down easily. Elena, aware of my prowess, tries to mediate, but her efforts only fuel Xiao Feng's anger. A coward who hides behind a woman isn't worth anything, he sneers. I respond with a cold smile. I accept your challenge. If you lose, you must kneel before me and call yourself a fool 3 times. Besides, anyone in my presence must step aside. Upon hearing this, Elena giggles. Young Master Outyin is so mischievous. Xiao Feng's anger reaches a boiling point at my repeated taunts. If you lose, you can no longer associate with Elena, he declares. What I do with young Master Outyin is none of your business, Elena retorts angrily. Xiao Feng, silent, glares at me with malice. Very well. That is the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Feng. He is actually going to duel someone. That kid is doomed. Indeed. Not necessarily. I've seen that young man before. He possesses saint-level aptitude and might just defeat Xiao Feng. Saint-level aptitude? Even if he has it, he is still in the early stages and can't possibly defeat Xiao Feng, who is already at mid-level 3. What a pity. That young man is in for a beating. Will he get killed? Surely not. With saint-level aptitude, the Academy's instructors won't allow such a thing to happen. They will intervene. A group of onlookers discussing the duel expresses their thoughts. Xiao Feng, overhearing their chatter about my aptitude, feels a pang of jealousy. His own mid-level aptitude seems insignificant in comparison. A dark desire for vengeance brews within him. As we arrive at the dueling arena, a spacious area of 100 square meters with a floor made of black rock, capable of withstanding battles of level 5 and below. The instructor Liang arrives to officiate. Are you both certain you wish to duel? We confirm. Liang sighs. One is a new student with saint-level aptitude, destined for greatness. The other hails from a prominent family, making this a delicate situation. Begin, but do not inflict fatal harm. Unable to contain his fury, Xiao Feng wields a massive sword imbued with scorching heat, launching an attack toward me. I stand unarmed, my right foot subtly shifting, preparing to channel the ethereal leg technique I once saw on television, transforming my true energy into wind-type combat energy that gathers at my leg. The clash of my azure leg against the fiery sword creates a thunderous sound. Xiao Feng, horrified by the overwhelming force, is sent flying 10 meters back, dropping his sword as he crashes to the ground, his hands bleeding and unconscious. A group of individuals, fervently cheering for Xiao Feng, suddenly fell silent. The outcome was swift. Too swift indeed. With a single strike, Xiao Feng was defeated, leaving the arena in a profound hush. The victor, Outyin, regarded the unconscious Xiao Feng with a sense of bemusement. It was clear that eliciting those 4 words from him today was out of the question, much to his chagrin. Observing Liang, who awaited his judgment, Outyin could only sigh as Liang proclaimed loudly, "The winner is Outyin." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement, each person reacting differently to the unexpected turn of events. Damn it, just one move. I've lost 100 gold coins. One lamented. Ugh, useless. I've lost 10,000 gold coins. Another decried. I've won 5,000 gold coins. Cheered a third. Amidst the jubilation and curses, Outyin, feeling the weight of misfortune, smacked his forehead in frustration. He muttered a reminder to Xiao Feng to not forget those 4 words upon awakening before departing, his mind swirling with thoughts of the gold coins he had lost. Golden coins. How foolish of me. Chapter 15. The legendary principal staff in the Xiao family mansion. Xiaoyi received news from his subordinates, his expression darkening. Useless. Always stirring up trouble. With holy level aptitude, since we are already at odds. Send word to eliminate him at the first opportunity. We, the Xiao family, have stood tall in the empire for 7 centuries. We cannot afford to have a future holy-level adversary. Fubois, I entrust this matter to you. Fubois, with his dim eyes, suddenly gleamed with resolve. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. With a single strike defeating a mid-level third-tier Xiaofeng, Ao Tian garnered fame within the academy. Each time he ventured out, various individuals sought his favor, leaving Ao Tian feeling overwhelmed by the attention. Stay low-key, he thought, yet somehow his efforts to remain humble only drew more attention. I truly wish to avoid such high visibility. Should others learn of Ao Tian's sentiments, they would undoubtedly scoff at his naivete, accusing him of wanting fame without the means to achieve it. In the royal palace, Emperor Long Yin perused the documents before him, exclaiming, a 13-year-old mid-level fourth tier. He may become a legend in the future. After a moment of silence, he gestured, summoning a cloaked figure. Long Lao, instruct the princes and princesses to ensure they do not offend Ao Tian. They must find ways to befriend him. With that, the cloaked figure vanished. This was the second time Long Yin had made such a decree, underscoring its importance. The duel at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts unveiled Ao Tian's prowess to the various families, prompting them to make decisive choices. Far away in the city of Chaos, staff received the academy's news and felt a surge of excitement. Another student with holy-level aptitude had emerged. He hurried back to the imperial capital, thinking, my dear disciple, you are already claimed by me. Await my arrival. Meanwhile, Ao Tian at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts pondered what to have for dinner, determined to indulge himself. I must eat to my heart's content, he mused. As he entered the dining hall, he brushed off the sycophants who flocked to him and made his way to the noble food section. Auntie, I would like 5 servings of roasted magical lamb, 2 servings of fresh fish soup, 3 servings of tomato scrambled mountain eggs, and 10 servings of bear paw. The surrounding crowd stared in disbelief. Could he possibly consume all that? The kitchen staff was momentarily stunned, only managing to inform him, young master. That comes to a total of 80,000 gold coins. Before returning to the kitchen, Ao Tian settled at a spacious table, watching the young women busily placing their orders. A moment later, a feast was served, one dish after another. Goodness, how can he eat so much? Fatty, aren't you the so-called god of eating? Look at him. Ordering so much. Can you compare? One of the onlookers remarked. The fatty, taken aback, retorted, huffed, ordering so much. I don't believe he can finish it all. Hey, is that Ao Tian? The one who knocked out Xiaofeng with a single strike yesterday? He is consuming so much, like a dragon. A group of young women dining nearby overheard the conversation and turned to look. Wow, it's Ao Tian. So handsome. What a shame he is such a glutton. Ao Tian, gnawing on a bare paw, felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing himself compared to a dragon. It was merely a coincidence, he thought. And he continued to eat. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, Elena appeared, clad in white, resembling a celestial being. Wow, Ao Tian. How can you eat so much? She exclaimed, astonished at the pile of bones on his table. Ao Tian's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered. Oh, Elena, you don't understand. I'm so pitiful. I've been starving all day, nearly to death. Elena took a seat, watching him eat, which made Ao Tian feel somewhat bashful. Elena, are you not eating? If not, join me. Oh, I haven't tea, but how can I? She replied, her cheeks reddening as if caught in a secret. She picked up some tomato scrambled eggs, delicately nibbling as she compared herself to Ao Tian's voracious appetite. After devouring his meal, Ao Tian sighed in satisfaction. Ah, that was delightful. Finally, I'm full. Elena stared at him in disbelief, exclaiming, Ao Tian, you needed to eat that much to be satisfied? It's hard to believe your slender frame can hold so much. Ao Tian chuckled awkwardly, replying, perhaps I just have excellent digestion. Ah-ha-ha. Changing the subject, he asked, Elena, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to take you out. Hearing what felt like an invitation to a date, Elena's face flushed again, and she softly replied, indicating her agreement. They departed together. In the dining hall, the nearby men watched the scene unfold, pounding their chests in disbelief. Good heavens, Ice Queen has melted away just like that. How did it happen? After dinner, Ao Tian and Elena strolled around the campus, engaged in deep conversation until they parted ways to return to their dormitories, Elena still displaying a hint of reluctance. Shortly after arriving at his villa, Ao Tian was interrupted by Mentor Liang, who informed him that the principal was seeking him. The legendary mid-level principal of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts had been the protector of the Law Sea Empire for over 500 years. Under Mentor Liang's guidance, Ao Tian arrived at a small grove. Passing through the trees, he came upon a stone house. Ao Tian, the principal is inside. I'll take my leave now. After casting an appreciative glance at Ao Tian, Liang departed. Before the stone house, the heavy stone door creaked open. Enter. A frail voice beckoned. Inside, an elderly man with red hair sat, his weathered face marked by time, yet his bright eyes sparkled with vitality. Tian sensed a profound mystery in those piercing eyes. Come to my side, the elder invited. Staff, increasingly astonished, felt a surge of fear within him. Holy level aptitude? No, this was clearly a humanoid beast. With his mid-level legendary insight, he recognized Tian's true form. He was a living golden dragon, albeit slim and lacking wings. How curious. The power within him was sufficient to rival the pinnacle of human holy level beings. Tian felt uncomfortable under Staff's gaze and cleared his throat. Staff chuckled and said, I have a significant question for you, Tian. Can you tell me? A question? Tian inquired, maintaining a calm facade. Old sir, what is your question? Please ask away. Staff stared intently into Tian's eyes. Are you a golden dragon? Startled by the revelation, Tian considered whether to produce the jade slip for safety, calling upon Uncle Laka in case of unforeseen circumstances. While internally shaken, he maintained an outward composure. Old sir, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Staff smiled reassuringly. Do not be afraid. With my mid-level legendary perception, it is clear to me that your true form is that of a golden dragon. Aside from lacking large wings and being somewhat slender, you are unmistakably a golden dragon. Furthermore, I have connections with the dragon race and mean you no harm. Haha, if you don't believe me, come see. With that, he exited the stone house. And Tian followed, encountering a towering 15-meter-tall red dragon. The outside world knows Staffu as a legendary mid-tier fire magic practitioner. Yet they remain unaware that he is accompanied by a peak holy domain red dragon, a serendipitous encounter from his early days. Old man, why are you calling out? Are we about to engage in a brawl? The great Halus still requires his beauty sleep. The summoned Halus, disturbed from his dreams, let out a yawn. Halus, I summoned you for no particular reason, merely to allay this young friend's suspicions. Staffu addressed Outyin. Upon witnessing the emergence of the red dragon, Outyin exhaled in relief, urging Staffu to return the dragon and resume their conversation in the stone house. Chapter 16. Apprenticeship inside the stone house, Staffu remarked to Outyin. Now you should be able to speak freely. I admit, I am akin to a giant dragon. Staffu paused, puzzled by Outyin's wording. What do you mean by akin? This logic is perplexing. Since our meeting, I have harbored doubts regarding your holy level qualifications. Surely, it's more than that. A dragon only reaches maturity and gains holy domain power after 5 centuries. You must be a mere whelp. Quite the oddity to have attained the holy domain. Outyin felt his head spin, contemplating how to navigate this conversation. Cough. I fear I cannot divulge such matters. If you're worried I'll cause a ruckus, I might just return to the beast forest tomorrow. Staffa burst into laughter. No. Since you choose not to share, how could I possibly press you? Everyone has their secrets, right? You can stir up trouble at the academy without concern. I may even assist you in concealing your true form, as long as no demigod witnesses it. However, I do have a small request. Upon hearing the potential resolution to his dilemma, Outyin muttered softly, cough. First of all, I have no interest in men, especially not elderly ones. Guided by the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, I shall not comply. Staffa's face immediately turned a shade of green. What are you thinking? Goodness, I have no interest in you. I merely wish. Staffu was interrupted by Outyin, who declared, any request must align with my principles and not transcend my moral boundaries. As a law-abiding citizen, I would rather perish than engage in wrongdoing. Staffu, his forehead lined with sweat, felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, fearful he might be tempted to strike Outyin. Rest assured, I will not violate your principles or moral standards, nor will I compel you to commit any misdeeds. I merely wish for you to test your abilities, to reveal your full strength without holding back. Outyin, upon realizing this was the intent, readily agreed, eager to discover his limits. Not wasting time, Staffu retrieved a crystal approximately 20 square centimeters in size, significantly larger than the testing crystal previously encountered at the academy. Likely a premium item, this testing crystal can assess divine level qualifications. Should your qualifications exceed divine level, it will not yield results. This was left to me by my master. Place your hand upon it and grasp firmly. Give it your all. Do not hold back, Staffu instructed Outyin. Outyin gripped the crystal with his right hand, focusing his mind as waves of mental energy flowed into it. The brilliance intensified rapidly, soon radiating with the golden glow indicative of divine level qualifications. Staffu's excitement soared as he exclaimed, my heavens! The Xintian continent is finally about to witness a divine powerhouse. Suddenly, the crystal shattered. leaving both Staffu and Out Yin momentarily stunned. Old man, what is this? It broke. How shoddy. Out Yin scoffed, mocking Staffu. Staffu, equally perplexed by the occurrence, suddenly recalled something and began to leap for joy, causing Out Yin to retreat a few steps, wary of this seemingly deranged elder. Staffu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Out Yin, who felt a chill run down his spine. Were this a delicate maiden, Out Yin might have entertained romantic notions. However, the reality was far more daunting. A centuries-old man. A wave of discomfort washed over him, and had Staffu known Out Yin's thoughts, he might have unleashed a fiery rebuke. After a prolonged stare, Staffu managed a sheepish smile. Out Yin, come here. This is tea brewed from snow lotus gathered from the summit of the icy peaks. It possesses remarkable properties for cleansing the soul and enhancing mental acuity. A treasure suitable for both holy and legendary realms. Come, Out Yin, give it a taste. Out Yin resumed his seat, observing Staffu's unexpectedly cheerful demeanor and the tea brewed in an icy crystal vessel. Surely, this old man isn't adding any sort of poison? He mused, taking a whiff. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, confirming Staffu's claims. He took a hearty sip, prompting Staffu to mutter about being wasteful, as such delicacies were meant to be savored. Yet, despite his internal grumbling, Staffu retained a smile. Out Yin felt invigorated, his mental energy bolstered by 20%. And he sensed a newfound clarity within. How does it taste? Impressive, yes? Hee, I still have a pound left. Just agree to a small request of mine. Staffu finally revealed his ulterior motive. I knew you would pull something like this. I've already acquiesced to your first request, and now you present me with another? How amusing. Staffu replied, this request is quite minor and beneficial to you. Agree, and I shall promptly resolve that other matter. Speak, what is it? I desire you to take me as your master, Staffu said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Imagining this young man becoming a divine entity under his tutelage filled Staffu with pride. Ah, how clever of me. Out Yin was taken aback. A master with such connections is not to be underestimated. Greetings, master. Upon hearing this, Staffu erupted with joy, but the following sentence nearly caused him to choke. Master, since I have pledged my loyalty, what treasures do you bestow upon your disciple? Let us see them. Nothing too shabby, haha. If not, a few million gold coins will suffice. Out Yin fixed his gaze on Staffu. Cough. As a master, one must of course provide valuable gifts to their disciple. Here, take this. I shall help you resolve that matter. This is a mirage mask, a quasi-artifact quality item. Its effect is to conceal your true essence when worn on the face and alter your appearance. However, it will be ineffective against mid-tier demigods and above. Were it not for your potential as my esteemed disciple, I would not part with such a treasure. Staffu reluctantly presented the mirage mask to Out Yin. The mask, shaped like a face, was crafted from a flowing white elemental substance. Upon wearing it, Out Yin felt no sensation. This old man isn't playing tricks on me, is he? Imagining his own visage, Out Yin employed the water mirror technique to observe his transformed countenance, now marked with a peculiar visage. It seems the old man was truthful. How is it? Not bad, right? Follow me, and I shall present you with a greeting gift while allowing you to witness my treasures. Staffu beckoned cheerfully. As he traversed a corridor, Staff placed his left palm into a hand-shaped slot, unleashing a legendary aura. With a resounding bang, an enigmatic door of unknown material swung open. Upon entering the 40-square-meter chamber, he was met with an abundance of magical artifacts and various equipment. But more importantly, the floor was strewn with countless gleaming gold coins. Dazzling Aotion's dragon eyes. Had Staff glanced at Aotion's gaze at that moment, he would have noticed the glimmering orbs reflecting his excitement. Ignoring Staff, Aotion swiftly lunged towards the coins, rapidly collecting them. In mere seconds, a multitude of gold coins filled the dragon god's space, leaving Staff in astonishment. A large piece of pitch-black stone, about 5 meters in size, caught his attention. Through the dragon clan's ancestral memories, he recognized it as heavenly meteor iron. After stowing it away, he continued to search and discovered a reddish-yellow shield, imbued with subtle powers. Instinctively, Aotion sensed it was a valuable item. Watching Aotion claim the heavenly meteor iron, Staff's lips twitched again, and upon seeing the shield also being acquired, he chuckled. This item, devoid of any noticeable fluctuations, was a useless trinket that somehow got picked up. In the end, Aotion gathered over 30 million gold coins, along with 10 boxes of crystal cores varying in level. 3 legendary staves, 1 legendary dagger, and 1 semi-divine bow, concluding his treasure hunt. Staff gazed at the few semi-divine artifacts remaining, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet he consoled himself that acquiring a disciple destined for divinity was still a worthwhile endeavor. Chapter 17. The beautiful history mentor, Kaisa Lin. With a clear mind, Ao Tian returned to his villa, recalling a small gathering array for cultivation from his memories. At his level, being of the dragon lineage, he required more of the world's spiritual energy than an ordinary holy domain individual. He took out 80 level 6 crystal cores and some high-quality magic crystals, arranging them according to the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kuan, Kan, Li, Zhen, Jin, Sun, and Dui. With a series of intricate gestures, a subtle force enveloped the air, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth thickened, forming a mist-like aura. To remain inconspicuous, Ao Tian reluctantly utilized some additional crystal cores to create an illusory formation, concealing the situation within the room. This would effectively block detection from those below the legendary level. Even those in the holy domain would become lost without Ao Tian's guidance. The marvels of Huaxiao Taoism ignited a fervor within him. Taking this step into cultivation, Ao Tian felt increasingly extraordinary, convinced that he would soon become a formidable force. Conquer Dragon Island, overturn the rules, and reunite with his parents. A true hero requires allies. 3 skilled craftsmen can surpass Zhuge Liang. Ao Tian knew that without extraordinary strength, he must also possess influence. It was time to establish his own power. Calming his mind, the mist-like spiritual energy surged into Ao Tian's body like a tempest. If his previous true power resembled a small stream, then at this moment, it was akin to a vast ocean, with countless energies transforming into a liquid state. Confused about his own strength level, he shook his head and set aside his thoughts. As night passed, the playful sun quietly painted the sky with a rosy hue. At sunrise, Ao Tian leaped onto the rooftop of the villa, where the rising sun was more conducive to cultivation. Threads of purple energy, illuminated by the sun, were drawn into him. The power of the purple energy evidently exceeded his true power. The once pure, viscous energy gradually turned purple. Was this the so-called innate purple energy? Indeed, remarkable. Before long, the purple energy dissipated, and with a slight tremor, he moved lightly, finding himself 10 miles away, eager to enjoy a hearty breakfast. The mundane classes at the academy made Ao Tian's mind wander. After a midday break, the next round of tedious lessons commenced. What is a beauty that brings disaster? What is a city-destroying beauty? With flowing purple hair cascading to her waist and an exquisitely enchanting face, her striking violet eyes exuded an otherworldly charm. The Pope assigned her task. There were 3 candidates for the position of quasi-saintess, each designated to spread teachings in the capitals of the Ross Empire, the Aofa Empire, and the Chasing Wind Empire. Kaisa Lin was assigned to the Ross Empire, which advocated the doctrines of the Light God, tasked with eliminating the local church's branch. However, she found herself at a disadvantage. To pass the test, she could not utilize the power of the church or her family, which troubled her greatly. If she were to employ her family's influence and be discovered, her qualification as a quasi-saintess would be revoked, leaving her aspirations of becoming a saint in ruins. To spread teachings in the capital of Ross, one must have connections. Gifted since childhood, she arrived at the capital and successfully enrolled at the Royal Magic Martial Academy as a history teacher. Her stunning beauty brought many mentors to their knees, and with a mere command, she could have them do her bidding. To avoid alarming the higher-ups, she had to proceed cautiously. Yet, she still felt overwhelmed. "Hello, students. I am the new history teacher, Kaisa Lin." She introduced herself, her sweet smile captivating a group of males, inciting jealousy among some female students. The history of Xiantian continent is profound, with ancient texts documenting over 200,000 years of history. Legends say that 200,000 years ago was the era of gods and demons, where deities were commonplace. At that time, the area of Xiantian continent was 100 times larger than it is now. However, an unknown event triggered a cataclysmic war between gods and demons, shattering countless continents, leaving historical records fragmented. Ao Tian listened intently, surprised to learn historical accounts he had never inherited from his clan, now recounted by a history teacher. This stirred a sense of vigilance within him. What was her origin? The history of the dragon clan was ancient, and he had never heard of such tales. Were they forbidden? Why could she speak of them? Despite his confusion, it was not his concern as long as she did not provoke him. This was the class in which Ao Tian paid the most attention, and it was also the most earnest session for all the boys in the class. Kaisa Lin spoke for a long time, inwardly lamenting the challenges of being a teacher, her throat dry from speaking. Observing the engrossed students, she took a moment to rest her eyes, glancing at Ao Tian in the corner. His raven black hair and deep, penetrating eyes sparkled with intelligence. Mid-level level 4 strength? This little fellow appears to be around 13 years old and possesses such power. Could he be Aotion, renowned for his examination of saintly qualifications in the capital? In a world where holy domain talents were in short supply, it would be advantageous to cultivate a future holy domain expert. Damn, it seems I must invest some effort. At 20, she had recently broken through to level 6. As a genius of the Dark God Church, she had stabilized her position as a quasi-saintess. Ordinary talents were beneath her notice, but upon seeing Aotion's potential, she could not resist a flirtatious glance, her long lashes fluttering as she smiled at him. The boys in the class, noticing her smile directed at Aotion, each believed it was meant for them, lost in blissful delusion. Aotion, observing the enchanting woman at the podium casting alluring glances his way, recognized the teasing intent and couldn't help but smirk. One of the students stood, asking, "What is your name?" Kaisa Lin, intentionally feigning ignorance, pointed towards Aotion. Upon being called, Aotion paused in surprise, rising with a mischievous smile. "Beautiful." The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The boys felt as though the lesson had passed in an instant, wishing it would never end. "Students, class is dismissed. Aotion, please visit my office," she instructed before exiting the classroom. Chapter 18. Flotation. What does this beauty want with me? Aotion pondered, following Kaisa Lin with curiosity. As he walked slowly behind her, he reveled in the visual feast of her graceful figure, chuckling to himself, causing Kaisa Lin, ahead of him, to shudder with goosebumps. What was this boy thinking, laughing so mischievously? Indeed, that was Kaisa Lin's thought. The academy's instructors enjoyed excellent benefits, each having their own office, approximately 20 square meters in size. Upon entering the office, Aotion casually took a seat, awaiting her instructions. Kaisa Lin sat with her legs crossed, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Aotion, the atmosphere growing strangely tense. The patience of the two individuals was commendable. After being stared at by Kaisa Lin for quite some time, Aotion was rendered speechless, pondering the peculiarities of this woman. It seemed that she required the intervention of the illustrious young master. Should she request it, adhering to the principle of kindness, he would undoubtedly assist her without charge. Since she was gazing at him, he would return the gaze, smirking mischievously. With their eyes locked, Aotion's gaze grew increasingly fervent, causing Kaisa Lin, accustomed to such attention, to feel an unsettling sensation wash over her, her enchanting visage reddening. Having perused the scant records regarding Aotion, Kaisa Lin noted that they only mentioned his rescue of the young lady from the Balaton family, Elena Balaton, followed by his admission into the academy after being tested for holy level qualifications. The absence of prior information rendered him enigmatic, as if he had materialized out of thin air. This only piqued Kaisa Lin's interest further. An ancient adage suggested that when a woman develops an interest in a man, it marks the beginning of her downfall. With a playful shake of her delicate form, Kaisa Lin giggled. Suddenly, the dark-boned spear, evidently displeased by the attention it garnered, compelled her to teach this young man a lesson. In a mere heartbeat, the spear, extending over a meter in length, was thrust toward Aotion's chest. The thought of witnessing the sanguine spectacle excited her, as she mused that if she did not assert herself, he might mistakenly assume she was a frail creature. However, Aotion's keen eyes sparkled as he perceived the spear's approach, which, in his perception, moved with agonizing slowness, allowing him to effortlessly shatter it with 2 fingers of his left hand. Kaisa Lin was utterly astonished. How could this be? He was merely at the mid-level of the 4th tier. Even a 5th-tier expert would suffer grievously at such close range. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, and her lips parted in utter astonishment. Delighting in Kaisa Lin's expression, Aotion chuckled silently as he shattered the bone spear. In an instant, he appeared before her, deftly pressing 2 fingers on a pressure point that rendered her immobile. Kaisa Lin's body stiffened, panic gripping her heart as she exclaimed, "What sorcery is this? Release me at once." "Ah, my fair lady, how dare you ambush me? Had it not been for my own capabilities, you might have succeeded in your treachery." Aotion retorted with a cold smirk. Reflecting on the sudden attack of the dark-boned spear sent a chill through him. A typical mid-tier 4th-level practitioner would have perished instantly. The most treacherous hearts often belong to the most beautiful faces, and he acknowledged his momentary lapse in caution. "Oh dear, I was mistaken. Please, release me," Kaisa Lin implored, her voice tinged with desperation. "Releasing you is not so simple. You see, this is a technique passed down in my family. Once a pressure point is activated, it takes 5 hours for it to naturally release. Unfortunately, my skills are limited. I have only mastered the art of sealing, not of freeing." Aotian feigned helplessness. 5 hours was an eternity for Kaisi Lin, who felt a wave of dread wash over her. If he chose to act upon his desires, she had no doubt that her beauty and allure would prove irresistible to any man. Should he take advantage of her, her hopes of becoming a saintess would vanish. For a saintess must maintain her purity. The weight of regret pressed heavily upon her. Aotian circled Kaisi Lin, contemplating the precarious situation. He wrestled with his thoughts, torn between temptation and morality, with the voice of a devil urging him forward and that of a cherubic angel cautioning him against such impropriety. His mind was a tumultuous battleground. Finally, after much deliberation, he resolved, chuckling to himself, that he was indeed a man of high moral standing. With a gentle smile, he gazed at Kaisi Lin and whispered, "Beautiful and captivating Kaisi Lin, do refrain from such recklessness in the future. Should you repeat this folly, I might not be so forgiving." With a mischievous grin, he planted a kiss upon her lips and, before departing, playfully caressed her cheek, leaving Kaisi Lin in a flustered state. Relieved that he had not taken advantage of her, she exhaled deeply. Eventually, the pressure point released, and as she bit her lip, a drop of blood emerged. Ignoring the pain, Kaisi Lin swore, "Aotian, you wretched man, next time, I shall have my revenge." A fleeting complexity of emotions crossed her face. Chapter 19. The gathering of treasures and sword forging today, the common folk were brimming with pride. Aotian merrily sang as he walked, drawing curious glances from passers-by. He savored the lingering fragrance on his palms, chuckling to himself. As he strolled, he was intercepted by his nominal mentor, Staffu, who, without uttering a word, grasped Aotian's hand and whisked him to the academy's courtyard, which was bustling with instructors. Chapter 20. The royal auction house with the longing sword secured, Aotian prepared to venture forth, seeking certain rare herbs necessary for low-level elixirs. As he ambled toward the school gate, hands clasped behind his head in a carefree manner, he was met with the voice of Elena. "Aotian, it's been 2 days. Where have you been?" 2 days? Goodness, I spent 2 days forging a sword," he marveled, glancing at the bashful Elena before grinning. "Come, let me take you out and present you with a gift." Elena, blushing under his gaze, nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. Hearing the invitation from the man she admired, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Sure." With a gentle embrace, Aotian led her out of the school gates. "Do you know where I might find some herbs?" he inquired. "Ah, Aotian, you've asked the right person. My family owns a herb shop, well stocked with rare and high-quality materials. The Royal Auction House also holds auctions weekly where herbs are sold. Then let us visit your family's shop," he decided. "Absolutely," Elena exclaimed, leading Aotian in a brisk run to a store named Jinchaoge. "Good day, miss," greeted the guard at the entrance respectfully. Inside, Elena encouraged Aotian, "Look for what you need. I'll assist you." Aotian surveyed the array of herbs on display, striving to discern their qualities. "What? They have Wu Jin Xiao, the main ingredient for crafting the second-tier golden elixir, and it's only 1,000 gold coins." He promptly purchased it and continued browsing. After gathering 100 of each material needed for the Qi recovery pill, he took Elena's hand and ascended to the second floor. There, he discovered exquisite herbs, including the primary ingredient for the Shisui pill, Lanin Chao. After securing 3,000-year-old ginseng, he inquired, "Elena, could you have your family help gather some herbs? Money is no object." "Of course," Elena replied enthusiastically, quickly sketching the shapes and names of the herbs on a piece of paper and sending it off. "Elena, when does the Royal Auction House begin?" "Today is the day of the auction, Aotian, but it won't start until the afternoon. It said there will be many valuable items," she responded. "Oh, how fortuitous," he expressed with anticipation. "Come with me. I have a gift for you." With a playful grin, Aotian led Elena into his villa, closing the door behind them. As Aotian presented her with the legendary staff he had acquired from his mentor, the magical energy emanating from it created ripples in the air. Elena's astonishment was palpable. "Oh my, Aotian, is this what you're giving me? It's beautiful." Aotian sighed inwardly, thinking beautiful. Ah, indeed. The thoughts of the legendary staff surpass what we mere mortals can comprehend. "It is merely beautiful," it claims. "Ahem, Elena, let me tell you, this is a legendary great staff, imbued with fire magic. Behold the level 8 crystal core atop the staff, engraved with the spell Inferno's Wrath at level 8, and an enhancement of 30% firepower. This, my dear, is the gift I bestow upon you." "Thank you, Outyin." With those words, a delighted Elena leaned in and kissed Outyin, her cheeks flushing crimson as she embraced the staff with great affection. "Furthermore, allow me to present you with a spatial ring to safeguard the staff from prying eyes." Outyin removed his spatial ring, erasing his mental imprint before handing it to Alina. My goodness, this is far too precious for me to accept. Besides, if I take it, you will have none left. Alina shook her head and attempted to return it to Outyin. With a chuckle, Outyin reassured her, fear not, for I have plenty more. Here, take it, dear. At this, Alina ceased her objections. Alina, when the batch of herbs arrives, call for me, and I shall assist you in refining them to enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Alina gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Outyin, you are truly remarkable. You can even refine herbs. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Outyin held the enchanting beauty closely, remarking, well, do you not know who I am? With that, he leaned in to kiss her luscious lips, savoring the sweetness that lingered. After the kiss, Alina leaned weakly against Outyin, a sense of tranquility enveloping them. As time slipped by, noon approached swiftly. Outyin and Alina had grown closer, almost breaching that final barrier. As was customary, Outyin ordered an extravagant feast, indulging heartily. Alina, watching Outyin devour the food, could not help but smile brightly. After their delightful repast, they strolled about, deepening their bond. The royal auction house loomed before them, a towering edifice of 20 meters, stretching wide with hundreds of meters in breadth. Flanking the entrance stood 2 golden-armored guards of level 6, exuding an aura of lethal intent, having claimed countless lives. The atmosphere brimming with a sense of dread deterred any ill-intentioned souls nearby, and Outyin, with Alina in his embrace, walked unperturbed into the royal auction house. Presenting their token, they were escorted by a respectful attendant to an exclusive VIP room on the upper floor. Prior to arriving at the royal auction house, Outyin had acquired a token from an elderly man who owned a private VIP room within the auction house, which Outyin had now claimed for himself. Inside the room, a white curtain hung before them, said to allow those inside to see out while concealing their presence from the outside. On the table lay a sound amplifier and an auction button. After settling in, the attendant soon arrived with platters of fruits and pastries, inviting Alina to join him as they awaited the commencement of the auction. 100,000 gold coins, 115,000 gold coins, 116,000 gold coins, 116,500 gold coins, 120,000 gold coins. Ultimately, a level 6 mid-tier Hurricane Magic Wolf Crystal Core was bought by a gray-robed man in the audience for 140,000 gold coins. Several more level 6 crystal cores were subsequently auctioned off at high prices. Chapter 21, The Auction Frenzy. Yohanko, a rare herb flourishing upon the icy glaciers of the northernmost regions, possesses the ability to enhance one's aptitude for water and ice magic. The starting bid is set at 100,000 gold coins. In the VIP room above, a middle-aged man turned to an elderly gentleman beside him, declaring, the Wong family must secure this. It will elevate that cold girl's potential to even greater heights, ensuring her future as a master of the sacred domain. Yes, my lord, 120,000 gold coins. We of the Wong family shall take it. I hope everyone will show us some respect. A deep, resonant voice echoed. The Wong family is not the only contender. We of the Fong family shall take it for 140,000 gold coins. A sinister voice emerged from one of the upper VIP rooms. The rivalry among the prominent families drew the attention of the minor factions, who relished the spectacle. 140,000 gold coins, humph. 160,000 gold coins, 170,000 gold coins, 190,000 gold coins, 200,000 gold coins. Ahaha. Indeed, the Wong family possesses wealth, I shall concede. Within the Wong family VIP room, the middle-aged man wore a grim expression. Although they had incurred substantial losses, they had at least managed to secure the future of the sacred domain, which was worth every coin spent. 2 more legendary items were auctioned off, each fetching over 1,000,000 gold coins. Next up was an item of dubious origin, with no set starting price. A beautiful woman, though puzzled as to why this item was being auctioned off so late, knew it was not her concern. What is this ominous black cube? It emits no magical fluctuations. Can my mental energy penetrate it? The audience buzzed with speculation. Outyin, observing from above, narrowed his eyes, recognizing the characters inscribed upon the black cube. The Tao of heaven and earth is undetectable by others, yet Outyin, having practiced the cultivation techniques, discerned its extraordinary nature. As his mental energy entered the stone, it was absorbed entirely. How intriguing. 100 gold coins, the young master in the VIP room called out. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The crowd fell silent, staring at Outyin's room as if he were a fool. 100 gold coins, first call. 100 gold coins, second call. 100 gold coins, third call. Congratulations to the young master above for acquiring this item. Within the Fong family's VIP room, Fong Yu exclaimed in surprise. Is that the exclusive room of the legendary director? Lord Staff? Yes, my lord. It appears to be a young man, likely the one newly accepted by director's staff, possessing sacred-level potential. Indeed. The attendant delivered the black cube to Outyin, who paid in gold and examined it closely. Outyin, what purpose does this dark stone serve? Are you merely collecting it? Alina inquired, puzzled. Haha, Nana, this item is rather extraordinary, and only your man can discern its significance. Alina rolled her eyes. As Outyin continued to probe the stone with his mental energy, it all vanished within. Goodness, if this continues, my mental energy will be drained. Severing the mental connection. Outyin pricked his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall. The black cube absorbed the blood and vanished, eliciting a gasp of surprise from Alina. Upon introspection, Outyin discovered the cube's form had transformed. A white, ancient stone now resided within his dantian, the dragon-shaped sword within his dantian refraining from approaching the white stone, displaying a distinct sense of wariness and fear. Sensing no immediate danger, Outyin dismissed the thought and returned his focus to the auction. The pinnacle-level crystal core of the radiant white tiger, starting at 500,000 gold coins, commenced bidding. The various families in the upper chamber swiftly entered the fray, the price skyrocketing to 1 million gold coins in an instant. Eventually, it was claimed by the royal family for 1,300,000 gold coins. As the beautiful woman unveiled the curtain, the powerful magical aura of the white staff surged forth, causing ripples in the surrounding space. This was the grand finale item of the auction, the demigod-level staff of brilliance, with a starting price of 5 million gold coins. My goodness, a semi-divine artifact. 5 million gold coins. At this juncture, only the powerful families remained in contention. The Archbishop of the Rose Empire, Rog, gazed intently at the staff, praising the god of light, declaring, "This item is fated to be mine. I bid 5,100,000 gold coins." Some noble families upstairs cursed Rog's audacity, while the royal family countered with 5,300,000 gold coins. The Balaton family joined in, bidding 5,500,000 gold coins. The Shao family raised their bid to 6 million gold coins. Archbishop Rog's expression tightened as the price continued to surge, nearing his limit. 7 million gold coins. He prepared to make a bold move to secure the staff, but his ambitions were thwarted. 8 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins. Ultimately, the wealthy Balaton family acquired it for 12 million gold coins. As the final item concluded its auction, the audience began to disperse. However, wait. Everyone. We have just received the latest news. A newcomer has presented 3 extraordinary items for auction. Therefore, do not rush, as these items are exceptional. We shall take a brief intermission of 1 hour, allowing everyone to prepare their funds. The crowd buzzed with surprise, and as the hour passed swiftly, families in need of funds gathered their resources, eagerly anticipating the auction's continuation. Behind the scenes, a 2-square-meter cage of mysterious iron was wheeled onto the stage by 2 attendants. The beautiful woman unveiled the black cloth draping the cage, revealing, "Oh my goodness, a colossal magical beast egg." A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as the enchanting woman, with a flick of her tongue, licked her alluring lips and declared, "Indeed, this is a beast egg, the egg of the peak-tier sacred realm beast, the Fire Phoenix. There is no minimum bidding price. The auction commences now." The price swiftly soared without bounds, escalating from 2,000,000 gold coins to 5,000,000 gold coins. Then 5,500,000 gold coins, and 6,000,000 gold coins. The voice of Ao Tian resonated. 6,500,000 gold coins. Determined, he exclaimed. 8,000,000 gold coins. The price had already surpassed the ordinary, making further increases seem unworthy. Ultimately, Ao Tian secured the Fire Phoenix's beast egg. After completing the payment, he took Elena's hand, saying, "Nah, let us proceed to acknowledge our bond. Let your blood recognize its master." Overwhelmed with joy, Elena responded with a firm followed by a sweet smile that left Ao Tian momentarily entranced. Once the blood bond was established, within a minute, a petite red fire phoenix broke free from the shell, its sparkling crimson eyes gazing at Elena, calling out, "Mama, Mama." Elena blushed, and the little fire phoenix flew into her embrace, twisting its body comfortably. Upon noticing Ao Tian nearby, it chirped, "Papa, Papa." Ao Tian's expression darkened at the childish call, while Elena laughed joyfully, glancing at the little fire phoenix in her arms. She decided, "I shall name you Xiaohong." In delight, Xiaohong circled around the two. A charming maid presented a basin containing a vial of elixir, the Xuanji Dan. which had a 50 chance of aiding a breakthrough to the sacred realm, with a starting bid of 1,000,000 gold coins. The bidding escalated. 1,050,000 gold coins. 1,070,000 gold coins. 1,100,000 gold coins, shouted an elder from the Fong family. 1,800,000 gold coins, countered another. Old Fong, I shall challenge you. Mumph. 2,000,000 gold coins. 3,000,000 gold coins for the first time. 3,000,000 gold coins for the second time. 3,000,000 gold coins for the third time. Congratulations to the Xiao family for winning the Xuanji Dan. Next, the final item was introduced, the young golden baiman, a creature capable of reaching the legendary realm with no minimum bid. The beautiful woman excitedly announced, the golden baiman, the royal lineage among the baiman. A rare variant of the ordinary baiman, may not appear for centuries. With magic crystals or cores for nourishment, it can mature to the peak of the sacred realm. And with effort, it can break through to the legendary realm. The Beast Emperor of the Orc Empire is a golden baiman at the initial legendary stage, yet strong enough to contend with those in the mid-legendary stage. Auctioning a golden baiman may offend the Orc Empire, but the Ross Empire is unafraid. Being millions of miles away and not fearing invasion, especially as it is merely an auction, a frenzy ensued as prominent families vied for the creature. With the elder Gu urging, return to gather family funds to bid on this young golden baiman. Within a century, we shall have a peak sacred realm powerhouse. Such discussions echoed in other VIP rooms, as the outcome of the auction could alter the power dynamics among the major families. The price soared from 1,000,000 gold coins to 9,000,000 gold coins, then to 10,000,000 gold coins. 11,000,000 gold coins, Ao Tian stated calmly. 15,000,000 gold coins. He added. The families were astonished. Ao Tian, a true prodigy, demonstrated immense wealth. Ultimately, Ao Tian secured the creature for 16,000,000 gold coins. A favorable outcome for all families, eager not to fall behind. After completing the transaction, Ao Tian forged a soul contract with the young golden baiman. As the auction concluded, Ao Tian quickly departed the royal auction house with Elena at his side. Days passed in a blur, with Ao Tian embracing Elena during the day and dedicating his nights to training. Occasionally, he ignored the murderous glares from Kaisa Lin, the petite beauty. In the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed, and the senior-level competition at the academy commenced. After weeks of intense training, a group of young men and women brimmed with confidence, eagerly anticipating the chance to participate in the Six-Nation exchange competition. Most senior class members possessed strength around level 4, while those in the Royal Magic Martial Academy could graduate upon reaching level 5. Some chose to remain as mentors for better training. The competitors, having drawn lots, had their opponents assigned. Ao Tian, with Elena nestled at his side, wove effortlessly through the crowd to the front of the viewing platform for an optimal view of the match. Wu Yu and Chu Dao, please step onto the stage. Ao Tian, capable of unleashing level 4 late-stage power, had already registered early. The grand arena buzzed with excitement, a throng of spectators gathering like ants. At the center of the high platform stood Dean's staff, flanked by the vice dean and various mentors. Enthusiastically, Dean's staff ignited the crowd's fervor, and after reciting the rules, the competition began, overseen by the royal dragon family's Long Fei. The two contenders exchanged polite greetings before Wu Yu launched a leaf slash towards Chu Dao. After a fierce exchange of over 20 moves, Wu Yu faltered and fell to the ground. Chu Dao wins, Long Fei proclaimed, his voice enveloped by the aura of fighting spirit that resonated through the arena. Xiao Yu and Wang Chong step onto the stage. Wow, it's Xiao Yu, so handsome. Xiao Yu, I love you. Various girls cried out. Xiao Yu gracefully leaped onto the arena, while Wang Chong followed suit. Ao Tian pointed at Xiao Yu and remarked to Elena, Nah, that pretty boy belongs to the Xiao family? Yes, he is a distant relative of the Xiao family. 21 years old, and his talent surpasses that of the direct heir, Xiao Feng, as he is reportedly at level 4 late stage. Ao Tian pondered, recognizing that a 21-year-old at level 4 late stage was indeed remarkable. Having previously defeated Xiao Feng in a single strike, it was curious that Xiao Feng had yet to appear. The Xiao family bore a grudge against him. While they would not openly confront him due to the elder's presence, he suspected they might plot something in secret. Should he eliminate the Xiao family? No, a family that had stood for centuries surely possessed hidden power. he decided to defer such thoughts for later. In the match, Xiao Yu at level 4 late stage faced Wang Chong at level 4 mid stage, and it wasn't long before Wang Chong was left bloodied and incapacitated. Xiao Yu wins. Ao Tian. Lu Fei, step onto the stage. Nah, I'll be right back. Wait for me here. Be careful, Ao Tian, Elena replied. With ethereal grace. Ao Tian leaped onto the stage, prompting a wave of cheers from the female audience, inciting jealousy in Elena. His opponent, a girl with green hair, appeared on stage. Unremarkable in appearance, but possessing a fair complexion. While Ao Tian typically refrained from engaging in combat with women, he recognized the necessity, and after feigning a few exchanges, he grew impatient. The storm of wind elements coalesced violently in his hands, and he directed it towards Lu Fei. The tempest swept her off the stage. Yet Ao Tian had restrained his power, ensuring she was unharmed, earning him a grateful glance from Lu Fei. Long Fei, the instructor, regarded Ao Tian with admiration, declaring, Ao Tian wins. As the morning progressed, the top 10 competitors were determined. Xiao Yu, Long Linger, Fang Zhong, Ao Tian, Wang Hu, Suoluo Baladun, Du Fei, Gan Basi, O Fei Te, and Long Xiang. After lunch, the competition intensified as they moved from 10 to 5. In a black barrel, 10 small balls awaited, each representing a competitor. The final draw revealed the pairings. Long Linger versus Fang Zhong, Xiao Yu versus Ao Tian, Wang Hu versus Suoluo Baladun, Du Fei versus Gan Basi, and Long Xiang versus O Fei Te, forming 5 pairs for the ensuing duels. The sturdy Fang Zhong took to the stage first. Clad in a snug swordsman's robe that accentuated his figure, with ultra-short shorts showcasing his long, powerful legs. His striking red hair and alluring features rendered him a captivating beauty. Gripping a silver spear that gleamed ominously, adorned with intricate engravings of a coiling dragon, he stood poised for battle. Long Linger faced Fang Zhong, and at that moment, her aura of peak level form manifested, her fiery red battle energy enveloping her like a valkyrie. A barrage of concentrated fire elements surged at the tip of her spear, striking fiercely toward Fang Zhong. His expression grew grave as he executed a wild slash with his blade. The clash of crimson elemental power collided with his azure energy, causing a sudden discomfort in his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back 5 steps, leaving cracks in the ground beneath him. Sensing an opportunity, Long Linger unleashed a more explosive concentration of fiery elements at the spearhead, the surrounding space erupting with explosive sounds. In haste, Fang Zhong attempted to defend himself, but was sent flying off the arena, losing consciousness. Long Fei stroked his beard with satisfaction, proclaiming Long Linger the victor. Now it was his turn. He chuckled, anticipating how he would teach Xiao Yu a lesson. After receiving Elena's concern, Ao Tian stepped onto the arena. The two faced each other. Xiao Yu's countenance darkened as he recalled the family head's orders to incapacitate Ao Tian if possible, though this would also incur the ire of Dean's staff, making him a pawn at risk. Taking a deep breath, he felt a sense of bitterness about his fate. A wicked smile crept across Ao Tian's lips as he extended his middle finger toward Xiao Yu, who was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Ao Tian initiated the confrontation. With a thunderous impact, the ground shattered beneath his feet as he charged at Xiao Yu with his bare fists, the air compressing rapidly, producing a sonic boom with his speed. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Ao Tian's velocity, hastily attempting to block the incoming attack. The overwhelming force struck him, and he felt his bones fracture under the pressure, the oppressive aura suffocating him. Xiao Yu was hurled 8 meters back, struggling for a moment before his arms fell limp and weak. Observing Xiao Yu struggle to rise, Ao Tian launched another punch at his abdomen. Blood gushed from Xiao Yu's mouth as he crumpled to the ground, his face pale. How miserable Xiao Yu is, someone remarked. Indeed, came the reply. As Xiao Yu fell again, gasping for breath, he retrieved a berserker potion from his bosom and downed it in one gulp, while Ao Tian watched silently. Upon consuming the potion, Xiao Yu erupted with a furious roar, his veins bulging grotesquely on his face, his arms swelling with power. A violent surge of emotion coursed through him, dulling his awareness of pain, his eyes turning bloodshot as he charged at Ao Tian. His strength amplified by the potion now reaching early level 5. Some instructors gasped in astonishment, prompting Director Long Fei to turn and seek the Dean's counsel. Dean's staff responded with a reassuring glance, allowing Long Fei to breathe a sigh of relief. As Ao Tian regarded the significantly empowered Xiao Yu charging toward him, he felt a wave of disdain wash over him. In an instant, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, white mist swirling as Ao Tian shouted, "Frost Punch," and retaliated. The impact of fist against fist, flesh against flesh, unleashed a freezing frost that nearly encased Xiaoyu, immobilizing him in a crystalline sculpture of ice. Long Fei watched in awe, exclaiming, "Ao Tian the victor." With that, Ao Tian dashed to Elena's side, while Xiaoyu was carried off the arena for medical attention. Wang Hu faced off against Sua Luo Ba La Dun. The peak level 4 Sua Luo Ba La Dun clashed with Wang Hu of late level 4. Exchanging powerful blows until Sua Luo Ba La Dun emerged victorious. Du Fei confronted Ganba Si, conjuring 10 sharp ice arrows that hurtled toward Ganba Si. With a flash, Ganba Si activated his luminous shield, a translucent barrier of light blocking the ice arrows. Frost spell. Sword of light. The sword of light pierced through the frost spell, sending Du Fei flying out of the arena. Ganba Si claimed victory. Long Xiang faced a fight. As the two entered the arena, Long Xiang, with his eyes closed in deep concentration, opened them, a glimmer of determination flashing before he leaped onto the stage. While Ufight employed a wind technique to float gracefully to the arena. The battle commenced. Long Xiang wielded a massive sword. Earthy battle energy swirling around him as he initiated a mountain-shattering strike. Ufight countered with wind blades. Long Xiang shattered the wind blades and pressed forward, invoking a tearing technique. Countless gusts of wind spiraled around, forming cyclones that assaulted him. Long Xiang's expression grew serious as he fortified his energy armor, slashing through the cyclones. After a fierce exchange, Ufight's magical energy began to wane. Though slightly fatigued, Long Xiang executed a ground-shattering strike, causing numerous earthen spikes to erupt beneath Ufight, who, despite raising a wind shield, was pierced and bled profusely. Long Xiang was declared the victor, and Long Fei gestured for some to assist Ufight. The 5 representatives for the upcoming Six-Nation Exchange competition were confirmed: Long Linger, Ao Tian, Sua Luo Ba La Dun, Ganba Si, and Long Xiang. The crowd erupted in cheers. Director Long Fei raised his hand for silence, announcing that the top 3 would be decided starting tomorrow. The third-place winner would receive a level 6 crystal core. The second place, a high-level magical potion that could restore all magical energy or battle energy below Saint level within a quarter of an hour. And the first place would be awarded a Saint-level crystal core. The audience buzzed with excitement, longing to be among the victors. Chapter 23. Proposing marriage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon playfully ascended to take its place. After enjoying a sumptuous meal with Elena, Ao Tian savored the fragrance of the empty air surrounding him, feeling a sense of fulfillment. It was time to find an opportunity to bid farewell to his bachelorhood. Walking along the main road, Ao Tian felt a twinge of nervousness. At Elena's insistence, he was to meet his future in-laws as a suitor. Fearing their disapproval, he had persuaded the old man to accompany him under the pretense of not attending the exchange competition unless he did so. Upon receiving the news, Ruben Ba La Dun hurriedly welcomed Ao Tian and his party. "What brings you here, esteemed Dean?" Ruben Ba La Dun inquired respectfully. As the guardian of the Rose Empire and a Grand Duke, he naturally adopted a humble demeanor. The old man grinned broadly, as it was his first time witnessing the Dean in such a good mood. "Little Ben, I have come for your daughter," the old man said, his intentions clear. Ruben Ba La Dun's eyes lit up as he glanced at his daughter nestled in Ao Tian's embrace, quickly understanding the situation and beaming with joy. "Esteemed Dean, please, try this exquisite elven flower wine." After tasting it, the old man closed his eyes, focusing intently. Ao Tian recognized that it was his turn to speak, donning what he believed to be a warm smile, though it appeared somewhat cunning. "Greetings, uncle. I have come to propose marriage." He presented 2 legendary weapons, 10 million gold coins, and 2 chests of crystal cores and magic crystals, his grand gesture causing Ruben Ba La Dun's eyebrows to twitch. "Oh, since my daughter Nana is also fond of you, as a father, I cannot disrupt this bond. I accept." Ao Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father-in-law." Elena's face radiated with joy. Shortly afterward, Ao Tian's mother-in-law, Long Qiu, arrived. Upon hearing the news, her face alight with smiles. Ao Tian addressed her as mother-in-law, which brought her immense happiness. She pulled Elena aside for a conversation that left Elena blushing, bewildering Ao Tian. Before long, his brother-in-law, Sua Luo Ba La Dun, returned, exuding a boisterous charm. They shared drinks, quickly becoming as close as brothers, a bond Ao Tian cherished. Sua Luo Ba La Dun, a fire element warrior, received a legendary weapon that amplified fire element battle energy by 30% from Ao Tian, exciting him greatly. Now that everything is settled, a week from now will be an auspicious day. We'll finalize the arrangements over the next few days, and in 7 days, you shall wed. Ahaha. Ao Tian and Elena readily agreed. chatting for a while before parting ways. Elena remained with the Ba La Dun family while the old man returned home alone. As the night stretched on, Aotian strolled contentedly through the streets, having resolved a joyous matter. Suddenly, he found himself in a slum where dilapidated houses lined the street, and a faint voice reached his ears. "Mother, wake up." Approaching, Aotian witnessed a frail, malnourished boy weeping as he clutched a woman lying on a bed. Aotian gently patted the young man's shoulder, offering words of solace. "My young friend, take heart. Life and death are fated, and all things undergo the cycle of reincarnation. Here are 1,000 gold coins. Ensure your mother receives a proper burial." Yage ceased his weeping and bowed deeply to Aotian. "Thank you, benefactor. Once I have laid my mother to rest, my life will belong to you." Aotian replied, "Very well. Once the arrangements are complete, seek me at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." With that, he turned and departed, leaving Yage kneeling in reverence. Upon exiting, a surge of dark energy flickered by, drawing Aotian's attention. He stealthily approached and, through a gap, observed two cloaked figures. A hushed voice reached his ears. "Your Highness, the missionary, Lu Si, in the capital of the Alpha Empire, has been slain by the forces of the Light Church. I have come to warn you to exercise caution. Furthermore, His Holiness has permitted the use of familial powers this time." "Oh, haha, that foolish woman, Lu Si, is dead. Now it is just me and that hypocritical harlot, Li Fei." "Very well, Jibosi, I understand. Be careful not to be discovered by the Light Division." "Yes, Your Highness. You too must take care." With that, the figure transformed into mist and vanished. The other cloaked figure turned and departed as well. Aotian was taken aback to recognize the face of his history teacher, Kai Sa Lin. She was, in fact, a princess, a saint of the Dark Church. Returning to his villa, Aotian entered a meditative state as ethereal energy surged into his body. Suddenly, the white square in his dantian trembled, absorbing all the energy within him. The square radiated with the brilliance of the Tao of heaven and earth, humming for an unknown duration. As the surrounding mist-like energy dissipated, the square's pull remained strong, draining his true power rapidly. "Damn it, if this continues, I will be drained dry." He delved into the dragon god space and retrieved countless magic crystal cores, one by one, as they were consumed to dust. After exhausting 80 of the cores, all the magic crystals vanished. The white square gradually ceased its trembling, yet the brilliance of the Tao of heaven and earth continued to shine. It began to nourish Aotian, circulating a stream of white energy throughout his body. His meridians expanded, becoming more resilient, and his bones grew denser. Dark matter seeped from his skin's pores, and after an indeterminate time, the milky power coalesced in his dantian, compressing into a white elixir. A surge of pure energy erupted from his body, cleansing the dark impurities from his skin, rendering it as white as snow, enough to incite envy among women. Before long, Aotian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. This tremendous surge in power left no aftereffects, further solidifying his belief in the uniqueness of the white square. He felt that his physical strength had increased to over 20 times its previous capacity. His mental acuity transformed into divine consciousness, expanding his detection range from 1 kilometer to 10. With renewed vigor, Aotian approached the old man's stone house, calling out, "Old man, are you there?" With a thunderous sound, the stone door creaked open. "Come in, you rascal." "Haha, old man, I wish to spar with you." The old man paused. "You think you've grown wings, do you? Come, let us head to the back mountain. I shall teach you a lesson on respecting your elders." With that, he soared towards the back mountain. Aotian swiftly followed. The space behind the mountain was vast, devoid of trees, only scattered rocks and flowing water, where small fish occasionally leaped from the river. Reaching the realm of transformation, even achieving its pinnacle, Aotian unleashed a powerful aura, overwhelming staff. He was astonished. "My heavens, you have actually stepped into the legendary realm. This aura rivals that of a legendary peak." In that moment, a few legendary masters in the imperial capital turned their gazes toward the back mountain of the academy, wondering what the headmaster was up to. Staff, his eyes twinkling, remarked, "Aotian, how do you think I have treated you these days?" Aotian replied without hesitation, "Not bad. Why do you ask? Since that's the case, let us forego our match." Staff conceded with a look of surrender. Aotian, momentarily at a loss for words, insisted, "No, you must take one of my attacks. I will only use 30% of my strength." Emboldened by centuries of legendary prowess, Staff retorted, "Very well, come at me." Two formidable forces radiated throughout the imperial capital, causing thunder and lightning to erupt above. "Old man, Brace yourself. With a roar, Aotion unleashed his Dragon Ascension strike, accompanied by a dragon's roar, launching it toward Staff. A massive firestorm descended like the wrath of a deity upon Aotion, countless raging fire elements crashing against him. A flash of golden light pierced through the fiery tempest, striking before Staff, who stood dumbfounded. This small spell has no effect on him at all. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, creating a massive crater, sending Staff soaring into the air in fright. Little brat, not coming back? Haha, that felt good. After testing his strength, Aotion vanished. Damn it, gone so quickly. The two had caused quite a stir in the imperial capital, leaving Staff to clean up the mess as he too disappeared. Chapter 24. The top three emerge at this moment. Staff was deeply troubled, trying to calm the crowd that had come to inquire about the situation. Old Ancestor, what exactly happened? Are you unscathed? The two powerful surges felt in the imperial capital had alarmed him, capable of obliterating the city. Dressed in a dragon robe and crowned with gold, Emperor Long Yin arrived at Staff's residence. As Staff's mother was of royal descent, Long Yin addressed him as Old Ancestor. Staff's expression turned awkward. Little Yin, you are nearing the mid-stage of the Holy Realm, are you not? Long Yin, called by his nickname, blushed slightly, relieved that no one else was present. Yes, Old Ancestor. Little Yin, what do you think of my newly accepted disciple, Aotion? Reporting to the Old Ancestor. Aotion possesses extraordinary talent and a great chance of entering the legendary realm. Hearing this, Staff smiled slightly and said, Little Yin, I have watched you grow since you were young, along with your father and grandfather. As your ancestor, I must share a secret. Aotion is actually a dragon. As a member of the dragon race, his ascension and strength is extraordinary. You wanted to know about those two surges, right? One is mine, and the other belongs to Aotion. In a confrontation, I might not even be able to match him. Remember, do not provoke him. Cultivate a good relationship. Long Yin was left speechless. Heavens. Yes, Old Ancestor, I understand. I will ensure that anyone in the family who provokes Aotion will be expelled. Very well. Take this tea from the Icefield region. He tossed a jar from the table to Long Yin, who gratefully accepted it. Afterward, Staff sent Long Yin on his way. Back in the palace, Long Yin repeated his warning against provoking Aotion, lest anyone be expelled from the family, before summoning Long Ling Air and Long Xiang. Sitting on the dragon throne, Long Yin closed his eyes in contemplation, rhythmically tapping the armrest of the throne. After a long moment, he opened his eyes. Ling Air, I just returned from the Old Ancestor and received some news. What do you think of Aotion? Long Ling Air's beautiful eyes trembled in surprise. Aotion is indeed formidable, with extraordinary talent. A smile crept onto Long Yan's face. Ling Air, are you interested in Aotion? Your father can arrange it. Long Ling Air's cheeks flushed, clearly intrigued. Beside her, Long Xiang chuckled. Looks like I might soon have another brother-in-law. Long Ling Air playfully nudged her brother, prompting a hearty laugh from Long Xiang. Seeing this, Long Yan's smile widened. Ling Air, put in some effort to win Aotion over. Moreover, Xiang Air, you should also spend more time with Aotion, but do not be too obvious, lest it raise suspicions. Approach him with sincerity. Long Xiang nodded solemnly. Yes, father. Long Ling Air shyly added, but the Ba family has announced that Aotion is to marry their second daughter, Ai Lina. Long Yin laughed heartily. What of it? Strong individuals can have multiple wives. Ling Air, trust your father. If you cannot win him over, then building a good rapport is essential. Long Ling Air nodded in agreement. All right, it is late. Go rest. You both have a competition tomorrow. Yes, we take our leave. The sun bathes the earth in its warm embrace, heralding the revival of all living things, as dewdrops glisten and cascade from the leaves. In the early morning, after a hearty breakfast, some individuals have arrived early at the training ground, for today marks the day to determine the top 3 competitors. Meanwhile, Aotion remains ensconced in slumber, a trickle of saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth under the sun's rays, clearly lost in a delightful dream, with a slight tremor in his eyelids. He gently opens his eyes, stretches languidly, yawns, and proceeds to wash up, dress, and step outside. In the dining hall, as usual, he orders an extravagant array of dishes, a sight that has become quite ordinary for the other students. In their eyes, Aotion is a veritable beast with an insatiable appetite. Taking a sweet sip of fresh fish soup, he continues to tear into the meat of the swift-wind tiger. Good morning, Aotion. Elena cheerfully greets as she sits beside him. With his mouth full, Aotion mumbles, Nana, where's the sauce? Causing the beautiful maiden to smile softly. After indulging in the sumptuous feast, Aotion seeks to deepen his bond with Elena. At the elevated platform of the training ground, the director, Long Fei, silences the clamorous crowd, his voice resonating around the arena. Today is a splendid day, a day to witness the emergence of three outstanding individuals. Let us rejoice together. His words ignite the enthusiasm of the audience, their cheers rising like a tide. Now, I invite 5 contestants to the stage to draw lots. One will have a bye, and the remaining 4 will face off against each other based on the numbers they draw. Luck is also a form of strength. Step forward, one by one. The 5 contestants ascend the platform, with Long Xiang receiving the bye, leaving Ao Tian to face Ganba Si, while Long Ling Air contends with Suoluo Ba. Now, let us welcome Ao Tian and Ganba Si to the stage. The crowd erupts in encouragement. Go, Ao Tian. You can do it. Elena's voice rings out amongst the shouts. Ao Tian turns to her, offering a reassuring smile, while Ganba Si, clad in a white robe of a mage, ascends the stage wielding a mid-level magic staff. Begin. Ganba Si raises a luminous shield of light, while Ao Tian brandishes the Longyin sword, creating a dazzling array of sword blossoms in the air. The leaves, imbued with ethereal energy, dance around him, launching toward Ganba Si. The mage's magical shield crumbles under the relentless assault, and blinding holy light illuminates the arena, casting its brilliance upon Ao Tian. With a subtle shift of his left foot, he creates a protective formation, blocking the sacred light. Suddenly, a dense fog envelopes the arena, obscuring vision and eluding mental detection. Moving with grace and silence, Ao Tian's consciousness locks onto Ganba Si's position as a streak of sword light darts forth, poised to pierce Ganba Si's throat. As the mist dissipates, a scene of Ganba Si's terror unfolds, with Ao Tian's sword poised at his neck. Ao Tian emerges victorious. Next, Long Ling Air and Suoluo Ba are called to the stage. Dressed in a tight-fitting swordsman's outfit, Long Ling Air exudes confidence, her fiery red hair cascading to her waist. Suoluo Ba brandishes the legendary weapon, the blazing blade, gifted by Ao Tian. The duel begins with the 2 fiery warriors clashing. Long Ling Air unleashes a meter-long crimson aura, evidently exerting her full strength as she lunges forward with her spear. Not to be outdone, Suoluo Ba counters with his enhanced legendary weapon, his aura surging to the early 5th level, erupting in a defensive shield that extends 15 meters. The sounds of clashing weapons echo loudly as the battle intensifies. After several exchanges, blood trickles from Long Ling Air's lips, adding a touch of allure to her youthful beauty. Hailing from the Long family, a lineage intertwined with dragon blood, she draws upon her heritage, her strength surging as she prepares for another attack. Long Ling Air, feeling the strain, retreats several steps, her wrist aching. The ground beneath her fractures dramatically, her overwhelming presence tearing her attire, revealing shimmering dragon scales. Her aura intensifies, growing by 3 meters, as a dragon's roar escapes her lips, shaking Suoluo Ba to his core. Witnessing this transformation, Ao Tian realizes that she has entered a semi-dragon state. Previously, he had noted her and Long Xiang's draconic lineage but had not considered its implications until now. As he observes her metamorphosis from a delicate maiden to one adorned with fierce dragon scales, he shudders slightly, relieved that her face remains unchanged, still retaining its charm. On the arena, the ground beneath Long Ling Air has cracked, creating a gaping hole as she accelerates towards Suoluo Ba. The dragon's destruction strike, a blinding beam of energy, takes form as she aims it downward. Realizing the peril, Suoluo Ba conjures a fierce crimson aura, transforming it into a dragon-shaped lance to intercept her attack. The 2 forces collide, sending shockwaves throughout the arena as dust and debris rise. Both combatants are propelled backward by the force of the explosion. Suoluo Ba collapses, feeling as though his insides have been rearranged, utterly drained of strength. Long Ling Air, though weak from the exertion of her family's secret technique, manages to rise, pressing her spear against Suoluo Ba's throat. The onlookers gasp, especially Elena, who screams in alarm. Ao Tian rushes to comfort her. Long Ling Air wins. As the words echo, the exhausted warrior succumbs to her fatigue, the dragon's scales receding. Long Fei swiftly disappears from the platform, carrying Long Ling Air away, while Ao Tian and the others assist Suoluo Ba. Thus, the top 3 competitors are determined: Ao Tian, Long Ling Air, and Long Xiang. The final match to decide the champion will take place in the afternoon, as the crowd excitedly discusses the unfolding events. Chapter 25. Ao Tian claims the championship after lunch, with the sun high in the sky. The training ground is once again filled to capacity. The moment of excitement has arrived, as the fierce competition for the championship draws near. Now, let us invite Ao Tian, Long Ling Air, and Long Xiang to the stage to draw lots. Ao Tian draws number 1. Long Ling Heir also draws number 1, while Long Xiang enjoys the fortune of a buy. Now, Ao Tian faces Long Ling Heir. Let's cheer for them. The crowd erupts. Go, Ao Tian. Some girls, including Elena, cheer for him. Long Ling Heir, you can do it. Defeat Ao Tian. Shout the eager boys in support of their idol. Ao Tian smiles slightly and softly proposes. How about we discuss some terms, beautiful? Long Ling Heir, her enchanting eyes locking onto his, recalls her father's admonitions, her cheeks flushing. Ao Tian is momentarily taken aback by her reaction. Regaining her composure, Long Ling Heir replies, you, go ahead. With a radiant smile revealing his pearly whites, Ao Tian says, just be gentle, will you? Avoid my face, and you can hit anywhere else. Long Ling Heir rolls her eyes playfully. Long Fei, observing the banter between the two, clears his throat and declares, all right, begin. Long Ling Heir's smile fades as she takes the initiative, launching a piercing strike with her spear, her crimson aura seeming to tear through the air toward Ao Tian. Yet Ao Tian's smile remains unwavering as he performs a graceful sword maneuver, unleashing a surge of pure energy that effortlessly counters her attack. The leaves, dancing from his previous training, now manifest into a powerful assault, enveloping the arena with a misty green aura as countless sharp leaves hurtle toward Long Ling Heir, resembling a torrent of deadly blades. The audience watches in awe, their nerves tingling with anticipation. Long Ling Heir, realizing the gravity of the situation, contemplates every possible escape, but finds herself cornered, the weight of Ao Tian's ferocity pressing upon her. As her dragon form emerges once more, her attire rips apart, revealing the fierce dragon scales beneath. With a surge of energy, she dons her aura armor, bracing herself to meet the imminent onslaught. Atop the high platform, Long Fei's expression turned serious as he realized that Ao Tian's recent attack had reached the mid-level of the 5th tier. The protective scales of the dragon were evidently formidable, successfully deflecting a portion of the Chui Ye's assault. Suddenly, the Chui Yi behind him was enveloped in a layer of golden light, and the golden-tinged Chui Yi inflicted several 2 to 3 centimeter wounds upon the dragon's scales, causing blood to flow profusely. A sharp pain surged through, igniting Dragon Linger into a frenzy. The resonant sound of the dragon's roar echoed, overwhelming the majority of the audience with an intense dragon's might, nearly forcing them to their knees. Ao Tian, however, remained unfazed by this oppressive force. With a flash of brilliance, he unleashed the Dragon Annihilation Slash, causing Dragon Linger to enter a state of wild fury. Her fiery aura surged by 10%, and the colossal Crimson Dragon, imbued with pressure, tore through space as it lunged toward Ao Tian. With a swift motion of his left hand over the longing sword, a radiant milky light emitted powerful waves. The sword light pierced through the darkness, dispersing the fiery dragon. The blade found its mark in Dragon Linger's left shoulder, deliberately avoiding any vital areas. Blood gushed forth, and the already weakened Dragon Linger succumbed to unconsciousness. Withdrawing the sword, Ao Tian sheathed it and retrieved a set of garments from the dragon god space to cover the retreating dragon's form. Lifting the now normal Dragon Linger and relishing the softness at his waist, indulging in a few playful touches, he entrusted Dragon Linger to the approaching light mage for healing before departing. After a brief respite, the announcer called for Ao Tian and Long Xiang to the stage to determine the 1st and 2nd places. Long Xiang strode onto the platform in golden armor, his eyes gleaming with determination as he gazed at Ao Tian. This time, I shall avenge my sister and give you a beating, he proclaimed, the memory of his sister's horrific wounds igniting a blaze of fury within him, overshadowing the words of his father. Ao Tian smirked, raising his left hand with a gesture that seemed to challenge Long Xiang to come forth, igniting the latter's ire. As the match commenced, Long Xiang, aware of Ao Tian's strength, transformed into a dragon, his golden armor enveloping him in fierce dragon scales, significantly enhancing his defense. With a surge of combat energy, Long Xiang launched the first attack, creating a whirlwind of dust and rocks, his movements imperceptible to the naked eye as they hurtled toward Ao Tian. Closing his eyes, Ao Tian expanded his senses to lock onto Long Xiang's position, detecting a rapid yellow point approaching him. The longing sword trembled, and with a swift movement, the sword light sliced through the yellow sand and flying stones. The sword's milky energy intensified, causing cracks to appear on Long Xiang's greatsword. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered, its residual force striking against the golden armor. The armor crumbled like snow under pressure, and the scales on Long Xiang's abdomen were pierced, blood flowing freely as the intense pain forced him to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of clotted blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Long Xiang faced Aotian and proposed, "How about we settle this with one decisive move?" "As you wish," Aotian replied. The two retreated 10 meters, gathering their energy. Long Xiang roared, his combat energy surging once more as the dragon annihilation slash clashed with a wave of crimson and azure light. Where the longing sword met Long Xiang's scaled fist, the resulting screech was grating as the red and blue lights slowly dissipated like snow. At the final moment, just as the longing sword was about to pierce through Long Xiang's arm, Aotian retracted it and delivered a powerful kick to Long Xiang's abdomen. The force sent Long Xiang hurtling backward, blood spilling from his lips as he fell to the ground, unconscious. The supervising director, Long Fei, announced loudly, "Aotian is victorious. Congratulations to Aotian for winning the championship." With a wave of his hand, he signaled to the light mages behind him, who understood the cue and ascended the stage to perform a grand healing spell. After a quarter of an hour, Long Xiang regained consciousness and cast a deep glance at Aotian. Next, the first-place winner Aotian, second-place winner Long Xiang, and third-place winner Dragon Linger were called to the stage to receive their awards. The pale-faced Long Xiang and the slightly revitalized Dragon Linger passed by Aotian, shooting him a fierce glare, to which Aotian responded with an indifferent smile. After distributing the rewards, Long Fei cast a questioning glance at Dean Staffo, who approached, patting Aotian on the shoulder and whispering in his ear, "This morning, Emperor Long Yin expressed his intention to betroth Dragon Linger to you. Young man, are you interested?" Aotian was momentarily taken aback, prompting a hearty laugh from Staffo as he moved to the center of the platform. "All right. The 5 selected students will prepare to embark on a journey to the Elven Kingdom in 10 days for the Six-Nation Exchange Competition. I hope you 5 will continue to strive and enhance your chances of success in the upcoming competition." The elder's encouraging words stirred excitement among the audience. An hour later, the speech concluded, and Aotian, feeling drowsy, found himself weary after several battles, yet the elder's passionate address had invigorated the atmosphere. As the dense crowd gradually dispersed under orderly guidance, the selection competition came to an end. In the following days, Aotian spent his days accompanying Ai Li Na and practiced at night, occasionally teasing Dragon Linger during their chance encounters and playfully provoking their history teacher, Kai Sa Lin, leading to a rather enjoyable life. Chapter 26 marked a day of great joy. Early in the morning, Aotian was pampered by maids and attendants who dressed and styled him handsomely, making him look strikingly dapper. Gazing into the water mirror, he softly remarked, "I look truly magnificent. How can I be so handsome? What about the others?" He adjusted his hairstyle, causing the nearby maids to giggle. After much bustling in the early hours, the Balaton family estate buzzed with activity as Reuben Balaton and his wife welcomed esteemed guests arriving for the wedding. Naturally, some lesser nobility were not deemed worthy of such a reception and were delegated to lower attendance. "The Fong family has arrived," announced the guards at the entrance. "Haha, congratulations. Reuben, my brother, I have come," boomed a man with a resolute face, accompanied by several others into the estate. "Brother Fong Li, come in. Allow me to attend to you before we chat." Reuben Balaton responded with a beaming smile. "Haha, Brother Reuben, you carry on," came the reply. "The Xiao family has arrived. The Wang family has arrived. The Lavis family has arrived. His Majesty and Her Majesty the Empress have arrived," a sharp voice announced, akin to a rooster's crow. A procession of nobles gathered to greet their sovereigns. "No need for formalities, my lords," they were told, with dozens of tables set for feasting. Chatter filled the air as the groom and bride made their entrance, instantly drawing the attention of countless eyes. Ai Li Na donned a snow-white silk wedding gown, exuding an aura of elegance. Her hair, parted in the middle, cascaded to her waist, and her slightly adorned face appeared even more radiant, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Aotian, clad in white noble attire crafted from glacial silkworms, bore a charming smile as he took Ai Li Na's hand and led her to the stage. Thunderous applause erupted, accompanied by continuous congratulations. Subsequently, the couple bowed to the heavens. Aotian and Ai Li Na offered a respectful bow to the void. They then turned, bowing to Reuben Balaton and Staffo seated at the high table. For the third bow, they turned to face one another, eyes filled with affection as they bowed in unison. With the ceremony completed, they were escorted to the bridal chamber amidst a flurry of applause. "Ladies and gentlemen, eat and drink to your heart's content, and may everyone enjoy themselves," Reuben Balaton announced to the crowd before engaging in conversation with other noble guests. Once inside the celebratory room, which had previously been Ai Li Na's chamber, the maids closed the door behind them. "Haha, my dear wife, It's time for us to attend to our duties. Ao Tian exclaimed, looking at Ai Lina. Blushing profusely, Ai Lina stammered, Ao Tian, what duties are you referring to? Now that we are wed, you should call me your husband, he replied with a teasing grin. In the early morning, Ao Tian awoke feeling refreshed, stretching lazily as he withdrew his hand from Ai Lina's embrace. The movement stirred Ai Lina from her slumber, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. Ao Tian turned to her with a mischievous grin, savoring the moment and indulging in another playful tussle with Ai Lina, who playfully protested, insisting on surrender. The entertainment ceased only by midday, and the two indulged in a refreshing bath. The alluring and pristine form of Ailina ignited a tempest of desire within Ao Tian. Yet he restrained himself, unwilling to harm the beauty on her maiden voyage of innocence, despite her pleas for mercy. Once they adorned themselves and secured their garments, they made their way to the dining hall, hand in hand, just in time for lunch. The Ruby Baratin couple and the brother-in-law glanced their way. As a seasoned individual, Ruby Baratin recognized the youthful exuberance, jesting, young ones, exercised some restraint. Ahaha. Ao Tian felt a hint of embarrassment, while Ailina's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her gaze cast downward in silence. All right, Xiao Tian, Ailina, come and eat. You must be tired after the night. It's time to replenish, urged the mother-in-law. Longqiu. After a hearty meal, they each attended to their own affairs. Ao Tian gathered the medicinal herbs he had previously acquired with assistance and led Ailina back to their room. Within the chamber, Ailina's beautiful eyes gleamed with interest as she observed Ao Tian refining elixirs. Upon completing the concoction, Ao Tian stored several Shisui Dan into a jade vial. Ailina, follow me. I shall assist you in enhancing your strength. Without delay, Ao Tian escorted Ailina from the Baratin estate directly to the Royal Magic Martial Academy. Soon, they entered his villa, traversing the corridor until they reached their room. Ailina felt invigorated as the dense elemental energies coalesced into a mist-like form. Taking a deep breath, she felt a surge of magical power. Ao Tian led her to the bed, stating, "These spiritual energies are the result of my formation of a gathering array. Enough of that. This is Shisui Dan, which can cleanse your meridians and enhance your innate qualities." Ailina gazed in astonishment at the white elixir, its ethereal mist swirling about. Under Ao Tian's guidance, she consumed the Shisui Dan. Shortly thereafter, she experienced a painful tugging throughout her meridians. Yet a cooling force gradually soothed the distress, a paradox of pleasure and pain. Ailina, endure this. Do not succumb to unconsciousness. Ao Tian's voice resonated. Despite her fading consciousness, Ailina bit her lip, resisting the urge to faint. After a time, the pain subsided, and a gentle flow of cool energy coursed through her, ultimately dissipating the discomfort. When Ailina opened her eyes, she detected an unpleasant odor and glanced at her arm, letting out a startled cry. Ao Tian hurriedly explained, "That is the filth expelled from your cleansing. Go wash up." Embarrassed by the revelation, Ailina rose to bathe. After her cleansing, if she were a stunning beauty before, she now radiated an ethereal charm, exuding an aura that transcended the mundane. Her face became even more radiant, her figure increasingly graceful and alluring. Ao Tian gazed at her, captivated, and embraced Ailina, sealing their connection with a passionate kiss. After their kiss, Ao Tian selected a technique, the Burning Heaven Scripture, suitable for those at the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, and lightly touched Ailina's forehead. She felt a rush of new memories flooding her mind, marveling at the power of the scripture, which comprised 8 levels. The first level, Qi transformation; the second, merging with the Tao; the third, golden immortal realm; the fourth, immortal emperor; the fifth, divine monarch; the sixth, divine sovereign; the seventh, divine emperor; and the 8th, saint. Ailina gazed at Ao Tian, awestruck. He smiled gently, stroking her hair. "My dear, this continent is small. We shall grow together. The world beyond is vast, and I will show you its wonders. We will strive together." "Yes," Ailina replied sweetly. "Hee, my dear, I have a secret to share, but you must not speak of it to anyone," Ao Tian teased, licking her earlobe. "I won't tell anyone," Ailina promised earnestly. "Come with me." They proceeded to the training hall at the back of the villa. Releasing Ailina, Ao Tian transformed into his true form, revealing a magnificent dragon stretching 20 meters in length, exuding majesty and grandeur. With eyes resembling those of a bull, he approached Ailina, who gasped in awe, exclaiming how beautiful he was, leaving Ao Tian flustered. He reverted to his human form, and Ailina inquired, "What kind of magical beast are you?" Ao Tian chuckled softly. "I am no beast. I am a divine dragon, and you will understand this in time." Ailina accepted this, nodding in agreement. As dusk fell, Ao Tian and Eilina enjoyed a delightful dinner before drifting into slumber. In his dreams, Ao Tian found himself in a realm of profound darkness, where chaos birthed all things, and the forces of yin and yang intertwined, aligning with the principles of heaven and earth. A resonant voice echoed through the cosmos, and suddenly, a glimmer of light emerged from a colossal azure lotus, upon which a giant stood. In that moment, Ao Tian felt as diminutive as an ant, gazing up at the towering figure. The giant wielded a massive axe, cleaving through the void, creating fissures, and amid this relentless onslaught, the darkness illuminated with countless radiances. The giant stepped into the rift, effortlessly prying it open, and as the axe grew in length, the fissure expanded, ultimately shaping a new world. Ao Tian's mind echoed with the thought of Pangu creating the heavens. Suddenly, numerous fierce creatures, slightly smaller than the giant, surged forward to attack him. Enraged, the giant retaliated, using his axe to obliterate many, yet some formidable beasts withstood his might. Blood flowed from the giant's wounds, enriching the barren land with vibrant flora. After a prolonged battle, the giant drove the powerful adversaries to retreat, but in the process, his axe shattered and plunged into the earth, the azure lotus beneath him fracturing as well. With no distractions, the giant could focus on expanding the world, though he himself bore severe injuries. Without the support of the axe, he braced himself against the shifting cosmos, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed through the black void. As the world took shape, golden light cascaded down, enveloping the giant, while part of it merged with the earth. The world began to shrink, prompting the giant to expand his form again, his spine reaching for the heavens. He contemplated the earth, now tinged with green, when he cast a deep gaze at Ao Tian, instilling fear within him. The giant then exhaled, transforming his breath into wind and clouds, his voice becoming thunder, his left eye radiating as the sun, illuminating the land, while the right became the moon, and his hair transformed into stars that adorned the night sky. His blood flowed forth, becoming rivers and seas, his muscles morphing into towering mountains and fertile fields, his bones giving rise to countless mystical plants, and his veins forming the earth's veins, while his essence infused the air with life-giving energy. In time, life emerged on the earth, and the giant smiled. Ultimately, his essence flowed into the ground, exhaustion evident on his face, as his spirit transformed into three entities that ascended to the celestial mountains formed by his spine. Witnessing the giant's creation of the world, Ao Tian's heart and mind expanded, his spiritual strength soaring to the pinnacle of the Tao. Suddenly, the authoritative voice resonated once more, proclaiming that the myriad laws could validate the path to transcendence through strength. Such profound and arcane words illuminated the surroundings, and Ao Tian opened his eyes, glancing at the sweetly slumbering Eilina beside him. Realizing it was but a dream, he pondered the meaning of validating the path through strength and what the Tao truly was. Shaking his head, he chose to let the thoughts fade. As dawn broke, while strolling along the academy path, a youth with an oily face rushed breathlessly to Ao Tian, exclaiming, "Senior Ao Tian, there is a child at the academy gate looking for you." Oh, Ao Tian reflected momentarily. Could it be that little fellow? Embracing Eilina, they arrived at the courtyard entrance, and indeed it was Yagu, that little one. "Benefactor, I have come to find you," he said, deeply bowing to Ao Tian. Having no means of financial support, he was immensely grateful to Ao Tian for the assistance that allowed him to give his mother a proper burial. Ao Tian smiled in silence, then addressed Yagu. "What is your dream?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yagu replied, "This life of mine belongs to you, benefactor. I will do whatever you ask, as long as I am provided with meals." Upon uttering this, his face flushed with embarrassment, while Eilina laughed heartily, causing Yagu to lower his head shyly before raising it to look at Ao Tian. Hearing this, he immediately stood tall and proud, gazing at Ao Tian. "Since you have chosen to follow me, the first rule is that you must never betray me. Should I discover any treachery, the consequences will be dire. Benefactor, I will remain eternally loyal," Yagu declared, bowing fervently to the ground, his forehead bleeding. Ao Tian quickly intervened, casting a healing spell that left no trace of injury. "All right, come with me." After a delightful meal at a restaurant, Ao Tian took Yagu to his villa, while Eilina returned home to check on matters. Upon entering the villa, Ao Tian led Yagu to the training grounds and extended his hand. After a brief examination, Ao Tian retrieved a volume of the Feng Shenju from his memory and transmitted it to Yagu. The Feng Shenju, created by the Wind Emperor Oluan, was powerful enough to elevate one to the realm of the Divine Emperor. Feeling the strength of the technique, Yagu bowed and expressed his gratitude once more. "Yagu, trained diligently. Here are 50,000 gold coins. I will be out for a while. If you get hungry, feel free to dine in the restaurant. Now, I must take my leave. Chapter 28. Arrival at the Elven Sacred Land. Days slipped away unnoticed as they prepared for their journey. Ai Lina displayed a reluctant expression. That night, Aotion embraced Ai Lina passionately under the stars. As dawn broke and the earth awoke, Aotion bid farewell to Ai Lina and reminded Yagu to train hard before heading to the assembly point. Leading the group of 5 was the director, Long Fei, a peak-level warrior of the fire element, capable of providing adequate protection. Of course, with Aotion's near-legendary prowess, their safety was assured. On the high platform, Dean Sta Fu delivered an impassioned speech, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, embarked on the journey to the Elven Kingdom's capital, the Elven Sacred Land. Along the way, the 5 grew increasingly familiar through shared battles, and Aotion's barbecue skills won over both his companions and Long Fei. 2 days later, they departed from the border city of the Ross Empire and entered the chaotic city region, a place rife with lawlessness where nefarious individuals sought refuge. Over the years, the chaotic city had become a notorious haven for criminals, with frequent reports of robbery, murder, and assaults occurring within its walls. As they navigated the outskirts of the chaotic city, they successfully repelled several waves of bandits. That night, they reached the riverside to rest, where Aotion caught 8 wild chickens from the nearby woods, preparing 4 as beggar's chicken and the other 4 as roasted chickens. Having savored the flavors over the past few days, his companions' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they watched Aotion. With a smile, Aotion shook his head, retrieving various seasonings from his spatial ring, which Ai Lina had meticulously prepared before their departure. After skinning, gutting, and thoroughly cleaning the chickens, Aotion evenly applied the seasonings, wrapping them in lotus leaves and binding them tightly with string. He conjured a small fireball to ignite the wood they had gathered, then placed 2 jars of wine on the fire. Taking some earth from the ground, he ground it into powder, mixing it with water before skillfully spreading it on a damp cloth. He then placed the wrapped chickens in the center of the earth, ensuring a firm seal. And after removing the cloth, wrapped them again in lotus leaves, burying them beneath the fire. Once that was complete, he repeated the process for the remaining chickens, while the last 4 were roasted over the flames, sprinkled occasionally with salt and spices. With the spatial ring at his disposal, he had access to everything from fresh water to an array of seasonings. After a short while, the delicious aroma wafted through the air, attracting several nearby magical beasts. After dispatching a few, the chickens were nearly ready, but the last roasted chicken was snatched away amidst a chaotic scramble. Aotion, dismayed to find only 1 chicken left, lamented as he finished the last few bites, still feeling hungry. Shouldering the slain magical beasts, Aotion skinned and cleaned them for grilling, wary of his companions' potential for competition. Laughter erupted from them as they called out, Aotion, why are you hiding so far? We won't steal your food. Long Ling chimed in with a giggle, and the others agreed. Unfazed, Aotion seasoned the meat before digging in. As the group settled down for a light sleep, Aotion took the watch. Sitting cross-legged on the ground with closed eyes, the natural energy of the world surged into him, while his consciousness spread, enveloping the surrounding area for miles, ensuring that even the slightest disturbance would not escape his notice. After a peaceful night, they resumed their journey. Days later, they entered the tropical rainforest of the Elven Forest, passing through without obstruction until they arrived at the Elven Sacred Land, where the Elder Elves assigned them their quarters. That night, the enchanting Elven Sacred Land was alive with ancient trees shimmering with emerald leaves. Aotion stood beneath one such tree, enveloped in a serene atmosphere, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort. After practicing his cultivation technique, he was imbued with the essence of nature, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves in a melodic whisper. Sophia was particularly joyful that day, busy hosting a group of visiting academies and mentors from 5 different nations, leaving her little time for herself. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped out of the palace to frolic. Suddenly, she spotted a young man ahead, clad in white, with exquisite features, flowing dark hair, and eyes that sparkled like stars, exuding a comforting aura reminiscent of nature. When Sophia glanced at Aotion, he felt her gaze and turned to meet hers, noticing her delicate features, long lashes, slender neck, and a waist that seemed to beckon. Her slightly pointed ears and rosy, refined lips framed a perfect visage, affirming what the text said about elves being the children of nature. Politely, Aotion addressed Sophia, on this long, starry night. Beautiful elven maiden, have you come to gaze at the moon? Sophia covered her face, letting out a soft giggle, her sweet voice resonating. Yes. I have come to admire the moon. Aotion smiled gently. What a coincidence, beautiful elven maiden. Might we enjoy the moonlight together? Sophia gazed at Aotion for a moment, noticing the clarity in his eyes. Of course, she replied. The beautiful elven maiden. I know a place from which the moonlight can be seen more splendidly. Where? Allow me to lead you. With that, Aotion took her soft hand, which trembled briefly before settling. With a graceful leap, Aotion carried Sophia to a massive branch, providing a perfect view of the moonlit sky. He remarked, in the dust. One sees the moon, hard at ease, especially in the celestial abode of autumn. Upon hearing this, Sophia's eyes sparkled with interest. What is your name? Are you a student here for the exchange competition? Sensing the fragrance wafting from her, Aotion replied, Beautiful elven maiden, my name is Aotion, a name that signifies pride in the heavens. You guessed correctly. I am indeed here to participate in the exchange competition. Sophia blinked her lovely eyes, extending her left hand. I am delighted to meet you tonight. My name is Sophia. A crescent smile graced her lips. Aotion took her delicate hand, saying, It is an honor to meet such a beautiful maiden tonight. As a gentle breeze brushed by, the refreshing scent of Sophia surrounded them. While admiring the beauty of the moonlit sky, Aotion asked, Sophia, what do you think exists on the moon? Sophia blinked her enchanting eyes and shook her head. I do not know. Aotion smiled faintly, reminiscing about an ancient tome he had perused, which spoke of a beautiful goddess residing on the moon. This celestial realm housed a magnificent palace known as Guanghan Gong, where the goddess dwelled. Accompanying her was a jade rabbit, alleviating her solitude, and a grand osmanthus tree added vitality to the moon's serene landscape. Sophia listened, entranced, and noticing Aotion's pause, tugged at his garment, imploring him to continue. Aotion grasped her hands gently and inquired if she wished to know why the goddess resided on the moon. Sophia nodded eagerly, her small face resembling a chick pecking at grain. Aotion smiled softly and continued, recounting the tale of two great clans on Earth, the Witch Clan and the Beast Clan. The latter consisted of shape-shifting beings and untamed beasts, with the higher echelons residing in the celestial realms while the weaker ones remained on the ground. The Witch Clan governed the Earth, capturing countless beasts for sustenance, which ultimately led to conflict between the two factions. One day, a descendant of the Witch Clan fell in love with a frail human woman, and they wed. The immortals of the Witch Clan lived eternally, while humans had but a fleeting 100 years. One night, the beautiful wife of the great archer Ho-E, Chang'e, lamented her desire to accompany him eternally. Suddenly, a woman appeared outside her chamber, offering her a potion that promised immortality. Although skeptical, Chang'e longed for everlasting life and consumed the elixir. Far away, Ho-E sensed an anomaly at their dwelling and rushed back. But he arrived too late to prevent Chang'e from ascending to the moon, her sorrowful gaze locking with his for a final moment. This event intensified the animosity between the clans, resulting in Ho-Ye's demise. However, the potion was indeed genuine, granting Chang'e immortality as she resided forever on the moon. Sophia, deeply moved, wept silently. Aotion comforted the tearful Sophia, who nestled against him. Soon, as time beckoned, Aotion announced his departure, reminding her of the impending competition. They exchanged gentle goodnights. The next morning, Aotion rose early to practice Tai Chi. You're up quite early. What dance are you performing? Came the voice of Long Linger from behind. Aotion, completing his routine, exhaled and turned to her, saying, This is not a dance. Consider it a form of exercise to invigorate my body. Oh, let us go have breakfast, she suggested. Following her, Aotion admired the sway of her figure, feeling a stirring within. Shortly after, they entered the dining hall allocated to the Elven clan. The absence of meat left Aotion feeling out of sorts, so he indulged in an abundance of fruits and consumed copious amounts of floral brew to make do. Long Linger rolled her eyes, scolding him for his table manners. The Elven attendants were astonished by Aotion's appetite. Soon, representatives from all 5 nations had gathered, and after a draw, 30 participants were divided into 2 groups, each vying for supremacy. Aotion subtly scanned the surroundings, noting the formidable presence of the Elven clan, including their queen and several elders, among whom were 5 legendary experts. The queen herself having reached the pinnacle of legend. In the vast arena, Queen Elizabeth of the Elven clan wielded her staff, conjuring a massive magical barrier that enveloped an area of 1,000 miles, capable of withstanding multiple assaults from the Holy Domain. The arena was bisected by a radiant line, creating a 50-meter gap. Aotion drew a later number, observing as Long Linger competed against a warrior from the 8th Empire, a master of ice magic, whose abilities countered her fire-based powers. After a fierce contest, Long Linger emerged victorious. Throughout the day as competitions for students were selected from each arena from the Ross Empire. Ao Tian, Long Linger, and Long Xiang proceeded to the next stage, while the opposing arena saw the selection of Long Linger, Long Xiang, the elven sharpshooter Harka, and the Holy Knight Morris from the Light Church. That night, after dinner, they retired to their chambers to prepare for the following day's matches. In the dead of night, Ao Tian evaded the patrolling elven guards, leaping gracefully onto the branches of a towering tree, with fruit secretly stashed in his mouth. He gazed at the moon, a hint of melancholy crossing his features as he thought of his father, mother, brother, and the beautiful sister Fei-Er-Ti. Rest assured, I shall reach the pinnacle and return. Nothing shall impede my path, he vowed, his eyes ablaze with determination, fists clenched. Leaning against the branch, he entered a meditative state, his cultivation at the peak of transformation growing increasingly profound, on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. His spiritual awareness expanded, reaching a range of 20,000 meters, as the milky white stone in his dantian remained steady. Suddenly, a jolt of energy ricocheted back at him, and he sensed a terrifying soul power pursuing him. Realizing the danger, Ao Tian swiftly severed his connection. Once freed from that ominous force, he returned to his room, concealed by the shadows of the trees. The next day, the quarterfinals commenced, as the Elven Queen delivered her customary address, urging restraint. Ao Tian spotted Sophia and deduced her identity as the princess of the Elven clan. Sensing his gaze, Sophia turned, her keen perception allowing her to lock eyes with Ao Tian, playfully sticking out her tongue and making a face, to which he responded with a smile. In the match between Ao Tian of the Ross Empire and Treln of the Eighth Empire, Treln immediately cast a fiery shield upon entering the arena. Ao Tian, seizing the initiative, unleashed several sword energies, prompting Treln to retreat while chanting incantations, filling the air with intense fire elements. A fiery phoenix surged forth, radiating unparalleled heat towards Ao Tian. Unfazed, Ao Tian commanded, "Shatter." The milky white sword light cleaved through the fire phoenix, while Treln, observing the unfolding chaos, summoned magma fire elemental beings to join the fray. As the elemental beings unleashed their scorching breath, Ao Tian remained composed, channeling his power to summon a whirlwind that extinguished the fiery projectiles. With the wind at his back, Ao Tian surged forward, slicing through the barriers set by Treln, and the whirlwind collided with the magma fire elemental beings, creating a cacophony of destruction. Treln, having prepared a devastating firestorm, unleashed a rain of flames that engulfed the arena. Yet, Ao Tian welcomed the challenge with a calm demeanor, whispering to himself, "It is time to conclude this." In a flash, the figure vanished, evading the fire dragon's attack with astonishing speed. A streak of sword light sliced towards Taeluan, shattering his fiery protection. The momentum of the sword light remained unabated as it struck his abdomen. A sharp pain surged through Taeluan, revealing a horrific gash. He could feel a blade pressed against his neck. With a mere exertion from the sword wielder, his fate would be sealed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he uttered, "I concede." The proud Tian of the Ross Empire emerged victorious, proclaimed the Elven Elder in a booming voice. Meanwhile, Long Xiang was locked in a fierce contest against the archer Hao Ka. When Tian arrived, the duel was still intense. Hao Ka's archery was formidable, shooting arrows at an astounding speed, leaving Tian solemn and tense. Despite having broken through to the early 5th level, Long Xiang was stalemated against Hao Ka, relying on his transformation into a dragon state. After 2 exhausting hours, Long Xiang's transformation ended, his strength waning. He could no longer withstand the rapid onslaught of arrows, sustaining numerous wounds. Unable to approach Hao Ka, he was battered for too long, his face pale as he collapsed after a final ground-shaking wave of energy. Hao Ka, having blocked the attack, was also thrown back, coughing blood, his complexion paling. Hao Ka emerged victorious. In another match, the Lion Man Huijin of the Orc Empire showcased his formidable strength and secured a win. Long Ling Er faced off against the Light Knight Morris of the Holy Light Kingdom, ultimately achieving victory, albeit with severe injuries. The 4 slots were filled, marking the end of the day. After a night of rest, all 4 regained their full strength. Tian faced Huijin, whose mid-5th level power rivaled that of a late 5th level human. However, Tian was a legendary peak powerhouse who played the role of a cunning strategist, ultimately overpowering Huijin and claiming victory. In another duel, Long Ling Er confronted Hao Ka. By this time, Long Ling Er had transformed into a dragon, but her body bore numerous wounds from the ongoing battle. It was a struggle of long-range suppression against a close combat warrior. Enraged, Long Ling Air disregarded the arrows embedded in her body and swiftly approached Hao Ka. The Dragon Annihilation Slash, executed in her dragon form and reaching mid-5th level power, was enough to severely injure a typical early 6th level expert. Yet Hao Ka, a prodigy in his own right, countered with a magical arrow that diminished the fire dragon's attack. With a flourish, Hao Ka unleashed his legendary cloak, enveloping himself in a 5-meter protective barrier. The fire dragon's assault ultimately fizzled out, and a magical arrow struck Long Ling Air in the abdomen. She cried out, "I concede." Thus, the strongest from the two groups were determined, with the final match set for the next day. As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth. In Tian's chamber, 6 individuals gathered: Tian, Long Ling Air, Long Xiang, Sua Luo Ba La Dun, Gan Ba Si, and the instructor Long Fei. "Tian, tomorrow is your final match against the archer Hao Ka," Long Ling Air said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with encouragement. "Indeed," Tian replied. "You must take the initiative and engage in close combat from the outset. Be wary of his targeting abilities and the immense power of his explosive arrows," Long Ling Air cautioned, sharing insights gained from her earlier experiences. "Understood. But I have a request. If you can fulfill it, I will have a significant chance of winning tomorrow," Tian grinned. The group leaned in, eager to hear. "Tian, speak up. I will surely assist you," Long Fei, the instructor, promised. Yes, Tian, hurry," others chimed in. Tian rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Could you procure around a dozen beast meats or a few barrels of fruit? I have not been satisfied with my meals in the elven territory these past few days," he expressed, hopeful. A collective thud echoed as the group fell to the floor in disbelief. "My goodness. Well, I shall shamelessly ask an old friend for more fruits," Long Fei said, determined. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Instructors, please hurry. I await your return." Sua Luo Ba La Dun, his brother-in-law, patted Tian's shoulder, bemused. "How can you eat so much?" Tian awkwardly replied. "Well, I have a hearty appetite and a robust digestion. Your portion could sustain us for many days," Long Ling Air remarked. "Indeed, you are quite the glutton," Long Xiang added. Tian rolled his eyes. "You are the real anomaly. I am simply handsome." Gan Ba Si burst into laughter. Shortly after, Long Fei returned with over 10 elven maidens, each carrying a basket of fruits. The fruits were placed on the table as the maidens departed. Tian eagerly dove into the provisions, devouring them with great speed, leaving the onlookers speechless. "Tian, from now on, we shall call you the glutton," Long Ling Air said, her eyes twinkling. As Tian finished a fruit, its rich juice and delectable flesh tantalizing his taste buds, he licked his lips, declaring, "As long as you provide me with delicious food, you may call me whatever you wish." He continued his feast. The group watched Tian consume the fruits in silence, the scene appearing quite surreal. Eventually, Tian finished and glanced at the remaining individuals, rolling his eyes. "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be sleeping?" "Well, Tian, you are full now, but if you do not secure first place tomorrow, you will be in trouble," Long Ling Air warned. Tian licked his lips. "What if I do win? Will you be my personal chef for a year?" Long Ling Air paused, then replied, "If you truly win, I shall gladly be your chef for a year." Long Xiang quickly interjected, "Sister, don't. You can't even cook." Long Ling Air shot him a glare. "Don't stop me. I wager it." "Tian, if you do not win first place, you shall be my guard for a year." Feigning reluctance, Tian replied, "Perhaps we should avoid gambling." Long Ling Air was undeterred. "No, we must gamble. It's settled." With that, she strode out of the room. Once she left, Tian chuckled, leaving the others perplexed. Long Fei's eyes sparkled as he stroked his white beard, smiling. Tian turned to the remaining individuals. "Does anyone wish to bet with me?" Long Xiang shook his head, muttering, "No," as he departed. Gan Ba Si followed suit, and the rest soon followed, leaving Tian alone. The night passed swiftly, and the group arrived at the dining hall early. At Tian's insistence, the fruits and honey were commandeered for his consumption. The others stared in disbelief as he devoured them alone, while the elven maidens who delivered the fruits smiled, clearly amused by the spectacle. The audience of elves was far greater than the previous days, as the elven queen gracefully opened her lips to announce, "We now commence the final match. Who will claim first place?" Let Hao Ka and Tian step forward. "Halo Ka, go!" shouted countless elven maidens and some elven men in fervent support. Sua Luo Ba La Dun joined in, raising his voice to cheer for Tian, and others followed suit. As the match began, the moment the words left the announcer's lips, Tian took the initiative. With a thunderous crash, the magical ground beneath him shattered as he surged towards Hao Ka. Though Hao Ka was stunned by Tian's speed, he quickly readied his bow. The explosive arrow, enveloped in green energy, sword forward. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, sending countless arrows to block Tion's path. Unfazed, Tion smirked and charged through, utilizing his overwhelming strength to break through the onslaught. In an instant, only 10 meters separated the two. Recognizing the impending danger, Hao Ka activated the magical barrier of his legendary cloak. A sword light flashed, sending ripples through the magic shield, which vibrated intensely. Hao Ka swiftly nocked 3 arrows, launching a trio of projectiles to seal off Tion's escape routes. "Don't close your eyes," Long Ling'er shouted from the sidelines, exasperated. Undistracted, Tion closed his eyes and wielded the Long Yin sword, performing a mesmerizing dance of blades as the sound of the dragon's roar echoed continuously. As the 3 arrows swiftly approached, the Taiji manifested, giving rise to a dance of duality with its sword blossoms. The sword energy crisscrossed, forming a vast circle that spun in a milky white hue, with a twisted line dividing its center, one side radiating light and the other emanating darkness. 2 smaller circles also whirled rapidly. Suddenly, less than a meter from the Taiji, the 3 arrows inexplicably slowed down, gradually entering the Taiji. However, at that moment, the originally rotating Taiji began to spin wildly in the opposite direction, sending the 3 arrows hurtling back towards Haruka. Outside the arena, the Elven Queen's enchanting eyes sparkled as she turned to Long Fei and inquired, "Long Fei, which noble family does this Ao Tian belong to?" Long Fei replied with a subtle smile, "Ao Tian is a disciple of our academy's former principal. As for the rest, I know not." The Elven Queen responded with a simple "O." Haruka was taken aback, unable to anticipate that the arrows he had shot would return to him. The 3 arrows, now propelled by the Taiji's reverse force, gained even greater momentum. "Magic tracking arrows, go!" Haruka commanded, unleashing 9 magical arrows in a swift barrage, 3 in each direction. The simultaneous collisions produced a series of explosive sounds as the 9 arrows were obliterated. However, the force of the 3 arrows had also diminished by 50%. Despite this, they struck the magical barrier, causing it to crack. Ultimately, the last 3 arrows completed their mission and dissipated into the air. Mist arose as Haruka cast a level 5 natural magic, enveloping the arena in a hazy, greenish mist that obscured visibility and stifled mental energy. Alas, he was confronted by the monstrous Ao Tian, whose divine consciousness was impervious to such effects. With merely his keen eyesight, Ao Tian could discern everything clearly. As a Huaxia Shenlong, his eyes possessed the innate ability to dispel illusions, enabling him to see through any form of concealment or deceptive formations unless the opponent's power vastly exceeded his own. Haruka invoked the level 4 natural magic, Eagle Eye, to lock onto Ao Tian and unleash the 9-star conjunction. 9 tracking magical arrows shot forth, tearing through space at breakneck speed. Ao Tian's expression turned cold as he unleashed a torrent of milky white sword energy, slicing through the green mist towards Haruka. In the air, the sword energy clashed with the 9 magical arrows, obliterating them entirely. Some of the residual sword energy continued undeterred, piercing through the mist and approaching Haruka, who, perceiving the imminent danger, hastily retrieved the legendary item, the Earth Shield, from his spatial ring. A yellowish barrier encased him, crackling as the sword energy collided with it. Ao Tian soared above, unleashing a new technique he had developed, the white rainbow piercing the sun, channeling pure, milky white energy like a long rainbow crashing towards Haruka. The thorns of the Earth Shield's accompanying level 8 magic rebounded, managing to block the sword energy. However, the tremendous shockwave propelled Haruka 5 meters away, leaving him pale and spitting blood. The backlash from the thorns also forced Ao Tian to stagger back a few steps. As the mist gradually cleared, Ao Tian, slightly pale and with blood trickling from his mouth, approached Haruka, positioning his dragon's roar sword at Haruka's neck. With no strength left to continue fighting, Haruka conceded defeat. The elven audience fell into silence, astonished by the turn of events. Outside, Long Ling'er stood in shock, realizing that Ao Tian had triumphed. Long Xiang let out a soft sigh and remarked to Long Ling'er, "Sister, this is troublesome. You will have to become a chef now." Long Ling'er, visibly flustered, seemed unable to accept the outcome, while Long Fei maintained his composure, smiling faintly. "Congratulations to Ao Tian of the Ross Empire for securing first place and becoming the champion," announced the Elven Queen, Elizabeth, who remained remarkably calm. After calling for Haruka to receive treatment, she continued, "Now, let the top 4 come to the stage." Ao Tian stepped up first, soon followed by the lion man Ho Jin, who congratulated him and stood beside him. Long Ling'er, passing by Ao Tian, chose to ignore him. clearly intending to play coy. Aotion, not one to relent, teased. "Ah, my lovely chef, do you have nothing to say to me?" Realizing she could not escape the situation, Long Linger resignedly replied, "Humph, Aotion, you let go. I promised I would do it. Ah, let us not bother with that. You wouldn't know how to cook, and I certainly don't want to die prematurely from a pot of poison, so forget it." Aotion chuckled. Long Linger, undeterred, retorted, "If you want tea, let me be your chef. I'll insist on it. I'll make a pot of terrible food just to disgust you." "Aha." Aotion laughed without further comment. A while later, Harer Ka, having stabilized his injuries but still looking somewhat pale, ascended to the stage. The distribution of prizes commenced, with Aotion receiving a legendary staff, the Ice Dragon Scepter, while Harer Ka, being an elf, also received a legendary bow. Ho Jin was awarded a pair of high-level magical gauntlets, and Long Linger received a high-level spear, sufficient for her to utilize in the sacred domain. Thus concluded the Six Nation Exchange competition, with Aotion's name destined to echo throughout the continent. In Chapter 31, the return to the imperial capital commenced. After traversing mountains and rivers for several days, the group arrived at the gates of the Ross Empire's capital, only to be taken aback by the sight that greeted them. The Emperor, Long Yin, had gathered a throng of nobles to welcome Aotion and his companions. "Ah, it seems we are quite popular. Even the Emperor has come to greet us," Aotion remarked to those beside him. "Indeed," they replied merrily. "Welcome back, Aotion. I have prepared a grand feast to celebrate your return," Long Yin exclaimed as he and the nobles hurried forward to greet them. "Very well, your majesty. Let us proceed." The group entered the palace and took their seats, while beautiful attendants served delectable dishes. With joy evident on his face, Emperor Long Yin raised his glass and declared, "Let us toast to our Aotion for bringing honor to the Ross Empire by winning first place in the Six Nation Exchange competition." Aotion drank heartily, seemingly elated. Long Yin urged everyone to eat. "This emerald tofu is exquisite," Aotion remarked, indulging in the feast. Suddenly, Emperor Long Yin turned to Aotion and said, "Aotion, you have brought us such honor. What is your wish? I will do my utmost to fulfill it." After pondering for a moment, Aotion replied, "Your Majesty, I would like some top chefs to prepare delicious meals for me every day." Taken aback by the unusual request, Long Yin burst into laughter. "Very well. I shall grant you the title of a first-class marquis, 5 million gold coins, and 100 high-level chefs. Are you satisfied?" Aotion responded, "Your Majesty, quite satisfied indeed." Gon Bas and Suala Luan were each bestowed the title of first-class earl, with 2 million gold coins. Aotion found himself overwhelmed by the flattering nobles seeking to curry favor with him. After a lengthy period, the banquet concluded, and he instructed Emperor Ling Yin to send the people and gold to the Academy's villa before the crowd dispersed. Exiting the palace, Aotion and his brother-in-law returned to the Balalan estate, where they parted ways. Aotion slipped into Elena's room, finding her there. He quickly embraced her from behind, exclaiming, "My darling, I'm back." Elena opened her eyes, her face lighting up with excitement. "Husband, you're back. I missed you so much." Aotion ran his fingers through her soft hair and said, "Let us go have something delicious." She replied. The pair exited the room and chatted briefly with their in-laws before heading out. Wrapping his arm around Elena's slender waist, they arrived at the finest hotel in the capital, Heaven on Earth, where they ordered a selection of exquisite dishes alongside several bottles of cocktails. As they dined and bantered, Aotion lifted a piece of braised meat with his chopsticks and fed it to Elena, saying, "Wife, you've made great progress in my absence, reaching the initial stage of level 5. Of course. But honestly, husband, the cultivation method you gave me is remarkable. It has made my training much easier," Elena replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Aotion. "Husband, did you cause any trouble with the beautiful elven maidens in the sacred land?" Aotion, caught off guard by her gaze, straightened his posture and declared, "How could I possibly cause trouble? I have a wife at home, as beautiful as a blooming flower and as ethereal as a celestial being, waiting for me. How could I ever be tempted by mere mortals?" Elena beamed with joy, her face aglow with happiness. After a satisfying meal, Aotion accompanied Ai Lina back to the Academy Villa, where in the backyard training ground, Yagu was diligently practicing swordsmanship, sweating profusely. "Yagu, come here," Aotion called out. Overjoyed, Yagu turned around and exclaimed, "Benefactor, you have returned." "Yes. From now on, address me as young master," Aotion instructed. "Yes, young master," Yagu replied. "Here, take this Shisue Dan. It will broaden your meridians and cleanse your muscles and marrow. Be mindful to endure the pain." "Yes, young master, I will." Yagu affirmed as he consumed the Shisue Dan and entered a meditative state. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, gradually expanding his meridians. However, the forced dilation of some narrower channels caused him intense pain. After a while, the discomfort subsided, replaced by a refreshing vigor that nourished his meridians. As he awakened, he noticed countless dark red impurities expelled from his skin. "All right, go take a bath," Aotion instructed. Yagu froze for a moment, suddenly aware of an unpleasant odor emanating from himself, and rushed off to wash up. Once cleansed, he felt utterly revitalized, his absorption of magical elements accelerating. And he had even broken through to level 2. "Well done, you have advanced to level 2 so swiftly." A master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. "Of course, you may consult me with any questions. Soon, 5 million gold coins and 100 high-level chefs will be sent your way. Please manage them well," Aotion said. "Yes, young master," Yagu replied. "Now continue your training. I must take my leave." "Safe travels, young master," Yagu responded. Aotion resolved to assist his in-laws in changing their cultivation methods, enhancing their strength. Upon returning to the Balaton family, he gathered his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law, asking, "Do you wish to enhance your power?" His father-in-law, Robin Balaton, laughed heartily. "Little Tion, how do we enhance our strength?" Aotion replied with a mischievous smile, "I have my methods." He then transmitted the Feng Tianju, which he had previously shared with Ai Lina, to his father-in-law and brother-in-law. For his mother-in-law, who was a water attribute mage, he selected a water god technique that could lead to the realm of the Divine Emperor. After reviewing the memories, the three felt the immense power of the cultivation methods. "Aotion, I suddenly feel as if this continent is quite small," they remarked. Indeed, Aotion grinned. "This is Shisue Dan, which cleanses the marrow and expands the meridians." The three took the Dan, and under Aotion's protection, they all succeeded. After cleansing their impurities, they marveled at the results. Aotion turned to his mother-in-law. "You possess dragon blood, do you not?" "Yes, Aotion," Longqiu replied. "I am a princess of the royal dragon family. Our ancestors mastered the dragon blood battle technique. Hence our descendants inherit dragon blood, although mine is somewhat diluted." "No matter, come, I will reveal a great secret to you," Aotion said. They proceeded to a hidden chamber belonging to the Balaton family, a secret escape route used during the family's near annihilation. Upon entering, due to the chamber's confined space, Aotion transformed into a magnificent 5-meter-long dragon, exuding an aura of majesty and divinity. Those present, except for Ai Lina, were left speechless. As Aotion radiated a hint of dragon might, Longqiu felt a tremor deep within her soul and exclaimed, "Little Tion, are you of the dragon clan?" "This is dragon might." Returning to his human form, Aotion affirmed, "Indeed, I am akin to a giant dragon, but I am actually a divine dragon. In time, you will understand. Mother-in-law, I can enhance the concentration of your dragon blood." Longqiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then please do so." Aotion dripped a drop of his essence blood into Longqiu's body, which glowed with golden radiance and rapidly circulated within her, causing her blood to boil. After a while, she reached the pinnacle of level 6, stepping into the holy domain. Aotion casually suppressed the emanating holy domain aura to avoid alarming the imperial city. Shortly thereafter, Longqiu completed her advancement, visibly elated, while Robin Balaton embraced her in excitement. Suddenly, Robin's eyes gleamed as he looked at Aotion, causing Aotion to shudder. "Cough, why are you looking at me, father-in-law?" he asked. "Haha, everyone knows that dragon blood is excellent for enhancing the body. Little Tion, could you spare some?" Robin said, rubbing his hands together. Aotion was momentarily speechless, realizing he should not reveal too much. With a slight pang of regret, he extracted 2 more drops of essence blood, which flew into Sualuo Balaton and Robin Balaton. After some time, Sualuo Balaton advanced to the early level 6, significantly increasing his physical strength, while Robin Balaton reached the peak of the mid-holy domain. "This feels incredible. Little Tion, your dragon blood is truly remarkable. If one day we find ourselves in dire straits, we could sell some dragon blood to sustain ourselves," Robin said, his eyes gleaming. "How much can dragon blood fetch?" Aotion inquired. "Hee, dragon blood is quite rare on the market since dragons primarily reside on Dragon Island, where their power is formidable. Who would dare to provoke them? Only a few dragons lurk deep within the monster forest, and no one dares to venture there. Hence, on the market, a drop of dragon blood is worth 100,000 gold coins, and a small vial can fetch 2 million gold coins." Hearing this, Aotion's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Can I simply dispense some dragon blood?" Does it have to be essence blood, or can ordinary dragon blood suffice? Ordinary dragon blood is sufficient. It contains elemental power that can enhance physical strength and command a high price, Robin replied. Aotion chuckled, promptly filling a large crystal vial with dragon blood and handing it to Robin Balaton, who was left speechless. I didn't expect you to actually do it. Hee. Leave the selling of dragon blood to you, father-in-law. We'll split the profits 80-20. And remember to sell slowly and strategically without consuming any yourself. Excited, Robin Balaton exclaimed. Absolutely, you can count on me not to touch any. Subsequently, the group exited the chamber, and Robin and his wife busied themselves with the auction of the dragon blood. While Aotion and Ai Lina departed, and the brother-in-law eagerly resumed his training. Chapter 3. The Dragon Blood Auction. A throng of people clamored to seize the delectable dishes on the table, as maidens tirelessly brought forth platters from the kitchen. At the dining table, after finishing a plate, Robin Balaton turned to Aotion and said, Little Tian, I filled 32 vials with the dragon blood you provided. And I sent 3 vials to the royal auction house, which is starting today. Let us go and see how much it fetches. All right, father-in-law, Aotion replied, eager to witness the value of his blood. The royal auction house was as crowded as usual, with patrons filling the seats and standing along the sides, creating a bustling atmosphere. Aotion, along with his father-in-law, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and of course Ai Lina, entered the exclusive VIP room reserved for the old headmaster. This room is indeed superior to our Balaton family's VIP room. I'm fortunate to be here with you today, he remarked. Aotion casually sampled some snacks and fruits that the maid had brought. As usual, the auctioneer was the alluring Lady Lan Bing, whose captivating appearance drew the gaze of many. She possessed a remarkable talent for increasing the prices of items, often selling them for far more than their usual worth. After several hours, it was finally time for Aotion's 3 vials of dragon blood to be auctioned. This is our highlight item. A woman clad in tight black attire ascended the stage, holding a tray. Lady Lan Bing unveiled the black cloth to reveal the 3 crystal vials containing the sealed dragon blood. The audience erupted in a mix of confusion and astonishment. Some individuals, recognizing the significance, exchanged incredulous glances with Lady Lan Bing. With a charming smile, she announced, I believe some of you have already guessed it. Indeed, these 3 vials contain exceptional dragon blood, confirmed by Master Bloss, an appraisal expert, to be of legendary level giant dragon origin. As if to reinforce her point, she uncorked one vial, and waves of magical energy began to ripple through the air, accompanied by the faint aura of dragon might. Indeed, this is dragon blood. My heavens. As the audience's excitement grew, Lady Lan Bing declared, let the bidding commence. Each vial contains 100 drops, with a starting price of 1 million gold coins. From the noble section, voices began to call out, 1. 5 million gold coins. 2 million gold coins. 3 million gold coins. 3. 2 million gold coins. 3. 6 million gold coins. In the crowd below, a hoarse voice emerged from a figure clad in black robes, for million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. The piercing gaze beneath the hood fixated silently on the 5th royal guest room of the Wang family. Due to the rarity of the dragon blood, the first vial was ultimately secured by the Imperial Long family for a staggering price of 6 million gold coins. This exorbitant price left Aotion momentarily stunned, and Robin Ba was equally astonished. The second vial of dragon blood, also containing 100 drops, commenced bidding at a base price of 1 million gold coins. The price for the second vial escalated even more rapidly than the first, soon soaring to 5 million gold coins and continuing to rise. 550,000 gold coins. 580,000 gold coins. 700,000 gold coins. Ultimately, it was sold for 900,000 gold coins. The third vial fetched 700,000 gold coins. Backstage, the profits from the auction were divided, and a group departed from the royal auction house. Upon returning to the Ba residence, Aotion inquired of Robin Ba, by the way, father-in-law, did you personally deliver the dragon blood to the royal auction house? Or did you employ other means? The old fox, Robin Ba, chuckled and replied, rest assured, Xiao Tian, I had someone disguise themselves and deliver the dragon blood. No one will trace it back. That's good. With nothing pressing to attend to, Aotion took Elena for a stroll. Suddenly, the clatter of a runaway carriage echoed. Get out of the way. Move aside. The carriage sped down the road as if unrestrained, when suddenly, a 3 or 4-year-old girl stood frozen in the middle of the street, oblivious to the impending danger. A woman on the roadside cried out, Child, my child, desperately trying to rush out to save her daughter, but was restrained by passers-by who scolded her to be more cautious. The onlookers, unable to bear the thought of the girl being crushed, sighed, and shielded their eyes. In that instant, Aotion darted forward like a gust of wind, scooping up the girl just before the carriage could strike her. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed a surge of true power directed at the horses pulling the carriage, startling them and causing the carriage to topple aside. Aotion gently patted the girl's head and handed her back to the tearful woman, admonishing, "Next time, keep a close watch on your child and don't let her wander off." The grateful woman exclaimed, "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you." With a faint smile, Aotion continued on with Elena. Suddenly, from within the toppled carriage, a man clad in resplendent robes emerged with the aid of his guards. His countenance was dark as he immediately fixed his glare upon Aotion, evidently aware that Aotion was responsible for his predicament. "Guards, restrain that fellow." "Yes. Halt. Don't you dare walk away." Aotion smirked, his lips curling with mischief. The fifth prince, visibly displeased, found it intolerable to be treated this way upon entering the city. Had he known that Aotion was the person his father had warned him thrice not to provoke, he would not have acted so foolishly. Unfortunately, he had never encountered Aotion before. Naturally, no one would inform him either. Suddenly, the fifth prince's gaze shifted to the enchanting woman beside Aotion, the ethereal Elena, who, despite being a married woman, radiated an irresistible allure. "Elena, is that you?" The fifth prince clearly recognized her. "Oh, who might you be?" "So it is the fifth prince," Elena replied, her smile replaced by an icy demeanor. The fifth prince's expression darkened further as he addressed Aotion. "You there? Who are you to dare lay claim to Elena?" Elena, clearly incensed, retorted, "Fifth prince. Do mind your tone. He is my husband." "What? Elena, you are actually married? How can this be?" The fifth prince, having been away for some time, was evidently unaware of this development. "Of course," Elena replied, the disdain palpable in her tone. The fifth prince's face turned a shade of green with anger. "Even if he is your husband, it matters not. I will not allow this. With the power of the royal family, I fear no one from the Ba family." Upon hearing this, Aotion's smile faded as his piercing gaze locked onto the fifth prince. "Oh, so you wish to harm me? I am curious to see how you plan to execute that with your meager second-tier strength." With that, Aotion delivered a powerful kick to the fifth prince's abdomen, sending him hurtling over 20 meters, crashing into a nearby tree and rendering him unconscious. After disdainfully calling him a worthless fool, Aotion took Elena's hand and walked away. After all, he had spared much of his strength out of respect for Longlinger. This kick would not kill the prince, but would certainly keep him bedridden for a fortnight. Following their departure, the stunned guards hastily carried the fifth prince back to the palace. Chapter 33. Dispute. Upon his return to the palace, the guards relayed the events to the emperor, Long Yen, whose imposing and cold gaze bore down upon them. "Are you certain it was Elena, and that she was in the company of that man?" Long Yen sought confirmation once more. The guards, trembling under the emperor's divine presence, stammered, "Yes, your majesty. I heard the fifth prince mention her name, and Elena herself referred to that man as her husband." Receiving confirmation, Emperor Long Yen let out a cold huff. "Useless. Summon the light mages from the Church of Light to treat the fifth prince, and tell him, should he dare provoke Aotion again, I shall strip him of his position as heir." The trembling guards, feeling as if they had received a royal pardon, hurriedly complied. Long Yen closed his eyes, muttering softly, "What a fool. I have issued 3 commands already." Meanwhile, Aotion cared little for these matters. He raised a barrel of fiery liquor and drank heartily until only 1 barrel remained. Upon returning to his senses, Long Xiang noticed the 9 barrels that had been overturned in various directions and felt a wave of helplessness. "Aotion, leave me a few barrels." Aotion, gnawing on a game hen, retorted, "Look, isn't there's still 1 left?" Long Xiang slapped his forehead in exasperation, feigning acquiescence before shouting outside, "Waiter, bring me 10 more barrels of fiery liquor." Before long, another 10 barrels were served. Aotion, quick as lightning, seized 5 barrels, encircling them with both arms and declaring, "Mine, all mine." Long Xiang could only shake his head in disbelief. After a round of drinking and chatting, the sky had darkened and dusk fell. "Well, it's getting late. I must go find my treasure. I have been worried sick about her all this time." Long Xiang nearly choked on his fiery liquor. Indeed, "It is late. Let us depart." However, a group of noble youths trailing behind the guards were undeterred, their bodies drained from indulgence, their pallor noticeable, their eyes fixated intently on Longlinger and Catherine. Longlinger was evidently vexed. In the imperial capital, her own territory was unexpectedly besieged, with a spear engulfed in flames. She had already eliminated 2 assailants. When Aotion arrived and witnessed his wife and Longlinger surrounded, he was instantly incensed. like a dragon emerging from the sea. A terrifying aura erupted from him, yet it did not harm the innocent bystanders, who were merely pushed back by the shockwave. With a thunderous presence, Aotian descended before Elina and Longlinger, causing dozens of guards within a 10-meter radius to meet their demise. The ground trembled with the sound of crumbling stones as he attacked the group of guards, resulting in the deaths of 2 6th-level masters, 10 5th-level experts, and several others below 5th level, all dismembered in the chaos. The onlookers were horrified by the gruesome spectacle. A noble youth was so frightened he lost control of himself. Aotian, come forth. Elina quickly grasped Aotian's arm, pulling it close to her chest. Hee, I sensed you were in trouble, so I hastily abandoned my meal to rescue you. Wow, Aotian, you are truly wonderful. Ahem, enough with the display of affection, you too. Aotian chuckled awkwardly as Elina nestled against him. He cast a cold glance at the trembling noble youth, Luo Yang, who stammered in a loud voice, attempting to mask his fear. You are doomed. Do you know who I am? I am the sole heir of the Grand Duke of Luogu City. My father is currently meeting with his friends. Once he arrives, he will have you captured. Are you afraid now? Hand over the women in your arms, and I might spare you by breaking only your legs. Aotian laughed heartily, while Longlinger and Elina giggled uncontrollably. Soon after, a group from the city guard arrived, led by a middle-aged man. Upon witnessing the carnage, he recognized Longlinger and the Baroness of the Ba family, Elina. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jack knelt before Longlinger, stating, I have arrived late. Please punish me, Your Highness. The guards followed suit, kneeling and calling out loudly. Luo Yang fainted on the spot. Longlinger addressed Jack, It's fine, we are unharmed. Clean up these bodies and capture that man, bringing him to my father. Inform him that this scoundrel attempted to abduct Elina and me. Jack, acknowledging her command, quickly rose. As you wish, Your Highness. Did you all hear that? Clean this mess up and bind that man. With the dust settled, Aotian and the 2 women departed. Chapter 34, The hunting competition begins. After the ruckus, the 3 lost their enthusiasm, and Aotian escorted Elina back to the Balaton residence, while Longlinger returned to the palace. At this moment, within the palace, Emperor Long Yin sat coldly upon the dragon throne, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the hall. Below, Luo Yang had shed his resplendent daytime garb, now pale and disheveled, trembling as he knelt in the court. Beside him knelt a middle-aged man who bore a slight resemblance to Luo Yang. After a lengthy silence, Long Yin spoke in a frosty tone. Luo Ri, while your concern for your son is commendable, wrong is wrong. You dared to forcibly abduct my daughter and the daughter of the Balaton family. I hereby strip you of your title of Grand Duke, demote you to Marquis, and impose a fine of 100,000 gold coins. The fiefdom of Luogu City will cease to be hereditary for a century, effective immediately. Luo Ri, with a calm demeanor, replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing my life. He then bowed deeply. Now, take your son and depart. Yes, Your Majesty. Luo Ri returned to the residence of his friend, Marquis Fuko. In the hall, Luo Ri's expression was grim, and Fuko, seeing his friend's distress, consoled him, Brother Luo. It is fortunate that your son still lives. Alas, you must keep a close watch on him. The imperial capital's circumstances are complex. Brother Luo, come. Let me take you to a good place. We need not fear the royal family. Luo Ri inquired, What place? Fuko whispered into Luo Ri's ear. The branch of the Church of the Light. Luo Ri was taken aback. Fuko, are you mistaken? Although the chief priest of the imperial capital, Roger, is a master of the sacred realm, the royal family's foundation cannot be rivaled by a mere branch unless it is the holy mountain of the papacy. Fuko smiled enigmatically. Brother Luo, I will take you there tonight. Trust me. That night, under a moonlit sky, within the chamber of the Church of the Light's branch, Chief Priest Roger sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 men clad in black robes. Roger, this is the Grand Duke Luo Ri of Luogu City. The 2 men lifted their hoods to reveal their faces. Chief Priest Roger remarked, Ah, Grand Duke Luo Ri, I have heard that you have been demoted to Marquis. Luo Ri's expression darkened at this news, and he fell silent. Roger continued, Do you not feel any resentment, Grand Duke Luo Ri? What do you mean, Chief Priest? Roger smiled slightly. I have received directives from above. Oh. Roger gestured to the 2 men, whispering into their ears. Luo Ri, upon hearing the revelations, was struck with astonishment. Very well, Chief Priest Roger, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Fuko added, Rest assured, Brother Luo, Chief Priest Roger is confident, and success is assured. At that time, we shall rejoice together. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Aotan made slight progress in his cultivation. Early one morning, under the leadership of Emperor Long Yan, a group of nobles from the imperial capital and distant lands set out toward the dark forest, 1,000 miles to the west. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Ao Tian, holding Elina, sat atop a 4-meter-high golden behemoth. In recent days, Ao Tian had been nourishing the beast with crystal cores, and with his newfound strength, he drew envious glances from the surrounding noble youth. Look, Mama, Papa already has 6th-level strength. As the Emperor announced the rules, noble youths are not permitted to rely on their family's power. They must depend solely on themselves and their contracted magical beasts, and of course, sacred realm beasts are not allowed. Upon hearing this, the noble youths turned to Ao Tian, bursting into laughter, while Ao Tian remained composed and silent. The one who hunts the highest level beasts and the most of them shall be crowned this year's champion. I shall reward the victor with the title of first-class baron and a prize of 100,000 gold coins. Now, let the competition begin. Ao Tian stored away the golden behemoth and waved to his brother-in-law, Long Linger, and Long Xiang before entering the dark forest. Sister, you lead the way. I'll follow behind. Ao Tian sang out in a tuneless voice, his affection echoing through the forest. Elina, evidently oblivious, excitedly urged him to continue singing. Enthusiastically, Ao Tian's off-key voice reverberated through the woods, causing even the fearsome beasts to recoil. Suddenly, a roar from a 6th-level lion-tiger beast echoed, its eyes revealing a mix of anger and resignation as it slowly collapsed. Hee, dear wife, today we feast on hybrid meat. Sounds great. Just then, a scream pierced the air. Elina, let us go investigate. Ao Tian activated his senses, and the scene before him materialized in his mind. As they approached, Ao Tian's expression turned grave. 3 corpses lay in the path, their eyes wide with disbelief, each bearing fatal wounds to their chests, suggesting the work of a great sword. Before long, Ao Tian and Elina reached the bodies. Elina gasped, I know these 3. They are from the Fong family's collateral line. They were killed here, seemingly by someone. Ao Tian replied, Indeed, look at the expressions on their faces. This is terror? No, it seems they witnessed something extraordinary. Let us move. If we are discovered, it may appear as though we are the culprits. Though I am unconcerned, it could still lead to trouble. Agreed. With ease. Ao Tian and Elina traversed the dark forest, soon encountering Long Linger and Long Xiang, who had gathered a decent haul. As night fell, the 4 shared a meal, with Ao Tian taking the watch while the others drifted into a light slumber. The night forest was terrifying, filled with the relentless echoes of beast roars and wolf howls. The faint sounds of rustling filled the air. Ao Tian opened his eyes, scanning with his senses, and spotted a sacred realm 2-headed serpent nearby, devouring several noble youths. Ao Tian felt a flicker of confusion. Had Long Xiang not claimed that no sacred realm beasts resided in the dark forest? Ao Yin suddenly recalled the 3 corpses from earlier in the day, a sense of foreboding washing over him regarding the upcoming hunting competition. The Xingyu 2-headed serpent, having finished its meal, retreated backward. Ao Yin focused his consciousness on the creature, which unexpectedly halted before a cloaked figure. The figure's hoarse voice echoed, Aduk, have you completed the task? The Xingyu 2-headed serpent hissed, Rest assured, I shall handle it. Also, my lord has sent word that the resting place of the Balaton heir has been located, just 1,000 meters to the northwest. I need you to make another trip. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, the Xingyu 2-headed serpent took flight towards the northwest. Ao Yin's expression turned cold as he vanished from his position. Moments later, he found himself concealed atop a towering tree, observing the slumbering figure of his brother-in-law, Suabalaton, lying just a meter below. Ao Yin couldn't help but feel perplexed. In a forest teeming with magical beasts, his brother-in-law was still sleeping soundly, which struck Ao Yin as quite bizarre. Finally, the Xingyu 2-headed serpent arrived, exhaling a red mist as it gazed at the sleeping youth. Is this the one? Heh, I shall grant you a comfortable death. A thick red fog enveloped Suabalaton. Yet unbeknownst to the serpent, Ao Yin had stealthily cloaked his brother-in-law with a layer of milky white energy. As the red mist made contact with the protective barrier, it dissipated harmlessly. The serpent's 4 vulture-like eyes widened in alarm. It realized something was amiss. It quickly retreated, attempting to flee. Is it too late to leave now? Ao Yin swiftly appeared before the Xingyu 2-headed serpent, his draconic aura wrapping around the creature. The serpent felt its very soul tremble under the overwhelming pressure, rendering its body weak and submissive as it lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as it asked, Who are you? Are you the dragon of the magical beast forest? Ao Yin remained silent, his expression cold. I require a Xingyu crystal core. Will you take your own life? or shall I send you to the afterlife? The Xingyu two-headed serpent hastily pleaded, Great Dragon, spare me. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate. Please do not kill me. Outyin offered a faint smile. Is that so? Yes, Great Dragon, it replied eagerly. If you can answer one question, I shall spare you. What is it, Great Dragon? Who is the cloaked figure you spoke with, and what is your organization? At this, Outyin's pressure intensified. The serpent's eyes narrowed, blood seeping from the corners as it stammered. Great Dragon, could you please ask something else? I cannot answer that without facing dire consequences. Outyin's demeanor grew even colder. In that case, you shall die. The Xingyu two-headed serpent was swiftly torn apart, its four eyes dimming as it perished. Outyin shattered the connection with the malevolent serpent and surveyed its remains. This Xingyu corpse could fetch a good price. Perhaps the meat is quite palatable. After extracting the crystal core, he stored the body within the dragon god space. Outyin returned to his brother-in-law's resting place, swiftly carrying Suabalatin back to Elina. Chapter 35. The initial unraveling of the conspiracy as the Xingyu two-headed serpent met its demise. A cloaked figure in the distant black forest fell to shock, eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible, the two-headed viper is dead. This is serious news. I must report to my lord. The night passed, and upon waking, Elina, Long Linger, and Long Xiang stared in astonishment at Suabalatin, who was still sound asleep against the tree. How did he get here? Elina exclaimed, astonished. Wasn't he with us? Suabalatin stirred, groggily opening his eyes. Why do I see my sister and the others? Am I still dreaming? Outyin, shaking his head in disbelief, approached and playfully tapped Suabalatin on the head. Does that hurt? It does. Do you still think you are dreaming? Not anymore. Suabalatin rubbed his head, trying to piece together how he had arrived. Outyin, opting for jest, teased brother-in-law. Perhaps you missed us so much that you sleepwalked here. I have finally discovered one of your hidden talents. The others nodded in agreement, chuckling at the absurdity of it all. Suabalatin grinned foolishly. All right, since we're all awake, let's hunt for some breakfast. Sounds good, let's go. Before long, Outyin returned with 4 level 2 magical iron North Bulls, while Long Linger, Long Xiang, and Suabalatin also caught several magical beasts. Elina had already started a fire, preparing to clean and cook the meat by the stream. The savory aroma soon filled the air, and everyone eagerly gathered to feast on the roasted meat. After their meal, Outyin and the group ventured deeper into the forest. The hunting competition lasted 3 days, and they had only completed 1 day. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Black Forest, a massacre unfolded. Nico, weren't you quite arrogant back in the Empire? You never treated me well. Ha ha ha. Once all your protectors are dead, I shall enjoy your company. Sneered Wang Hu. Emohi, Satya attack. Humph. Wang Hu, do not be so arrogant. Do you truly believe we are easy to bully? Lu Ji, shielding Nico, retorted. Ridiculous. You 5 peak level 4 fighters cannot possibly stop us 3 level 5 experts. Wang Hu laughed. Bang. Die, brat. Zhao Ming's great sword pierced Gui Yuan's abdomen, blood spilling as Gui Yuan fell lifelessly to the ground. Wang Hu grinned at the sight. Nico, look. Ha ha ha. Only 4 remain. I'll fight you. Nico cried, run. The battle raged on, but suddenly, 5 cloaked figures appeared, their voices echoing like whispers from the underworld. Kill them all. In a flash, Wang Hu felt a chill as he found himself in peril. Moments later, both sides witnessed Wang Hu's demise, and panic set in as they fled. Yet it was too late. All perished. The hoarse voice resounded again. All right, let's go. Not long after, Outyin and his companions approached the depths of the forest. I smell blood. Let us investigate. Upon discovering the scene of carnage, Outyin murmured, This is strange. I sense this is not a hunt for magical beasts but for humans. Wait, is that Wang Hu? Elina remarked. A heavy atmosphere surrounded the group. We should move on, Outyin advised. Throughout their journey, Long Xiang's thoughts raced. He felt an unsettling change in the air. Let us pause here. We have a day and a half left. Let us try not to separate, Outyin suggested. I have a feeling this is a contest among hunters. This year's hunting competition is unusual. Such occurrences have never happened before. While nobles occasionally meet their demise, nothing has been as severe as this today, Long Xiang replied, his expression grave. Xiangzi, this case is yours to solve, ahaha. Suddenly, Outyin caught sight of movement in the nearby thicket and whispered to his companions, Shoo, quietly follow me. I believe those who killed the nobles are coming. With a leap, Outyin carried Elina and soared 100 meters up into the trees, landing gracefully on a branch. The others quickly followed suit, concealing themselves among the dense foliage. Stay still, Outyin instructed. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, the group spotted 3 cloaked figures. Outyin thought to himself, goodness. 3 more cloaked figures. 2 at the mid-stage of Xingyu, and 1 at the late stage. What kind of force is this? The 3 figures below scanned the area, and 1 bent down to examine the footprints on the ground. After a moment, a hoarse voice emerged. They have escaped. They are fortunate. Let us retreat and find the next target. Longlinger, unable to contain her impatience, shifted slightly, eager to move closer, but Outyin swiftly grabbed her hand, whispering, "Hush, don't move." Indeed, the 3 cloaked figures soon departed, and Longlinger let out a sigh of relief, admiring Outyin's cleverness. Aotian surveyed his surroundings with his divine sense, and soon the 3 cloaked figures had departed far beyond his perceptive range. "All right, let's descend," he commanded. After dispatching over 10 6th-level magical beasts, Aotian and his companions gradually retreated from the depths of the forest. Along their path, they encountered several deceased nobles. And at this moment, Aotian and his group had grown numb to the carnage. Meanwhile, outside the highland forest, Long Yin and his party were besieged by over 10 Holy Domain warriors. The sudden onslaught resulted in the immediate demise of 2 initial-stage Holy Domain fighters on Long Yan's side. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying waves of magical energy surged forth as Long Yin shouted, "This is bad. Retreat quickly." But it was too late. A 7th-level meteor shower descended with a thunderous crash. Massive stones, engulfed in an ominous heat, plummeted from the sky within a radius of 1,000 meters. Long Yin unleashed a 5-meter aura of fighting spirit, shattering several boulders before rapidly dashing toward the spellcaster. In a hoarse voice, he urged, "Fu Lu, fall back." With renewed speed, Long Yin unleashed the Dragon Annihilation Slash. Having broken through to the mid-stage of the Holy Domain, the area collapsed, and a tremendous force obliterated Fu Lu into a gruesome paste. Upon receiving Long Yan's magical signal, Staff, the legendary elder, flew out of the imperial capital, commanding, "Everyone, hold your ground." Long Yin then repelled another cloaked Holy Domain warrior, shouting, "Your Majesty, save me." The distant Count Lan Bo, a blue-collar noble, cried out for assistance. With a clang, Long Yin severed the arm of a cloaked figure before swiftly retreating to Lan Bo's side, inflicting severe injuries on the initial-stage Holy Domain warrior. "Lan Bo, you have been gravely wounded. Retreat to the protective circle." "Yes, Your Majesty." However, Lan Bo's eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he revealed an evil smile. With a swift thrust, his great sword pierced Long Yan's back, exiting through his abdomen. Enraged, Long Yin felt excruciating pain as his insides were pierced, transforming into a dragon. His body became adorned with fierce golden scales, and a powerful aura surged outward, sending Lan Bo flying several dozen meters away. Long Yin turned, his gaze cold and merciless as he sped toward Lan Bo, who had betrayed him. "You dare to strike me?" Humph. In a swift motion, he cleaved Lan Bo in two. At that moment, the legendary elder arrived, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Not long after, all the cloaked Holy Domain warriors fell to their demise, showcasing the terrifying might of his legendary prowess. In the highland forest, Aotion's group sensed the elder's immense aura. "What has transpired outside?" Aotion asked his companions. "Let us exit the highland forest first," he instructed. "Who is the source of that terrifying presence? Once we emerge, we shall find out." Staff approached Long Yin, inquiring, "Xiaoyan, what happened? Why were you attacked by these cloaked figures? Such a multitude of Holy Domain warriors cannot possibly belong to the Rasi Empire." "Honorable ancestor, I was rescuing a count when unexpectedly, that rogue stabbed me. I suspect there is a traitor among us." Pulling back the black cloth from the faces of the deceased cloaked figures, Staff asked, "Do you recognize any of them?" "I do not." "Noble lords, please take a look," he urged. After a careful examination, everyone shook their heads. Long Yin's expression grew grave. The situation was more severe than he had imagined. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Everyone, return to the highland forest and summon them. Let us conclude this hunting competition early." "Yes, Your Majesty." Several individuals swiftly entered the highland forest. Luo Ri and Fu Ku walked side by side, with Luo Ri whispering to Fu Ku, "I never anticipated the old elder's arrival. What a pity." Fu Ku's expression darkened as he replied, "Indeed, let us find the nephew." As they advanced, they collided with Aotion and his group. "Princess, have you seen my son?" Luo Ri inquired. Aotion's group halted, and Long Ling asked, "Who are you?" "Your Highness, I am Duke Luo Ri from Luogu City. My son is the one who harassed you that day, Luo Yang. I apologize on his behalf." Aotion's countenance grew cold, and Long Ling replied indifferently, "Oh? I see nothing. Aotion, let us depart." Indeed, Aotion cast a deep glance at Luo Ri before continuing onward. Luo Ri's expression turned dark as he exchanged glances with Fuku and made a throat-cutting gesture. After a moment, Fuku nodded in understanding. Your Highness, stop. I have something to discuss, Luo Ri called out, swiftly pursuing Ao Tian's group. Ao Tian remained composed, though his eyes began to chill. Long Ling turned coldly and asked, What do you wish to say? Your Highness, a group of cloaked figures has suddenly attacked. Your father. Luo Ri edged closer as Ao Tian's divine sense locked onto him, preparing for any potential threat. Upon hearing this, Long Ling urgently pressed. What has happened to my father? Long Xiang beside her also displayed an anxious expression. Your father is dead. In an instant, Luo Ri unleashed his holy domain fighting spirit, launching a vicious attack toward Long Ling while Fuku also surged forward to strike. The speed was overwhelming, leaving Long Ling dazed by the sudden onslaught. By the time she regained her senses, it was too late. Meanwhile, Fuku grinned maliciously, aiming his great sword at Long Xiang. Envisioning the scene of the under 6th level prince being cleaved in two beneath his blade, his expression contorting with malevolence. Having anticipated the betrayal, Ao Tian smirked inwardly, swiftly forming a sword shape with his fingers. With a flick, Luo Ri and Fuku were immobilized. Long Ling's attack arrived just in time, her fiery spear piercing Luo Ri's abdomen, puncturing cleanly through. As the two Holy Domain warriors stood motionless, the onlookers gazed at Ao Tian with awe. Ao Tian smiled and stated, Let us first uncover their motives for wanting to kill us. Indeed, Ao Tian's expression grew cold as he directed his merciless gaze at Luo Ri, who found himself unable to move, his fighting spirit unable to be summoned. Fear gripped him as he broke into a sweat upon meeting Ao Tian's icy glare. Ao Tian coldly demanded, Speak. Why did you attempt to kill us? Luo Ri remained silent, prompting Ao Tian to smirk. With a crack, he brutally shattered Luo Ri's arms. Speak. Let go of this foolish desire. I will not divulge anything. Luo Ri proclaimed defiantly, but Ao Tian continued to crush his legs. Fuku's expression turned grim as he broke into a cold sweat. Ao Tian, icy and unyielding, asked, Will you not speak? Luo Ri clenched his teeth in silence. Unable to contain her temper, Long Ling intervened, delivering several fierce slaps. If you do not speak, the Luo family shall face total annihilation. The men will be mutilated and tortured to death, while the women shall bear the mark of slavery and be sold into brothels. Luo Ri's face turned red from the humiliation and fury, and Ao Tian's male companions were stunned by Long Ling's directness. Reflexively, Ao Tian pulled Elena away, fearing that this violent girl might endanger his little brother. Elena, observing Ao Tian's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Long Ling turned, noticing the distance between herself and the group, feeling perplexed. After a moment of reflection, her face flushed red, and she chastised Ao Tian's party. Why are you standing so far away? I want to harm you. Come help interrogate the prisoner. The group employed various methods. Yet the two Holy Domain figures remained obstinate and silent. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Ao Tian's mind. I have a method. What is it? They inquired eagerly. Just wait here. I shall fetch something special. With that, he dispersed his divine sense and vanished in a flash. Moments later, he returned with 5 jars of honey and 6 bottles of black ants. I'm back, Ao Tian exclaimed. Quickly, show us your plan. Ao Tian concentrated, channeling a milky white sword energy, creating a deep wound in Luo Ri's collarbone. He poured honey into the wound and then dumped a bottle of black ants inside. After sealing the wound with a protective barrier, he repeated the process for the others. The agony of flesh and bone being devoured was excruciating. Luo Ri howled in torment. Long Xiang and the others looked at Ao Tian with admiration, praising his ingenuity. Ao Tian's expression turned peculiar, and his cold eyes fixed on Luo Ri. Will you not speak? Shall I pour more in? Please, no? I will tell you. Luo Ri cried out in desperation. Why did you suddenly attempt to kill us? And what transpired outside? Due to the affairs concerning my son reaching the emperor, my title of duke has been demoted to that of a marquis. This time, when I encountered you 5 mere children of the Holy Domain alongside my companion Fuko, I naturally intended to strike hard. Little did I expect to fall into your hands. Ha ha, how I loathe this. Outside, a group of black-clad Holy Domain practitioners launched an attack, resulting in the deaths of several from our ranks. Fortunately, the old dean arrived, eliminating all of the black-clad assailants. We were subsequently instructed to venture into the forest and locate the noble offspring. That concludes my tale. Go ahead and kill me. Ao Yin employed the same method to interrogate Fuko, receiving a similar response. Just kill me. I fear the sight of blood. Xiangzi, how about you take a turn? Longxiang's expression darkened, fearing blood. Very well, I shall play the executioner, for I have yet to kill a holy domain practitioner. Hearing this, Long Linger's eyes sparkled. That Fuko is mine. Outyan's expression turned grim. With a chuckle, the two holy domain practitioners met their untimely end. After Outyan extinguished their souls, he set their bodies ablaze. Let us depart. Upon exiting the forest, Outyan and his companions were met with the devastating aftermath of a fierce battle. At that moment, Long Yin spotted them and joyfully exclaimed, Xianger, Linger, Outyan, you have returned. Alongside him, Robin Baralton approached with delight, warmly inquiring after Outyan and Elena. My dear daughter, my son-in-law, are you unharmed? With Outyan here, what could possibly happen to me? Longxiang's countenance darkened as he whispered to Long Yin about witnessing several noble offspring perish in the sudden assassination attempts by Luo Ri and Fuko. Thankfully, Outyan had been present to eliminate the two holy domain practitioners, preserving their lives. Long Yan's expression grew grave as he murmured coldly, the Luo family and the Fu family. They deserve to perish. Outyan approached Staff, asking, Old man, why are your eyes closed? Staff opened his eyes, retorting, You brat, I was merely meditating. What do you know? Outyan scoffed dismissively. Hours later, those sent into the Black Forest returned with only the Shao family, Lavis, and some distant nobles' offspring, as well as that rascal Luo Yang. Your Majesty, I have only found these. There are many corpses of noble youths in the forest, most of which were humanely slaughtered. The holy domain practitioner from the Shao family reported. Long Yan's expression darkened. Send soldiers to collect the bodies and allow those families to claim them. Understood. Not long after, soldiers entered the Black Forest, retrieving a multitude of noble corpses. Daughter, tiger. A group of holy domain practitioners wept as they embraced the bodies, crying out in anguish. The hunting competition was prematurely concluded. Moreover, I must announce something. Luo Ri and Fuko unexpectedly attacked the crown prince and princess in the Black Forest. Thankfully, my Long family possesses some heritage. Upon returning to the imperial capital, I shall exterminate the two families. Long Yin concealed Outyan's actions to prevent early exposure while simultaneously enhancing the Long family's prestige. Afterward, he scanned the crowd of holy domain practitioners, but to his dismay, no one appeared abnormal. Returned to the imperial capital. At this moment, within a secret chamber of the Radiant God Church's branch, Archbishop Roger stood with a cloaked figure behind him. The raspy voice of the figure declared, Archbishop, all the holy domain practitioners sent to attack have perished. Furthermore, the two-headed rattlesnake of the holy domain has also died under mysterious circumstances. Archbishop Roger's expression darkened. After a long pause, he replied, I understand. You must immediately proceed to the holy mountain and request more personnel. Understood, I shall depart at once. The cloaked figure dissipated like mist. Exiting the chamber, Archbishop Roger murmured, It is time to slowly ensnare our web. Finally returning to the imperial capital, Long Yin and his companions arrived at the palace, where countless noble youths had perished in the hunting tragedy, causing a stir throughout the capital. In an instant, the Fu family was annihilated, while the royal family's two holy domain practitioners discreetly ventured to Luo Ancient City. 2 days later, the Luo family was eradicated. As night descended like water, Outyan, Elena, his in-laws, his brother-in-law, and the aged steward Kong gathered in the hall. Robin Baralton sighed. I sense a storm brewing in the imperial capital. Indeed, Outyan replied, seated comfortably while enjoying grapes. In-laws, do not panic. Our most pressing concern is to elevate our strength. With power, no conspiracy can prevail against us. You speak wisely, Outyan. Kong Lao, you shall handle matters within the family and the merchant guild during my and my wife's seclusion. Rest assured, my lord. Very well. Outyan turned to Kong Lao, saying, You possess the physique of darkness. I have a cultivation technique for you. Kong Lao's eyes lit up with joy. As a trusted confidant of the Baralton family, he was aware of the significant gains in power achieved by the lord and lady. Hearing that he would receive a technique filled him with excitement. All right, Kong Lao. Absorb the memories. Thank you, my son-in-law. The shadow technique, once cultivated to the first level, grants invisibility, an exceptional means of escape, created for the Shadow God Emperor. With his in-laws entering seclusion, the thrilled Kong Lao went to familiarize himself with the newly acquired technique, while his brother-in-law also began to cultivate. In the hall, only Outyan and Elena remained. Outyan took Elena's hand and kissed her earlobe, saying, My dear, the winds of change are stirring in the imperial capital. Do not venture out alone, or I shall spank you. I understand. Come, my love, allow me to assist you in elevating your cultivation. The hall was filled with the vibrant sounds of passion as Outyan set up a soundproof barrier. The following day, news arrived from the Baralton branch in Piaoxua City, reporting the low-priced acquisition of legendary items, prompting the headquarters in the capital to dispatch personnel for retrieval. As the old steward Kong Lao was occupied, Outyin and Elena took 4 level 6 and 10 level 5 practitioners to proceed. The journey was uneventful, though somewhat dull. 3 days later, their carriage entered Piaoxua City. Soon, they arrived at the Baralton branch, where attendants eagerly called, Miss. Miss. Upon entering the hall, they encountered a rotund, jolly fellow named Kara, whose eyes lit up upon seeing the Miss. Miss, you have personally come. Yes, where's the item? Kara bowed, saying, please follow me. The attendants remained in the hall while Outyin and Elena followed Kara to the backyard. Upon opening a door, Kara entered and moved aside a vase, revealing a hidden chamber. He stood at the entrance, addressing Elena. Miss, the item is inside. Without suspicion, Elena entered. As Outyin passed Kara, he cast a deep gaze at him, sensing something amiss. After they entered, Kara followed them in, revealing various magical artifacts, armor, and weapons. Elena, looking puzzled, asked Kara, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry and retrieve the items. Kara suddenly displayed a mysterious smile, causing Outyin's vigilance to spike. Kara pressed against the stone wall, and in an instant, 20 individuals burst in. Kara, how fortunate to be graced by a beauty and a pretty boy. Elena, not foolish, quickly grasped the situation. Kara, are you staging a rebellion? Kara sneered, Miss, what a pity. It's a shame your parents didn't come. We initially intended to lure them here. But it turned out well. I have yet to savor the flavor of a Baralton family daughter. A middle-aged man in green also grinned maliciously. The beauty is indeed a genius. Reaching the peak of level 6 at such a young age. But alas, without entering the holy domain, you will ultimately perish. Kara, I shall sample first. Then you can follow, and afterward, we brothers will enjoy together. That pretty boy will be the first to die. With that, the middle-aged man lunged toward Outyin, wielding a knife with a sinister smile, envisioning Outyin being cleaved in two. Outyin's eyes turned cold, and a smirk crept onto his lips. You dare to harm my woman's master? Then you must die. With a swift motion, Outyin flicked the large knife aside, leaving the middle-aged man in disbelief, his eyes dimming as he met his demise at Outyin's hands. Wife, let the slaughter commence. Outyin's icy voice rang out. Thus, a practitioner of the initial holy domain was effortlessly crushed, leaving Kara and the others in terror. Flee, you fool. Open the secret chamber, hurry. Yes. Kula, in a desperate moment, was about to press down on the protruding stone, but could you escape? Death. With a resounding crack, Outyin shattered his skull with a single punch, capturing his soul. Legendary pressure enveloped the remaining 19 individuals, as Outyin effortlessly dispatched each one, extinguishing their souls. My dear, let us conduct an interrogation, Outyin said, his grip on Kula's soul revealing a look of terror. It was hard to fathom that even in death, his soul had been captured. Outyin's expression turned cold as a strand of milky white true power grazed Kula's soul, eliciting anguished cries. Who are they? Kula wailed. Just kill me. I will not speak. Even if I do, my soul will be shattered instantly. Outyin's consciousness meticulously scanned Kula's soul and discovered a restriction on his head. However, even with Outyin's current strength, he could not break it. Upon touching the restriction, Kula let out a heart-wrenching scream, and Outyin's demeanor grew increasingly grave. He unleashed a ball of fire, reducing Kula's soul to nothingness. My dear, the situation is even more dire than anticipated. What is it? Elena inquired, puzzled. There was a restriction on the head of this fat man's soul to prevent the leakage of information, and despite my peak legendary strength, I cannot break it. What? You have reached the peak of legendary status? You have kept this from me for so long. Outyin was taken aback, having inadvertently let it slip. My dear, I was wrong. Please, do not strike. Stop. Are you a dog? I will bite you. Outyin, irritated, forcefully lifted Elena and playfully smacked her soft, curvaceous backside. Elena quieted down. All right, let us collect the spoils, he said, giving her a gentle rub. Indeed, they found legendary items. My dear, take this and keep it safe. After a while, the two searched the secret chamber and the belongings of the corpses before destroying the bodies and exiting the chamber. Upon returning to the living room, Outyin addressed the 2 level 6 experts. Gather everyone from this estate. When we entered the secret chamber, that fat man ambushed us with 20 people. What? Young master, miss. Are you all right? Ruta exclaimed, shocked and anxious. We are fine. Hurry, bring them all to me. I need to interrogate them. Yes, on it. The 14 departed, and soon, 35 individuals were brought into the hall. Ao Yin's expression was cold as he surveyed them. Noticing no unusual reactions from the 35, he pondered. Could it be that fat man revolted? I ask you, answer honestly. Recently, have any unusual individuals visited this estate? One guard responded, My lord, indeed. An unusual person has come recently. Who is it? Describe their appearance and attire. Reporting, my lord, it was a middle-aged man in a green robe, personally welcomed by Kula. Oh, step forward one by one. Ao Yin, while scanning for any abnormal fluctuations, began his inquiries. Soon, all 35 had been questioned, with no discrepancies found. All right, you may leave. Yes, Ao Yin declared, this matter is settled. We shall return to the imperial city. Yes, young master. Chapter 3. The Church of Light collects pieces on their journey. Elena lost her enthusiasm for sightseeing. Ao Yin offered words of comfort, and due to their accelerated pace, they arrived in less than 2 days at the Ba family estate. Elena retreated to her room, while Ao Yin dismissed everyone and used his consciousness to scan the entire estate, pulling Rabinba from his secluded meditation. Rabinba's expression was evidently displeased. As he had just been preparing to consummate with Long Qiu, Ao Yin paid little heed and dragged Rabinba out, which infuriated him. He demanded an explanation, threatening to report to Elena, which would prevent Ao Yin from sharing her bed for a week, leaving Ao Yin speechless. All right, I have urgent matters to discuss, he said, revealing the situation regarding the branch in Piaoxua City. After hearing this, Rabinba's expression darkened. He was relieved that Ao Yin had accompanied him. Had Elena gone alone, the situation would have been dire. Rabinba pondered the enemies of the Ba family, discarding one after another. Given this, we shall abandon the branch. Indeed, fortunately, my wife and I have already looted everything from the secret chamber. Well done. Now, you continue with your duties. I have significant matters to attend to, Ao Yin stated. Oh, what significant matters? Rabinba asked, curious. Ao Yin grinned and replied, to procreate with your daughter. Rabinba's face turned dark as he admonished, young man, one must practice moderation. Ao Yin laughed heartily as he walked towards Elena's chamber. Meanwhile, within the palace, the 5th prince sat in his chamber, his expression dark, eyes filled with jealousy and malice. At that moment, a maid entered and addressed him. Your Highness, there is someone outside requesting an audience. The 5th prince's dark eyes narrowed at the maid. You come here. The maid, trembling in fear, approached the 5th prince, who suddenly pulled her onto the bed, lifting her skirt and reaching beneath it. Suddenly, a figure in a black robe entered silently, rasping, Your Highness, you seem to have quite the interest. Why have you not seen me? Enjoying a beauty, I see. What good fortune you possess. The 5th prince halted, his expression darkening. Who are you? What is your purpose? Do you not know that intruding into the imperial palace is punishable by death? Intruding? What of it? What can you do about it? The black-robed figure laughed menacingly as he knocked the maid unconscious and discarded her aside. With a swift motion, the black-robed figure seized the 5th prince by the neck, causing him to struggle for breath. 5th prince, how about we make a deal? Releasing his grip slightly, the 5th prince gasped for air. Fine, what is the deal? Smart choice. Rest assured, it will benefit you. I will place you in power, but you must agree to our Church of Light's supremacy. Sensing the tightening grip around his neck, the 5th prince quickly replied, I agree, as long as you help me ascend to the throne. That can be arranged. Just cooperate with us. However, I have 2 requests. Once successful, assist me in capturing Ao Yin, the son-in-law of the Ba family, and the daughter of the Ba family. Those are easily arranged. I promise, as long as you cooperate, I can even bring you Longlinger. The 5th prince's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, I want Longlinger as well. Excellent. Let us hope for a pleasant collaboration. Now, allow me to place a restriction on you. It will be impenetrable by anyone below legendary status. Should you reveal our plans, you will meet a most explosive demise, the figure said, setting the restriction upon the 5th prince's head before whispering the plan into his ear. Meanwhile, Ao Yin turned, dressed in a white mage robe, his golden hair resplendent. My love, feel free to explore. I shall catch up with Wang Wan. All right, enjoy yourselves, Ao Yin replied. Yes, we shall depart, Elena said, taking Wang Wan's hand as they left. The old servant took his leave, saying, Young master, enjoy yourselves, before closing the door behind him. Ao Yin sat beside the woman, smiling gently. May I inquire your name? Mo Yen, with alluring eyes, replied, I am called Mo Yen. Mo Yen, what a lovely name, Ao Yin said, grinning as he took her delicate hand. Young master, allow me to pour you a drink, she invited. How could I refuse such a beautiful invitation? Cheers. As Mo Yen witnessed Ao Yin faint, her eyes sparkled with delight. She withdrew her hand and softly called, Young master, young master. A few minutes later, upon realizing that Ao Tan was indeed in a deep stupor, Mo Yan's expression twisted into one of malevolence. Murmuring incantations under her breath, she unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that surged into Ao Tian's head, aiming to leave a mental imprint on his soul in an attempt to exert control over him. It was precisely this technique that had allowed her to dominate over 1,000 individuals to date, including those of the 6th and 5th ranks, as well as numerous nobles. However, she was unfortunately faced with the extraordinary Ao Tian. Just as her spiritual force was about to reach the soul within Ao Tian's mind, his soul power erupted violently, shattering Mo Yan's mental force. Instantly, her delicate visage turned pale, disbelief etched across her features as blood trickled from her lips. Ao Tian opened his eyes, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion as he turned it upon Mo Yan, exclaiming in surprise that he had unexpectedly entered a black market. With a swift motion, he brought his index and middle fingers together, sealing her acupoints. The beauty was thus restrained, and Mo Yan realized she was entirely immobilized, her expression turning to one of sheer terror. This was an unprecedented situation for her. Was it sorcery? She attempted to plead, "Young master, I was wrong. Please spare me." "Yes, master." Mo Yan hastily swallowed a cleansing pill, and immediately waves of energy surged into her meridians. Her narrow pathways could not withstand the expanding energy, gradually fracturing under the strain, causing excruciating pain. Suddenly, a voice urged her to endure. Mo Yan felt as if she had taken a calming pill, gritting her teeth as she bore the agony of her body being torn apart and then restored. Gradually, the pain subsided, her meridians expanding as her pristine skin began to exude dark impurities. Before long, she opened her eyes, catching a whiff of an unusual odor. Ao Tian chuckled. "Time for a wash." Mo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson. With a flick of his fingers, streams of water enveloped her, and slowly, the grime began to wash away, ultimately turning the once pristine water dark. Ao Tian then froze the water, shattering it into powder. After consuming the cleansing pill, Mo Yan's skin became even more radiant. Suddenly, Ao Tian's soul trembled, as if sensing an impending calamity. He thought of Ai Lin Na and gave her brief instructions before vanishing before Mo Yan. Chapter 40. Ao Tian's fury. Ao Tian dashed out of the pavilion like a gust of wind, heading towards a faint sensation he felt. For after engaging in dual cultivation with Ai Lin Na, their bodies shared a subtle connection that allowed them to sense each other. Ai Lin Na, her gaze timid, remarked, "Indeed, one can know a person's face but not their heart." With that, her expression darkened with disappointment. "All right, I'm glad I arrived in time. Now I must teach that fellow a lesson. Wang, just give him a swift end," Ai Lin Na said gloomily. Ao Tian's expression turned icy as he replied, "No, I have already obliterated Wang and annihilated his soul. I'm referring to this individual." With that, Ao Tian produced a jade vial, and the spirit of Wang Li materialized, glaring maliciously at Ao Tian. Ai Lin now recognized Wang Li instantly. He was Wang's brother. Cursed be this fellow. He had pursued me in the past, and once even tried to forcefully take me, only to be repelled by my brother. A day passed, and the Wang family commenced an investigation into the disappearance of Wang and Wang Li. Although they were not the most distinguished talent from the Wang family, they were still of noble blood. The inexplicable disappearance of a direct line member was intolerable, prompting a rigorous inquiry from the family. Within less than a morning, they uncovered that Wang had been with Ai Lin Na, and ultimately only Ai Lin Na emerged from the encounter, accompanied by Ao Tian. Within the Ba family estate, Ao Tian and Ai Lin Na occupied the higher seats, while the elderly steward, Kong Lao, stood nearby. Below, a middle-aged man wore a calm expression, while another beside him appeared somber. Ai Lin Na, did Wang and Wang Li spend time with you? The grim-faced middle-aged man, Wang Ku, inquired. Ai Lin Na's face flushed with anger, and just as she was about to speak, Ao Tian intervened, his tone frigid as he looked deeply into Wang Ku's eyes. Wang indeed spent time with my wife, but who is Wang Li? Upon seeing Ao Tian's implicit acknowledgement, Wang Ku's 6th-level aura erupted, and he exclaimed in fury, "You dare ask me who Wang Li is? Wang Li is here, and Wang was with Ai Lin Na. But why have Wang and Wang Li disappeared while you two remain? Does the Ba family allow you to act without restraint?" Ao Tian waved dismissively, dispelling Wang Ku's aura, which was overshadowed by his own 6th-level peak presence. The once calm Wang Chong was now visibly shaken, his face a mask of astonishment. Young Master Ao Tian indeed possesses exceptional talent. Soon, the imperial capital will witness the emergence of another saint. Ao Tian offered a slight smile. Wang Chong, regaining composure, responded, Young Master Aotian, I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of my family's two disciples. There are no ulterior motives. If you or Ai Lin Na know anything, could you please inform us? One does not strike a smiling face. Aotian replied gently. We truly do not know about Wang Li. As for Wang Wan, she was indeed with Ai Lin Na, but I ultimately took Ai Lin Na back. I truly do not know where Wang Wan has gone. Aotian remained calm and unflinching, his eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. Wang Chong felt perplexed. Could it truly be that they were innocent? Then, we shall take our leave. Wang Ku, let us go. With a grim expression, Wang Ku cast a cold glance at Aotian and Ai Lin Na before turning to depart. After their departure, the elderly steward Kong Lao remarked, Young Master, what about those two? Aotian smiled slightly and whispered, Indeed, Wang Wan has been obliterated, and Wang Li has suffered a soul's demise at my hands. Kong Lao was momentarily taken aback. Young Master, what transpired? Ai Lin Na's expression darkened. Kong Lao, I had not seen Wang Wan for a month. We reminisced, and I was quite pleased, only to discover she had arranged for a private room without any suspicion on my part. It was only after a lavish feast that I realized I had been. At this point, Ai Lin Na fell silent. Kong Lao, perceptive as always, understood the implications and quickly asked, Are you all right? Ai Lin Na replied, I am well. Thankfully, Aotian arrived just in time. Kong Lao sighed. Aotian's expression turned icy. Kong Lao, keep watch on the movements of the Wang family. Yes, young master. Ai Lin Na added, Kong Lao, sever all business dealings with the Wang family. We have already made enemies, and our family is not afraid of them. Understood, Kong Lao replied, before heading off to convey the orders. Chapter 41. Cardinal Rog takes action upon returning to the Wang family estate. Wang Chong and Wang Ku wore dark expressions. Wang Ku addressed his elder brother. Wang Chong waved his hand. No need to speak, I understand. The direct line of the Wang family cannot simply vanish without reason. Issue orders to closely monitor all movements of the Ba family estate, and if necessary, abduct several key members for ransom. Wang Ku rejoiced. Yes, elder brother, I will go and give the orders immediately. Shortly after, an elderly man entered the hall. His face filled with alarm. Head of the family, it is dire. The Ba family has severed all trade with us, and our clan is incurring significant losses. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's already dark expression deepened further. The Ba family, very well. The Wang family will not back down. Wang Lao, you may leave. Let them sever ties. We will reach out to other merchants, and from this moment forth, we shall not let a single opportunity to suppress the Ba family slip by. Yes, head of the family, Wang Lao responded. At this moment, within the secret chamber of the Ba family estate, Reuben Bala Dun had successfully ascended to the late Saint realm, his power surging, while his wife, Long Qiu, had reached the mid-Saint realm. The two emerged from their seclusion, smiling, and upon entering the hall, they found Ai Lin Na and Aotian present. Aotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Congratulations, esteemed in-laws, on your enhanced strength, he exclaimed with a grin. Ai Lin Na, upon seeing her parents emerge, was filled with joy, embracing her mother, Long Qiu. Oh dear, you're all married now, yet still act like a little girl. Long Qiu teased, playfully pinching Ai Lin Na's nose. Ai Lin Na giggled in response. Subsequently, Ai Lin Na recounted the events regarding the Wang family's inquiries and the decision to sever ties with them. Upon hearing this, Reuben Bala Dun and Long Qiu's expressions turned furious. Nah, well done. What nonsense the Wang family is spouting. Do they truly think they can act with impunity? Aotian cleared his throat. Ah, indeed, we have a dragon here. Mother-in-law Long Qiu jested. Yes, wherever a family is in dire straits, they can simply draw some blood from this dragon to sell for a few gold coins. Haha. Aotian, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless and promptly dragged Elino away, laughter echoing behind them. In the secret chamber of the Guangming Shindao branch, Archbishop Rog was meeting with 5 venerable elders clad in white robes and 15 individuals dressed in black. Rog, how is the plan progressing? Inquired one of the white-robed elders. Lord Gikus, everything is proceeding smoothly. We are on the brink of a full-scale launch. The glory of the God of Light should shine upon every corner of the world. Rog, if this matter is successfully resolved, you shall become a cardinal and return to the holy mountain to be embraced by the Lord. Yes, all is for the God of Light. Very well, you may leave now and inform me when the plan is fully underway. Yes, Lord Gikus. Archbishop Rog exited the chamber, a smile gracing his lips. In the dead of night, Archbishop Rog donned a black robe once more, equipped with keen perception, a detailed map, and knowledge of the palace's military arrangements. He swiftly arrived at the palace of the fifth prince, who was currently in high spirits. Indulging in intimate activities with a beautiful maid, Rog stood silently before the fifth prince, a flicker of disdain passing over his face as he disregarded the fervent sounds of passion and swiftly incapacitated the maid with a single strike. The fifth prince turned to see Rog and nearly wilted, losing his composure. The plan is now in motion, fifth prince. Remember, should you fail, well, you understand the implications. The fifth prince nodded vigorously. Rog was satisfied with his reaction and produced a small vial from his robes. This is the poison dragon elixir, crafted from the essence of a poison dragon at the pinnacle of the sacred domain. Remember, if this endeavor fails, you have no need to continue living. The fifth prince, fully aware of the consequences, replied confidently, "Rest assured, Archbishop." "Very well, I take my leave." The fifth prince gazed at the black liquid in the crystal vial. His expression contorted with malice as his eyes gleamed with wicked intent. In the boudoir of the Baladun family, Aotian was about to engage in a romantic interlude with Elina when he suddenly received a message from Mo Yin, indicating that a figure in black had entered the palace and exited after 10 minutes, subsequently heading to the Wang family. Aotian pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure. Could it be the royal family? Unlikely. The Shao family? They lacked the capability, unless it was an external power. Suddenly, Aotian recalled that his historical mentor was a prince of the Dark God cult. Could it be the Dark God cult? However, he had little time for contemplation, as Elina soon ignited the flames of passion within him. Chapter 42. The fifth prince poisons a night of romance was undeniably exquisite. Aotian rose early to assist Elina in arranging her hair. Meanwhile, within the palace, the fifth prince exited the main hall and made his way to the imperial kitchen, where the air was filled with the enticing aroma of delicious food. "Your Majesty's breakfast of 8 treasure porridge is ready," called out a chef, holding a bowl in one hand and a spoon in the other. Upon entering, the fifth prince, struck by inspiration, inquired, "Has His Majesty's breakfast been prepared?" The chef, upon recognizing the fifth prince, immediately knelt in reverence, to which the prince responded, "Rise. Your Highness, the crystal lotus seed soup will take another quarter-hour to finish." "Very well. I shall wait here. Inform me when it is ready. His Majesty is awaiting his meal." "Your Highness, may I be so bold as to ask why it is not the eunuch one who typically brings the meals to His Majesty?" "That is none of your concern. Focus on your duties," the fifth prince replied, his excuse rather feeble. "Yes, Your Highness." After a quarter-hour, the chef presented a platter containing the 8 treasure porridge, purple silk and white jade soup, and crystal lotus seed soup to the fifth prince. As he took the platter and exited the kitchen, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. With a sinister expression, he retrieved the crystal vial from within his robe and poured a portion of its contents into each dish, leaving a small amount for future use. Having completed the poisoning, the fifth prince felt an unprecedented elation. His spirit lightened as he anticipated ascending to the throne, a thrill coursing through him at the thought. After a 10-minute journey, the fifth prince finally arrived at the Tranquil Palace, the designated resting place for the queen. Emperor Long Yin primarily favored the queen, hence they resided in the Tranquil Palace. The fifth prince entered and, upon seeing the emperor reviewing memorials, was met with a puzzled look. "Shang'er, why have you come to deliver the meal today?" "Father, I wish to ease eunuch Wen's burden, so I took it upon myself to bring the food." The emperor, touched by his son's filial piety, felt reassured and did not suspect the fifth prince of any ill intentions. Even if he did, Long Yin was not afraid. Being a formidable expert in the mid-tier of the sacred domain, though the fifth prince had the backing of the Guangming Shindao. "Father, here is the 8 treasure porridge. Here is the purple silk and white jade soup, and here is the crystal lotus seed soup," the fifth prince said, presenting each bowl and naming the dishes. Quite tasty," the emperor remarked as he set down the memorials and took a spoonful of the 8 treasure porridge. Seeing the emperor consume the porridge, the fifth prince bowed slightly and said, "Father, the meal has been delivered. I shall take my leave." His eyes briefly sparkled with delight. "Very well, Shang'er, take care." The fifth prince departed the Tranquil Palace and returned to his own quarters. Meanwhile, in the Tranquil Palace, eunuch Wen entered and reported, "Your Majesty, I should be punished for delaying your meal due to an upset stomach." Long Yin would never penalize eunuch Wen, who had faithfully served both him and his father. "It is of no matter, for Shang'er has graciously brought it to me." Eunuch Wen, puzzled, inquired, "The fifth prince?" "Indeed, Shang'er is quite filial," the eunuch noted. "Though the fifth prince lacks talent, such devotion is indeed a blessing for the royal family." At this moment, Aotian was making his way to the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. leaving Elena at home to consolidate her recent progress after just stepping out of the sacred domain. Aotion wore a smile as he engaged with a group of students eager to curry favor with him. Upon arriving at his villa, he breathed a sigh of relief. Entering, traversing the corridor, and stepping into the training hall, where Jade was diligently practicing his swordsmanship, perspiration glistening on his brow. Aotion felt a sense of pride. All right, Jade, remember that practice requires a balance of strength and gentleness. Take a moment to relax. Jade turned, his face lighting up upon seeing Aotion. Yes, young master. Jade. Very good. You are already a level 5 adept. Come, let me take you out to unwind, Aotion offered. Yes, young master, Jade replied eagerly. As they walked, Aotion remarked, what a pity, Jade. At just 14, if you were 2 years older, I could take you to a wonderful place. Jade's face brightened. Then, young master, will you take me in 2 years? Aotion smirked mischievously. Of course, in 2 years, I will take you, hee. Upon returning to Tianshang Renjian, Aotion led Jade upstairs to a private room. Waiter, bring me 20 barrels of fiery liquor and some signature dishes from your establishment, along with 10 servings of meat. Make sure they are on the pricier side, for the young master is not short on funds. Of course, young master, your order will be ready shortly. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber on the top floor of Tianshang Renjian, the waiter entered and reported, Your Highness, the young man you asked me to keep an eye on has arrived at our establishment. As Kaisa Ling opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination sparked within them. In the dishes he ordered, add a potent laxative. The waiter, taken aback, replied, A laxative? Yes, Your Highness, I will instruct the kitchen immediately. Go, she commanded. And with a hiss, the chamber was sealed once more. Kaisa Ling's thoughts turned to Aotion, her teeth gritted in frustration, her expression darkening as conflicting emotions of confusion, complexity, hatred, and sweetness swirled within her. Reflecting on the first man to confront her in such a manner, she felt a dampness spread beneath her black skirt, cursing herself. I cannot allow this to ruin my purity. Aotion, I shall ensure your demise. Before long, platters of dishes, meats, and 20 barrels of fiery liquor were served. Jade, make sure to replenish your strength. Eat well. Yaga, filled with gratitude, began to devour the food. Upon taking his first bite, Aotion immediately discerned that the dish contained a potent laxative. Speechless, he pondered the dubious character behind this establishment, while he had encountered poisoners and those who administered aphrodisiacs. This was his first encounter with someone who employed laxatives. Had the waiter been privy to Aotion's thoughts, he would surely have tearfully declared a kindred spirit. Aotion, feeling a wave of sympathy for cautioned him, cough. I did not expect that my first invitation to dine would bring you such misfortune. Yaga, munching on a chicken leg, cast a puzzled glance at Aotion, who awkwardly replied, these dishes and drinks have been laced with a massive quantity of laxative. Yaga's eyes widened in shock, and he promptly expelled the delectable chicken leg from his mouth, desperately attempting to remove the offending substance. Aotion erupted in laughter. I apologize, but you're in for it. This laxative affects anyone below the Saint Domain. Feeling despondent, Yaga resolved to indulge thoroughly, reasoning that if he was destined for a bout of diarrhea, he might as well enjoy himself to the fullest. Aotion found this even more amusing. After a hearty feast, the table was cleared of all remnants, and clutching his noticeably enlarged belly, resigned himself to reclining in his chair. With a teasing glint in his eyes, Aotion remarked, Do you truly wish to spend the entire day suffering? Upon seeing Aotion's playful smile, Gai's expression brightened. Young master, you must save me. Aotion chuckled and extended his hand. Yaga eagerly reached out, and Aotion grasped his hand, transferring a wisp of milky white energy. This energy coursed through S body, neutralizing the laxative, which was expelled in the form of a pale liquid from his fingertips. All done, Be cautious if I'm not around in this realm. Understanding the implications of his words, Yaga replied, Rest assured, young master, I will exercise caution. Here, a poor scholar with a wealthy warrior should enjoy good meals without skimping. Otherwise, if I call upon you to assist, and you lack the strength to fight, I shall be quite displeased, Aotion jested. Yaga solemnly assured, Fear not, young master. I shall eat well, ensuring I have the strength to aid you. Aotion affectionately ruffled S hair, laughing heartily. Come, I shall treat you to a sumptuous meal. With that, Aotion pulled through the broken window, and they swiftly departed. Before long, the waiter entered the private room, intending to inquire if the young master required anything else. But upon discovering the absence of any patrons, he swallowed his words. The table lay in disarray, completely ravaged, and the shattered window revealed their hasty escape. The waiter hurried to the top floor to report to Catherine. Upon hearing the news, Catherine was momentarily taken aback and muttered, "What a wicked individual. May the laxative be your demise." Chapter 43. The Palace Coup. After Ao Tian assisted Hug in fleeing the Tianshang Rinjian Hotel and returning him to the Academy Villa, Ao Tian returned to the Balaton family estate to meditate and cultivate. In the chapel of the Church of the God of Light, in a secret chamber, Archbishop Rog addressed Gikus, "My lord, the fifth prince's actions have been executed. We may commence." Gikus opened his eyes, which gleamed with a peculiar light. "Good, Rog, proceed. We 5 legends will hold the line, and the 15 cloaked warriors of the Holy Hall will be under your command." Rog's expression brightened with excitement. "Yes, my lord." In the stillness of night, within the quiet palace, Emperor Long Yin of the Ross Empire and Queen Ophini were engaged in cheerful conversation when suddenly, Long Yin felt a tumultuous churn in his abdomen. "Ah!" Ophini gasped, alarmed, embracing Long Yin. "Your Majesty, what is the matter?" With a violent cough, Long Yin expelled a mouthful of blood. Straining to regain composure, he sensed the chaotic energy within him and noted a dark aura emanating from his dantian. Long Yan's face darkened as he contemplated when he could have been poisoned, suddenly recalling the peculiar behavior of Shang Heir that morning, who had personally delivered breakfast. Long Yan's expression turned grim. "Ophini, be wary of the fifth prince. I suspect I have been poisoned. Take this token. There is a hidden compartment beneath the dragon throne. Use this token to summon the ancestors, and have Xiang Heir and Ling Heir wait outside." Long Yin struggled to convey his thoughts. With a crash, he finally succumbed and collapsed onto the bed. Ophini cried out, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." She pressed her snow-white fingers to his nose, feeling a faint breath. "Call for the royal physician." Not long after, a level 6 light mage arrived, bowing before the queen. "Please rise and examine the emperor's condition." "Yes." The mage approached, checking Long Yan's meridians, his expression suddenly grave as he chanted an incantation. Holy light purification can eliminate negative effects and toxins, restoring the body to its peak. Long Yan's bloodied visage began to regain color, but suddenly he coughed up another mouthful of blood, growing even paler, his breathing becoming labored. Ophini's expression darkened with anger. "What is happening?" The level 6 light mage trembled slightly. "I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that it is likely." Ophini erupted, Get out, get out." "Yes, I shall take my leave." As the mage turned, a flicker of delight crossed his eyes. Recalling Long Yan's instructions, Ophini quickly summoned her trusted confidants to relay the message to Dean's staff, and she hastily called for Long Xiang and Long Ling Heir. Soon, Long Xiang and Long Ling Heir arrived at the quiet palace, witnessing their father lying on the bed, his face ashen. They gasped in shock. "Mother, what has happened to father?" Ophini, her eyes stained with tears and reddened, replied, "Your father has been poisoned, and the royal physicians are unable to treat him. Before he fell unconscious, he urged you to escape the palace at once. You must hurry through the secret passage." Long Ling Heir and Long Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears as they turned to Ophini. "What about you, mother?" Ophini's expression turned serious. "I must fulfill your father's orders. By the way, find that scoundrel, the fifth prince, and bring him before me." Upon hearing the mention of the fifth prince, Long Ling Heir and Long Xiang exclaimed, "Mother, could it be that our fifth brother is the one who poisoned him?" Ophini's face turned ashen. The emperor deduced that the breakfast was delivered by the fifth prince. "It is highly likely. You must hurry and locate him." "Yes, mother." Moments later, Long Ling Heir and Long Xiang returned to the quiet palace. Their expressions drastically changed. "It is dire, mother. All the maids and guards in the fifth brother's palace are dead, and he is nowhere to be found." Ophini's face paled instantly, and she inhaled deeply to suppress her fury. "Ling Heir, Xiang Heir, you two must flee the palace at once. Quickly. Wen Lao, stay with the emperor. I will attend to this matter." "Yes, mother, we shall depart." With that, Long Ling Heir and Long Xiang turned and left, their eyes filled with sorrow. Wen Gong, standing nearby, wore a dark expression. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, as long as I draw breath, no one shall lay a hand on the emperor." Ophini hurried to the dragon hall, locating and pressing the hidden compartment beneath the dragon throne. With a click, the door opened, and she entered, the golden door closing behind her. Navigating through the dark passageway, Ophini soon arrived in a space spanning 100 square meters, where 12 elders awaited. Long Tian opened his heavy eyelids. "Little girl, how did you come to be here?" A legendary aura radiated toward Ophini, causing her to tremble. Gritting her teeth, Ophini produced the token, and the pressure dissipated. The elders looked at the token, their expressions shifting. Long Tian asked, "Little girl, what has transpired?" With her eyes already red-rimmed, Ophini burst into tears. I beseech the ancestors. I am the current empress, and the emperor has been harmed and poisoned. Before losing consciousness, he sensed chaos would erupt in the palace and requested the ancestors to emerge. Long Xingtian replied, Enough, child, do not cry. It has been 300 years. It seems the world has forgotten us. Hee, little girl, come, let us see what poison has afflicted the current emperor. With that, the 12 elders followed Ophini out of the dragon hall and into the quiet palace. Long Xingtian began to examine Long Yan's meridians, his expression growing serious. Fingers emanated a hint of legendary post-war Duki, which seeped into Long Yintian's body. With his eyes closed, Long Yintian focused his mind on directing this Duki. In the depths of his dantian, he encountered a pitch-black void that had already tainted his internal organs. A chaotic mass of Duki was protecting him, preventing the toxins from further invading. However, a trickle of poison slowly surged into the meridians leading to his heart, competing with the chaotic Duki. Long Yintian attempted to eradicate the toxins, but upon mere contact, Long Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. A look of concern crossed Ao Fei's face as Long Yintian opened his eyes, his expression grim. This toxin is indeed tyrannical. It seems to be the venom refined by a poisonous dragon. Only the Shui Ling Chao found deep within the monster beast forest can counteract this poison. Ao Fei's complexion turned pale as she murmured, Your Majesty, ancestor, can we venture into the depths of the monster beast forest? Long Yintian's expression darkened. Girl, I might be able to brave the legendary regions of the monster beast forest, but the depths harbor a semi-divine beast overlord. To go there is to court death. Tears streamed down Ao Fei's face. Ancestor, how long do we have? Long Yintian sighed. 3 days. After 3 days, even a deity would be powerless. Ao Fei and I fainted instantly. Long Yintian instructed the nearby Wen Gonggong to lay the unconscious Ao Fei and I on the bed. Then he asked, What is the current situation in the imperial capital? Wen Gonggong, filled with respect, replied, Ancestor, although the capital appears calm on the surface, dark undercurrents are stirring beneath. Long Yintian continued, What of the princes? The first Prince Long Xiang and the second Princess Long Linger have secretly left the palace to seek refuge. The Empress has already informed the old dean, who will arrive shortly. I see. Excellent. Is it that rascal Staffu? When Gonggong nodded, Yes, it is Dean Staffu. Suddenly, 30 individuals arrived outside the hall, led by none other than the 5th prince. When Gonggong's face contorted with anger. You beast, 5th prince. Why have you poisoned his majesty? Are the Wang family, the Lavis family, and the Shao family also planning a rebellion? Haha, we are merely seeking our own interests, the 5th prince sneered, emboldened by his newfound support. Since father has stripped me of my right to compete for the throne, I cannot be blamed. Long Yintian's expression grew grave as he assessed the 30 individuals, 1 at the peak of legend, 3 at the early stage of legend, 1 he could not gauge, likely at the pinnacle of legend, for at the peak of the sacred domain, 5 in the later stage of the sacred domain, 10 in the middle stage, and 5 in the early stage. Archbishop Rog stepped forward. You must be the legendary dragon blood warrior Long Yintian, renowned across the continent 300 years ago. Do you intend to overthrow the dynasty with your bright god church? Long Yintian's countenance darkened. Haha, it is good that you know. My lord, let us begin. Kill. Young master, take his majesty and the young lady away, quickly. Yes. At that moment, Jacuzzi swiftly obstructed Long Yintian. The glory of the bright god spreads across the world. You must believe in my master. Humph, we shall fight and retreat. Move. Can you escape, sword of light? Jacuzzi unleashed an 8-meter-tall sword of light towards Long Yintian. With a resounding crash, Long Yintian's body erupted in size, golden dragon scales covering him entirely. Dragon transformation. Long Yintian roared, his power surging. Light Guardian. A brilliant light clashed against the darkness. Long Yintian turned to see no? Long Bu has transformed. Retreat. Leave the palace. Jacuzzi's cold smile radiated confidence as he commanded. Block them. Kill as many as you can. Instantly, within the tranquil palace, Duki and magic erupted from all directions, the resplendent palace crumbling in an instant. Its top floor sheared off. Staffu received the notification and rushed toward the imperial palace upon witnessing the intense battle aura. His expression turned cold as he summoned the red dragon Halus. Halus, it's time to fight. Let us head to the palace. Oh, old man, finally some action. Staffu mounted the red dragon Halus, which flapped its wings, a dragon's roar echoing throughout the imperial capital. Heavens, it's a giant dragon. Is the dragon attacking the capital? Run. Look, the dragon bears the mark of Dean Staffu. Chapter 44, Repelling the Bright God Church. The dragon's roar echoed throughout the imperial capital. In the residence of the Balaton family, Aelanana's boudoir, Aotian was momentarily stunned. A giant dragon? Who could it be? Aelanana, I must go out. Yes, dear, be careful. Aotian vanished from his spot, swiftly exiting the Balaton estate. The next moment, the artifact's illusion morphed into the visage of a burly man as he soared into the sky. The red dragon is that old man's steed. What grave business does he have in the palace? With a rush, Staffu rode Halus to the epicenter of the battle aura. Halus, charge. At that moment, Jacuzzi, who was obstructing the transformed Long Yintian, sensed a powerful aura approaching, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Staffu. Moments later, Staffu dismounted from the red dragon. Bright God Church, haha. With a thunderous roar, Staffu's mid-legendary aura exploded, instantly slaying 2 mid-level sacred domain warriors. Jacuzzi's expression turned icy. Staffu, you should not have stepped into this murky water. Staffu chuckled. Haha, this is the Ross Empire, not your sacred mountain. Halus, let us fight. The old man grinned. I'm coming. The tranquil palace was utterly obliterated as the peak sacred domain red dragon targeted a mid-level light mage. Ancestor, avenge me. Long Ku self-destructed in an instant, severely injuring 2 nearby holy knights. Ancestor, I will join you. Long Ting charged into a group of holy knights, self-destructing. Transformed. Long Yintian bellowed, no. His eyes turned crimson, and his moves became increasingly fierce. However, Jacuzzi remained composed, being at the pinnacle of legend and on the verge of breaking through to semi-divine status. As he observed his side gaining the upper hand against the Long family, a smile spread across Jacuzzi's face. Suddenly, a wave of dark magic surged from the shadows, ensnaring 2 late-stage sacred domain warriors and 3 early-stage warriors. In an instant, the Long family retaliated, slicing through the 5 captives. Damn the Dark God Church. Catherine arrived with 10 sacred domain warriors. The peak-level dark-robed mage rasped. When did the Bright God Church become so vicious, even aiming to slaughter a dynasty? Long Yintian rejoiced upon seeing reinforcements. Thank you, Dark God Church, for your assistance. Haha. Assistance is an overstatement. We simply find the Bright God Church displeasing and wish to intervene. Uncle, enough talk. Let us kill. Catherine urged from behind. Haha, very well. Dark sky. A 50-meter dark veil enveloped the scene, enabling the Long family to counterattack several sacred domain warriors. The holy light descends. The legendary Elder of Light, having gravely wounded Long Dong, swiftly recited a spell, dispersing the dark veil with a radiant light. Retreat. Long Yintian shouted, forcing Jacuzzi back. The remaining Long family, consisting of 1 legendary and 4 sacred domain warriors, immediately fled the battlefield. Catherine, let us go? The dark-robed figures pulled Catherine away as the Dark God Church retreated. Jacuzzi coldly smirked. Do you think you can escape? Holy light barrier. Having remained composed, Jacuzzi had already been chanting a spell. In an instant, thick light elements enveloped the area, forming a massive barrier that obstructed Long Yintian and the Dark God Church from retreating. Damn it. Long Yintian's expression turned grave. This is a minor forbidden spell, the Holy Light Barrier. Concentrate and blow it apart. Boom. Archbishop Rog roared, cleaving a Dark God Church sacred domain warrior with the Sword of Light. Staffu held back 2 early-stage legends, shouting at them to retreat. Use dragon language magic to strike the barrier. Great divine dragon, grant me strength. Flame burns the world. Explosive fire elements coalesced from Halus' mouth, momentarily dimming the holy light barrier. Jacuzzi's expression shifted. Kill them. The entire scene erupted into chaos as elemental storms began to coalesce. The powerful battle aura creating fissures in the very fabric of space. Aotian arrived outside a palace reduced to ashes, where a fierce battle was underway. Among the chaos, he spotted the young girl, Kaisa Lin. Within him, a surge of milky white true energy surged as he unleashed a powerful attack with his dragon claw, colliding directly with the holy light barrier, causing it to shatter. What? Ji Guxi's expression changed dramatically. Long Xingtian and his companions were filled with joy as they turned to Aotian, who remained unfazed, gazing intently at Ji Guxi. With a grave expression, Ji Guxi commanded, retreat. In an instant, Long Xingtian roared to block the retreat. Be gone. With a clang, Ji Guxi and his entourage of 15 made their escape. As the battle concluded, Long Xingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Aotian. Kaisa Lin. We must leave, came a raspy voice from the figure in a black robe. The followers of the Dark God sect also departed. Staff observed Aotian's attire, a look of recognition crossing his face. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he cast a sly smile towards Ao Tian. Ao Tian, startled by the old man's gaze, glanced down at his own clothing, silently cursing himself for forgetting to change. Choosing not to linger, Ao Tian vanished in an instant. Seeing Ao Tian's departure, Staff also lost his smile. "Grandfather, what happened? Where is His Majesty?" Staff inquired, puzzled, turning to Long Xingtian. With a sigh, Long Xingtian replied, "The young emperor has been poisoned by the dragon venom and is in grave danger. I had one send his wife away. Let us go, grandson. We cannot remain in the palace. Then let us head to the Ba La Dun family. I need to find someone." Long Xingtian paused. "Oh, who?" "Heh, an interesting young man. Harus, you may return. I will call for you when there is fighting." The red dragon Harus seemed to relish the battle, exclaiming, "Ah, that was exhilarating." Ao Tian returned to Ai Lina's chamber only to find her absent. "Ao Tian, come quickly." A voice called from outside. Exiting his room, he followed the sound to the hall, where 8 individuals awaited. "What brings you here? What has happened to the emperor?" Long Ling'er and Long Xiang wore troubled expressions. "My father has been poisoned." Ao Tian approached, feeling for a pulse, and placing his hand on the emperor's forehead. A trickle of milky white, true energy flowed into him. After a prolonged moment, he remarked, "This poison is truly vicious. How much longer can the emperor endure?" O Fei and I, with red-rimmed eyes, replied, 3 days. The eunuch one also hung his head in sorrow. Ao Tian fell silent, patting Long Ling'er and Long Xiang on the back in consolation. The atmosphere grew somber. Not long after, staff arrived at the Ba La Dun family estate with Long Xingtian and 6 others. Through the guards, they were led to the hall, where they encountered the emperor and his wife. Staff approached Ao Tian with a mischievous expression, leaving Ao Tian speechless. "Old man, have you lost your mind?" Staff gasped, nearly choking in exasperation, prompting laughter from those nearby. O Fei and I, noticing the ancestors' arrival, inquired, "Ancestors, what is the situation in the palace now?" Long Xingtian's expression darkened. "Several nearby palaces have already been destroyed. We should not return to the palace just yet." Reuben Ba La Dun's eyes lit up. "Could you be the legendary Long Xingtian from 300 years ago?" A faint smile appeared on Long Xingtian's face. "Ah, someone remembers me. Indeed, that is I. Esteemed ones, after such a fierce battle, you must be weary. Please consider staying at my home." "Very well, but we must discuss the current crisis. The Shao family, Wang family, and La Weici family have aligned themselves with the Light God sect. Our Ross Empire is in grave peril," Long Xingtian lamented. Staff stepped forward to examine Long Yan's condition. After a lengthy assessment, he remarked, "Who was so cruel as to poison the emperor with at least dragon venom of the peak sacred realm? This poison seems to have been refined. It is extraordinary." Ao Tian inquired, "Can it be cured?" "It can, but for us, it is nearly impossible," Staff sighed. "Let us hear it." Ao Tian insisted. "The snow spirit grass deep within the Beastmaster forest can cure all poisons. If crushed and refined into a pill, it enhances the efficacy. Alas, there lies a demigod sovereign within," Staff lamented. Ao Tian paused, and then declared, "Clear the way." In an instant, the hall was cleared, and everyone watched in shock as Ao Tian produced several precious medicinal herbs. Long Xingtian was astounded by the sight of dragon blood grass, soul confusion grass, sacred return, 7-pointed lotus leaf, and ghost cutting grass. Ao Tian then revealed a snow-white herb exuding a chilling aura. "Is this it?" Long Xingtian was once again taken aback. The elusive snow spirit grass stood before him. Stammering, he affirmed, "Indeed, that is it." "Very well, I shall go refine the antidote. You all may entertain yourselves in the meantime." With that, he gathered the herbs and vanished without allowing anyone a chance to respond. As Long Xingtian observed Ao Tian's sudden departure from the hall, he turned to Staff with an inquisitive gaze. Staff felt a pang of anxiety. "Grandfather, don't look at me. I have no idea. What is his background?" Long Xingtian pressed. "Do you truly wish to know?" Staff smiled. "Speak." Long Xingtian insisted solemnly. "Then you must swear not to divulge this to anyone." Staff's tone turned serious. "All right, I swear I will not speak of it." Long Xingtian, sensing the gravity, quickly swore. Staff, channeling his soul power, addressed Long Xingtian. "Grandfather, this young man is a dragon with legendary prowess. Beyond that, I cannot say." Long Xingtian was taken aback, responding with his own soul energy. "Legendary? Why can I not see through his true form?" Staff explained. "That is because I have given him a half-illusory mask." Understanding washed over Long Xingtian as Long Ling'er, Long Xiang, and O Fei and I gradually shifted from their mournful expressions, awaiting Ao Tian's return. Inside the chamber, Ao Tian focused intently, enveloping the snow spirit grass in milky white true energy. The energy began to burn, the temperature rising gradually. The half-meter-high snow spirit grass slowly melted into a small stream of spirit liquid. As true energy compressed and shaped the liquid, this moment required utmost concentration, and ultimately, a snow-white pill was formed. Stepping out of the room, Aotian made his way towards the hall. Upon entering, he was met with a multitude of glowing eyes fixed upon him. "Are you all staring? Have I succeeded?" Aotian questioned. Without a word, Aotian approached the unconscious Long Yin, flicked his chin, causing his mouth to open, and inserted the pill. With a gentle push, he closed Long Yan's mouth and supported him upright. Before long, Long Yin expelled a torrent of black blood, prompting O Fei and I to quickly step back. After expelling 3 waves of black blood, his complexion began to regain color. Long Ling Er, Long Xiang, and O Fei and I displayed expressions of joy. "He shall awaken shortly." "Aotian, I cannot thank you enough," Long Ling Er exclaimed gratefully. "Your life is now mine." "Aotian, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Long Xiang declared. O Fei and I added earnestly, "Thank you, Aotian," before kneeling deeply. "Enough, enough. I am a peace-loving young man who wishes to see no chaos in the empire," Aotian chuckled. At that moment, Ai Lina playfully pinched Aotian's waist, whispering, "I never imagined you possessed so many treasures." Aotian scooped up Ai Lina, chuckling, "Those are my prized possessions." Before long, Emperor Long Yin opened his eyes, surveying the assembly with confusion. "What am I doing here?" O Fei and I exclaimed in delight, "Your Majesty, you have awakened." Long Ling Er and Long Xiang rushed to his side, excitement evident. "My poison, is it truly cured? Wait, why am I not in the palace?" Long Xing Tian stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to explain. Young man, it was this individual who cured your poison." He gestured towards Aotian, continuing, "Many palaces have already been destroyed. The Light God sect has dispatched a peak legendary expert, a late legendary expert, 3 early legendary experts, and 24 sacred realm warriors to assault the palace." Long Yin expressed gratitude towards Aotian for his antidote, while being astonished by the Light God sect's formidable forces. "Ancestors, is this all that remains of your lineage?" Long Xing Tian sighed, nodding slightly. "It appears so. I am the only one left with an early legendary expert and 4 late sacred realm kin." The 5 individuals present wore expressions of despondency. Suddenly, Sita Fu spoke. "Xiao Yan, since your injuries have healed, let us begin preparations for our counterattack. Moreover, the Xiao family, Wang family, and La Wei-Si family have already defected." Long Yan's countenance darkened. "What of the 5th prince?" A late-stage Saint Domain expert behind Long Xing Tian remarked. "Are you referring to someone who hasn't even reached level 4? I dealt with him using the residual force of my sword technique." Long Yan paused. "Good, he met his end well. It seems the only prominent families left in the imperial capital are the Fong family and Brother Lu Bin." Long Xing Tian replied, "No. There are also the members of the Dark Divine cult, a significant asset as well. I wonder where we can find them." "That, I truly do not know." Aotian, holding Ai Lina, said, "All right, I must take my leave. You all continue your discussions. I have matters to attend to." After speaking, the 2 exited the hall. "Come, Na, the imperial capital is in chaos. Let me assist you in enhancing your strength, hee." In the chamber, Aotian instructed Ai Lina to release Xiaohong. As soon as Xiaohong emerged, it flitted around them, chattering excitedly. Aotian took out some fire attribute spirit essence and placed it before Xiaohong, who joyfully consumed it. After a while, Xiaohong began to doze off. Aotian remarked, "Xiaohong needs to digest the energy, let it be." However, we have suffered significant casualties as well. I never expected the Dark Divine cult to arrive. Damn it. We must defend the branch. As long as we evade their counterattack, we can annihilate them. My lord, the 5th prince has perished within the palace. If he is dead, then he is dead. At worst, we will find someone to take the throne ourselves," Gikuz nonchalantly replied. "Indeed, my lord. By the way, keep a close watch on the Wang family, Xiao family, and La Wei-Si family's Saint Domain experts. Should they show any signs of treachery, eliminate them first. Rest assured, my lord." In the secret chamber on the top floor, the cloaked figure addressed Kai Sa Lin. "Kai Sa Lin, the imperial capital is about to undergo a transformation. I never expected the Light Divine cult would dispatch a legendary peak expert. For these days, do not venture out alone. After the palace incident, we have become exposed. You are currently only at mid-level 6, which is quite dangerous. If you go out, take several Saint Domain experts with you." "I understand, uncle. Could you do me a favor?" "Speak. Help me capture the son-in-law of the Ba family, Aotian." Isn't he just of saint-level qualifications? What do you need him for? This fellow. Uncle, just say whether you will help or not. I will help. Hee. Then I shall await your good news. Chapter 46. Kai Sa Lin's assassination in the deep of night. The moon hung like a disk, illuminating the earth. Kai Sa Lin, accompanied by two mid-level Saint Domain experts, departed from Tianshang Rinjian. She was in high spirits, envisioning the moment when she would humiliate and torment Ao Tian. A thrill surged within her, and her laughter sent chills down the spines of her mid-level Saint Domain companions. In the hall of the Light Divine Cult's branch, a middle-aged man in white robes entered and softly whispered to Bishop Roger, "Your Excellency, Kai Sa Lin of the Dark Divine Cult has appeared in the slums with two Saint Domain experts." Bishop Roger's eyes glinted coldly as he smiled. "Deploy 5 Holy Hall warriors to capture her." The white-robed man clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, Your Excellency," before departing. A group of individuals gathered at the Ba La Dun family, discussing strategies, while Ai Li Na was also brought in to listen to the plans. Ao Tian, feeling bored, yawned and left the estate. Despite the late hour, the streets were still bustling with activity, and the enticing aromas of food wafted through the gentle breeze. Kai Sa Lin, accompanied by her two Saint Domain experts, arrived at a modest dwelling in the slums. Ojila, a legendary expert from the Light Divine Cult, has appeared in Luosi, Imperial Capital. We need to send more experts. Ogla's expression grew grave as he replied, "Yes, Your Highness, I will relay the message immediately. Please be prompt. The situation is dire." With the task accomplished, Kai Sa Lin and her entourage prepared to return when suddenly, Imola Zi deftly intercepted an attack from a hidden Holy Hall warrior. "Miss, we must flee. It's a Holy Hall warrior from the Light Divine Cult. Hee, can you escape?" In an instant, 5 Holy Hall warriors appeared, all mid-level Saint Domain experts. G2La's face grew serious as he took out a frenzy pill. With a loud bang, the ground erupted, and his mid-level Saint Domain energy surged to late-stage Saint Domain, shaking the very air. Unfazed, G2La blocked 3 mid-level Saint Domain warriors. The clash of blades echoed as his fighting spirit surged. However, due to the forced enhancement from the frenzy pill, he struggled to maintain the effort, sustaining injuries. With a fierce roar, G2La managed to seriously wound one Holy Hall warrior, while Imola Zi was blocked by another. One of the remaining Holy Hall warriors, appearing relaxed, stood before Kai Sa Lin. "Hee, Miss Kai Sa Lin, come, accompany me to the Light Divine Cult." Kai Sa Lin's expression turned icy as 5 3-meter-long bone spears shot through the air towards the Holy Hall warrior. The warrior scoffed, "A mere trick." The crescent moon blade easily tore through the bone spears. Kai Sa Lin had anticipated this and began chanting a spell. The dark prison Holy Hall warrior was momentarily hindered, yet swiftly lunged at Kai Sa Lin, declaring, "Hee, it's over." A gleam of white fighting spirit illuminated the dark night sky. Too swift, she could not evade. The Holy Hall warrior struck her abdomen, tearing through flesh. A piercing pain radiated through her neural pathways, prompting a scream from Kai Sa Lin. Hearing their mistress's cry, G2La and Imola Zi turned in alarm, shouting, "Miss." In that fleeting moment, the Holy Hall warrior engaged with Imola Zi seized the opportunity and swung at Imola Z's neck. Though Imola Zi reacted, it was too late. A head fell slowly through the air, and the lifeless body grew cold. Imola Zi had perished. G2La fared no better. As he turned, he was immediately seized by 3 warriors, sustaining multiple wounds across his abdomen, chest, and back. The injury to his mistress and Imola Z's death sent G2La into a frenzy, igniting his soul and sacrificing his vitality to reach the peak of the Saint Domain. He struck fiercely at one Holy Hall warrior's heart. Ao Tian sensed a peak Saint Domain aura, even from a distance. His acute awareness caught a whiff of that energy. The slums? In an instant, Ao Tian vanished from the street, leaving the surrounding pedestrians in shock, cursing at the sight. When Bo Dun witnessed G2La risking everything to enhance his strength, a chill ran through him as he glanced coldly at Kai Sa Lin. "It ends here." With a swoosh, Bo Dun vanished, reappearing behind Kai Sa Lin. A sudden pain struck her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. Done. In an instant, the 4 Holy Hall warriors lunged at G2La. The clash echoed through the night as G2La, with bloodshot eyes and wielding a great sword, disregarded his excruciating pain. The dark shockwave of his fighting spirit erupted once more, sending a 5-meter-long black energy wave surging towards the 3 Holy Hall warriors. It was too swift. 2 of the Holy Hall warriors fell lifelessly, while the 3rd suffered severe injuries. After expending his ultimate move, G2La felt an emptiness in his body. Bo Dun's crescent moon blade, glimmering ominously in the night, was propelled by fighting spirit, slicing through G2La's right shoulder and into his heart. G2La's heart split in two, and he fell, his eyes dimming with reluctance. At that moment, Aotian arrived in the slums. Honing in on the aura of battle, he beheld a headless corpse, two mangled bodies, one severely injured mid-level Saint Domain warrior, and another body with a shattered heart. As his gaze descended, he spotted the unconscious Kaisa Lin on the ground. Dressed in a fitted black robe, her noble purple hair cascaded down her back. Her right cheek pressed against the ground, revealing the curve of her well-proportioned form. A large pool of blood marred the earth. Aotian's anger surged. The woman he had marked was now injured. He cast a cold glance at Bo Dun, who trembled under the weight of his icy stare. The young man before him was inscrutable. "What brings you here?" "The Holy Hall warriors of the Light Divine cult are conducting business. I ask that you depart swiftly." Aotian's expression grew even colder as he slowly approached Bo Dun. "The Light Divine cult, is it? How wonderful." As Aotian approached, Bo Dun took a defensive stance. In a fleeting moment, Bo Dun perceived the boy before him as a mere shadow. The next instant, a sharp pain gripped his heart, and darkness enveloped his vision. Thus, the mid-stage Saint Domain Bo Dun met his demise. Lying severely injured not far away, the Holy Hall Knight, Chaos Jade, gazed at Aotian in terror. Aotian cast a mocking glance at Chaos Jade, and in the blink of an eye, Chaos Jade succumbed to darkness as well. After searching each corpse, Aotian spat in disdain, exclaiming, "Pa, just a bunch of paupers, not a single coin to their name." He then turned over Kaisa Lin's body, channeling milky white true energy to heal the ghastly wound on her abdomen. The bleeding ceased gradually. Flesh began to grow where the deep gash had been, and soon her abdomen appeared smooth, devoid of any scar. Embracing Kaisa Lin's soft waist, Aotian departed, with a beauty in his arms. He deemed it unwise to visit Ai Lina's chambers lest chaos ensue in his harem, opting instead for the villa in the academy. Not long after, he vaulted over the now-closed academy gates, arriving at the villa's entrance. After urging Yagu to continue his efforts, Aotian entered a room with the unconscious Kaisa Lin. Chapter 47, Conquest. Aotian stepped outside, feeling a pang of hunger, and swiftly leaped over the academy gate once more. At 1 a.m., Ai Lina returned to her quarters, noticing Aotian's absence. She murmured, "Where has that fellow gone off to? When he returns, I shall ensure he is barred from my bed for a week." As Aotian strolled down the bustling street, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering who might be thinking of him at that moment. Delicious pancakes with meat are ready. Just 1 gold coin for a mouth-watering pancake. A bearded middle-aged man shouted nearby, surrounded by eager customers. Aotian approached the stall, inhaling the enticing aroma, and said, "I would like 40 portions, please." He handed over 40 gold coins. The bearded man, surprised, replied, "Please wait a moment, young sir, I will pack them for you." Soon, the man presented a massive bag filled with the 40 portions of pancakes, and Aotian took it with a smile, hearing the vendor call out, "Do come again, young sir." Freshly brewed pear water, cool and refreshing, detoxifying and beautifying. Only 1 silver coin per bottle. A weathered old woman with a wrinkled forehead shouted to passers-by. Aotian approached her stall, noticing over 100 bottles displayed. With a smile, he said, "I'll take them all. Here is your payment." He handed her 2 gold coins. The old woman packed the bottles into a heavy-duty bag and handed it to Aotian, who easily lifted it and began to leave. "Young man, here's your change," she called after him. Aotian turned back with a smile, saying, "No need for change, dear lady. It's late. You should get some rest." What a kind-hearted young man. Luo and I murmured softly. At that moment, Kaisa Lin opened her drowsy eyes, greeted by a bright light. "Where am I?" she wondered, rubbing her slightly aching shoulder. Weakly, she rose to survey the spacious room, where ethereal energy wafted past her. Taking a deep breath, she felt revitalized. My goodness, how could a room be so vast? Such a phenomenon is only seen at the sacred mountain. Am I truly there? Yet, the room did not resemble her expectations. Surrounded by 6 luminous pearls illuminating the space, with walls of white jade and a floor of red fur, Kaisa Lin weakly approached the door. Upon stepping outside, she was met not with the anticipated hall, but rather a forest. She walked back and forth, losing track of time, realizing she remained in the same spot, puzzled. What is this place? Goodness, it feels like a maze. Could it be a formation? As the daughter of the Pope of the Dark Church, Kaisa Lin was well-versed in her family's profound heritage and the ancient texts detailing the history of a demigod mage who had ensnared numerous demigod masters with such formations. However, the methods to create such a maze had long vanished. Now, encountering it again filled Kaisa Lin with dread, and a wave of despair washed over her. It seemed her life would end here. Suddenly, she thought of that detestable Ao Tian, her feelings complex. As a woman accustomed to coldness and power, she had only embraced her father once. No other man had ever touched her formally. Thus, Ao Tian left a deep impression in her heart. Meanwhile, Ao Tian savored his delicious pancakes while sipping the refreshing pear water, leisurely making his way back to his villa. Upon reaching his room, he found Kaisa Lin standing at the door, her expression fearful and her eyes dim. Ao Tian sighed in annoyance. So you finally awakened. Were you entertained in the maze? He swallowed the last bite of pancake and stored the pear water in his dragon space, walking slowly toward Kaisa Lin. She trembled at his approach, anger bubbling within her as she thought, damn it, who set up this cursed maze? Suddenly, Kaisa Lin blinked and found herself back in the room, warmth enveloping her waist. Looking up, she realized it was Ao Tian embracing her. Ah, how could it be you scoundrel? Kaisa Lin's heart brimmed with rage. Though she was concerned for the two saints, seeing Ao Tian ignited her fury anew. With a swift motion, she raised her delicate, ivory-like hand to strike him. Ao Tian chuckled, easily catching her hand. My dear historical mentor, is this how you treat your savior? Kaisa Lin's anger dissipated, replaced by confusion. You saved me? With your meager strength, barely at the Saint Domain? She clearly did not believe him. Chapter 48, Transmitting Power. As the sun rose, the earth began to awaken, and busy people rose to greet a new and splendid day. Kaisa Lin opened her drowsy eyes, gazing up at a ceiling constructed of white jade. Memories flooded back, and she recalled the madness and helplessness of the previous night, leading to her resignation. Looking at Ao Tian, who lay asleep atop her, she noted his hands wandering in his sleep. Goodness, resigned to my fate, Kaisa Lin thought, my pure body has been defiled, and the position of the saintess is now beyond my reach. How could I face my father? Suddenly, Ao Tian awoke, shifting instinctively, causing Kaisa Lin to moan softly. Ao Tian's gaze fixated on Kaisa Lin, who had grown increasingly radiant after being nourished by the rain. Her face had become even more exquisite, exuding an air of mature allure. Keep pretending to sleep, my bride, Ao Tian teased. Kaisa Lin's expression was complex as she sighed. Ao Tian, what will you do with me? Ao Tian playfully rubbed her bosom, leaning closer to her flushed face. I plan to take you home as my wife. A glimmer of joy flickered in Kaisa Lin's eyes, a sentiment she herself did not fully comprehend. However, Ao Tian, perceptive as ever, noticed it. All right, my wife. Since you have entered my harem, I shall ensure you are well treated. Ao Tian rifled through his memories and soon found a powerful technique known as the Demon Soul Annihilation Method. Cultivated by a peak quasi-saint female demon who had fallen after being targeted by many in pursuit of her path to sanctity. He pressed his index finger to Kaisa Lin's beautiful forehead, transmitting the memories of the technique into her mind. Moments later, as Kaisa Lin absorbed the knowledge, shock painted her features, her chest rising and falling rapidly. With gratitude shining in her eyes, she looked at Ao Tian and said, "Thank you, Ao Tian, for bestowing such a divine technique upon me." The power of the technique was immense, and Kaisa Lin could hardly fathom how Ao Tian had come to possess it. Ao Yin nonchalantly stated, "You are my wife, so do not thank me. This is what you deserve. You must become stronger to withstand my momentum." Upon hearing this, Kaisa Lin's cheeks flushed crimson. "You have put me in danger. I cannot return to my father or the dark church in the imperial capital. You must support me." Kaisa Lin's face turned even redder as she spoke. Ao Yin chuckled, "How have I harmed you? Did I not bring you pleasure?" Kaisa Lin lightly scoffed, her delicate hand striking him. "I was to become a saintess of the dark church, soon to be elevated to saintess status. But a saintess must remain pure." Ao Yin scoffed in response. "What is so great about being a saintess? Being my wife is far better. You can eat whatever you desire and play as you wish. Living in utter freedom. We can even enjoy our cultivation." His expression turned lewd at the last remark. "Where do all these wicked thoughts come from?" Kaisa Lin blushed. "Oh, perhaps it is innate," he replied. "Humph." Kaisa Lin retorted, "How dare you mock me? I shall discipline you for that." With that playful banter, the room was filled with sounds of passion as they indulged in their desires. In the bright God Church's branch, Archbishop Roge sat grim-faced in his chair. Despite having 5 mid-level saints, they could not capture Kaisa Lin, who was not even a saint. With only 2 mid-level guards, he suppressed his rage and tried to think clearly. Under normal circumstances, they should have succeeded, so it was evident that something had gone awry. The situation in the imperial capital was becoming increasingly dire. With 5 mid-level saints missing, the chances of mission success had diminished further. With a heavy heart, Roge entered a secret chamber to report the situation to Gikuz. After hearing the news, Gikuz's expression darkened. He understood the strength of the church's warriors. Realizing that the situation in the imperial capital was even more complex than he had imagined. Very well, Roge, you may leave. I will send a magical message to the Emperor to request additional personnel. Roge's face lit up with joy. Gikuz had spared him punishment. Yes, my lord. In the hidden chamber atop the Tianshang Renjian, Ashida grew anxious upon discovering that Kaisi Lin had not returned overnight, and neither had the 2 mid-level saints. His face darkened as he addressed the remaining 7 mid-level saints. Search for her. We must find Kaisi Lin, and do so with utmost caution. Yes, my lord. After their passionate encounter, Outyin presented Kaisi Lin with a Shisui Dan, saying, "This is a cleansing pill that purifies the marrow, expands the meridians, and also enhances beauty. You will become even more radiant." Kaisi Lin was taken aback and then elated. What woman wouldn't wish to be more beautiful? She confirmed. Can it really make me more beautiful? What? You don't believe your husband? You should hurry and take it. Would I deceive you? Oh, I admit my error, she replied. After consuming the Shisui Dan, Kaisi Lin felt waves of energy emanating from her dantian, coursing through her meridians. Initially, there was a painful sensation, as if they might burst. But after the energy flowed gently, her meridians were restored, becoming broader and more resilient. Over time, her body was purged of impurities, which clung to her skin. After a while, Kaisi Lin opened her eyes, her keen sense of smell detecting an unusual odor. She looked at her hands and body, blushing as she hurried off to cleanse herself. Shortly thereafter, she emerged wrapped in a white cloth, her beauty now rivaling that of Eilina. Exuding an enchanting aura that captivated all, Outyin clapped his hands in satisfaction. Very good, very good. Take a look at yourself. With that, he cast a water mirror spell. Kaisi Lin gazed into the mirror, her expression brightening as she noticed her skin was now fairer and smoother, her cheeks flushing with a lovely hue, and an ethereal charm enveloping her. All right, Kaisi Lin, stay here and practice while I step out for a moment. I will return shortly to keep you company. A hint of melancholy flickered across Kaisi Lin's face as she wrapped her delicate, fair hands around Outyin's neck. Are you going to see Eilina again? She pouted. With her sulking demeanor and alluring charm, along with her purple, mystical hair cascading around her, Outyin could hardly resist. Cough, cough. All right, my dear, focus on your cultivation. I will return soon to play with you. After a fleeting kiss on her exquisite lips, he departed. Watching him leave, Kaisi Lin stomped her foot in determination. I must cultivate diligently. I intend to rise to greatness. In the future, Outyin will surely have many women, and I cannot fall behind. Chapter 49. Transformation into a thief. At this moment, Outyin returned to the Balaton family estate and, upon passing through the hall, heard a cacophony of voices arguing. Not wishing to engage, he quietly slipped past. However, Staff, with keen eyes, spotted him and called out, "You're back. Eilina has been waiting for you all night. Come, come, we have matters to discuss." Outyin chuckled awkwardly as he approached. Ah, it seems everyone is up early, making quite a ruckus. Suddenly, a voice filled with fury erupted from behind. Outyin, you scoundrel. You dare not return for a night. You shall not share my bed for a week. Eilina stood there, arms akimbo, her face stormy. Outyin turned around, his eyes lighting up at her adorable stance. You all carry on. There's a fire in the back courtyard that I must attend to. With that, he swiftly embraced Eilina and whisked her into the bedroom. The onlookers in the hall were left speechless as they resumed their debates, arguing over whether to eliminate the Bright God Church branch or to gather strength first. Inside the bedroom, Eilina kicked and slapped. Let go of me, you rascal. You actually remember to come back. Her voice was laced with resentment. Outyin chuckled, my dear. I was merely delayed. But here I am. Hey, I brought you a sister. Outyin added. Eilina's eyes widened. Who? Outyin grinned. The daughter of the Pope of the Dark Church, Kaisi Lin, our Academy's history lecturer. You should treat her with respect. Eilina gasped, wow. So she has such a noble identity. I didn't expect you to have taken her under your wing. It feels great to be above the Pope's daughter. Knowing that Outyin would undoubtedly have more women in the future, Eilina felt it prudent to welcome additional sisters into their fold. Heh, Nana, in my heart. You will always be the most important. Eilina's face lit up with sweetness. Flattery will get you everywhere. Clearly, she relished his words. By the way, what were they arguing about in the hall? It was quite lively when I arrived, Outyin inquired. Ugh, a bunch of idle fools. They're divided into 2 factions. One wants to directly eliminate the Bright God Church branch, while the other prefers to gather intelligence and build up forces before making a decision. I see, but that's of no concern to me. Due to recent events at the palace, the imperial capital was in chaos, with commoners in panic and minor nobles frequently quarreling. Intruders often breached the palace in search of treasures, only to find that Long Xingtian had already looted everything before his departure. In the Wang family estate, Wang Chong and several elder saints gathered in the hall. With the palace destroyed and Emperor Long Yin poisoned, presumably dead, only the Balaton family and the Feng family remained in a watchful stance. Wang Quan, appearing aged, remarked, "Indeed, family head. While the royal faction has some legendary masters, the Bright God Church continues to send reinforcements, which will surely lead to the downfall of the remaining royals. At that point, our Wang family will advance further. Currently, we have the Bright God Church as our ally." Wang Chong pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. The disappearance of 2 direct descendants is linked to the Balaton family. In this turbulent time, let's send some subordinate families to attack the Balaton family's properties and make them suffer a bit." Wang Quan, upon hearing the news, remarked, "Patriarch, this matter is feasible. Very well, proceed with it." By now, it was noon. The sun relentlessly bathed the earth in its brilliant rays, and in the scorching summer, wisps of heat rose from the ground. "It's bad news, Patriarch. The shops in the southern city have been smashed by a coalition of minor families, and the losses are substantial." A guard hurried into the hall and knelt to report. The hall was still filled with a group of individuals engaged in heated debate, each holding steadfast to their views. Upon hearing the report, Reuben Balaton's expression darkened with anger, and soon after, more reports came in about the destruction of shops and the confiscation of goods. The hall fell silent. Reuben Balaton's face clouded with fury. Those little nobles dare to act so boldly. It must be the Wang family, the Shao family, and the Lavis family behind this. Investigate thoroughly. Close the remaining shops and ensure that all valuables are returned to the family estate. "Yes, Patriarch," the guard responded with a fist salute and promptly exited. The scrutiny exercised by prominent families is indeed formidable. Before long, information was presented before Reuben Balaton, whose expression turned icy as he declared, "What a formidable Wang family. Old Kong, relay my orders. Divide into 4 teams, each led by skilled fighters, and demolish the Wang family's establishments in the capital." Old Kong, his face equally grim, quickly responded, "Understood, Patriarch. I shall accompany you." "Good. With you there, I feel more at ease." At this moment, Long Yin, filled with guilt, addressed Reuben Balaton, "Brother Reuben, alas, it is my fault that you have been dragged into this conflict." Long Qiu retorted with anger, "Brother, what are you saying? We are all in this together. If one of us flourishes, we all flourish, and if one suffers, we all suffer." Reuben Balaton concurred, "Indeed, Your Majesty, let us not speak in such a manner." After tidying themselves, Ao Tian and Ai Li Na emerged from their chambers and entered the hall. Noticing the grim expressions of their parents-in-law, they inquired, "What has happened? Dear parents, your faces are darker than that of a dwarf." Upon seeing Ao Tian, Reuben Balaton's mood brightened. "Ao Tian, the family shops have been destroyed, and the losses are severe." With a heavy sigh, he added, "Who are those insolent fools who dared to vandalize our shops?" Ao Tian's face contorted with anger, and Ai Li Na mirrored his fury. Reuben Balaton replied with a smile, "It was the Wang family who incited those little nobles." Ao Tian's demeanor turned frigid. "So it is the Wang family, those scoundrels. Do we have a list of those little nobles?" "That is precisely what I was waiting for," Reuben Balaton said as he produced a piece of paper and handed it to Ao Tian. "Ai Li Na, you and your father should remain at the family estate. I shall embark on a grand heist. I have never played the role of a thief before," Ao Tian declared before vanishing from the hall. Long Xingtian observed Ao Tian's instantaneous disappearance with a sigh. "This young man is truly unfathomable. I am utterly unable to see through him." Reuben Balaton, Long Qiu, and Long Yin were all astonished. Even a legendary elder could not discern his depths. Reuben Balaton felt a surge of joy within, thinking, "What a treasure I have found." Ao Tian swiftly exited the Balaton family estate and, utilizing the information recorded on the paper, arrived at a minor noble's residence, that of Baron York. Ao Tian moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, quickly entering the treasure trove revealed by his spiritual sense. He discovered an array of level 16 crystal cores, boxes of magic crystals, ordinary armors and weapons, and approximately 2 million gold coins, all of which he collected into the Dragon God space before leaving the premises. Overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of the situation, Ao Tian lamented, "Good heavens, This is too violent. I cannot bear to look. How tragic. And after silently mourning for the unfortunate Baron York, he departed, igniting several fires within the estate. Chaos erupted, with cries of fire. Quick, extinguish the flames. Ringing out. Aotion felt that he had a knack for thievery. Having dealt with one family, 3 more remained. Continuing as before, Aotion swiftly looted the crystal cores, magic crystals, gold, and equipment from the next estate. After setting a few more fires, he departed for his next target. The residence of Viscount Qiankuzi was evidently twice the size of the previous 2. Aotion stealthily entered the estate, and, while eavesdropping from outside the hall, heard voices within. Congratulations, Patriarch, for earning the favor of the Wang family's head, an elder flattered. What a pity about the elven girl we just captured. I haven't had the chance to enjoy her company before handing her over to the Wang family head, Viscount Qiankuzi lamented, recalling the elven maiden's beauty and form with a heated sigh. After discussing some trivial matters, Aotion lost interest and made his way to an underground chamber. Inside, he quickly gathered an abundance of gold, crystal cores, magic crystals, and some magical armor and weapons. Upon completing his task, he set a few fires before departing, leaving only one family remaining. Chapter 50. Rescue the last estate belonged to Viscount Das. Aotion, now a seasoned thief, swiftly entered the treasure trove. Under the scrutiny of his spiritual sense, nothing could escape detection, and he rapidly looted gold, crystal cores, magic crystals, and assorted equipment. Just as he intended to leave, a faint knocking sound echoed. In the dark, eerie chamber, such a sound was alarming. With his audacity, Aotion approached the source of the noise. The knocking grew louder, and as Aotion extended his spiritual sense through the walls, he felt a surge of indignation. Behind the wall was a small room, approximately 5 square meters, where a naked man was assaulting a woman. You wretched creature, stop pretending to be virtuous. So what if you are of royal blood? You are still beneath me. Submitting to my desires, he sneered. The woman, her eyes ablaze with fury, spat, I would rather die than submit to you. The man, seemingly startled, struck her with great force, and her already weary body succumbed to the blow. Aotion sighed softly. May you find peace in your next life. The woman, bowing in gratitude, vanished into the void, presumably to the realm of reincarnation. Aotion ignited the woman's remains, granting her soul respite, and then froze the man's corpse, shattering it into icy fragments with a touch. Exiting the chamber, he set a few more fires before departing. With the minor nobles dealt with, the next target was the Wang family. As he traversed the streets, his eyes glinted coldly. Having endured the previous events, Aotion harbored no fondness for the Wang family. Now, with a pretext at hand, he intended to engage them in a game. The streets bustled with life, and Aotion glided through the throngs of people like a breeze, soon spotting a grand estate spanning several hundred meters. Indeed, it was a prominent family. Although slightly smaller than the Balaton estate, its worth was incalculable. At the entrance stood 2 level 4 guards, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the crowd. Aotion scaled the 6-meter wall and leapt onto a tree, evading a patrol of 10 guards before stealthily entering the hall, which was devoid of occupants. His spiritual sense subtly scanned the entire Wang estate, revealing that it was indeed a powerful family. Deep underground, in a chamber 10 meters down, he detected a peak sacred domain expert, along with one in the late sacred domain and another in the mid-sacred domain. Aotion recalled the Balaton family. Realizing they too had considerable depth, he would have to conduct a thorough scan upon his return. Behind the 3 sacred domain experts lay a stone chamber of 100 square meters, filled with treasures, endless seas of red agate, jade, emeralds, and various precious gems. A wicked smile crept across Aotion's lips as he vanished from sight. Deep underground, Wangpa felt a sudden gust of wind. Initially dismissing it, he was soon alerted by a chill. This is underground. There shouldn't be any airflow. Where is this wind coming from? He pondered, growing vigilant. He turned to the 2 beside him and commanded, There is a breeze, stay alert. Instantly, Wang Yang and Wang Lu stood on guard, scanning their surroundings. With a resounding thud, Aotion surged forward with a velocity akin to that of breaking through the void, delivering a heavy blow upon the shoulders of the 3 individuals in the sacred domain. They felt their heads grow increasingly heavy, and in a state of shock, succumbed to unconsciousness. To prevent any potential revival, Aotion swiftly sealed their heart meridians. A faint smile graced his lips as he discovered a hidden mechanism in the stone wall. With a press, the heavy stone door rumbled open, releasing a cloud of dust that indicated it had not been accessed in a long time. Aotion entered, and the door closed automatically behind him. Piles of gold coins, amounting to tens of millions, lay in abundance beside him, and Aotian could not help but salivate at the sight, exclaiming, "All mine." He quickly gathered the coins, which instantly vanished into the Longshan space, along with dozens of boxes containing magic crystals. The treasure trove of the royal family was indeed bountiful. After a thorough search, he uncovered 2 legendary-grade greatswords and several high-grade magical devices. The stone chamber was soon emptied. Amidst the dust, Aotian discovered a fragmented sheepskin map, reminiscent of one he had previously acquired. Beneath the layer of dust, he found several sheets of paper. The first, a grand schematic measuring 1 meter, depicted a cannon with intricate structural annotations, labeled Magic Crystal Cannon. Aotian was taken aback. Such ancient artifacts had long since vanished, and yet here was a schematic. However, he deduced that the power it could unleash would only rival that of a mid-stage sacred domain expert's full strike, as the central structure required a mid-stage sacred domain crystal core as its energy source. In ancient times, the magical crystal cannon was said to unleash power comparable to that of a peak demigod. The second sheet illustrated an aerial airship, hinting at the advanced transportation methods of the ancient era, where various magical devices facilitated transit. Recognizing the imminent threat, Aotian decisively struck each of the 3 sacred domain individuals in the chest, causing their hearts to burst. As their lifeless bodies fell, their spirits emerged, displaying expressions of anger and confusion directed at Aotian. With a mischievous grin, he waved his hand, and their souls dissipated into the void. Having accomplished his task, Aotian felt a sense of satisfaction as he strolled through the corridor, quietly emerging from the underground and returning to his study. "You scoundrel, let me go? My mother, the Empress, will not spare you." He heard a familiar female voice nearby. Intrigued, he hastily exited the study and rushed towards the source of the sound, bursting in on Wang Chong, who was about to tear the clothes off a woman. Wang Chong initially appeared startled by Aotian's intrusion, but that shock quickly morphed into a sinister glare. "You little brat, though I know not how you infiltrated the Wang family, you will die here today." Aotian recognized the voice. It was Sophia, the daughter of the Elven Queen. Despite their brief acquaintance, her clear, natural aura had left a profound impression on him. Without allowing Wang Chong to finish his threat, Aotian struck with lightning speed, his fingers forming claws that pierced through Wang Chong's heart, obliterating it into nothingness. Wang Chong's expression morphed to one of sheer terror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he attempted to point at Aotian. But no words escaped his lips before he collapsed. In less than a second, Aotian obliterated Wang Chong's corpse and crushed his soul, turning to regard the astonished Sophia. After a moment of shock, Sophia exclaimed, "Aotian, it is you," and immediately rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. Aotian consoled her, gently patting her back. There, Sophia. How did you end up in the Ross Empire?" Suddenly recalling a conversation he overheard about a minor noble family, he pondered. "Could it be that you were captured?" Sophia, still sobbing, replied, "Yes, I was curious about the human world. While my mother and the elders went to the Holy Land to seek the elemental spirit emperor, I slipped away. But once I left the forest, I was captured." "All right, don't cry. I will help you take revenge," Aotian reassured her. Sophia nodded, and Aotian led her to a room in the backyard. After gathering more gold and crystal cores, they swiftly departed the Wang family estate. As they navigated through the crowd and returned to the residence of the Qian family, Aotian's senses detected Qian Ku's movements. Qian Ku, impatient, demanded, "What is it? And hand over that elven beauty in your arms." Aotian's expression turned icy. "I will collect your soul." With a swift motion, a wisp of milky white energy shot from his fingertip, striking Qian Ku's head, causing blood and brain matter to splatter everywhere. The maid accompanying him fainted in shock, while Aotian effortlessly crushed Qian Ku's soul. Turning to Sophia, he said, "There. I have dealt with the one who captured you." "Thank you, Aotian," Sophia replied gratefully. "How long have you been out? Your mother must be worried sick. Should I send someone to escort you back?" "No, I want you to take me back personally," Sophia insisted, clearly afraid and distrustful of anyone but Aotian. "However, the capital is chaotic at the moment, making it difficult for me to leave," Aotian lamented. Sophia's eyes brightened. "Then, Aotian, will you take me out to play? I've been out for so long. I'm begging you." She clung to his left arm, her soft hands appealing to him. Aotian felt a pleasant warmth wash over him as he gazed into her clear, vibrant green eyes. "Very well, but you must not wander off. You must listen to me." Sophia nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Upon returning to the Ba family estate, Aotian and Sophia entered the hall, where a group of individuals scrutinized them with distinct expressions. One person's face betrayed a deep sense of resentment. Aotian felt a bit awkward, surprised by the crowd upon his return. Elena quickly masked her resentment with a smile, gracefully approaching Aotian. As Aotian's eyelids flickered, Elena's smile widened as she glanced at Sophia before turning her attention back to him. Standing merely 3 centimeters apart, Elena delicately brushed the dust from Aotian's clothing with her porcelain-like hands. "My dear husband, you must be exhausted from your journey. Come, someone take the elf to rest. Husband, I have prepared your favorite dish. Let us dine together." Elena's sweet demeanor caused a shiver to run through those present. Although Sophia was inexperienced in the ways of the world, she was astute enough to recognize that Elena's actions indicated Aotian's possession. With a gentle smile, she remarked, "You are truly beautiful, sister. Where's my room? I feel so tired and wish to sleep." Elena's eyes sparkled as she praised Sophia's understanding. "Since you are weary, sister, go rest. Someone, please escort her." As they departed, Elena cast a wink at Aotian. Once Sophia left, Elena pushed Aotian aside, taking a seat and shooting him a glare filled with irritation. Aotian, bewildered, realized he would likely face another evening of marital discord. Rabinba arrived to defuse the situation. "Aotian, how did it go?" With a smile, Aotian replied, "Hee, the spoils are quite abundant." The group brightened at his words. Aotian chuckled, seemingly reading their thoughts. "Hee, you can forget it. All of this is mine. I still need to support my beautiful wife. Come, my dear, look at this endless ocean, and these red agates, and these pearls." He swiftly presented the gems to Elena, who immediately brightened, her previous expression vanishing. "Ah, how beautiful. Thank you, husband," she said, accepting the gems with a crescent-shaped smile. Having placated her, Aotian turned back to the others. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen gems before?" Long Xingtian approached with a grin. "Hee, kid, seeing you so effortlessly plunder a few families. I take it you've also dealt with the Shao family and the Lavis family." Upon hearing this, Elena immediately embraced Outyin protectively and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? My husband is busy with important matters and is quite exhausted. Why don't you, a legendary figure, take the initiative? My dear, let us leave and ignore these people. They can prepare delicious food for you." Outyin shared her sentiment and followed her out. Rabimba, observing his daughter's behavior, discreetly glanced at Long Xingtian's expression, finding no signs of discontent, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He remarked, "Haha, please forgive my daughter, Long Xingtian. She has been spoiled by me and has developed this temperament. I hope you can understand." Long Xingtian was hardly perturbed, as he could not see through Outyin, and quickly replied, "Haha, it is nothing. How could I take offense with the youth? Master, there is a group of black-robed individuals seeking an audience outside." A guard announced as he entered the hall. "Oh, very well, I understand. You may leave now." "Yes, master. I suspect they are from the Dark God sect. Let us go and take a look together." "All right," Long Xingtian, Long Yin, and staff agreed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residence, they were greeted by 8 black-robed figures. Rabimba gestured, "Please, let's discuss this in the main hall." "Very well," came the hoarse voice of the leader among the black-robed figures. As they entered the hall, the leader, Asida, addressed them, "Greetings, I am the 4th of the Houston family. We have come primarily to unite against the branch of the Radiant God sect in the imperial capital, and secondly, to seek your assistance in finding my daughter, Catherine, who has gone missing." Long Xingtian exclaimed, "Ah, so you are of the royal family of the Dark God sect. My apologies for the oversight. We, the Long family, will certainly agree to this alliance and will assist in the search for Catherine." Rabimba added, "Naturally, my family, the Ba family, also agrees to unite and will help in the search for your daughter." Asida expressed gratitude. "Thank you all. If you have any news, please come to the top floor. We shall take our leave now." It was at this moment that Long Xingtian and the others realized they were dealing with the property of the Dark God sect. Once Outyin and Elena returned to their room, Outyin meticulously scanned the entire Ba residence with his consciousness. Due to the subtle nature of his awareness, Long Xingtian, a legendary figure, was completely oblivious to it. As Outyin's consciousness spread, he gradually discovered a hidden chamber in the backyard, located 10 meters from the previous one he visited, containing a legendary early-stage fire warrior, 3 peak sacred domain fire warriors, and 2 late-stage sacred domain water and earth warriors. The depth of the Ba family's resources was indeed remarkable. He then observed the 8 black-robed figures entering the hall and realized they were likely the group Catherine had brought along, understanding that this was indeed Catherine's property. His mind swirling with thoughts. "Hey, Nana, I have only one thought right now," Outyin said. Elena retorted, "Go to hell for even thinking of that. Chapter 52. Out Yin reveals his brilliance in the branch of the Radiant God sect. Archbishop Roger held a magical letter in his hand, his face alight with joy. The Pope had agreed to provide support, dispatching 2 peak legendary figures along with a host of sacred domain knights. Expected to arrive in less than 2 days at the imperial capital. Roger murmured, the Long family. It seems the task for the Ross Empire is about to be completed. Rising, Roger rushed into a hidden chamber and bowed before Gygas. My lord. We have received word from the Sacred Mountain that the Pope has agreed to reinforce us with 2 peak legendary figures and several sacred domain experts. Expected to arrive in 2 days. Gygas opened his eyes, a gleam flashing through them, temporarily blinding Roger. Excellent, Roger. Which prominent families in the imperial capital have yet to ally with our Radiant God sect? Roger confidently replied, My lord. The only major families yet to ally are the Fong family and the Balaton family. The head of the Balaton family is the sister of the current emperor, Long Yin, so they will undoubtedly align with the Long family, while the Fong family remains neutral. Very well. Tonight, you and I shall visit the Fong family. If we can bring them to our side, that would be ideal. If not, do not blame me for taking action. No one shall obstruct the brilliance of the Radiant God. Yes, my lord. At the Balaton family residence, in the hall, Long Yin pondered, the Wang, Shao, and Lavis families have all pledged allegiance to the Radiant God sect. The Fong family remains neutral. If we could sway them, we would gain an ally and lessen our pressure. Rabimba Balaton solemnly agreed. Your Majesty speaks wisely. The night is drawing near. Why not visit the Fong family after dinner? Long Yin replied, agreed. Others also expressed their concurrence. As the sun set and the moon ascended to the sky, casting its luminous glow upon the land, a feast of tantalizing dishes was laid out on the grand table. Out Yin held Catherine, with Sophia, his in-laws, and the Long family gathered around, including the elder Kong and old staff. At the dining table, laughter and chatter filled the air as they enjoyed their meal. Out Yin occasionally selected dishes and placed them into his bowl, while Elina sweetly savored the food he offered. Sophia, with sparkling eyes, scanned the table, occasionally picking at the vegetarian dishes. Eventually, as others ceased eating and began to converse, Out Yin indulged heartily, consuming nearly all the meat and vegetables in front of him. After dinner, the final attendees were decided. Long Yin, Rabimba Balaton, staff, Long Xingtian, and a few early-stage clan members, with Out Yin reluctantly included. Despite his initial reluctance, he was persuaded by Elina's pleas. Meanwhile, at the Fong family hall, the Radiant God sect arrived, including Gygas, a late-stage legendary mage, an early-stage legendary mage, 2 peak sacred domain warriors, and Archbishop Roger. Roger smiled as he sat before Fong Li, Fong family head. As previously discussed, I wonder how you will choose. Please do not keep me waiting too long. His eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Fong Li's expression turned grave, cursing inwardly, realizing he was being coerced. His heart sank as he recalled the deep ties between the Fong and Balaton families, naturally leaning towards the Long family. It was unexpected for the shameless Radiant God sect to force him into a choice. Now, he could only delay as long as possible, as if heaven were aiding him. A guard entered, announcing, Master, the Balaton family head has arrived. Fong Li's eyes brightened, knowing the Balaton family was closely tied to the Long family. He hoped they would unite to repel the Radiant God sect. Bring them in, he ordered, immediately on guard against the Radiant God sect. Roger's expression instantly turned cold. Very well, Fong family head, since you refused to give me face, then. With a resounding crash, Fong Li narrowly evaded an attack, shouting to alert the approaching Balaton family. Indeed, upon hearing Fong Li's voice, Rabimba and his party hastened towards the hall. Gygas called out, quickly, capture Fong Li. As Long Xingtian approached the entrance and recognized the Radiant God sect, he transformed into a dragon and charged at Gygas. The clash of early-stage legendary warriors erupted, with staff calling forth the Red Dragon, each finding their opponent. Out Yin directly confronted the late-stage Radiant Mage, while Fong Li's face lit up with joy upon seeing reinforcements. Ancient T, upon witnessing Out Yin charging at him, wore a disdainful expression, unleashing the Sword of Radiance in an attempt to eliminate Out Yin swiftly. Baotan revealed a sinister smile, immediately erupting with overwhelming energy, leaving the onlookers in shock. Cracks appeared in the space around his dragon claw, ripples emanating outward, and the chaotic magical elements swirled around. Gucha's expression shifted dramatically as he barely managed to conjure a shield, hoping it would absorb some of the impending force. It was too fast, too swift. The roar of the dragon erupted. The red dragon turned to gaze at Ao Tian, astonished. In an instant, the magical shield crumbled under the might of Ao Tian. who then struck Gu Cha in the abdomen with his 5 claws, piercing through him as effortlessly as tearing through thin paper. An explosion ensued, scattering flesh and blood around, and his soul was shattered. The entire arena was left in awe of Ao Tian. Even Gygus was horrified, exclaiming, "Quick, retreat." Having uttered those words, he abandoned his subordinates and hastily retreated from Long Xingtian. Ao Tian swiftly appeared beside the early-stage legendary light mage, his formidable physical strength piercing through the man's heart. The mage's eyes widened in disbelief before dimming as he succumbed to death, his gaze of white light penetrating his soul, which dissipated into nothingness. After many days, Ao Tian finally displayed his terrifying fangs. Not long after, save for the legendary peak Gygus, all others perished at the Fong family's hands. This battle witnessed the horrendous methods of Ao Tian, who effortlessly dispatched a late-stage legendary opponent and casually eliminated an early-stage legendary one. The crowd was filled with awe, while staff laughed heartily, patting Ao Tian on the shoulder, saying, "Well done." That was exhilarating, although the hall had been destroyed. The crucial point was that they had dealt a significant blow to the Church of the Light God. The Red Dragon was sent back by staff, and Fong Li welcomed the group, expressing deep respect towards Ao Tian. Fong Li addressed Long Yen, saying, "Your Majesty, our Fong family can only rely on you now." Long Yen reassured him, "Do not worry, only one has escaped this time. It is likely that the Church of the Light God will not trouble us in the short term. Should we launch a full-scale attack?" Long Xingtian asked with concern. "I believe it is better not to. The depth of the Church of the Light God is profound. Who knows how many powerful individuals they have in their branches? Indeed, we can only fortify our defenses," came the reply. To prevent a surprise attack, they agreed on a code to relay information. If the Fong family was under attack, they would ignite flaming meteors in the sky. For the next few days, they would keep a level 6 expert on watch for any abnormal occurrences in the skies. This plan is feasible, they concluded. Let us return and prepare for a potential assault from the Church of the Light God. Meanwhile, Gygus, who had fled back to the branch, wore a grim expression. Damn it, when did such a terrifying young man emerge? I hope they do not attack the branch in the next 2 days. Otherwise, we will be truly finished. Chapter 5. Meeting with Asida at this moment. Ao Tian and his companions were unaware that the branch of the Church of the Light God was actually severely weakened, having missed a golden opportunity for a counterattack. After all, the Church of the Light God still held a formidable reputation, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. Within the Ba residence, a celebratory banquet was underway shortly after dinner. The Ba family was in high spirits, with beautiful maidens serving exquisite dishes. Cheers. Now I truly understand Ao Tian's ferocity. Ah, exclaimed Reuben Ba, raising his cup. Long Xingtian wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, this young man hides his true strength too well. Cheers. Staff laughed heartily. Ah, Ao Tian is still my nominal disciple. He truly brings me pride. Ao Tian is indeed remarkable. You did not see it. He killed a late-stage legendary opponent with a single claw. I was utterly stunned, someone remarked. Yes, yes. Listening to the unreserved praises for Ao Tian, Elena smiled radiantly. Filled with joy, Sophia also beamed, as if praising Ao Tian was akin to praising herself. Such a natural and pure smile captivated even the most dedicated training enthusiast among them. Long Xiang and Long Linger were left dumbfounded, their eyes reflecting disbelief as they looked at Ao Tian, who merely smiled faintly. Come, everyone, eat heartily. Ah. With the evening meal finished, most had barely touched their food, opting to drink instead. The dishes on the table were devoured by Ao Tian, who relished the meal, while the group watched in astonishment as he feasted. The dinner concluded in an odd atmosphere. Upon returning to his room, Ao Tian and Elena shared a moment. Elena had advanced to the late stage of the sacred domain, while Ao Tian had only experienced a minor increase, still far from breaking into the void realm. As the sun rose, the earth began to exude vitality. Ao Tian awoke, kissed Elena gently on the lips, got dressed, and inhaled the fresh air, feeling invigorated. He went to the backyard to practice Tai Chi, gradually entering a state of clarity, his spirits soaring into the skies. At this moment, his consciousness drifted into a state of chaos, and the spiritual energy of the backyard began to coalesce, forming an elemental storm that enveloped Ao Tian. Long Xingtian, sensing the commotion in the backyard, was taken aback by the sight. Ao Tian felt as though he had suddenly grasped something profound, realizing how he might break through to the void realm. With newfound direction, he anticipated a swift breakthrough. As the elemental storm gradually dissipated, Ao Tian opened his eyes and turned to Long Xingtian, saying, "You're up quite early, old man." Long Xingtian smiled slightly. Young people are indeed full of vitality. I am getting old. Ao Tian grinned. You are not old at all. You fight fiercer than the young ones. Ahaha. Come. Old man, let me treat you to a drink. Very well. They entered the hall, where Ao Tian called for the maidens to bring 10 barrels of rum. As the lids were opened, the rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, and Ao Tian eagerly began to drink. Long Xingtian, not to be outdone, opened a barrel and joined in. Young man, I have a question for you. Ao Tian coughed slightly. Please, go ahead. As a great dragon, what made you come to the human world for leisure? Ao Tian paused, realizing the elder must have been informed of his origins. You do not need to know why I am here in the human world, he replied, his expression turning solemn. Long Xingtian recognized his faux pas. Ah, it's nothing. I was just asking casually. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Chapter 54. The meeting of two women. Ao Tian stepped out with Kesa Lin to the training hall, where Yage was diligently practicing. Ao Tian nodded in approval. While talent was important, effort was indispensable. Noticing Ao Tian's arrival, Yage paused and greeted him. Young master. And this lady, hello? Ao Tian smiled. Ahaha. Yage is quite earnest. This is my new wife. Kesa Lin smiled at Yage. Hello, little one. I am Kesa Lin. Yage replied respectfully. Hello, young lady. Very well, Yage, continue your training. Of course, some relaxation is essential too. I will take my leave. If you need anything, just come find me. Yes, young master, take care. Kesa Lin observed the scene and remarked to Ao Tian. Look at those gazes filled with animosity directed at you. Ao Tian dismissed it. Let them come. I can eliminate them all. She giggled. As they walked through the streets, Kesa Lin's charm and beauty turned heads, causing numerous men to exclaim, Oh dear, watch where you're going. As the center of attention, Kesa Lin laughed incessantly, her smile captivating the onlookers, which led to a chaotic scene where several men collided, resulting in injuries. Bisa was quite pleased, having collected protection fees from several minor nobles, and was indulging in a free meal with 5 guards when he noticed the unusual commotion in the street. A goddess. Bisa felt an abrupt acceleration of his heartbeat, captivated by the exquisite beauty before him. The alluring figure with a flawless visage, cascading strands of violet hair, and enchanting amethyst eyes blinked alluringly. He was utterly entranced until he noticed a pair of arms encircling the divine figure's waist. To his astonishment, they belonged to a delicate man. Anger surged within him. How could such a divine being be associated with this insipid individual? Seize that man and beat him to a pulp, even to death if necessary, commanded Feng, pointing at Altan and addressing his 5 level 4 guards. Yes, young master. As the two approached, Altan furrowed his brow. The 5 guards lunged at him without uttering a word. Bisa envisioned Altan being ruthlessly beaten to death, the divine woman frightened, and himself rushing to embrace the panicked goddess. However, such imaginings were mere fantasies. Although Altan was unaware of the trouble he had stirred, the audacity of 5 level 4 guards confronting him was met with swift retribution. In less than 3 seconds, the guards found themselves on the ground, their faces bruised, skin marred with swellings, and limbs contorted at unnatural angles. They lay entwined, gasping for breath, clearly suffering from dislocated joints. Bisada's complexion turned pale, but the thought of his family swiftly rekindled his confidence. You insolent pretty boy, do you know who I am? I am Bisadua of the Laoisu family. Kneel before me at once, and that woman beside you shall be given to me. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death. Bisadua declared arrogantly. Kasalin chuckled, her laughter a delightful melody, while A's expression morphed into one of mockery, his gaze turning icy as he stared at The terror in A's eyes was palpable as he met A's chilling gaze, feeling as though his very soul was being frozen, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Altan approached Bitha, extending his right hand to grip his throat with an icy demeanor. You demand that I kneel, and that I relinquish my wife to you? Who do you think you are? With a swift motion, Altan tightened his grip, cutting off Bitha's breath until his vision darkened. In a moment, Altan's eyes radiated a blinding white light, swiftly engulfing the soul of Bitha in an unperceivable obliteration. All right, let us go, Altan declared, losing interest as he wrapped his arm around Kathleen and vanished into the streets. Kasalin, however, felt no remorse. In the past, she may have coveted the position of the Shunga, but since meeting Altan and succumbing to his charm, she had discovered a new world. Her perspective broadened. Only through greater strength could one attain what they desired and assist Altan in turn. She was a woman of ambition. Skushu, I do not regret it, Kasalin asserted calmly. Ashidab sighed. Very well. You have always been resolute. I shall not dissuade you. But how will you address your father? I shall convey it as is. There is no rule against the daughter of the Pope marrying, She replied nonchalantly. Ah, very well. This young man is indeed exceptionally gifted and worthy of you. You have even broken through to the Chu-Chi of the Shu. It seems you will soon catch up with me, Ashida remarked, first surprised, then pleased. Hee. It is all thanks to Baotan, Kasalin smiled, clutching his arm. Ashida regarded Baotan with scrutinizing eyes, leaving him speechless. If it were a beautiful woman gazing at him, he would welcome it. But in this case, it was a man cloaked in black robes. Clearing his throat, Baotan presented a Shizidan, saying, Take this, it will yield unexpected results. The potion radiated potent magical elements, its extraordinary hue evident. Without hesitation, Ashida consumed it, and Baotan nodded in approval, recognizing his decisiveness. The potion could cleanse the body and invigorate the spirit. Ashida felt his meridians being forcibly expanded and then repaired, allowing for greater capacity. Soon, he opened his eyes, surprised by the lingering scent on his body. I need to freshen up. You all carry on, he stated. Chapter 55. A weighty revelation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed with fiery clouds, soon giving way to a resplendent full moon. The two women, each holding one of Baotan's hands, exited their room into the hall, where Elba waited, their faces reflecting astonishment. Isn't that Kasan, the history tutor? I didn't realize Baotan had captured her heart, Ongshan exclaimed. Haha. So Loba cast a knowing glance at Baotan, saying, Baotan, treat my sister well. Do not let her down. Otherwise, I will make sure to bite you, even at the cost of my own life. Brother, what are you saying? And please, don't resort to such measures. Ailina interjected. Laughter erupted as Loba's previously solemn demeanor turned rosy. Brother-in-law, rest assured, I would never disappoint you. I will protect my woman with my life. Baotan said earnestly. Upon hearing his words, both Baotan's eyes sparkled with joy as they nestled into Baotan's embrace, expressing their excitement. Baotan held both women as they settled into their seats. Observing this, felt a twinge of jealousy, unbeknownst to herself. Before long, the hall filled with guests, many casting curious glances at the trio. Lu Binba cleared his throat, addressing Baotan. Do not let down my daughter, or he hesitated, recalling Alvan's fearsome reputation. Fear not, esteemed father-in-law, I will protect my women with my life. Whatever I have to eat, they shall have more. Even if I am left with nothing, I would bleed for their sustenance, Baotan asserted. The two women shot him an incredulous look, retorting, Do you think we are pigs? Allow me to introduce, this is Kasalin, the daughter of the Pope of the Dark Church, he announced with a grin, leaving everyone astonished. Lu Binba remarked, Recently, 8 individuals claiming to be from the Dark Church sought you out. Could they be referring to you? Kasalin blushed and replied, Yes, they were looking for me. Finally, we have located her. Someone, go report to the top floor, Lu Binba commanded. Stop, father-in-law, it is unnecessary. I have already taken Kasalin to speak with her uncle. Baotan said with a smile. Ah, understood. That is good. Our alliance with the Dark Church will be more stable now. Rest assured, father-in-law. The Dark Church is certainly on our side, Baotan reassured him, and King nodded in agreement. After a round of feasting and merriment, Kasalin, engaged in lively conversation, while Baotan, Longshang, and Toba retreated to the backyard stone chairs, gazing at the moonlit sky. Suddenly, breaking the serene atmosphere, Longshang inquired, Baotan, tell us how you won over Kfin, our tutor. Soloba shared his curiosity as well. Do you truly wish to know? Baotan asked with a mischievous grin, glancing around as if ensuring Kathleen was not within earshot. Of course, they replied, eager for the tale. Clearing his throat, Baotan began, Well, it happened on a dark and stormy night. I was traversing a bustling street when I found myself in the slums. Suddenly, I heard a cry for help. There, I witnessed a most enraging sight. The beautiful queen cornered by 5 men. In a fit of fury, I stood before her as if a god descending from the heavens, proclaiming, Fear not, fair maiden, for I am your guardian, here to vanquish your foes and protect you. Captivated by my commanding yet gentle presence, Kathleen revealed her affections. And in a display of my might, I swiftly dispatched the 5 ruffians. In that moment, she embraced me and confessed her feelings, and thus, we became entwined. He finished with a playful raise of his eyebrows, grinning. The 2 men stared at him in disbelief. Longshan remarked, Your storytelling is quite impressive. You should take to the streets of Tinshan and regale audiences with your tales. I assure you, they will come to listen, and you will never want for food. Indeed, Longshan has a point, Soloba concurred. Outyan's lips twitched slightly as he turned away from the 2 uninteresting individuals, gazing instead at the full moon. After a considerable time had passed, feeling rather bored, the 3 departed. Following a brief encounter, Kaisi Lin advanced to the mid-level of the Saint Domain, while AI Lin Na made a further step in her late-stage Saint Domain cultivation. The night slipped away, and come morning, the four women gathered joyfully, leaving no opportunity for Ao Yin to approach. Frustrated, Ao Yin indulged in a hearty breakfast before stepping outside. As he strolled down the bustling street, Ao Yin suddenly paused, sensing a pair of eyes filled with animosity fixed upon him. He turned around to find it was the avian-like Xiao Feng. Ao Yin's lips curled into a wicked smile as he approached Xiao Feng, his demeanor brightening. In contrast, Xiao Feng's eyes burned with a deeper hatred. "Young Master Xiao, have your wounds healed? You still owe me a few words," Ao Yin teased, his smile unwavering. Turning away, he added with a chuckle, "Oh, I'll be waiting. Next time. I won't let you take so long, haha." As Xiao Feng departed, his expression grew even more venomous, his heart seething with resentment as he vowed, "Just you wait, Ao Yin. When the Church of Light strikes back and obliterates your Ba family, I will relish in your demise, and your women shall also be mine." Ao Yin glanced around, seeing no familiar faces, and swiftly entered the Xiao Huan pavilion like a thief. With a beaming smile, he paid a generous tip and led the attendant to Mo Yan's room before closing the door behind him. Upon seeing Ao Yin, Mo Yan's face lit up. "Ao Yin, you're here." With a mischievous grin, Ao Yin replied, "Indeed, I came to play with you." He then wrapped his arms around Mo Yan's slender waist and pressed his lips against hers. After some time, news arrived that over 20 individuals had come to the imperial city, 8 of whom were elderly men clad in white robes, while the others were dark-clad figures wielding curved blades. They ultimately entered the Church of Light's branch. Mo Yin gently spoke, "It seems the Church of Light has sent reinforcements." Ao Yin's expression turned grave upon hearing this. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness were the two most enigmatic and powerful divine sects on the Xuantian continent. The Church of Light's foundation was indisputable, possessing the ability to summon angels. With this unsettling news, Ao Yin lost his earlier cheer and hastily thought of returning to share this alarming information. "My dear, continue to digest the news. I must attend to a matter first." After planting a kiss on Mo Yan's lips, Ao Yin vanished in an instant. Mo Yan, losing her support, fell onto the bed, muttering, "So eager, humph." Chapter 56. The message. Ao Yin swiftly exited the Xiao Huan pavilion, navigating through the crowd with remarkable speed. Soon, he arrived back at the Balaton estate, where he summoned his father-in-law, Reuben Balaton. Reinforcements from the Church of Light have arrived. Over 20 individuals, including 8 elderly wizards in white robes, and the remaining are black-clad warriors wielding curved blades. I suspect those are the Holy Knights, and at least the 8 white-robed wizards are legendary. Reuben Balaton, abruptly roused from his slumber, blinked in confusion until Ao Yin finished speaking, at which point his demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Ao Yin, are you telling the truth? How did you come to know this?" Ao Yin smiled mysteriously. "That's of no concern to you. I've informed you, so now you can convey this to them." He turned to leave, but Reuben Balaton urgently grasped his arm. "Ao Yin, don't go. Join me in discussing this. After all, you are a legendary expert yourself. Come, come." With no choice but to comply, Ao Yin followed. Moments later, Reuben Balaton gathered Long Xingtian and others. "What is the matter?" Long Xingtian inquired, puzzled. Reuben Balaton, his expression grave, replied, "Be patient, let us gather everyone first." He then called for the puzzled Long Yin and, recalling the Church of Darkness, quickly dispatched someone to Tianshang Rinjian to gather more allies. He also summoned the elder staff to the hall. The group awaited the arrival of the Church of Darkness, while Reuben Balaton remained tight-lipped, stating he wouldn't divulge details until they arrived, leaving the others speechless. Ao Yin found amusement in the situation. At the top of Tianshang Rinjian, a server informed Asida of the situation. Asida, leading the remaining 7 saints, made haste to the Balaton estate. In the Church of Light's branch, Jigus and Archbishop Rog stood beside a figure in white, reporting, "Lord Gandalf. There are only a few members of the Long family in the Imperial City, while the Balaton and Fong families have gathered together." Gandalf opened his eyes, his gaze radiating divine light that illuminated the entire secret chamber. "Rog, speak plainly. Who shall we eliminate first?" With utmost respect, Rog replied, "Lord Gandalf, the Long family, led by Long Xingtian, is residing with the Balaton family. Moreover, Ao Yin, the son-in-law of the Balaton family, possesses the terrifying ability to dispatch legendary experts in an instant. The Fong family is insignificant and distanced from the Balaton estate. We should first eradicate the Fong family, even if they have a legendary expert. There is only one at the initial stage, and we can swiftly eliminate them before the Balaton family can provide assistance." Gandalf's demeanor remained composed. "Very well. Let it be as you suggest. We shall execute a surprise attack in the dead of night. Everyone must strike swiftly. Understood, Lord Gandalf. Rog exited the secret chamber, only to encounter the incoming light mages. A middle-aged mage bowed to Rog, saying, reporting to the Archbishop, a level 5 guard from the Balaton family has exited the estate. Appearing quite urgent. Rog smiled upon hearing this. Send a few level 6 guards to capture him. Yes. Fama felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, understanding the importance of the task assigned by the master. The moment he stepped outside, his instincts honed over years of battle sensed several presences tracking him. Internally, he prayed, may this letter reach the Fong family safely. Suddenly, a finely crafted silver spear surged towards Fama with great speed. Relying on his keen instincts, Fama narrowly evaded a fatal strike, yet the spear pierced through his left palm. In an instant, 3 enigmatic light warriors surrounded him, and Fama's expression darkened. Resolutely, he drew forth the frenzy pill he had taken from the room before his departure and consumed it. A torrent of violent power surged through him, causing his meridians and muscles to bulge, and he ascended to level 6. His strength dramatically increased. With a heavy sword in hand, he repelled the nearest light warrior and hastily fled towards the Fong family's direction. Observing Fama's swift escape, the peak level 6 warrior, Kaloyan, smirked slightly. Raising his bow, his piercing gaze locked onto Fama, the cold arrowhead glinting ominously in the sunlight. As he released the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like a streak of light towards Fama, who felt a chilling presence closing in behind him. Without hesitation, he continuously shifted his position. Yet the arrow seemed to possess a sentient awareness, its icy energy intensifying rather than diminishing. Onlookers in the streets scattered in fear upon witnessing the scene. Fama felt as if his insides were being crushed. With steely determination, he leapt into a nearby room, bursting through the door. A startled middle-aged man was about to scold him when Fama, wielding formidable strength, silenced him. Producing 15 gold coins along with a letter from Rubing Baratin, he addressed the man. This letter is from the head of the Baratin family. I am beset by enemies and face imminent death. I implore you to deliver this letter to Fong Li, the head of the Fong family. This is your reward. I beg of you. The middle-aged man, glancing at Fama's arrow-pierced abdomen and his sincere, pleading eyes, responded, rest assured, my lord, I will personally deliver it to the head of the Fong family. Fama's expression softened with gratitude as he swiftly exited, executing a series of feints to successfully distract the 3 level 6 light warriors. However, fatigue set in as he glanced back at the approaching adversaries, leaving him with a singular thought, Master, in my helplessness, I only wish for you to care for my son. With memories of his 4-year-old son flooding his mind, Fama's face brightened. As the warriors drew nearer, he detonated himself, the explosive force enveloping him and severely injuring the close light warriors. Moments later, 2 more light warriors arrived, surveying the devastation, cursing, damn it, since he is dead. Let's go. At the Baratin estate, discussions continued regarding strategies, ultimately adhering to the principle of if the enemy does not move, neither do we. The middle-aged man, Buja, had traveled for some time before finally arriving at the Fong family estate's entrance. Esteemed sir, under the orders of the head of the Baratin family, I must deliver this letter to Fong Li without fail. Initially wanting to dismiss him, the impatient Futua hesitated upon hearing the Baratin family name. Quickly taking the envelope and promising, I will ensure it reaches the head of the family, before hastily entering the estate. With the envelope delivered, Buja felt his task was complete and departed from the Fong family estate. Before long, Fong Li tore open the envelope in his hands, his expression shifting dramatically. Gather the elderly, women, and children immediately and escort them to the safe room. Fong Li instructed in the courtyard, urging heightened vigilance. In the Light God Church's branch, 3 level 6 Guardian Light warriors knelt in the hall reporting to Rog. Upon hearing their account, Rog replied, since he is dead, let it be. You may leave now. At noon, the blazing sun scorched the earth, and the streets remained bustling with pedestrians. Outyin strolled along the road, reflecting on the chaotic state of the imperial capital. Yet the vibrant streets remained filled with stalls and vendors. With a composed demeanor and an icy gaze, Outyin felt the temperature drop further. Knowing it was the Light God Church's territory, he thought, do not blame me. In an instant, Outyin's figure vanished before the astonished gaze of 2 beautiful women. The next moment, they felt themselves lifted off the ground, their necks gripped tightly by a powerful hand, struggling to breathe. Outyin's cold voice resonated. Since you 2 are spies for the Light God Church, I bear no responsibility. He then licked his lips, sending a strand of consciousness that penetrated the minds of the 2 women, and within moments, the 2 initial stage Holy Domain women were under his control. releasing them. The two women knelt, calling out, "Master." Outyin smiled gently, "Rise. Tell me what your primary role is in assisting the Light God Church." The White-Clad Beauty, by Dan, replied, "Master, our sect was established to gather funds and intelligence for the Light God Church in the imperial capital. How about now?" Outyin inquired with a smile. By Dan blinked her beautiful eyes. "Now, my sister and I gather money and information for you, Master." Pleased with her response, Outyin instructed, "Continue your communications with the Light God Church. However, any information received must be reported immediately to Mo Yin at the second floor Tianzi Pavilion. Remember, Mo Yin is my woman. You should understand that." Bai Dan and Bai Ling responded in unison, "Yes, Master. We will inform Mo Yin, the matriarch, at the first opportunity." As the sun set, painting the sky in crimson hues, it gradually disappeared, giving way to the moon that rose slowly, casting silvery light over the earth, draping it in a veil of white mist. Upon returning to the Baratan family, Outyin exchanged greetings with the four women before they settled in the main hall. Soon, everyone had gathered, and Outyin, along with Long Xiang and his brother-in-law, engaged in lively conversation. Delicious dishes were served, and the atmosphere grew jovial. Outyin enjoyed the morsels passed to him by Elina and Kairalan, while Long Ling watched with a hint of jealousy. The pure and beautiful Sophia, exuding an aura of nature, also placed a chicken leg into Outyin's bowl, prompting praise from him. Long Ling, unwilling to be outdone, added vegetables to Outyin's bowl, causing both Long Xiang and his brother-in-law to feel envious, while Long Yin smiled at the scene. In the Light God Church's branch hall, Archbishop Rog leaned towards Gandalf, stating, "Sir, preparations are complete. 30 Holy Domain experts, plus you, give us a total of 9 legends. This time, the annihilation of the Fong family is unstoppable." Gandalf smiled, stroking his white beard. "Excellent. After annihilating the Fong family, we need not hold back. Subsequently, we will unleash small forbidden spells upon the Baratan estate. Whatever we can destroy, we shall." Archbishop Rog's eyes sparkled with concern. "Sir, is it not too cruel to unleash 9 small forbidden spells on the Baratan family? What if it incites a coalition among the nations?" Gandalf maintained his smile. The nations, aside from the elves, who possess some strength, only our archenemy, the Dark God Church, can contend with us. What do the other countries matter? There is no need for concern." Reassured, Rog responded, "Yes, sir." Gandalf continued, "All right, Rog, prepare to depart. Move stealthily and ensure we catch the Fong family off guard." Rog replied solemnly, "Understood." After gathering a formidable assembly of peak-level Holy Domain experts, mid to late-stage Holy Domain warriors, and the semi-divine Gandalf, along with 3 legendary peak warriors and 4 late-stage legends, comprised the elite force, leaving behind even some initial-stage Holy Domain fighters. "Sir Gandalf, that is the Fong family," Rog indicated towards a distant high residence. "Stop here for now. I shall provide them with a great surprise," Gandalf said with a mysterious smile, beginning to chant a spell. Though puzzled, Rog patiently awaited the unfolding events. In the Fong family's secret chamber, the initial stage peak legend Fong Quan suddenly changed his expression, urgently transmitting through the ground to Fong Li's mind. "Shao Li, quickly order a retreat into the secret chamber. Hurry." In the study, Fong Li, upon hearing the urgent transmission from his ancestor, immediately changed countenance and rose to instruct the retreat of his kin, while also notifying the level 6 mage to send out an emergency distress signal. The level 6 mage, upon receiving the news, was equally taken aback and swiftly conjured a violent firework in the sky, illuminating the entire imperial capital. Far to the east, the level 6 mage of the Balaton family, who had been attentively observing the unusual phenomena in the sky, was alarmed and hurried back to the hall. "Report. Head of the family, a red firework has appeared in Fong's territory." The group, who had been dining, immediately paled at the news. "This is dire. We must go and aid the Fong family." "It may already be too late," sighed Long Yan. "We shall see once we arrive." With that, the group hastened towards the Fong residence. Ao Tian set down the meat he was holding and instructed the 4 women, along with his brother-in-law and Long Xiang, to stay safe at home before vanishing from the hall. Gandalf, after a brief incantation, observed the terrifying wind element coalescing into a minor forbidden spell, the Wind of Oblivion. In mere moments, the expansive Fong residence was torn asunder by the vicious wind blades, countless guards shredded, their blood and flesh scattered, accompanied by the horrifying screams of the many. Shortly after signaling, the level 6 mage was cleaved in 2 by a wind blade, while Fong Li was incessantly cut by the wind blades, suffering no wounds. Within that minute, apart from the elderly, women, children, and a few who had wisely retreated to the underground secret chamber. All the attendants and guards below the Saint Domain met a tragic end, with terrifying cries echoing throughout the Fong estate. Rogue, with a look of astonishment, praised the prowess of Lord Gandalf. Inside the underground chamber of the Fong family, Fong Quan, at the early stage of legend, appeared Pallet, his family's foundation utterly destroyed. Turning to the others, he commanded, "Stay hidden here. Do not emerge under any circumstances." With that, Fong Quan began to chant a spell, and after a few minutes, he cast a minor forbidden spell, the Earth Barrier. Ancestor. Fong Li looked at Fong Quan's pale visage, concerned about his excessive magical depletion. Fong Quan raised his hand, reassuring him, "It is nothing. Casting a minor forbidden spell at the early legendary stage is still quite taxing." Gandalf surveyed the devastated Fong estate, once magnificent now reduced to remnants, with countless dismembered bodies strewn about. After scanning the area within several hundred meters, he remarked, "There is no one left above. However, there are still people below, including a legendary early-stage individual. Frolok is preparing for a seismic disturbance." An elder with gray-white hair, upon hearing this, replied, "My lord, do not worry," and proceeded to chant a spell. Aotian and his companions arrived near the Fong residence, only to be met with a scene of destruction, limbs scattered like a hellish landscape, stirring deep sorrow within them. "We must move swiftly," urged Long Xingtian, his expression changing dramatically. "This is dreadful. The concentration of earth elements is alarming," he noted, but was interrupted by Aotian. Staff discovered the terrifying earth elements coalescing within the ley lines and shouted at Aotian. Nodding gravely, Aotian's consciousness spread out and soon spotted Frolok nearby. Focusing intently on his incantation, with a sudden burst of speed, he vanished into the air. Gandalf, noticing Aotian's group approaching rapidly, shouted, "Everyone be cautious. Protect Frolok." "It is too late," echoed Gandalf's cold voice around him. Aotian unleashed his dragon claw, forcing Frolok to cease his incantation. His face turning crimson as he coughed up blood, quickly conjuring a level 7 earth shield before him. The shield, only a meter away, was instantaneously dissolved by Aotian's fearsome dragon claw. With a swift thrust, Aotian's claw pierced Frolok's abdomen, sending him tumbling backward. In that fleeting moment, Gandalf regained his composure and shouted, "Quick, heal Frolok." The rift of vast emptiness had already begun to manifest, with Gandalf on the cusp of demigod status, rapidly conjuring a formidable wind element. A 10-meter-long white wind blade sliced through the void, hurtling towards Aotian with terrifying speed. Aotian, sensing a profound aura emanating from the attack, realized the difficulty in evading it. Although the essence homed in on him, the attack's intensity seemed less than that of a demigod, allowing him a brief respite. In an instant, he responded, unleashing his milk-white true power, his 5 claws forming into a dragon's head, resonating with a dragon's roar that echoed around him. Ultimately, Aotian transformed into a beam of white light, colliding with the dreadful wind blade. Between the two, spatial rifts periodically tore open and slowly healed, culminating in the terrifying wind blade dissipating into the void, leaving Aotian momentarily dazed. Not long after, Long Xingtian also arrived, confronting the group from the Light God cult. The expressions of his companions grew serious. 4 formidable beings were present, with the elder among them exuding an even more terrifying aura, evoking a sense of reverence. Gandalf, witnessing his fully concentrated attack easily deflected by Aotian without leaving a scratch, displayed a look of intrigue. Turning to Long Xingtian's group, he smirked. A late-stage dragon-blood warrior barely able to withstand a peak legendary. I find myself in a good mood tonight. I shall spare your lives. Enjoy the remaining moments you have," he declared arrogantly. "Yes, my lord." Rogue and his companions promptly departed. Long Xingtian's group, their expressions twisted, pondered. "We must find the secret chamber of the Fong family." Aotian swiftly positioned himself in the air and declared, "Follow me." Though they were confused, Long Xingtian's group complied. Descending rapidly, Aotian approached a section concealed beneath shattered stone and wood. His eyes glowed white as he gazed at the ground, reducing the debris to ashes. Taking a few steps forward, he stepped into a void, plummeting downward. The others hurried to follow, and after a brief descent, they reached the entrance of the secret chamber, where a 5-meter-tall earth-colored barrier stood guard. Aotian remained unhurried, and soon thereafter, Long Xingtian's group arrived. Upon seeing the barrier, Long Yin immediately understood and called out, "Brother Fong Li." Chapter 59. Annihilation of the 3 major families within the secret chamber. Fong Li heard a voice and swiftly approached the entrance. Spotting Long Yan's group, his expression brightened. Ancestor, it is His Majesty and Senior Long Xing Tian. Fong Quan, regaining a semblance of color, also smiled upon hearing this. Your Majesty, what is the situation outside? Fong Li inquired. Long Yan sighed. Alas, no one survived. Fong Li's expression darkened. His wife had fallen victim to death's grasp, his hands clenched tightly, bones whitening and cracking under the pressure. Long Yan continued. The ancestor says that 4 peak legendary beings have come from the Light God cult, along with many from the Saint Domain. Brother Fong, gather your people and join us. Otherwise, you will inevitably. Fong Li pondered for a long while before responding, very well. Thus, 100 members of the Fong family, laden with treasures and wealth, moved under the protection of Ao Tian's group towards the Balaton family. The lengthy procession traversed the streets, invoking awe and fear among countless onlookers as they witnessed the obliteration of a prominent family. The crowd parted respectfully, although many were unaware of the reasons behind the Fong family's demise. Nonetheless, they gave way, fully aware of the potential consequences of obstructing their path. Look, isn't that Fong Li, the head of the Fong family? What has happened to the imperial capital to see a family migrate like this? Indeed, since the palace was destroyed and the Long family went missing, the order in the capital has deteriorated. My aunt's stall was overturned last time. What is the end of these days? Who knows? To bring down the mightiest royal family in the empire, I suspect it must be an ancient power on the continent. The onlookers engaged in fervent discussion. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Balaton family estate. Ao Tian felt a wave of dismay. The Balaton family estate had devolved into a refuge for the displaced. With the arrival of hundreds more, accommodations were sorely lacking. Fortunately, a stretch of land behind the estate led to a lake. Ao Tian promptly harnessed his magic to fill the lake, subsequently crafting dozens of 3-story buildings from the earth element, which would provide temporary shelter for the masses. This endeavor required a magical energy equivalent to casting 3 minor forbidden spells, and these structures could last only a month. After that, they would necessitate a replenishment of magical power. Amidst the gratitude expressed by the crowd, Ao Tian and his party returned to the main hall of the Balaton estate. The 2 factions were now in close proximity, allowing legendary masters to render assistance within mere moments. Once settled, Fong Li accompanied the legendary ancestor, along with 3 peak Saint Realm experts and 2 mid-tier Saint Realm practitioners, back to the hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Then, Long Xingtian proclaimed, tonight, the Church of the Light will not launch an attack against us. Ao Tian, upon hearing this, felt it was a rather obvious statement. Fong Li then inquired, Your Majesty, are the prominent families in the remote cities reachable? This question darkened Long Yan's already grim expression further, and he sighed. Those rascals have slaughtered everyone I sent. I dispatched 6 individuals, and none have returned. Fong Li fell silent in response. Staff remarked, the current situation is dire for us. The Church of the Light possesses 4 peak legendary experts, one of whom exudes a particularly terrifying aura. I fear they are nearing the semi-divine realm. As for Saint Realm masters, there are many, not to mention the hidden legendary experts among the Shao family, Wang family, and the Lavis family. By the way, Ao Tian, when we arrived, you interrupted the spell casting of a legendary master. Having nearly faced a semi-divine being, how do you assess his strength? Ao Tian's expression turned serious as he replied, he is formidable. Within mere moments, he conjured an attack capable of annihilating a peak legendary being, enveloped in a presence akin to the profound truths of heaven and earth, evoking the sensation of gazing upon a great mountain. Long Xingtian's countenance darkened as he said, he is likely on the verge of entering the semi-divine realm. Should he achieve that soon, we would have no means of escape. At present, only Ao Tian and I in my transformed state can contend with peak legendary beings. An oppressive silence fell over the room. Ao Tian, feeling uncomfortable with such despondency, spoke out, in the face of death, let us take a few adversaries with us. It is already late, you all should rest. I will deal with the Wang, Shao, and Lavis families. If I perish, at least I shall leave behind a legacy. His father-in-law, Reuben Balaton, cautioned, Little Tian, while you may eradicate the 3 families, do not speak of such fatalistic matters. If doom approaches, you must escape. You possess great talent, with an unlimited future ahead of you. At that time, you can seek vengeance for me, and ensure to bring those women along. Ao Tian understood whom he referred to and reassured him, rest assured, I will bring them. With that, he left the hall, first heading towards the Shao family. The Wang family's hidden Saint Realm master had already been eliminated by Ao Tian, and the family head, Wang Chong, was apprehended and swiftly killed. Therefore, Ao Tian planned to deal with the Wang family last, proceeding instead to the Lavis family. The conflict with the Fong family did not alert the Xiao family. Leaping over a wall several meters high, Ao Tian easily evaded layers of patrolling guards. His senses expanded, revealing only 3 Saint Realm experts within the estate, all gathered in one location. As he approached the door to what resembled a grand hall, he overheard the 3 Saint Realm practitioners engaged in conversation. Haha, family head, the Fong family estate has been destroyed, countless lives lost. Their once great family is now on the brink of extinction, a middle-aged man exclaimed with delight. Xiaoyi smiled and replied, this was all within my calculations. In opposition to the Church of the Light, even the most fearsome dragon family of the empire has met its end. What is the Fong family in comparison? Indeed. The Xiao family is far superior to the Fong family. They all laughed heartily. Ao Tian, uninterested in their banter, swiftly entered the hall. In less than a second, he crushed the heads of the 2 early-stage Saint Realm experts with his claws, while Xiaoyi was dispatched with a single palm strike that severed his head. As his decapitated head soared through the air, it registered the sight of its headless body, eyes reflecting confusion, before it ultimately met the ground in a lifeless state. After obliterating the corpse and erasing its soul, Ao Tian's senses penetrated deep into the earth. 20 meters below ground, a 50-square-meter hidden chamber appeared before him, where 2 peak Saint Realm experts and 1 late-stage Saint Realm practitioner sat cross-legged on a bed, their eyes shut. In an instant, Ao Tian vanished from the hall and reappeared in the hidden chamber, where he effortlessly shattered the heads of the 3 Saint Realm experts. After annihilating their souls, he turned to a concealed panel in the wall, causing dust to cascade down as a stone door opened, revealing a room filled with gold coins, chests, and several high-grade magical artifacts, including a legendary axe. After thoroughly plundering the chamber, he returned to the surface and ransacked another treasure vault. Ao Tian had grown fond of such activities. Following the obliteration of some level 6 experts, he hesitated to annihilate the entire family, but ultimately decided it was necessary. Being merciless to enemies was a kindness to oneself. Reflecting on his past life, he sighed softly. Ao Tian unleashed his true power, and thousands of sword-shaped energy entities plummeted to the ground, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Soon, the entire Xiao family was eradicated, leaving no survivors. Once more, he composed himself and made his way to the Lavis family. The Lavis estate was of a similar size to the Xiao family's. Ao Tian entered as if it were his own home. His senses revealed 2 Saint Realm experts within the estate, 1 mid-tier and 1 early stage. Approaching the mid-tier Saint Realm practitioner, Ao Tian found him in an intimate embrace with a similarly unclothed woman, both in a deep slumber. Ao Tian sighed internally. Wishing for a swift end for them, he pierced the mid-tier expert's skull with a needle-like projection of his senses, causing his head to explode under the pressure. The soul was swiftly vanquished, and the woman remained undisturbed in her sleep. Ao Tian then proceeded to the room of the early-stage Saint Realm expert, casually crushing his skull and extinguishing his soul. In the backyard, he gathered a substantial amount of gold coins and magical crystals. Delving deep into the earth, he sensed a peak Saint Realm expert and 2 late-stage experts within a stone chamber. With a cold demeanor, he swiftly arrived at the stone chamber, where he shattered the heads of the 3 experts, leaving them in shock before annihilating their souls. Exiting the chamber, he noted that the Lavis family was poorer than the other families. The chamber yielded no treasures. Following his usual method, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, reducing the expansive estate to mere history, and the inhabitants were swallowed by the annals of time. Now, only the Wang family remained. Soon, he arrived at the Wang family estate, where only a single early-stage Saint Realm expert remained. Ao Tian dispatched him effortlessly, and with a sweep of his sword energy. The Wang family was consigned to history, their members serving as mere accompaniments to their demise. That night, the 3 great families were officially extinguished. Chapter 60, Rog arrives. After annihilating the 3 families and plundering many treasures, the remnants of their estates shocked countless individuals. Within a single night, news of the 3 families' extermination spread like wildfire, instilling panic among the populace who felt as though the sky had fallen. Many lesser noble families lived in fear, dreading that they might be next to face destruction. Hastily securing their valuables and making preparations for their heirs, Ao Tian returned home to find the room empty. With a slight curl of his lip, he realized he would spend another night alone. Ever since the 4 women had come together, they had left him no opportunity. A night passed quietly, and the news of the annihilation of the 3 prominent families spread throughout the imperial capital. In the Guangming Xinjiao branch, Archbishop Rog received the news and remained silent. The three families were of little consequence to him. However, Lord Gandalf had detected the devastation, revealing that a master swordsman was among them. It seemed that the Long family harbored yet another legendary expert. After vanquishing the three branches of the Guangming Xinjiao, the Balaton family naturally celebrated with great joy early the next morning. Report, the head of the family, Archbishop Rog, has arrived. A guard announced as he knelt in the hall. The expressions of those present turned inscrutable. Let him in, said Reuben Balaton. Subsequently, Archbishop Rog entered the hall alone, a confident smile gracing his face. Greetings to all. I am here on the orders of Lord Gandalf to challenge you to a duel. The loser must withdraw from the Ross Empire. What say you? Ha ha ha. The Guangming Xinjiao truly possesses formidable skills, Long Yin scoffed. Archbishop Rog smiled slightly, replying, Long family head, Lord Gandalf is merely offering you a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, against our overwhelming strength, who among you could escape? Save for that legendary peak Master Out Yin and Long Xingtian? The mention of Long family head darkened Long Yan's expression, equating him to merely a family head rather than the Emperor of Ross. However, the power of the Guangming Xinjiao was indeed capable of sweeping through their ranks. What are the rules of the duel? Long Xingtian inquired directly. Rog seized the opportunity, grinning. It matters not whether you agree to the duel. Once it begins, you shall find it impossible to return. We shall engage in 9 matches, all contests between legends. We will send forth our champions first, and then you may observe. The hall filled with expressions of anger. Their side lacked high-end power compared to legends. Rog smiled faintly. Enough talk. We shall meet tomorrow at the palace. Ha ha. With that, he departed as if ignoring everyone else. Furious, Long Yin crushed the teacup in his hand, while the others displayed their discontent. Out Yin remained calm. Only Gandalf, who was nearly at the demigod level, instilled a sense of danger in him. However, he was confident he could defeat Gandalf if pushed to his limits. Brother Out Yin, Long Xingtian said, as the strongest among us, what should we do now? Out Yin smiled faintly. A duel, akin to a banquet of death. Regardless of the outcome, a confrontation is inevitable, and only one side shall survive. Gather all the peak experts of the Holy Domain and the legendary masters you can trust. Good, good, they replied. Soon, Long Xingtian, 3 early-stage legends, and over 20 peak Holy Domain experts assembled. Out Yin turned to his father-in-law. Father-in-law, lead us to the secret chamber. Reuben Balaton understood Out Yin's intent and led the way. Before long, they traversed underground to the secret room. Out Yin turned to the group. Do not be alarmed by what you are about to witness. As the chamber was relatively small, Out Yin transformed into a dragon over 20 meters long. The Long family members, imbued with dragon blood, felt as if they were in the presence of a deity, their very souls trembling under the pressure. While Long Xingtian managed to withstand the overwhelming force, the others fell to their knees, and non-dragon blood members were forced to the ground by the oppressive aura. Out Yin released dozens of drops of his blood before them. Consume it. His voice resonated with authority as the group hesitated no longer and partook. After a while, those who ingested the dragon's blood felt their power surge. Long Xingtian ascended to the early stage of legend, while the other early stage legend broke into mid-legend. And several peak Holy Domain members stepped into early legend. The room filled with astonished gasps, as a total of 8 early stage legends emerged. Satisfied with the transformations he had facilitated, Out Yin nodded. It was worth the blood he had shed, valued at millions of gold coins. The duel was set to commence tomorrow, and he arranged for all non-combatants to take refuge in a secure area. Returning to the hall, Out Yin summoned 2 women. In the room, the 2 ladies looked at him with bright eyes, awaiting his words. The duel begins tomorrow. Tonight, you will bring Long Linger, Long Xiang, and my brother-in-law into the secret chamber and await our news. Lin Lin, ensure that your followers from the Dark God sect remain hidden and do not venture out. Furthermore, I am currently in need of your attention. You wouldn't want me to be unprepared for battle tomorrow, would you? Out Yin chuckled, and the previously tense atmosphere lightened at his mirth. The 2 women, understanding his intentions, shed their garments, transforming into playful lambs. Together, they began to undress Out Yin, exchanging glances filled with fiery passion, igniting a fervent encounter. After a considerable time, Out Yin, having embraced both women, led them to the bath to cleanse the remnants of their earlier encounter. Yet, as desire stirred once more within him, he found himself engaged in another fervent session. In the course of a day, key members of the Fong family and the Balaton family gathered in an alternate secret chamber beneath the Balaton estate, stocked with provisions sufficient for a year. The night was serene, the moonlight casting silvery reflections as they dined in eerie silence before departing. Out Yin, embracing the two women, prepared to exercise his authority when a message from Mo Yin reached him, relaying that the Guangming Xinjiao had sent word for the two women from the Xiangling Pavilion to accompany the warriors of the Holy Hall for tomorrow's duel, intending to eliminate those left behind in the estate. Upon hearing this, Yin's expression turned frigid. The two women, sensing the shift in his demeanor, inquired with concern. What is it? Yin took a deep breath. I've just received news. We legends will engage in a duel, while a host of Holy Domain members will create chaos at our base. He refrained from elaborating further, but the two women, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. What shall we do? They asked. I need to step out for a moment. The two women immediately grasped his arm. Is it dangerous? Yin reassured them. Do not worry. Should I wish to escape, they would not be able to stop me. With that, he vanished without a trace. Yin concealed his presence and stealthily approached the Guangming Xinjiao branch. Fearing detection due to Gandalf's nearing ascension to demigod status, he refrained from using his divine sense. Relying instead on his heightened perception, he entered the main hall, finding it deserted, and glided through like a whispering breeze to the backyard. The howling wind outside concealed his movements. Inside, he sensed that Archbishop Rog, who had been resting, was the same one he had encountered earlier. A cold smile crept across Yin's face as he approached Rog, delivering a swift punch that shattered Rog's skull like a watermelon. After extinguishing Rog's soul, Yin exited the building, silently eliminating dozens of 6th-level guards without alerting any other legends or Holy Domain members. It appeared that there was indeed an underground secret chamber here. Yin relied on his instincts, meticulously exploring each inch until he finally detected a hidden corridor within the main hall. Observing the concealed recesses on the walls, Yin's expression darkened. Activating the recesses would undoubtedly raise alarms. Tian suddenly recalled the half-artifact, the illusory mask, given to him by the old man. In an instant, he transported himself back to the residence of Luo Guo. Fortunately, he had not destroyed the corpse. After removing his outer robe and donning a new one, his features transformed to mirror those of Luo Guo. Even his hair changed accordingly. Luo Guo's slightly plump physique conveniently concealed Tian's somewhat robust frame. Once everything was prepared, Tian mimicked Luo Guo's voice from earlier in the day, and it was satisfactory. It sounded the same. He then returned to the grand hall, pressed the concealed mechanism, and with a rumble, entered through the stone door, which promptly slammed shut behind him. After traversing a long descending corridor, he pushed open a door to reveal nearly 40 individuals. Through his senses, he discerned 9 legends among them, while the rest were varying ranks of the Holy Realm. Gandalf opened his eyes and gazed at the transformed Tian, stating, Luo Guo, what brings you here at such a late hour? Tian maintained a stoic expression and replied, My lord, news has arrived from the Soul Gathering Pavilion indicating that there is a traitor within the Holy Realm. As he spoke, Tian gradually approached. Upon hearing this, Gandalf immediately cast a scrutinizing glance at the group of Holy Realm members, whose expressions turned grim as they all sought to uncover the identity of the traitor. Gandalf held unwavering trust in Luo Guo, suspecting none of his words. Whoever among you is the traitor, step forward. If I uncover your identity, it will not be as simple as wishing for death, he warned. Tian, now parallel to Gandalf, cast a cold glance at the assembly of Holy Realm members. Suddenly, he moved, unleashing a barrage of dragon claws that instantaneously obliterated over 10 members of the Holy Realm. Gandalf's face contorted in disbelief. He could not fathom that the devout Luo Guo would so easily slaughter a group of Holy Realm members. In mere moments, Gandalf realized the gravity of the situation and bellowed, Stop him. He is Tian. Recognizing that his cover had been blown, Tian let out a soft sigh and unleashed his full power against the remaining Holy Realm members. With ease, he annihilated 15 more, leaving only a few skilled practitioners standing. Meanwhile, Gandalf summoned his Void Blade, and 3 peak legends initiated an 8th-level spell, Earth Prison, Fire Dragon Technique, and the Great Light Sword. Tian felt a momentary constraint on his body, realizing that he no longer had the time to eliminate the remaining Holy Realm members. 3 terrifying spells converged, sealing Tian's path and tearing through space. Tian's expression turned grave as he transformed into a colossal dragon, measuring 200 meters in length. The attacks merely grazed his majestic form. Gandalf and his companions were astonished. They had never anticipated that a youth could become such a magnificent dragon in an instant. After a brief moment of shock, Gandalf shouted, Stop him. I will cast a minor forbidden spell. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, Tian swung his dragon tail, shattering the ground beneath him. His colossal form radiated a brilliant milky light, and with a thunderous roar, Aotion burst through the surface, the earth above collapsing to bury Gandalf and his company. At that moment, Gandalf focused his mental energy on Aotion, shouting, "Great severing technique." A blade over 20 meters long tore through space, aimed directly at Aotion. Sensing the imminent danger, Aotion let out a dragon roar that resonated throughout the imperial capital, awakening its inhabitants. The Baladon family was left in utter shock, questioning who was responsible for such a spectacle. Dragon Xing Tian and his companions, along with Staff and Reuben Baladon and his 4 daughters, rushed outside into the night sky, witnessing a 200-meter-long dragon illuminated by white light, while a 20-meter-long blade of light approached ominously. Elena and Ka Sa Lin wore expressions of deep concern. With their level of understanding, they recognized the dreadful aura radiating from the blade, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of reality. Dragon Xing Tian and his group maintained serious expressions, filled with silent dread. As Aotion swayed his tail, he beheld the approaching blade. Lowering his body and swiftly extending his claws downward, he unleashed a breath of dragon fire to mitigate the blade's destructive force. The impact of his claws clashing with the blade resulted in a painful jolt, the agony echoing through the imperial capital. Eventually, the blade disappeared, leaving behind a gaping 50-meter-wide rift that slowly began to heal. Aotion's right claw was now coated in blood, several scales torn asunder. Suddenly, the elements of light, darkness, wind, water, fire, earth, ice, and lightning coalesced within Aotion's maw, forming an 8-colored sphere that illuminated the entire imperial capital. Upon witnessing this, Gandalf's expression shifted dramatically as he commanded, "Quickly, raise the barrier. Resist with all your might." The others hurriedly recited incantations, activating the earth barrier, flame shield, and wind barrier. Gandalf swiftly erected a wind barrier, creating a formidable layer of protection over 50 meters thick. Aotion's dragon eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he uttered in the ancient tongue of dragons, "O elemental spirits that wander between heaven and earth, I call upon you to come forth, for the enemy is profoundly wicked, and I require your aid. Come forth, wrath of the dragon god." Through the minor forbidden spell inherited in his memory, Aotion unleashed the wrath of the dragon god. In an instant, the 8-colored sphere erupted from his mouth like a beam of light, piercing through the atmospheric layers and crashing into the barriers. One by one, the barriers dissolved under the onslaught, while Aotion's claws remained relentless, emitting waves of sword light against the remaining defenses. The 9 legends below paled in horror as the light mage among them, in the early stages of legend, spat blood and fell unconscious. Gandalf, grave-faced, continued to chant his spells, and after 10 minutes of stalemate, only Gandalf's final layer of barrier remained, slowly disintegrating. At last, Gandalf cried out the final incantation. Void Tear. Dozens of powerful blades, comparable to the great severing technique, penetrated the barrier, tearing through space and homing in on Aotion's massive form. For the first time, Aotion's expression grew exceedingly serious as he relinquished the magical energy enhancing his minor forbidden spell. He swiftly ascended into the air, invoking a series of barriers: earth barrier, light barrier, wind barrier, water barrier, darkness barrier, ice barrier, and fire barrier, encasing his dragon body. He soared higher into the atmosphere, feeling the pressure of the layers above. As the white blades began to make contact with the barriers, they tore through 7 of them with ease, and 10 more blades surged toward him. Aotion unleashed a breath of dragon fire to counter these attacks, his massive body plummeting as he became enveloped in milky light, with fissures appearing in the surrounding space. With a resonant dragon roar, his tail and claws collided with the oncoming blades. Deep wounds opened along his tail, dragon blood cascading downwards as 5 blades were extinguished. However, 8 blades continued their assault, piercing his milky claws, causing excruciating pain that resonated to his very core. Dragon blood raining down upon the terrified populace below. Some eagerly welcomed the fallen droplets, while others captured them in jade vials. As the last wind blade dissipated, Aotion's form was left battered and scarred. He reflected on the impulsiveness of his actions, realizing he had been too focused on slaughtering the Holy Realm members. Having just faced the terrifying Gandalf, he had neglected to fortify himself with defensive magic, an opportunity to turn the tide of battle slipping through his fingers. Aotion acknowledged that he still had much to learn. This was a stark lesson that one should never afford mages the opportunity to strike. Before long, he transformed back into his human form and returned to the Baladon estate, where the 4 daughters eagerly welcomed him, expressing concern for his well-being. Aotian reassured them that he was unscathed and dismissed them, allowing everyone to depart. Chapter 62. Staff achieves his first victory, seeing Aotian retreat. Gandalf and his group exhaled a sigh of relief, deciding to check the branch hall. Moments later, their expressions turned pale as they discovered the headless corpse of Archbishop Luo Go, his robes stripped away, alongside a dozen fallen guardians. Gandalf took a deep breath and commanded, "Send someone to bury them and prepare for tomorrow's duel." At that moment, Gygas's face darkened as he responded, "Yes, my lord." That night, countless individuals found themselves unable to sleep. The 200-meter-long beast's roars echoed throughout the imperial capital, the sky painted with dragon blood. Numerous 5th-level experts broke through to 6th level, and several peak 6th-level practitioners ascended to the Holy Realm. They were all immensely grateful to Aotian, this monstrous entity. Dragon Xing Tian, staff. And Reuben arrived at Elena's chamber, inquiring about Aotian's intentions at the branch hall of the Light God Church. Aotian's myriad wounds have now completely healed, leaving not a trace behind, save for his slightly pale lips. With a faint smile, he remarked, "I have just received word that we are to participate in the battle tomorrow. Luaga will lead a group of Xingyu to our estate as guests, which is why I went. Luaga is dead, and I have also vanquished over 20 Xingyu. There are not many left now, and our plans cannot be executed. It is regrettable, for in my haste to eliminate the Xingyu, I neglected to eliminate Gandalf, who was caught off guard." With a sigh, Aotian acknowledged his miscalculation. With a serene smile, Aotian advised, "Old fellow, you should be more concerned about your own safety lest you inadvertently find your head crushed." Gandalf's expression darkened further as he recalled the scene where Luaga and those 6th-level guardians were obliterated. Anger surged within him. When had the Church of the Light ever suffered such indignity? With a cold laugh, Gandalf declared, "Since everyone is present, let us commence. Branky, you shall go and teach these heretics the consequences of blaspheming the Light God." Upon hearing this, Branky's previously calm demeanor transformed into a mask of cold determination. "Yes, rest assured, my lord. Legendary mid-tier, old man, you shall face him. Remember, if it becomes too difficult, concede," Aotian instructed staff, who smiled broadly in response. "Little Tian, fear not. I possess the ability to escape." Aotian smiled slightly. "That is good." Staff retrieved a legendary great sword from his spatial ring, fiery aura erupting around him, causing the ground beneath to shatter and tremble. His presence distorted the air, creating ripples in the void. Despite his smiling visage, Staff exerted himself fully as he leapt forward. Branky's eyes turned cold as he murmured, "The Guardian of the Light." Instantly, a transparent white shield, 4 meters high and 3 meters wide, materialized before Branky. Staff remained unfazed, his speed surging as he executed a fiery slash that reached 50 meters high. Under the sun's radiance, he resembled a deity of fire, charging through the space towards Branky. As Branky recited an incantation, a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-thick sword of brilliant light met Staff's attack. With a smirk, Staff harnessed the gravitational force of his descent, his speed intensifying as his sword blazed with endless fiery energy, cleaving through the white light sword with ease. With a ferocious roar, the distance between them dwindled to merely 3 meters. Branky raised his shield above him and unleashed a burst of holy light. Yet the shield rapidly melted under Staff's fiery aura. Staff, fueled by rage, unleashed a second strike, shattering the holy shield as if it were glass. With a swift motion, Staff severed Branky's right arm, blood gushing forth. Remarkably, Branky remained steadfast, retreating swiftly while murmuring incantations. Around him, the elements of light began to coalesce into a tempest. Staff's expression turned grave. 5 minutes had passed, and Branky's magic was nearing completion. Staff was aware that he could not afford to be complacent. The roar of the rainbow, a technique Staff was proud of, was both a means of escape and a potent offensive maneuver. Enveloped in a 2-meter radius of aura, Staff transformed into a streak of red light, effortlessly traversing hundreds of meters in an instant. As he approached Branky's neck, a mere half-meter away, Branky's magic finally took form. The blinding radiance of the light god erupted in the sky, the overwhelming magical power enveloping Staff. His fiery aura diminished by 1 meter as it continued to erode. Staff bellowed, 8 styles of the fiery sun. In that moment, he shone as brightly as the sun itself, his great sword darting towards Branky's heart. Branky's heart raced in alarm. How could this speed be possible? There was no time to hesitate as he hastily cast a 7th-level protective magic. The fiery great sword pierced through, directly impaling Branky's heart. Unrelenting, Staff unleashed the remaining 7 styles in rapid succession upon Branky's abdomen, thighs, calves, left arm, chest, neck, and head. With each strike, Branky transformed into a bloodied figure, blood pouring forth like a raging river. Ultimately, Branky's eyes dimmed as he collapsed to the ground. Aotion smiled faintly at this display. Gandalf, with an icy demeanor, collected Branky's body and stated, "You have won the first round, but do not become overly exhilarated. There are still 8 more." Chapter 63, The Spatial Prison Old Man. Well done. Aotion praised Staff with a broad smile. Staff, grinning widely, exclaimed, what a thrill. I sense that a breakthrough to legendary late stage is not far off. Congratulations, esteemed director. The others chimed in joyfully. Gandalf's expression turned cold as he announced, "For the second round, Kaluoer, you shall go and show these heretics their place." After acknowledging his lord, Kaluoer stepped forward, 5 meters ahead. As a cyclone of energy swirled around him, dispersing the dust and causing his robe to billow without wind, Aotion observed Kaluoer's grim expression. In the legendary late tier, despite their numerical advantage, their peak combat power was insufficient. Who will go for this match? The early stage legends exchanged glances, hesitating. Long Xingtian, clearly aware of the situation, declared, "I will go. Aotion, you are our trump card. I shall expend their strength." Aotion nodded gravely. "Very well. Long, be cautious." Understood. Clad in golden armor, Long Xingtian wielded a great sword and, with a swift step, appeared 10 meters away. After absorbing Aotion's blood, his lineage surged, and his aura mutated to a brilliant gold, erupting with such intensity that the ground fractured beneath him, resonating with the terrifying might of a legendary peak. Kaluoer's expression turned grave. He understood his lack of odds. He glanced at Gandalf, who nodded in acknowledgement. With confirmation, a smile spread across Kaluoer's face, while Aotion raised an eyebrow at their subtle exchange, sensing impending trouble. With a thunderous crack, the ground split as a golden light pierced the void, appearing before Kaluoer, whose heart was punctured by the golden ore-imbued great sword. Yet, Kaluoer did not evade. As his heart shattered, blood trickled from his lips. Yet his smile widened. Long Xingtian felt a shiver of unease upon witnessing Kaluoer's grin. The great sword was stuck. How could this be? Kaluoer's smile deepened as he invoked an angelic transformation, his aura surging magnificently. Above him, a portal to the void opened, from which emerged an angel with 4 pairs of wings. The angel's icy, emotionless gaze descended upon Kaluoer, instilling him with divine light, dramatically enhancing his aura to that of a legendary peak. Kaluoer's eyes transformed, no longer the turquoise hue, but replaced with cold, silvery orbs. With an energy sword coalescing in his grasp, he disregarded the great sword embedded in his heart and swiftly charged toward Long Xingtian. In response, Long Xingtian's expression turned serious as he invoked his dragon form, his body adorned with resplendent golden scales, exuding a magnificent aura. The two forces clashed violently, generating sonic booms throughout the void. Thousands of spectators bore witness to this epic confrontation between legendary masters, their hearts alight with excitement. "Look, that is the Empire's Dragonblood warrior. Go, Dragonblood warrior. Long live the Ross Empire." The resounding cheers echoed through the skies, with no one supporting the Light God Church. Gandalf's expression darkened as he remained silent. Long Xingtian felt a surge of comfort from the crowd's support. With renewed vigor, he unleashed a mighty roar, his dragon-scaled fist shattering the void as he charged at Kaluoer with the confidence of invincibility. The collision of his golden, aura-imbued fists and Kaluoer's white energy sword reverberated through the air. Long Xingtian, in a fit of rage, bellowed again, causing the white energy sword to explode. Kaluoer, with a hint of surprise in his cold gaze, mused, "The Dragonblood warrior is impressive. This plane is indeed interesting. As an archangel, I, Aid Luofu, deem you worthy of battle." Long Xingtian, remaining composed, responded, "Enough of this clamor." The force of the fist remained unyielding as Pa Kung and Kaluoer's eyes ignited with fury. The energy sword reappeared, and the angelic combat technique unleashed a blinding white light, illuminating the surroundings. Long Xingtian sensed a searing sound emanating from his left fist, a dragon's roar echoing from his lips. With a furious shout, Long Xingtian unleashed the Dragon Destruction Fist, a surge of golden fighting spirit erupting forth, revealing a 2-meter-long miniature Huaxia divine dragon. Aotion observed this moment with a smile, an air of regal authority enveloping him. The radiant white energy sword shattered into fragments under the force, and Long Xingtian, undeterred, roared again, charging like a beam of golden light towards Kuluo Air. With a resounding boom, a massive hole was blasted through Kuluo Air's abdomen, blood spewing forth from his mouth, yet his expression remained unchanged. With a huff, the energy sword struck again, but Long Xingtian evaded the blow, violently wrenching the massive sword embedded in Kuluo Air's heart, retreating swiftly. Kuluo Air's silver-white pupils brightened as the white energy sword was enveloped in a layer of burning sacred flame, the angelic technique unleashing a scorching wave. Ao Tian's soul whispered into Long Xingtian's mind, urging him to explode Kuluo Air's head. After a brief pause, Long Xingtian made a swift judgment and bellowed. The dragon destruction slash, empowered by his weapon, its momentum even greater, the golden radiance akin to that of a sun god, a dazzling arc striking Kuluo Air. Surprise flickered in Kuluo Air's silver-white eyes as Long Xingtian gathered strength once more, the golden fighting spirit surging, severing the energy sword imbued with sacred flames. Without losing momentum, he targeted Kuluo Air's head, and in that instant, Kuluo Air could not defend himself in time. With a splatter, his head exploded, the headless body collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, from the decapitated corpse, an angelic figure emerged, its ethereal voice coldly declaring, "Heretic, you are impressive. I have taken notice of you." It then tore through the void, returning to the divine realm. Long Xingtian smirked slightly as he returned to Ao Tian's side. Gandalf's eyes were icy as he collected the body, remaining silent. "Batufu, you go." Batufu opened his earth-toned eyes, a chilling gaze in his expression as he replied, "Yes, Lord Gandalf." He then stepped forward 10 meters. Ao Tian spoke softly, "This time, I shall take the lead. Long Lao, rest well. Here, take this Qi restoration pill to recover your fighting spirit." As he spoke, he tossed a vial of elixir towards Long Xingtian, who caught it with one hand and promptly consumed a pill, sitting down to meditate. Ao Tian's cold gaze fell upon Batufu, who returned the icy look. With a swift explosion, Ao Tian vanished from sight, and Batufu dared not be complacent, muttering, "Earth Guardian," then enhancing himself with the Earth Holy Armor. The defenses were shattered like tofu as Ao Tian's roar resounded, his right fist surging with power once again. Batufu's heart was blasted into a large cavity, his expression dimming as he could hardly fathom his swift demise at the hands of a mere legendary late-stage warrior. With ease, Ao Tian returned after extinguishing the souls of his foes, rejoining his comrades. Gandalf's expression remained cold and silent as he collected Batufu's corpse, contemplating that, with this dragon present, none of them could rival him except for himself. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. "Gikus, this time you shall go." "Understood." Gikus, clad in a flowing white mage robe, stepped forward, the robe billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, swirling around him. Long Xingtian opened his eyes and declared, "This time, I will go." With steady strides, he approached Gikus, closing the distance of over 10 meters, facing him head-on. Gikus smiled, saying, "Congratulations on reaching the pinnacle of legend, but even at that peak, there are levels, and you cannot defeat me." Long Xingtian retorted with a cold smile, "Whether I can defeat you or not, I will know when I try. With this frail body of yours, I could easily strike you down with a single slap." Gikus, maintaining his composure, was not angered by the taunt. In an instant, he summoned a radiant shield of light as Long Xingtian's golden fighting spirit surged forth, ascending into the void where the sky seemed to shine with two competing suns. A vast, searing airflow enveloped the space, causing vapor to rise all around. Gikus murmured, "Praise be to the light." At first glance, it appeared merely as light, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that it covered 100 meters, with points of light burning with sacred flames. Long Xingtian felt the rising temperature beneath him, his expression turning grave. Harnessing his fighting spirit, he charged downward, roaring, the dragon destruction slash manifesting as a golden streak, swiftly traversing layers of space. The white light and the golden fighting spirit on Long Xingtian's body began to erode each other. Gikus continued to murmur incantations, but Long Xingtian's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking Gikus's concentration. The spell he was uttering nearly faltered, but he quickly regained focus and continued chanting. The dragon destruction slash, imbued with Long Xingtian's golden fighting spirit, struck with the force to annihilate the world. The sonic boom echoing through the void as the massive sword was just a meter away from Gikus's head, victory within reach. Suddenly, surrounding elements erupted into chaos. Dense with light elements, countless luminous points radiating terrifying heat surged towards Long Xingtian. His expression changed dramatically as he transformed in an instant, golden dragon scales enveloping him, revealing a fierce visage. Long Tian swiftly shattered the light points, while Giku's continued to murmur, the overwhelming light elements creating chaos around them. Long Tian, without needing to think, understood that Giku's was about to unleash an even more formidable technique. With a roar, he no longer hesitated, his golden fighting spirit surging wildly. The tip of his great sword swirling with energy like a high-speed gyroscope, obliterating countless light points into faint wisps. At that moment, Giku's and Gandalf simultaneously uttered, "The realm of light." Tian bellowed in alarm, but it was already too late. The spatial prison was nearly complete. Gandalf, having grasped the secrets of space, was on the verge of semi-divinity, gaining the qualification to access the mysteries of the void. Tian felt a stable space forming within a 5-meter radius around him. He struck out with a fist, creating sparks but unable to break through. His expression darkened. Chapter 64. Sudden anomaly. Gandalf quickly shouted, "Attack! Eliminate them!" Chaos erupted in the arena as Staff turned to Tian and asked, "How's it going?" Tian's expression was grim as he replied, "Not well. I cannot break through the space. You all hold on, I will think of a way." Giku smiled, holding off Long Tian, while Gandalf expended a portion of his magical energy to cast the spatial prison, confining Tian before rapidly charging towards him. The Great Void Tear technique unleashed a 20-meter-long white wind blade that tore through space at incredible speed, swiftly bisecting 2 legendary early-stage experts who were caught off guard. Guka murmured, "Earthquake technique." Hundreds of meters away, a high-intensity fissure erupted, and within a second, 4 legendary early-stage warriors perished in the earthquake, overwhelmed by the corrosive strength of the earth-type magic that engulfed them. Staff hastily summoned the red dragon Halus, riding on its back as they soared into the sky. Long Tian's expression turned anxious as he watched his strongest ally, Tian, trapped in space, while several legendary early-stage fighters were killed. Gandalf faced no opposition, and as Long Tian's fury ignited, he recklessly charged at Giku's, unleashing the Great Rift technique witut Tian's interference. Gandalf thrived in this chaos, quickly eliminating the legendary early-stage warriors. The ancestor Baladon, unwilling to accept defeat, was torn in half by a wind blade. In the span of just a few breaths, only Tian, Staff, and his red dragon, along with Long Tian, remained, the situation turning dire as victory began to tilt in favor of Gandalf and his allies. Trapped within the confines of space, Tian's relentless attacks against the barrier yielded no results. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He summoned his full strength, tapping into the pinnacle of his soul power, no longer lost in confusion. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and the spatial barrier around him transformed into precisely interconnected silver-white light particles. Countless particles composed this small space. Indeed, Tian's vast soul power revealed that this space was unstable, with a small flaw in a corner above. Tian's head throbbed with pain. His cultivation was insufficient, and forcibly utilizing the peak of his soul power was strenuous. Yet having uncovered the secret, he pressed on. Tian brought his 5 claws together, and milky white true energy surged forth, striking towards the flaw. With one blow, 2, 3, a crack like glass shattered the spatial prison constructed from countless particles. The clear advantage of using his soul power at the pinnacle was evident. He had grasped the utilization of space, taking a significant step closer to the semi-divine realm, and breaking through the anti-void state was imperative. Upon exiting the spatial realm, Yin beheld a gruesome tableau of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. His countenance was icy. While Gandalf's expression shifted dramatically, he had not anticipated that Yin would so swiftly transcend his own spatial prison. "Contract, retreat!" Gandalf shouted. In a fit of fury, Yin transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring to a height of 200 meters. With a mighty sweep of his tail, he dispatched 3 legendary elders in an instant. Countless onlookers, several kilometers away, were struck with disbelief as they witnessed a man morph into a magnificent dragon. "I recognize that individual. He is Yin, the son-in-law of the Baladon family, a being of sanctified potential. I never imagined him to be a dragon. My heavens, it is monumental. I shall boast of this for a lifetime," exclaimed a young woman, her eyes sparkling with awe. "Go, Empire of Ross! Cheer for the dragon! Vanquish the invaders!" shouted a middle-aged man. Instantly, a multitude joined in the fervent cries, as a terrifying cyclone enveloped the space, resonating throughout the imperial capital. Citizens rushed to the scene, perceiving the intruders, the followers of the light god, as the aggressors responsible for the devastation of the palace and the annihilation of the 3 great families. The chaos and suffering endured by the common folk only amplified their disdain for these invaders. Upon hearing the collective outcry, Outyin unleashed a dragon's roar, and with a blast of golden dragon breath, he obliterated a legendary elder. Thus, the followers of the Light God were reduced to 3 remaining members, Gandalf, Gikus, and the peak legendary warrior, Bora. Outyin knew that as long as he could withstand Gandalf, and Long Xingqian could confront Gikus, he would need to intervene against Bora. Seeing Outyin swiftly dispatch several legendary figures, Gandalf's expression darkened with rage. Summoning a destructive storm, he expended a significant portion of his magical energy, surrounding Outyin. The air shimmered with violent wind elements, rapidly coalescing. However, Outyin, already aware, swiftly propelled most of his dragon form into motion. A barrage of wind blades, imbued with spatial power, sliced through the air, striking Outyin's tail. The dragon let out a pained roar as golden scales shattered, igniting his fury. With a powerful lash of his tail, he tore through the void, claws aimed at Bora. Gandalf, having just executed a grand spell, felt fatigued and was unable to react in time as he shouted, "Bora, retreat quickly." Bora, engaged in combat with staff, was taken aback by Gandalf's warning. Realizing the sky had darkened ominously as a terrifying claw, over 20 meters long, descended upon him with alarming speed. He could only summon a few protective barriers in a desperate bid to shield himself from the dragon's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Staff unleashed a series of strikes that pierced through the void, reaching Bora with alarming swiftness. The protective barriers began to crumble, and in a state of shock, Bora realized the formidable prowess of this mid-level legendary adversary. He hastily summoned more protective barriers, but at that moment, Outyin's attack arrived. With a crushing force, the protective barriers shattered, and Outyin's claw ensnared Bora, who screamed in agony as his bones were crushed. Blood rained down from the sky, mingling with flesh as Outyin turned to Staff and commanded, "Elder, assist Longlao. I shall face Gandalf." He then pivoted, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath toward Gandalf's position. Unfazed, Gandalf conjured a 5-meter-wide azure light shield just in time. Outyin's breath collided with the shield, emitting a sizzling sound. As Gandalf murmured incantations, the surrounding elements became agitated, and the sky darkened ominously. Outyin felt a tremor of apprehension. He could not allow Gandalf to complete his spell. With a sweeping motion of his claws and tail, he struck downward, enveloping his form in a pearlescent energy, compressing and spiraling it, creating a rift in the void. Outyin's claw soon reached Gandalf's head, tearing through the shield, but it was too late. Gandalf, expending his soul's energy and all his magical power, invoked a secret art of the Light God, summoning celestial angels from the divine realm. Outyin felt his attack slow, as if the very fabric of space was resisting him. A pair of dragon eyes widened in horror as the oppressive atmosphere thickened with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning. Suddenly, a radiant beam pierced the gloom, revealing a 5-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide white portal. Before anyone could arrive, a cold, unfeeling voice echoed, "Who has summoned the great seraphim Lord Badoka?" An angel with 6 pairs of pale wings emerged, ripples of void surrounding him. With each step, the fabric of reality quivered, and Gandalf erupted with laughter. "Outyin, behold how you will withstand the seraphim of semi-divine stature." "Oh, Lord Badoka, I humbly summon your magnificent presence." "The colossal dragon in the sky is an apostate obstructing the Light God's followers," Gandalf declared. Before he could finish, Outyin's claw crushed Gandalf, blood and flesh exploding in an instant. "Ah, how amusing," a dragon, Badoka mused. "But since you are an apostate, I, as the powerful seraph of the Light God, shall redeem you, allowing your dragon soul to find peace in the heavenly realm." In Chapter 65, Outyin suffered grievous injuries and fell into unconsciousness. Badoka wielded a white sword inscribed with celestial runes, and with a flicker of energy, he unleashed a devastating strike imbued with spatial power, cleaving into Outyin's dragon form. Outyin howled in agony. The might of a semi-divine angel was overwhelming, and evasion was futile. Long Xingqian and Staff, witnessing the scene from afar, were struck with dread. The crowd, thousands of meters away, fell silent, captivated by the stark contrast of the radiant holy angel and the golden dragon. In a moment of awe, a group of women began to chant, "Angel, praise the Light God. I see an angel. Go, angel." Badoka smiled at their words. Insects, prepare to perish. Instantly, terrifying flames erupted from his sword, scorching the air with unbearable heat, crackling ominously as rifts in space formed and mended. With a flash of silver eyes, Badoka vanished from sight. Outyin, alarmed, could no longer detect his presence. Suddenly, A searing pain struck his head as Badoka's sword, engulfed in holy flames, struck down upon him, leaving a deep, 5-meter gash. Outyen's tail lashed out, employing the spatial power he had recently grasped, vanishing into the void. The once bright sky darkened anew, thunder roared. An elemental chaos erupted as Badoka calmly surveyed the tumultuous void. There you are. With a swift motion, he carved a blade of light through the space, striking Outyen's underbelly. Blood fell like rain, forced out of the spatial rift. Badoka smiled, recognizing Outyen's proficiency in spatial manipulation. Your comprehension is commendable, but the chasm between semi-divine and legendary is vast. Prepare to die, insect. Although Outyen was forced out, he continued to murmur, Thunder, heed my call. Dragon God, unleash your fury. A torrent of terrifying lightning tore through the air, striking Badoka with relentless force. Badoka, however, was enveloped in radiant flames, occasionally shattering the bolts. Yet some managed to strike true, causing wisps of black smoke to rise from his once pure form. His wings began to char, and Badoka seethed with rage. As a powerful semi-divine being, he could not bear to be outmatched by a mere legendary dragon. Die, insect! In a flash, Badoka crossed the void, ignoring spatial barriers to deliver a deep wound upon Outyen's body. The white holy flames gnawed at him like a parasite, igniting searing pain along Outyen's back. With a furious sweep of his tail, he sent Badoka flying. Yet, in an instant, Badoka vanished from sight, and Outyen felt an intense heat above him as a massive wave of holy flames descended, engulfing a vast area in terrifying heat. The air crackled with energy as Outyen's blood flowed freely, and his mind grew heavy. He realized he could only seek aid from Uncle Locke, but no, he must endure. He sensed the barrier of semi-divinity was on the verge of breaking. At this moment, the white stone at the core of Aotion's dragon body emanated a brilliant light, absorbing all the sacred flames within. Instantly, Aotion felt the pain throughout his body dissipate, a look of joy spreading across his face. Once the white stone had completed its absorption, a cool, milky power surged through Aotion's dragon form, healing the wounds scattered across his head and body in an instant, restoring him to his peak condition. At this juncture, Badoka finally wore a grave expression. The sacred flames had consumed 30% of his fighting spirit. Without hesitation, Badoka unleashed a radiant glow, enveloping his massive sword with 3 meters of concentrated white flames, scorching the void like a meteor as he charged towards Aotion. Aotion's dragon eyes turned cold, his mind calculating with precision akin to a supercomputer, quickly resolving countless equations. In the air, white particles of light aligned perfectly, and the milky true power permeated the space, creating a spatial prison. Badoka's form was suddenly halted as he realized he was trapped in a 10-square-meter milky space. Within this space, the milky true power transformed into various forms of attacks directed at Badoka. As he deflected the incoming assaults, Badoka sensed the space around him. Astonished by the meticulous arrangement of the spatial particles, he questioned his own abilities to achieve such precision. After the initial shock, a wave of anger surged within him. How could a mere peak legendary creature confine a formidable demigod like himself? Badoka's silver eyes ignited with fiery rage, his entire being engulfed in flames. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the flame of the seraph, his innate fire, its power immense. The spatial barrier trembled under the onslaught, and Badoka's expression darkened, clearly displeased with the outcome. With a flick of his dragon tail, Aotion appeared beside the spatial prison he had conjured. He unleashed a breath of dragon fire directly into the space, aimed towards Badoka. Damn it! Badoka roared in fury, attempting to block the terrifying heat of the dragon breath. Aotion, with a cunning glint in his eyes, unleashed countless beams of sword light with his dragon claws. Badoka, increasingly frustrated, found himself not only trapped in this space, but also bombarded by Aotion's relentless assaults. His fighting spirit dwindled rapidly, leaving him with merely 40%. Watching Aotion suppress Badoka, Long Xingtian and Staffo expressed their delight, shouting encouragement to Aotion to eliminate the old man. Staffo bellowed in response, "Yes, grandfather." The dragon destruction slash enveloped in golden light resonated with the roar of a divine dragon, tearing through space to strike at Gygas. Staffo, resembling a sun god, created illusions in the void with his fierce sun eightfold slash. Gygas, suffering from the concentrated attacks that sealed all his escape routes, was fortunate that the intensity of these assaults was average. The radiant barrier cracked as Long Xingtian's attack struck. Aotion relished this moment. After enduring torment from the avian creature for so long, it was finally his turn to inflict pain. He unleashed his dragon breath and sword light without restraint, creating chaos for Badoka. Badoka's fighting spirit was now down to 20%, and fury consumed him. In an unprecedented rage, Badoka's silver eyes ignited to crimson, burning with the power of his soul. Ignoring the cost, he ignited a significant portion of his essence, allowing the sacred flames to engulf his form, inflating and scorching the space around him. In this fury, Badoka's strength surged to the mid-stage of demigod status. With a mighty cry, he wielded the blade of the Seraph, a colossal light blade that began to fracture the space, causing the prison to develop cracks until it eventually shattered. Badoka emerged, disregarding the toll on his vitality, and charged at Ao, his massive sword radiating terrifying sacred flames that made Ao tremble. The searing heat was formidable, and Ao dared not underestimate it. He immediately raised various barriers before him and made a swift decision. His dragon claws, having comprehended the power of space, upgraded in that moment, allowing him to truly tear through the void. Elements in the air spiraled chaotically as his claws firmly grasped the massive sword. With a sudden grip, Badoka's expression shifted drastically as a blast of sacred flames surged from his left hand. Ao smirked coldly and struck fiercely with his right claw, extinguishing the sacred flames. However, the heat from the sword penetrated Ao's body, merging with the white stone within him. Badoka's face finally revealed a hint of fear. His prideful flame of the Seraph was being absorbed. Badoka, in desperation, ignited the remainder of his soul power, unleashing an immense aura that pierced through the clouds, shaking the continent. Ahaha! Badoka, now transparent, laughed maniacally as he surpassed the speed of light to reach Ao, tightly embracing Ao's dragon head before detonating himself. The explosion engulfed the sky in a thick cloud hundreds of meters high, the sound of detonation reverberating throughout the imperial capital. Fortunately, it occurred at an altitude above 5,000 meters. Nevertheless, the explosion, fueled by Badoka's complete sacrifice of his soul power, sent shockwaves that toppled the three combatants below, causing them to spit blood. Those thousands of meters away were not spared either, collapsing under the force, with many weaker individuals succumbing to horrific injuries, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. As Ao was engulfed in the explosion, the powerful elemental force struck his dragon head, shattering the two horns atop it. Although he managed to close his eyes in time, the surface of his dragon scales was smeared with blood, and the lower part of his jaw was obliterated. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the colossal dragon plummeted 200 meters, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Ao fell into unconsciousness. At the moment Ao succumbed to the explosion, Elena and Catherine, witnessing his dragon form plummeting from the Balaton estate's courtyard, were struck with terror, instantly departing for the imperial palace. Reuben Balaton's expression shifted in alarm, and he followed suit. Long Linger, Long Xiang, and Sola Balaton also displayed expressions of dread, feeling an overwhelming sense of doom from the explosion. Unaware of Ao's plight amid the chaos, they swiftly made their way to the palace, worry etched on their faces. The three, shaken by the explosion, were left reeling. Staffo's expression darkened as he grasped his massive sword, vanishing from his spot to unleash the fierce Sun Eightfold slash. Gygas, still recovering from the shock of being knocked down, was caught off guard by the successive strikes, while Long Xingtian seized the opportunity to unleash the Dragon Destruction slash. Gygas, lacking a shield, could not withstand the onslaught, resulting in his body exploding in a shower of blood and flesh. Chapter 66. Ao awakens to transcendence. With Gygas's demise, the entire contingent of the Light God sect was eradicated. Long Xingtian and Staffo rushed to the massive crater where Ao lay unconscious, gasping at the grim sight of his dragon body. Staffo, filled with urgency, landed before Ao's head, placing his fingers on the dragon's nostrils, feeling a faint breath. "Thank goodness, he still breathes," he exclaimed. Long Xingtian, relieved by this revelation, surveyed Ao's grievous injuries. The 200-meter-long dragon form was a gruesome sight, with blood and flesh in disarray. The scales were nearly all damaged, particularly the head, where both horns had been obliterated, and the jaw was missing, exposing a deep wound on the forehead. Nearby, the onlookers, gripped by fear, realized the dragon had fallen, and their thoughts turned to the dragon's blood and scales. "Oh, let us collect the dragon blood and scales," they exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up, and several rogue saints were tempted to approach Ao's body. Staffo, already brimming with rage, was incensed by their intentions to loot Ao's body. Before the hundreds could draw near, Staffo unleashed his fury, crashing into them like a meteor, scattering their bodies and creating a massive crater. The onlookers froze in place, realizing it was the old Dean, still alive. Staffo, finding amusement in their fear, turned his icy gaze towards a middle-aged man who was so terrified that he lost control. Soon after, Elena and Catherine arrived, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld Ao Tion's battered form. "My love," they cried, rushing to Ao Tion's dragon head, where they saw the jaw obliterated, the horns gone, and the horrifying wound on his forehead. They embraced his 50-meter-high head, weeping openly, their tears flowing freely. Long Xingtian, with sorrow in his voice, sighed, "Do not worry. Ao Tian is not dead. He still breathes. Quickly, summon light magic for healing." Upon hearing this, the two women brightened momentarily, but seeing Ao Tian's horrific injuries, they were overcome with grief once more. Afterward, a group comprising Lubin Ballading, Long Yin, Fengli, Long Qiu, Long Ling'er, Long Xiang, Kong Lao, and Suluobalading arrived at the devastated palace, witnessing the ruins where only Long Xingshan and Sitafu remained, alongside the fallen body of the proud dragon, Outyin, lying in a large pit. Displaying a countenance of sorrow. "What has become of Outyin?" Sitafu's expression darkened as he replied, "He still breathes, but alas, we lack a legendary-level light mage." "Father, look. Outyin's flesh is writhing and repairing itself," Suluobalading remarked to Lubin Ballading. Instantly, the group turned their gaze, and indeed, near his abdomen. The deep wound revealed flesh writhing and gradually mending, blood flow slowing as the injury began to heal. A wave of joy spread among them, and Sitafu instructed, "Surround this area. Do not allow anyone to disturb Outyin. I will stay. I wish to accompany my husband." "So do I. I will remain with my husband." "I will stay too." "I will remain." Ultimately, they all resolved to stay. As the day passed, the group gleaned from Sitafu and Long Xingshan's conversation that Outyin had engaged in battle with a demigod-level angel. It was said that the demigod angel, overwhelmed, could not withstand Outyin's sacrifice of life force and self-detonation. Naturally, Outyin was severely injured by the ensuing explosion, while the remaining members of the Light God sect perished, along with several of their ancestors. Over the course of the day, Outyin's dragon body slowly healed, and dragon scales began to sprout. The group patiently awaited his awakening, while thousands of onlookers from several kilometers away observed, profoundly affected by the fierce battle they had never witnessed before, as the palace lay in ruins. A testament to the terrifying might of the demigod's explosion. In the white stone world within Outyin's abdomen, he roamed leisurely. In the distance, a towering stone tablet loomed. Reaching nearly a kilometer high, Outyin approached, standing before the first stone tablet, upon which countless ancient characters radiated an aura of antiquity that he could not comprehend. Time passed, and a breeze stirred, carrying a rich spiritual essence that astonished Outyin. What were those inscriptions, and how could he escape this place? Contemplating the scene outside, Outyin's expression turned anxious. Suddenly, the spiritual wind enveloped his dragon soul, and his form, extending 200 meters, was infused with abundant spiritual energy. Outside, Outyin's dragon body emitted a golden light, shocking the onlookers. Moments later, their worries dissipated as they witnessed Outyin's jaw gradually growing under the golden radiance, with the horns on his head sprouting like seedlings breaking through the earth, while other injuries on his dragon body began to heal. Within the white stone world, the stone tablet before Outyin suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, condensing into an immense character representing strength, which entered his brow. Outyin slowly absorbed this character, and a vision flashed in his mind. On the untamed land, a giant stood upon the earth, surrounded by countless ferocious beasts exuding a terrifying aura that surged toward the sky. The giant moved, delivering a simple yet powerful punch, causing the surrounding void to remain undisturbed. Yet the ferocious beasts erupted in fear and despair, their bodies exploding into flesh and blood. Subsequently, as he stomped, the ground cracked open, magma spewing forth, a testament to his terrifying strength, penetrating deep into the earth's molten core. The giant ascended rapidly, delivering another unadorned punch that split the sky, a blue expanse torn asunder, the fissure widening as the giant traversed through it. Simultaneously, Outyin withdrew from the vision, murmuring, "Strength, strength that shatters the void, tearing through the barriers of the sky." Suddenly, Outyin's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he exclaimed, "Ah, I understand. I comprehend." He realized the essence of the mysteries of power, speed, and space. The giant's simple punch was enhanced by the principles of strength, speed, and spatial manipulation. In that moment, Outyin discovered his direction. Akin to a plant in darkness discovering a glimmer of light, illuminating a new dawn before him. He grasped the intricacies of the principles, the augmentation of strength, the regulation of speed, and the passage through space. However, that was sufficient. The stone tablet before him shone once more with golden brilliance. And Outyin felt the surrounding space warp. In an instant, he grasped a fragment of spatial mystery and swiftly departed the stone space, succumbing to unconsciousness. Outside, the golden light emanating from Outyin's dragon body intensified, as countless terrifying spiritual energies surged toward it, quickly forming an elemental storm. The onlookers displayed expressions of shock as they beheld the formation of a terrifying elemental storm hundreds of meters high. Should a sacred domain being enter, they would be torn apart in less than a second. The elemental storm permeated Outyin's dragon body, which rapidly healed. His jaw was fully formed, and his horns had also completed their growth, his body regaining its resplendent golden-scaled appearance. Eilina and Kaiselin's expressions radiated delight. Suddenly, the sky darkened, prompting Eilina and her companions to gaze upward. A massive tribulation cloud, hundreds of meters wide, loomed ominously, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, foretelling an impending strike. Long Xingqian's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is the tribulation cloud one must face to ascend to the demigod realm." Eilina and Kaiselin's faces paled as they exclaimed, "But Outyin is unconscious. What shall we do?" The group wore solemn expressions, and Sitafu commanded, "Deploy a barrier to protect Outyin's body." They nodded in agreement, layering earth tones, green, fiery red, and black, creating a perfect cocoon around Outyin's massive dragon form. The thunderous roars of the sky grew louder. At that moment, a flash of golden light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the earth. It was Outyin awakening, his dragon eyes opening. After the blinding light receded, the group erupted in joyous cheers. Outyin nodded to those guarding him, assuring them, "Do not worry, I have healed. You must retreat a kilometer from here. I am about to undergo my tribulation. Be cautious." Eilina and Kaiselin implored, their eyes red from weeping. Outyin, his dragon flames revealing affection, reassured them, "Fear not, my beloved wives. You have yet to bear my children. I shall be fine." Just then, the tribulation cloud reached its zenith, unleashing a 5-meter-thick pillar of lightning that pierced through the clouds and shattered the void, crashing toward Outyin. He ascended into the air, unafraid of the thunder, and as his dragon head met the lightning pillar, he felt exhilarated. The lightning transforming into strands of power flowing through his dragon body, cleansing hidden impurities. With another 9 bolts of lightning descending, Outyin effortlessly absorbed them, purging the remaining impurities, his golden scales gleaming brighter. As the final bolt struck, divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping Outyin. He realized he could not move. Pondering whether this was the power of the laws of this realm, Outyin sensed his milky white true power being forcibly altered by the law's strength, but at that moment, the white stone within him trembled, emitting an enigmatic sound. The law's power fled as if encountering a specter, only to be swiftly absorbed by the white stone, further impressing Outyin with its power. Having successfully entered the early stage of anti-void, his strength had multiplied 100-fold, a terrifying feat. Whereas an ordinary demigod in the early stage would only surpass a legendary peak by 30 times. Chapter 67. Aftermath and Reorganization. As Outyin completed his tribulation and the divine light descended from the sky, shockwaves rippled across the continent. In the Dragon Island, dozens of demigod dragons, several second-tier divine dragons, and a foundational divine golden dragon opened their eyes, gazing toward the direction of Luosi Daidu. On the sacred mountain of the Papal State, the 3 demigods opened their eyes and gazed towards the direction of the imperial capital of Luosi. In the depths of the Death Island of the Endless Ocean, 3 figures cloaked in black also directed their profound gazes towards the same destination. Ancestors of several ancient families from the Endless Ocean simultaneously opened their eyes, fixating on the imperial capital of Luosi. Deep within the sacred grove of the elven race, in a grand hall constructed from verdant trees, a figure adorned with flowing green hair cascading to her waist, a visage so perfect it seemed a divine gift. And a figure draped in a white fitted robe, the elemental elf queen opened her beautiful eyes and murmured towards the direction of the imperial capital. How intriguing. The completion of the demigod tribulation unexpectedly attracts the power of the laws. In the skies, Aotion, feeling immensely relaxed, let out a dragon's roar that reverberated throughout the imperial capital before descending and transforming into human form. Embracing the 2 women rushing towards him, he comforted them. There. I am perfectly fine. Please do not cry." Those around witnessed this scene with smiles on their faces. Longlinger gazed at the trio with a hint of jealousy. Long Yin smiled and said, "Now that Ao Tian has awakened, it is time for me to summon people to rebuild the palace. Although the palace was destroyed, the treasures recovered are sufficient for reconstruction." Fongli added, "I too shall call upon people to reconstruct my residence. I have troubled Brother Reuben for long enough." "Oh, it is of no concern." With the backing of Long Xing Tian and his group of formidable warriors, Long Yin regained control over the military previously stationed in the imperial capital, and order began to stabilize once again. Following this battle, the relationships among the Balaton family, the Long family, and the Fong family rapidly warmed, becoming tightly intertwined. Within a matter of days, hundreds of thousands enthusiastically rallied to shout "Long live the Empire" and voluntarily engaged in the palace reconstruction efforts. Even the construction of Fong family's residence saw assistance from numerous individuals. In just a few days, the Fong family residence was completed, and after expressing gratitude to the Balaton family for their hospitality, they relocated back to their newly constructed abode. After several days of consolidation and stability, Alina and Katrina inadvertently noticed a flash of jealousy in Long Linger's eyes. A playful scuffle ensued, during which Long Linger finally confessed her true feelings for Ao Tian. The two women, unfazed, encouraged and urged Long Linger to confess her feelings, even suggesting a plan to directly send her to his bed, asserting that it would suffice to consummate their relationship. Hearing this, Long Linger's face flushed with embarrassment. Far to the west, atop the sacred mountain, Pope Ulf the 45th wore a grim expression upon learning of the failure of the Lossy Empire's plans, which resulted in considerable losses of legendary and sacred domain experts. Suddenly, Ulf received a soul transmission from the pinnacle of the demigod-level Pope, the 30th. "Do not send anyone to the Lossy Empire. However, pursue Ao Tian relentlessly once he leaves the Empire. I will dispatch some demigod experts to assist you." Ulf replied solemnly, "Understood, Ancestor." During these days, Sophia was overjoyed to be with the three women, completely abandoning her thoughts of returning to the Elven Forest to reunite with her mother. Since Ao Tian ascended to the demigod level, he engaged in dual cultivation with the two women at night, providing them with immense benefits. In a short span, Alina directly broke through to the peak of the sacred domain, leaving her father-in-law Reuben Balaton speechless. Katrina also reached the late peak of the sacred domain and was on the verge of breaking through. Over these days, Ao Tian successfully grasped the nuances of speed and power, amplifying his strength threefold. He also learned to manipulate space, mastering the art of distorting space for explosive effects. Alongside a crucial realization of his domain extended approximately 50 meters around him, where he became a god, permeated with spatial power, making its application effortless. Ao Tian also experimented, discovering that when Alina and the others entered his domain, they would experience pressure and could not absorb the spiritual energy within. Furthermore, the might of his dragon aura could stack with the domain, intensifying the pressure. If Rock were to learn that Ao Tian comprehended his domain shortly after entering the demigod realm, he would be utterly astonished. As it had taken him 50 years to achieve the same feat as time passed, both women achieved the pinnacle of the sacred domain. Simultaneously, the construction of the palace was completed, with magnificent palaces rising under the abundant manpower and resources. However, the number of royal personnel significantly decreased. Long Yin shed no tears for those concubines and princes with whom he shared no emotional ties. Only the queen held his affection. The other concubines were merely a result of the previous emperor's coercion, and this turn of events suited Long Yin just fine. The group returned to the palace after departing from the Balaton family. On the same day, Long Yin issued several imperial edicts, designating the Balaton family as the national protectorate, granting them status equal to that of the royal family, and elevating the Fong family to that of a noble family. Countless nobles in the imperial capital extended their congratulations. Though the most astonishing decree came when Long Yin, after obtaining Ao Tian's consent, declared Ao Tian as the national guardian beast, and ordered the construction of a 1,000-meter-wide plaza in the center of the imperial capital to erect a statue of Ao Tian. The divine dragon, Ao Tian, of course, would not allow anyone to proceed carelessly. He personally supervised and guided the process, using countless precious iron without cost, following the blueprints. After 3 days of labor from hundreds of thousands of willing helpers, the statue was completed. Under the towering statue, Ao Tian allowed drops of his blood, transformed into gold upon entering the demigod realm, to seep into the statue. The dragon's eyes in the statue suddenly came to life, radiating a dragoness aura that compelled the surrounding crowd to worship. Ao Tian retrieved several legendary crystal cores from the dragon god space, and arranged them in a perpetual gathering formation, infusing the dragon's head with a radiant beam of light that shot into the sky, illuminating the surroundings and ultimately encasing the imperial capital in a protective barrier. The entire imperial capital was astonished. Such divine craftsmanship prompted countless individuals to worship. Concurrently, the spiritual energy beneath the statue gradually thickened, transforming into a sacred ground. Of course, this was beneficial for those below the sacred domain, while those above it could not benefit, as the intense spiritual energy was absorbed and sealed within the dragon's head and body. To avoid drawing attention, Aotion established an illusionary array that only demigods could break. Unfortunately, the crystal cores were insufficient. Otherwise, Aotion could have set up a formation that would confuse even demigods. Aotion informed Long Yen that this barrier could withstand 3 full-strength strikes from a demigod, which elicited joy from Long Yen and his companions. Some neighboring small nations, initially believing that the imperial capital of the Lossy Empire was vulnerable, hastened their plans to seize border cities. However, after Long Yen organized the imperial capital within a few days, he swiftly dispatched troops, sending sacred domain experts to engage in battle. Before long, several small nations were conquered and incorporated into the territory of the Lossy Empire. Meanwhile, news of the battle in the imperial palace spread vividly across the continent, causing panic in the Chasing Wind Empire, the weakest among several nations. Deep within a grand hall on the Death Island of the Endless Ocean, the early demigod Dark Pope Houston the 43rd, adorned with a crown and a luxurious black robe, received a message from his youngest brother. Upon reading it, he smiled bitterly, acknowledging, "Very well, a demigod dragon is indeed worthy of you, Lin Lin. Enjoy yourself there." After writing a letter, he summoned someone to send it out. Chapter 68. A confrontation on the following morning. After a delightful breakfast, Aotion, accompanied by the 4 women, departed from the Balaton residence amidst farewells. On the streets, a level 6 expert who had witnessed the grand battle at the palace recognized Aotion and quickly took a detour, gazing at him with respect and admiration. Before long, the group exited the imperial capital, with the 4 women chattering joyfully about various matters. After walking several thousand meters away from the imperial capital, Aotion turned to the 4 women and said, "This pace is too slow. How about I carry you all through the skies?" Upon concluding his words, he was met with rejection from the 4 women, who expressed their desire to fully appreciate the majestic mountains and rivers. Outyen was left speechless. The Ross Empire was situated quite far from the Elven realm, with 2 possible routes to reach it. The first involved departing from the border city of the Ross Empire, circumventing the chaotic capital, and traversing several obstacles before finally arriving at the Elven Forest. The second option was a direct passage through the Beast Forest, crossing a stretch of sea to reach land, and then traveling 100 miles to their destination. Outyen presented both routes to the 4 women and allowed them to decide which path to take. After much chattering, they collectively opted for the route through the Beast Forest, intrigued by the presence of Outyen, a demigod, and their curiosity about the forest itself. "Perfect, I can check if Uncle Locke has emerged from his seclusion," Outyen murmured upon hearing their decision. Among the 4, Sophia, the weakest at mid-level 5, heard Outyen's mutterings and inquired curiously about Uncle Locke. Outyen, gazing into 4 pairs of beautiful eyes gleaming with curiosity, chuckled, "You will find out soon enough." The 4 women playfully retaliated with gentle punches, prompting Outyen to laugh heartily and flee. Upon returning to the City of Sunset, Outyen was filled with nostalgia as the 4 women escorted him to the family estate of Kaiselin. She promptly produced a token, causing the attendant to bow and exclaim, "Please, follow me." They then ascended to a room on the 3rd floor. Outyen remarked with a grin, "I must say, marrying a wealthy lady like you means I will never have to worry about food again." The other 3 women erupted into laughter. Kaiselin playfully stepped on Outyen's foot, scoffing, "Humph, you think you're rich? You can just casually spill some dragon blood, and coins will come pouring in." Outyen, feigning pain, yelped, "Ouch, that hurts." The 4 women rolled their eyes in disdain, but Outyen remained unfazed, grinning, "I'm starving. Lin Lin, hurry and bring out the feast." Kaiselin tossed a sanitary ball at him, and then summoned the attendant to order a staggering array of dishes, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. The efficiency of Kaiselin's family business was remarkable. Within a quarter of an hour, the table was laden with plates of food, followed shortly by 20 barrels of fire wine. Sophia, the young lady, elegantly savored her vegetarian dishes, chewing delicately, while Alina and Kaiselin maintained similar decorum. However, the boisterous Longlinger and Outyen engaged in a friendly competition for the delicacies, especially after Outyin had enhanced Longlinger's bloodline by shedding some of his own blood, thereby amplifying her appetite. In a short span, Outyin effortlessly claimed 3/4 of the feast, leaving Longlinger to devour half, with the remaining dishes consumed by the other 3 women. Chapter 69. Reunion and the Gift of Divine Skills. The 5 departed from the realm of the heavens and made their way towards the gates of the beast forest. The journey was rather dull, without any insolent individuals approaching them. However, numerous pairs of lustful eyes were fixated upon the 4 women, their beauty clearly captivating the testosterone-fueled men around. The glances directed at Outyin were rife with envy and admiration. Amid the astonished expressions of the guards flanking them, the group of 5 exited Sunset City. After swiftly covering nearly 1,000 miles, they finally reached the outskirts of the beast forest, the largest forest on the continent. Renowned for its abundance of rare materials and countless magical beasts that lured treasure seekers to linger. Shortly thereafter, Outyin exuded a hint of draconic majesty, causing numerous low to mid-tier magical beasts to flee in terror, allowing the group to traverse with ease. Suddenly, from a distance of 100 meters, sounds of a struggle reached their ears. As they drew closer, they beheld 15 mercenaries engaged in a fierce battle against a mid-level 6 magical beast, the bloodthirsty wolf. Among the 15, only one was mid-level 6 while the rest ranged from level 5 and below. As Outyin and his companions approached, he inadvertently neglected to retract his draconic aura, which was particularly sensitive to the bloodthirsty wolf. Instantly, the beast lost its ferocity and lay cowering before them, while the mercenaries found themselves immobilized by the pressure of Outyin's aura. Realizing the predicament, Outyin stepped forward alongside the 4 women, and the mercenaries gazed at them in awe, while the bloodthirsty wolf regarded Outyin with terrified eyes. Upon retracting his aura, the wolf promptly bowed before Outyin and hastily retreated, leaving the mercenaries astonished by the creature's submission. They turned their astonished gazes towards Outyin, a young man with black hair and eyes, radiating an enigmatic presence. "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives," Chelsea, the leader, said, clasping his fists in gratitude, followed by the others expressing their thanks. Outyin felt a flicker of goodwill towards them and replied, "It's nothing. Let us continue on our way." With that, the 5 slowly ventured deeper into the beast forest. Taffa turned to Chelsea and asked, "Brother, shall we continue hunting magical beasts?" Chelsea replied with annoyance, "Of course, but let us stick to weaker ones. I barely managed against that bloodthirsty wolf." We were fortunate that the young man scared it off. It was truly terrifying. The pressure was overwhelming. Taffa nodded in agreement, and the group turned to leave. Before long, Outyin and his companions entered the depths of the beast forest, Outyin emanating a hint of draconic power with ease as they traversed the sacred domain of magical beasts. Countless eyes observed the group, yet they dared not approach too closely, retreating with each step Outyin took. As dusk fell, they had crossed through the territory of legendary beasts, and the 4 women were left in awe at the dense congregation of sacred domain magical beasts and the sheer number of legendary creatures. Feeling the terror of the beast forest deeply, especially with Outyin leading the way, "We're back," Outyin sighed as they arrived in the depths. Elena, blinking her beautiful eyes, asked, "Darling, where are we?" The others also looked on with curiosity. Outyin beamed, "This is one of my homes." He extended his consciousness to search for Uncle Locke. Suddenly, from a distance of 100 miles, Locke sensed Outyin's consciousness and felt a hint of familiarity, causing him to vanish from his location. In an instant, Locke appeared before Outyin, observing the young man before him, who had shed his youthful naivety for a more resolute countenance, clearly having experienced much. Locke smiled, "Kid, you're back." The 4 women stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Locke, with Elena and Kaiselin particularly startled, unable to fathom his legendary initial level, especially in this deep realm. Outyin, grinning widely, replied, "Uncle Locke, I've returned to see you." Locke placed a large hand on Outyin's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Good. Kid, you've swiftly stepped into the initial stages of demigod status. Truly remarkable. Haha, these ladies must be your companions, right?" Ahaha. The 4 women blushed at his words. Locke chuckled heartily. "Good eye, kid. 3 top-tier beauties along with an elf. You're certainly more capable than your father. Hey, Uncle Locke, come. I've brought some wine from the human world. Let us drink to our heart's content." Hearing about the wine, Locke's expression brightened. "Excellent, ahaha." As the full moon hung high in the sky, Outyin produced the 100 barrels of fire wine he had purchased, the aroma wafting even before the lids were removed. Locke inhaled deeply, laughing. "It's been ages. I can smell the essence of firegrass." Outyin grinned. "This wine is brewed from firegrass." "Ahaha, kid, wait here. Since there's wine, how could there be no meat?" With that, he vanished, and shortly thereafter, 5 sacred domain magical beasts were unceremoniously tossed onto the ground. The 4 women, accustomed to such displays, were unfazed. Outhian chuckled and swiftly processed the 5 beasts, removing their skins, cleaning their innards, and extracting their cores, creating a grand spit. He summoned a flicker of fire, and the 5 beasts began to roast slowly. Outhian retrieved seasonings from the dragon god space, and evenly sprinkled them over the beasts. The flames blazed brightly, and soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the air, prompting Locke to burst into laughter. Delicious. Kid, your culinary skills are impressive. With that, he opened a barrel and drank deeply. On this night, Aotian enjoyed a delightful evening of feasting and conversation with Uncle Luoku. As Luoku listened to Aotian recount his experiences, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. However, upon hearing about Aotian's battle against the Angel of the Demigods, a shadow of concern crossed his features, and he scolded, "Young man, did I not bestow upon you the jade? Why did you not call for me?" Aotian smiled gently and replied, "A dragon soaring through the skies must eventually grow. How could I always rely on Uncle Luoku for my development?" Luoku's expression softened as he said, "Very well. You have now reached the early stage of a demigod, but I must remind you, if you wish to return to Longdao, do not venture forth without the strength of a peak demigod or a subgod." The 4 women present immediately turned their gazes towards Aotian, clearly unaware of this insider knowledge. Aotian smiled slightly and asked, "Uncle Luoku, is a subgod a realm above a demigod? The memories I inherited only mentioned demigods, and I had thought the next step was becoming a deity." After downing a hearty gulp of fiery liquor, Luoku explained, "Above a demigod lies the subgod level, where one comprehends the principles and minor domains. I believe you are already aware of this." Aotian nodded and said, "I have merely grazed the surface of the principles of power, speed, and space, and I can also manifest domains." Luoku, visibly pleased, continued, "Once you perfect a principle, you will ascend to the subgod level. However, in the realm of elemental forces, each element possesses more than one principle. For instance, the wind element encompasses 7 principles. To break through to the next level of subgod, one must comprehend 3 principles. The foundational god, also known as a pseudo-god, must establish a divine foundation to truly ascend to the lower deity level. In order to break through and become a lower deity, one must integrate 2 principles into oneself and ultimately endure tribulation to form a divine persona. As for what lies beyond that, I am uncertain." The 5 of them listened intently, their eyes sparkling with newfound understanding, as Luoku's guidance illuminated their path forward. After another sip of fiery liquor, Luoku remarked, "Aotian, you possess exceptional talent and insight. Remember, do not rush your breakthrough to subgod. It is wise to linger longer in the demigod realm and strive to comprehend as many principles as possible. The more you understand, the stronger you will become as a deity." Aotian nodded deeply and assured, "Uncle Luoku, rest assured, I will diligently seek understanding." He then inquired, "By the way, Uncle Luoku, you have reached the mid-stage of a demigod, have you not?" Luoku smiled broadly and replied, "Indeed. I have made some progress and am nearing the late stage of a demigod. Perhaps I will soon break through to the late stage." Aotian smiled and said, "Uncle Luoku, I have a fortunate opportunity to present you with a valuable item." Luoku's interest piqued. "Oh, a valuable item?" Aotian summoned a memory from the Chaos Jade in his mind, revealing a technique titled Tunshin-Ju, a method created by the Tunshin beast at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level, culminating in the ultimate realm of Tunshin. Unfortunately, at that time, Tunshin represented the heavenly path, merely a wish, and the Tunshin beast was just a step away from breaking through to Tunshin, yet this step was as daunting as a chasm. Ultimately, during the great battle of saints, the Tunshin beast was given special attention and died with resentment. Upon arriving in the depths of the beast forest, Aotian had enjoyed his time with Uncle Luoku, yet felt his own weakness could pose a risk if Uncle Luoku had any ulterior motives. Now, having reached the early stage of a demigod, he felt capable of self-preservation. Aotian lightly tapped Luoku's forehead, transmitting a memory. Moments later, Luoku absorbed the memory, his face reflecting astonishment, and he exhaled deeply, expressing gratitude. "Young man, I truly thank you. With this technique, I believe my bloodline will flourish, and my future will be boundless. I can attain true Tunshin." Aotian was pleased to see no trace of greed in Luoku's eyes. "Uncle Luoku, you will undoubtedly reach that realm." Luoku laughed heartily. "Young man, let us drink. And you, young ladies, partake in the feast as well." After a hearty meal and jovial conversation, Luo Ku inquired, Aotian, how long do you intend to stay? Clearing his throat, he continued, after tonight, I must depart to escort my wife to the sacred land of the elves to meet her mother. Luo Ku's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, young man. Let me tell you, there are indeed treasures within the elven realm. Perhaps I can help you acquire something. Aotian's eyes lit up. Really, Uncle Luo Ku? Do tell. The four women leaned in, eager to hear more. What do you think of the beast forest? Luo Ku asked, avoiding a direct answer and instead speaking of other matters. Aotian, puzzled, replied, Uncle Luo Ku, the beast forest is teeming with magical beasts, and with you here, it is considered a significant forbidden zone. Luo Ku chuckled. Not quite, young man. Allow me to clarify, if we venture deep within, it is merely my presence as a demigod. To be candid, the beast forest has long become a hunting ground for humans. The Church of Light boasts both demigods and subgods, and they can even communicate with the divine realm to summon angels. The Church of Darkness possesses similar capabilities, being able to summon fallen angels. Furthermore, do not underestimate certain families. Some ancient clans residing on distant ocean islands also have subgod ancestors. The reason the beast forest remains a significant forbidden zone is due to my grandfather, who is at the peak of the subgod level, alongside numerous subgod brothers. Thus, while humans may hunt at the periphery and in the sacred domain, none dare to enter the depths. Aotian, intrigued by this revelation, asked, where might they be? Luo Ku took a sip of fiery liquor and replied, now that you have entered the demigod realm, you must have some understanding of spatial manipulation. Aotian nodded. Luo Ku continued, upon reaching the subgod level, one can transform their domain into a small world. However, certain plants cannot be cultivated there, as life itself is profoundly mysterious. My grandfather, now at the peak of the subgod level, has his domain existing deep within, akin to a parallel space. While we cannot see inside, they can observe us from within. The elements in that space are incredibly rich. I have visited a few times, but it is rather stifling, as I must endure my grandfather's reprimands daily, which is why I chose to leave. Aotian laughed heartily upon hearing this secret. Luo Ku, slightly embarrassed, asked, what do you think of the elven race? By the way, how do you perceive the strength of your elven kin? Sophia, noticing Luo Ku's inquiry, spoke with her bright eyes and melodious voice. Uncle Luo Ku, within the sacred land of the elves, the most formidable being I have encountered is my mother, the queen, who is said to have reached the pinnacle of legend. Some elders are also at the legendary level, but beyond that, I am unaware. Luo Ku, surprised by Sophia's mention of her mother, turned to Aotian and remarked, young man, impressive. You have managed to win the heart of the elven queen's daughter. Sophia blushed at this compliment, while the three other women giggled, and Aotian chuckled as well. Luo Ku took another sip of fiery liquor and added, what the young lady has mentioned is merely the surface. The sacred land of the elves contains a space within the tree of life, a realm capable of nurturing life. The elemental elf clan resides there, representing the true foundation of the elven race. I have heard my grandfather mention that aside from the two great churches, which can communicate with the divine realm and are thus formidable, the elemental elves of the elven race are the most powerful, followed by the dragon race. Inside the tree of life, there exists a substance known as the water of life. A sip of this water can restore one to full health, even if they are on the brink of death at the legendary level. Moreover, the water of life can help one focus and enhance their comprehension of principles. For instance, if it takes a person 10 years to understand a principle, with the water of life, they could shorten it to 7 years. The water of life is a closely guarded secret of the elven race and is only bestowed upon those who contribute positively to the elven community. Aotian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Sophia, who explained, the water of life is something my mother can enjoy only in minute quantities, as its production is exceedingly rare. Aotian grinned, contemplating ways to acquire it. Not long after, Luo Ku finished his last barrel of liquor and declared, young man, now that you have ascended to the demigod level, let us engage in some sparring. I would like to offer you some guidance while also indulging in a bit of practice. You see, ever since I entered the demigod realm, my old man has warned me not to wander aimlessly, and it has been rather dull. Aotian was equally eager for this, saying, very well, Uncle Luo Ku. Just as I have grasped some principles, I too wish to assess my abilities through combat. The four maidens stood several kilometers away, while Aotian and Luo Ku faced each other at a distance of 1 kilometer. The atmosphere was eerily still, and a vortex began to swirl around them. As the two vortices collided, a thunderous explosion resonated, reaching up to the heavens. In an instant, Aotian moved, his right hand infused with the essence of power. Enhanced thrice over, alongside the acceleration of speed and the force of space. Suddenly, fissures erupted around his right hand, hissing ominously, and in a flash, Aotian reached Luo Ku's side. The powerful momentum stirred a howling wind, scattering Luo Ku's golden locks chaotically. In that moment, Luo Ku responded with a seemingly mundane punch. Yet it contained the essence of speed from the wind's Tao, the grounding force of the Earth's Tao, and the gravitational pull of space. The impact of his dragon-like claw and fist collided, creating vast rifts in the space between them. Both men staggered backward, and Luo Ku, shaking his slightly numbed left hand, remarked, "Good lad, your strength is formidable. Come at me again." With a resounding thud, the ground beneath them fractured into large craters. The air crackled with energy as Aotian and Luo Ku exchanged blows at a velocity so swift that the four maidens could only perceive a blur of milky white and golden auras colliding. The atmosphere trembled with the intensity of their clash, causing the sacred domain and legendary beasts to stir uneasily in response to the titanic battle. Aotian closed his eyes, honing his mastery over the Tao of speed with each exchange. Suddenly, he sliced through the void, and Luo Ku's expression tightened as Aotian's speed surged unexpectedly. Alarmed, Luo Ku thought to himself, "What a monster." He reacted instantaneously, unleashing a punch that seemed capable of extinguishing the heavens themselves. The sky darkened, and the void crackled with thunder as the two auras collided in a blinding clash that sent shockwaves soaring into the sky. The four maidens fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the oppressive force even from a distance of 10,000 meters. Elena gasped in astonishment, her lips parting in awe. "This is utterly terrifying." "Indeed, it is a complete upheaval," Catherine concurred, while the other two maidens nodded in agreement, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. With a resounding boom, Aotian unleashed his domain, retreating 1,000 meters into the void as he roared. A small domain, over 50 meters in diameter and shimmering in golden white hues, enveloped him. Luo Ku, witnessing Aotian's domain, smiled faintly and activated his own golden domain, stretching 100 meters. As the two domains clashed, a hissing sound of dissolution filled the air. Aotian felt his domain slowly constricting, his expression growing serious as he released his milky white true power to fortify his domain. Meanwhile, Luo Ku was alarmed to find his own 100-meter domain depleting faster than Aotian's, shrinking by 3 meters every second. In response, he unleashed Golden Fighting Spirit to replenish his domain. With a tremendous impact, the two domains collided, sending ripples of energy across a 10,000-meter radius. The four maidens were forced to retreat further, the verdant earth now marred by numerous craters and desolation. Suddenly, a deep, ancient voice resonated through the void, silencing the tumult. Aotian felt his body immobilized, his domain forcibly retracted. Luo Ku cursed inwardly. "Damn it, the old man is awake. This is bad, very bad." "Humph, Xiao Luo. Look at the mess you've made of my domain." The voice scolded again, and both men found themselves uncontrollably crashing to the ground. The four maidens rushed to assist Aotian, while Luo Ku, disregarding the dust clinging to him, addressed the void. "Grandfather, why have you awakened?" "I was wrong." "Humph. After this, you will go into the space for proper training. You only cause trouble." In the void, a spectral figure appeared, revealing a golden-haired elder who swiftly approached Luo Ku. The elder playfully flicked Luo Ku's forehead, his gaze, filled with authority, turned to Aotian, who felt as though he were being drawn into a black hole by that intense stare. Aotian steadied himself, sensing the formidable power behind those eyes. The four maidens clutched Aotian protectively, while Lionheart smiled, addressing Aotian. "Young man, are you a descendant of Kadia? I can sense his aura." Taken aback, Aotian replied, "Old sir, I do not know." Lionheart maintained his smile. "There is no mistake. I can recognize that old coot's aura. You are quite impressive for one so young, already at the initial stage of demigod, far superior to that little Luo." Luo Ku smiled unabashedly, seemingly unfazed by Lionheart's words. Aotian chuckled, but remained silent. Lionheart continued with a grin. "Well then, young one, since you have ventured into the depths of the beast realm, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Here, should you encounter any danger outside, crush this jade." Aotian accepted the ancient jade, noticing a terrifying soul power within it, equivalent to that of a peak void realm soul. "All right, young one, when you return to Longdao, send my regards to that old fellow Kadia." With that, Lionheart took Luo Ku and vanished from sight. Chapter 7. The Sea Tribe's Assault. "All right, let us depart. I am quite curious about the water of life," Aotian said to the four maidens. They nodded in agreement and departed from the desolate area, heading forward. Before long, they arrived at the seaside, where it was already deep into the night. The waves were fierce, and Ao Tian suggested to the four maidens, "Let us wait until dawn to continue our journey." "All right." Ao Tian, roused from his thoughts, quickly responded, "Wife, I am coming." With a playful grin, he declared, "Ladies, let us rest." He then shattered his garments and rushed toward the four maidens. With arms outstretched, Ao Tian inhaled the fresh morning air, turning to the maidens, "Ladies, we are setting off." After tidying up, the five set off together. As they soared above the sea, having reached the initial stage of the sacred domain, the four maidens' hair danced gracefully in the ocean breeze. Suddenly, distant cries mingled with the sounds of clashing swords pierced the air, carried by the wind to the ears of the five. Ao Tian remarked, "Let us take a look." The four maidens nodded in curiosity. Before them lay a group of peculiar humanoid beings wielding various weapons, divided into two factions engaged in combat, all of them below the sacred domain level. The five, positioned high in the air, remained unnoticed by the fighters. Catherine chimed in, "Dear, these are the sea tribes of the ocean." "Ah," Ao Tian gasped, realizing the peculiar creatures of the ocean, akin to the celestial creations of the elven race, must also exist in this vast realm teeming with spiritual energy, giving rise to numerous races. Yolanda, having dispatched a member of the crab tribe, taunted their leader, Kaji, "Since you dare to obstruct the great third prince's endeavors, brothers, let us kill." "Kill," echoed the response. "Yolanda, do not be so smug. The first prince will soon receive word and avenge us," Kaji, the crab leader, retorted, his formidable claws and stout legs making him a fearsome opponent. "Huh, and what of your seal tribe's threats?" Yolanda laughed. And under the gaze of Ao Tian and his companions, the crab tribe was swiftly annihilated by the seal tribe, who then retreated into the ocean. "Let us move on," Ao Tian urged, and the group continued their journey. In the depths of the ocean, at the center of a sea known as the Soul Sea, stood a magnificent palace. The Sea Emperor Palace, surrounded by several smaller palaces. Within a smaller palace adjacent to the Sea Emperor Palace, a figure with azure hair, fair complexion, and eyes that flickered with a predatory glint, draped in a blue robe, was none other than Shui Luo, the third prince of the Soul Sea dynasty. A member of the Seal tribe knelt respectfully before him, reporting, "Your Highness, we have eradicated the tribe that obstructed us on Blue Wave Island." "Very well," Shui Luo replied with a smile. "Yolanda, you have done well. I will assist you in securing the position of tribe leader." Yolanda, bowing deeply, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Now, relay a message to your father. Guard the mithril mine on Pasha Island well, and ensure it remains undisclosed." "Yes, Your Highness," Yolanda replied, rising and departing with a salute. "Report," called a guard with a fish-like head as he entered the chamber. "What is it?" "Your Highness, the third prince. It has been reported that at a height of 100 meters above the sea surface, Lord Wugo has discovered 5 individuals in flight, 1 man and 4 women, preliminarily assessed to be experts of the sacred domain realm." Shui Luo, intrigued, inquired about the appearance of the women. Lord Wugo, having observed their stunning beauty, concluded that they must indeed possess exceptional charm. As a mid-level expert of the sacred domain under Shui Luo, his discerning eye was reliable. Shui Luo smiled, "Excellent. Prepare our forces to intercept them. It is unacceptable for anyone to fly freely within the territory of my Soul Sea dynasty." "Yes, Your Highness," came the reply. Unbeknownst to the 5 flying above the sea, a group was preparing to confront them from the depths below. Shui Luo, smiling, surveyed his entourage, 2 mid-level sacred domain experts, 4 late-level sacred domain experts, and 5 mid-level sacred domain experts. Shui Luo, endowed with remarkable talent, stood out among the princes, having achieved the sacred domain at a young age, attracting numerous followers. Many of these experts were elders or even clan leaders from various sea tribes, bolstered by their formidable presence. Shui Luo had indulged in the charms of many powerless women within the sea realm, including the beautiful members of the sacred domain. This time, capturing the 5 individuals was imperative for him. "Let us proceed. The man is to be killed on the spot, and the women are to be captured." "Yes, Your Highness." The 5, in high spirits, were admiring the ocean and its beauty when suddenly, with a splash, the water exploded 100 meters away. 12 sacred domain experts from the sea tribes swiftly surrounded them. The 4 women maintained their composure, while Ao Tian continued to smile, though his eyes were icy. Among the surrounding sea tribe were 3 sacred domain experts, 4 late-level experts, and 5 mid-level experts, each varying in appearance, which fascinated Ao Tian as he marveled at the diversity of the sea tribes. Upon seeing the four women, Shui Luo was taken aback by their extraordinary beauty. Compared to those he had previously dallied with, they were simply sublime. With a haughty demeanor, Shui Luo approached Ao Tian, proclaiming, "Boy, be sensible and hand over the two women in your arms and the other two beside you. I can promise you a quick death. Hurry and comply. This is the third prince of the Soul Sea dynasty, and you, a mere sacred domain human, are not someone to provoke." The group of Sea tribe members clamored, pressuring him. The four women's expressions turned icy, while Ao Tian maintained his smile, though a chill enveloped the air. The companions nearby, not to be outdone, burst into laughter. Chapter 72. The Sea Emperor leads an assault. A dragon has its scales. To touch them is to invoke its wrath. Ao Tian's eyes blazed with anger as he unleashed his formidable aura upon the Sea tribe. Shui Luo and his followers were struck with fear, unable to maintain their position in the air, plummeting downwards. Realizing the gravity of the trouble he had stirred, Shui Luo recognized Ao Tian's legendary prowess. He quickly turned to the sea below, feeling a sense of relief, as the depths were indeed a sanctuary where even legends could not kill. Suddenly, Ao Tian emitted a cold snort. The Sea tribe members found their bodies immobilized, hovering 10 meters above the surface like statues. With a swift motion, Ao Tian appeared before the Sea tribe, and a flurry of sounds followed as he crushed the skulls of 11 experts effortlessly. Flames engulfed the bodies, reducing them to nothingness, as Ao Tian's eyes glowed with a fierce light, obliterating the malevolent souls. All that remained was water. Indeed, I assure you. With a decisive grip, Ao Tian shattered Shui Luo's limbs, declaring, "What are you? A mere pinnacle of legend? You dared to toy with my wife before me?" Ao Tian then unleashed a surge of power, obliterating Shui Luo's third leg, causing him to convulse in agony, his face ashen. "Go on, continue your play." Ao Tian extended his hand again, crushing Shui Luo's shoulder. In the depths of the Sea Emperor's palace, the Sea Emperor, Shui Bo, wore a dark expression, seething with rage. "Who is responsible for killing Luo Heir? Find out." "Yes, your majesty." As the sun set, the sky blazed with fiery clouds aligned with the horizon. Ao Tian and his companions landed on an island, discovering some fruit trees, which Ao Tian sampled with delight. Continuing his mental scan, he found a group of Sea tribesmen guarding a cave entrance, with patrols circling nearby. Curiosity sparked within him. My goodness, so much mithril. Deep within the Soul Sea center, a serpent-tailed, human-bodied guard entered the palace and reported, "Your Majesty, we have discovered the circumstances." The third prince gathered 11 sacred domain experts because his subordinates spotted 4 beautiful women among a group of 5 flying above the sea. My kin witnessed them land on Pa Sa Island. Upon hearing this, Shui Bo's expression darkened. "Luo Heir, alas, you have met your demise at the hands of women. I warned you to change your ways, yet you did not heed my advice. Now, since my prince has been killed, Zhuang Fan, you are to take action." "Yes, your majesty." Afterward, Shui Bo pressed a button behind his golden throne, causing a golden door to open. With a grim demeanor, he entered, descending a 100-meter staircase. He approached the elder ancestor, Shui Yun, and lamented, "Luo Heir has been slain." "What? Who is responsible?" Shui Yun's face turned a furious crimson as he bellowed. "I have identified the killer, ancestor. Luo Heir and his companions were all annihilated. I wish to summon additional experts to eradicate the murderer." "Very well. Shui Lu, Shui Tao, Shui Pa, accompany Bo Heir." "Yes." As Ao Tian and his group reached the center of the island, the patrolling Sea tribe warriors quickly spotted them. "Halt. This is the forbidden land of the Sea tribe. You humans must leave immediately." A fish-headed, human-bodied warrior shouted at Ao Tian and his companions. "Look, that woman seems to be from the Elven tribe." "Indeed," another fish-headed warrior replied in a hushed tone, though their voices were low. Ao Tian and his group heard them clearly. Having already harbored disdain for the Sea tribe, Ao Tian wasted no time and launched an attack. Screams erupted as countless Sea tribe warriors fell in an instant. "Let us enter the cave and investigate." Agreed. Inside, remnants of recent mining lay scattered, with mithril piled aside, indicating that the site had only been discovered a few days prior. With the mithril still unshipped, it was a fortunate find for Ao Tian and his companions. Ao Tian smiled, suggesting, "Let us have a contest to see who can mine more mithril." The 4 women shot him exasperated glances, with Long Ling Heir indignantly retorting, "Husband, you're taking advantage of us. The 4 of us combined can't compete with you." "Exactly," the other 3 chimed in. "All right, let us begin." With a hearty laugh, Ao Tian exclaimed, "Mithril, here I come." In an instant, the 5 began to dig, wielding their weapons with fervor. Time passed, and while the four women exhausted themselves, Aotion remained invigorated, continuing his efforts. After a while, Aotion had gathered all the mithril into his dragon god space, feeling quite pleased with his newfound wealth. He turned to the four women, declaring, I'm done. You've all lost. The four women rolled their eyes at him, ignoring his boast. Hey, Ling Er, Lin Lin, and Fei Er, since you don't have spatial rings, I will help you store this mithril for now. The three women shot him another eye roll, and Aotion didn't wait for a response before collecting everything. Elena, fearing that Aotion would turn to claim her mithril, hastily stored her share in her spatial ring. As the five exited the cave, night had fallen, the full moon hanging high in the sky, only for a dark cloud to pass and shroud it in darkness. Instantly, a surge of magical energy surged forth, and magical elements rapidly coalesced. Amidst a playful moment with Kaisa Lin, Aotion suddenly sensed an eruption of immense magical energy on the small island, a power strong enough to reach the legendary realm. Expanding his consciousness, he swiftly scanned the area, only to behold four figures coalescing terrifying magic. With a slight, sardonic smile, Aotion transformed his consciousness into needles, penetrating the minds of the four, producing sounds akin to watermelons bursting, crisp and clear. Thus, the four met their demise, their souls displaying an inexplicable expression as they exchanged glances, slowly being drawn away by a mysterious force. A cold snort reverberated across the island, followed by four inaudible cries of agony, as the souls dissipated into nothingness. The magical beasts on the island were so startled by this cold snort that their howls ceased instantly, trembling on the ground. Chapter 73. Meeting the mother-in-law feeling relieved. Aotion turned to the four women and declared, "Let us return. How dare these old fools obstruct my good fortune? Come, we shall continue." Upon returning to the small cottage, Aotion, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly disrobed the four women to pursue his desires. As the sun gradually rose from the eastern horizon, its rays danced upon the sea, creating a shimmering spectacle. Small fish joyfully leaped from the water, only to dive back into the depths. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room and warming the atmosphere. Elena, rubbing her sleepy eyes, exclaimed, "It's time to get up. Time to rise." The four were roused from slumber, and after a quick wash and dressing, they soared into the sky, departing from Paso Island. Deep within the depths of the Soul Sea Dynasty's Sea Emperor Palace, the expression of the venerable Shui Yun grew dark. Throughout the night, several of his descendants had failed to return. Impatient, he swiftly exited the grand hall. With a whoosh, Shui Yun burst through the surface of the sea, rapidly ascending towards Paso Island. After a considerable time, he reached the sky above the island, scanning the entire expanse with his mental prowess. Apart from the magical beasts, he discovered no sign of any human presence. Shui Yun's gaze fell upon four headless corpses, his expression darkening as he sighed. Is the heavens determined to annihilate my Soul Sea Dynasty? He collected the four bodies and departed the island, vowing, "5 individuals, do not let me catch sight of you, or I shall ensure your suffering is unbearable." At this moment, Aotion and his group of 5 were flying swiftly, their sights set ahead, where a landmass was already visible. Aotion's face lit up with joy as he announced, "Wives, we are about to reach land." The four women responded with smiles and murmurs of agreement. Sophia's excitement was palpable. She could soon reunite with her mother, whom she had dearly missed. The sun hung high in the sky, marking noon, as the intense rays scorched the earth, while some lower-tier magical beasts rested by the creek's edge. Before long, a tropical rainforest emerged before them, and the 5 landed, venturing deeper into the woods. Suddenly, a group of 5 elven youths wielding emerald-green bows obstructed their path. The leader declared, "Humans, what brings you to the elven forest?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Princess Sophia, where have you been? Her Majesty has searched the entire kingdom for you. How is it that you are with humans?" The leader, Fuka, looked astonished and inquisitive. Stepping forward, Sophia replied, Fuka, I was just heading back to the Holy Land to reunite with Mother, so please step aside. These are my sisters, and this is my husband." "Husband? What?" Fuka's expression turned furious. "Princess, how could you marry? Did this man force you? I shall slay him." With that, he drew his bow, unleashing an elemental arrow aimed at Aotion, who was at the mid-level of the 6th rank, the arrow flying swiftly towards him. Yet, to Aotion, the arrow appeared almost sluggish. The 4 women showed no concern for his safety. With a calm demeanor, Aotion extended a finger, as if performing an act of divine intervention, and in an instant, the arrow transformed into motes of light, vanishing into the void. Fuka's eyes widened in horror. This youth must possess at least the strength of the sacred realm, for only then could he so effortlessly dismantle his furious attack. A wave of despair washed over him. As the only son of the third elder, he harbored deep affection for the innocent and pure Princess Sophia. Now, she had become another's wife, coupled with such formidable prowess. Shaking his head, he conceded, "Very well, you are worthy of the princess. Proceed." With that, the five made way for them. Sophia smiled slightly, taking Aotion's hand as they moved towards the Holy Land, with the other three following closely behind. Arriving at the Elven tribe, this was Sophia's domain, and she skipped joyfully through the forest. After passing through several towns, the five finally arrived at the Elven tribe's Holy Land. Upon returning, Aotion's expression remained serene. He no longer marveled at the beauty of the scenery as he had upon his first arrival. Along the way, Elven women and youths gazed curiously at the sight of the princess returning with a human. A regal figure, with azure hair elegantly styled. Adorned with a phoenix hairpin that swayed as she walked, the Elven queen, Elizabeth, upon receiving news, hurried toward Aoton and his group, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Fia, you have finally returned. I was worried sick." The Elven queen Elizabeth rushed forward, embracing Sophia, whose eyes were red from emotion. "Mother, I have returned," Sophia replied. Her face flushed. After being captured by the human guards, she had contemplated ending her life, believing she would never see her mother again. However, destiny had intervened, and Aotion rescued her. Now, reunited with her mother, she was overwhelmed with joy. "Fia, you must not wander off again. You have reached the sacred realm. My goodness, let me take a good look at you." The Elven queen, having not closely observed Sophia before, now sensed her mid-level strength within the sacred realm. This brought her immense joy, for which mother would not wish for her children to excel. Sophia, possessing both water and wood attributes, primarily aligned with the wood element, had been taught the wood goddess technique by Aotion, who had attained mid-level quasi-saint status before his death. Thus, with diligent effort, Sophia could certainly reach that realm. And coupled with Aotion, her cultivation soared remarkably. After a moment of heartfelt reunion and joy, the Elven Queen Elizabeth turned her gaze toward Aotion and the other three women, who greatly impressed her, particularly Elena and Kaisa Lin, who had already achieved early legendary status. She was equally astounded by Long Linger, who had reached the late stage of the sacred realm. Upon glancing back at Sophia, she noticed something amiss. "Fia, have you lost your virginity?" The Elven Queen inquired, a hint of displeasure crossing her features. Sophia's face turned crimson as she grasped the Elven Queen's hands, shaking them gently. "Mother, this is Aotion. He is my husband." Aotion smiled and stepped forward. "Hello, mother-in-law, we have met before." The Elven Queen Elizabeth turned her gaze to Aotion, a flicker of recognition crossing her mind as she recalled, "Ah, you are that champion from the Rose Empire's exchange tournament. But your cultivation, I cannot fathom it. How curious." Aotion merely smiled, remaining silent. The Elven Queen Elizabeth pointed towards Elena, Kaisa Lin, and Long Linger, addressing Aotion. "Are these three women also yours?" Aotion beamed with a smile. "Indeed, mother-in-law. They are also my wives." Upon confirmation, the Elven Queen's expression darkened. As a prominent race, the Elven princess serving alongside other human women for a single man was intolerable to her as a mother, unless Aotion demonstrated extraordinary capabilities. With a resounding boom, a peak legendary aura surged forth, directed at Aotion. Should he lack legendary strength, this strike would be sufficient to obliterate him under its pressure. The surrounding elves gazed in shock at their queen's fury. Sophia remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, while the three women smiled gently. Aotion, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure, raised his hand and gently waved it, dissipating the legendary aura in an instant. The Elven Queen Elizabeth's expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. Aotion's effortless display of power left her horrified, her mind racing with thoughts of two demigods. Taking a deep breath, the Elven Queen Yilishaba suddenly smiled radiantly and said, "I did not expect you to achieve the demigod realm at such a young age. I feel assured with Fayer by your side." A slight smile graced Aotion's face as he replied, "Thank you, mother-in-law. This is the advantage of strength." Just a moment ago, the overwhelming pressure of a legendary peak could have crushed him, yet upon revealing his prowess, the situation transformed instantaneously. In his heart, Aotion exclaimed that strength is paramount, for only with it can one command respect and avoid being bullied. Had he lacked power at this moment, he could only imagine being obliterated by the aura of a legendary peak. This solidified his resolve to ascend to the pinnacle. Chapter 74. Queen Yilishaba acknowledged Out Yin's strength and led him and his companions into the palace. Elven maidens presented platters of fruit. As Queen Yilishaba conversed with Suafei, the latter occasionally blushed and stole glances at Out Yin. Aware that it was Out Yin who had saved her daughter, Yilishaba expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Out Yin, thank you for rescuing Suafei. Out Yin, while savoring a grape, smiled and replied, Mother-in-law, there is no need for such formalities among family. I took a liking to Suafei upon our first meeting and naturally could not ignore her plight. Queen Yilishaba smiled gently. Suddenly, a group of elder elves accompanied by a young man entered the grand hall. After bowing to Queen Yilishaba, they turned their attention to Out Yin and his companions. The third elder addressed the young man behind him, saying, Fuka, is this the young man? Fuka smiled, pride glimmering in his eyes as he responded, Father, it is he. The news of Out Yin becoming the consort of the elven princess infuriated Fuka, who subsequently rallied a group of elite elven noble youths, eager to see the one who had captured the princess's favor. The third elder scrutinized Out Yin, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, having learned from his son that Out Yin was at least of the Holy Realm. Yet, even with his own legendary mid-stage strength, he could not ascertain Out Yin's true abilities. Unlike the older generation, the younger noble scions lacked such discernment. The eldest son of the Grand Elder, Lika, approached Out Yin, his gaze sweeping over the three women, captivated by their beauty, which rivaled that of the princess. A flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes as he said, You must be Out Yin. Your Majesty, I am astounded by your presence. I would like to spar with you. He glanced at Queen Yilishaba, feeling smug, confident that with his late-stage Holy Realm power, he could easily overpower Out Yin and force him to beg for mercy. Queen Yilishaba smiled and replied, Very well. Suafei gently tugged at Yilishaba's sleeve, whispering, Mother, aren't you inviting Lika to his own suffering? Yilishaba conveyed through her soul force, Fair, this group of elders and their offspring have come seeking you. Furthermore, with Out Yin's formidable strength, if he defeats them, no one will dare speak ill of him. Suafei considered this and chose not to voice further objections. Elina, Kaiselin, and Longlinger observed Liko's demeanor with indifference, continuing to enjoy the fruit without a hint of concern for Out Yin. Upon hearing the queen's consent, Lika turned to Out Yin and proposed, Shall we engage in a friendly competition? Out Yin replied with a smile, No, I must decline. Lika, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, relishing the moment. Out Yin, you are quite perceptive, knowing you cannot match me. Very well, since you are so astute, you should leave the princess's side. For someone of your incompetence is unworthy of her. Out Yin's expression turned icy, and the temperature in the palace plummeted. The reason for my refusal is that you are beneath me. You are not worth my effort. Lika was instantly enraged. I, the son of the Grand Elder of the Elven race, am at the late stage of the Holy Realm. Do you think you are a legendary master? With that, he struck out, a green blade appearing in his hand, aiming a fierce slash at Out Yin. Lika anticipated that this arrogant individual would be gravely wounded by his attack, and several young elves behind the elders smiled at the unfolding scene. Slow, too slow. Out Yin's eyes narrowed, and an invisible pressure surged forth. A cold snort resonated through the hall, causing a number of elders and young elves to collapse to the ground, blood spilling forth as they suffered internal injuries. This cold snort, skillfully controlled by Out Yin, left Yilishaba and the three women unharmed. It was a manifestation of his mastery over spatial principles. The Grand Elder Liwei's face turned pale, and the expressions of the other elders shifted dramatically as they gazed at Out Yin in fear. Liwa felt the intensity of the cold snort most acutely. Even he, at the pinnacle of the legendary realm, had sustained internal injuries from such a seemingly effortless display. A demigod. It is a demigod. Liwa, disregarding his injuries, bowed deeply to Out Yin, saying, Thank you for sparing our lives. Soon, the other elders and their offspring followed suit. Bowing in fear, Out Yin smiled and said, Very well, do not provoke me again. The Grand Elder Liwa solemnly replied, Yes, thank you, esteemed one. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. The group of elders departed with their charges. In the deep of night, beneath the full moon, after indulging in the Elven clan's specialty fruit wine, the five returned to Singa's chamber, where a refreshing natural aura enveloped them, bringing a sense of tranquility. After consuming the wine, the women did not suppress their intoxication, and as the haze of inebriation enveloped them, Singa's fair face blossomed with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with clarity. In their revelry, a passionate and spirited wrestling match ensued, lasting until they finally calmed down. Chapter 75. Healing the Tree of Life. As the sun rose, the mist in the forest dissipated, and a ray of light pierced through the darkness of the woods. In the forest, birds flitted about, their chirps filling the air, while beautiful elven maidens entered to gather nectar. Yin and his companions rose early, and shortly after breakfast, Suafei led them to admire the sacred landscape, breathing in the refreshing essence of nature. Deep within the sacred grounds of the elven clan stood the Tree of Life, its trunk towering over 1,000 meters, its leaves radiating a verdant glow. The crown of the tree emitted a luminous aura, creating ripples in the air, enveloped by a protective barrier. At that moment, a patch of white light appeared beneath the thick trunk, and a 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide spatial door opened. A red-haired elf, with hair cascading to her waist and clad in a white robe that could not conceal her flawless figure, emerged. However, her eyes, wide with panic, betrayed her inner turmoil. After stepping through the portal, the red-haired elf hurriedly flew towards the palace of the sacred grounds. Upon landing at the palace, the guards on either side recognized her and respectfully bowed. In her haste, the red-haired elf waved her hand and entered the hall. "Daughter, daughter," her melodious voice echoed through the grand hall. Hearing her mother's anxious tone, Yilishaba rushed from the inner hall to the front, her expression filled with concern. Upon seeing Yilishaba, Kali took a deep breath and said, "Daughter, dire news has emerged. The Tree of Life is showing signs of decay, and the elemental elves are diminishing in number. The elemental elf queen has warned that within a year, we may no longer be able to nurture elemental elves, and their powers will fade away." Yilishaba's expression shifted dramatically. As queen, she understood that the elemental elves were the greatest support of their kind. Many ancestors of the elven clan had cultivated within the inner world of the Tree of Life, and the life water it produced deepened their comprehension of principles. The elemental elves represented the clan's most profound heritage, and the elemental elf queen, who had existed for countless millennia, was immensely powerful. The two great religious orders of the continent had never disturbed the elven clan due to her strength. Yet, despite the elemental elves' might, they depended on the Tree of Life. And with its decline, the future of the elven race was unimaginable. Yilishaba exclaimed in panic, "Mother, what shall we do?" Kylie replied, "Summon all clan members above the Holy Realm who can wield wood magic to assist the elemental elf queen in healing the Tree of Life." "Understood. I will arrange it immediately." Time was of the essence as commands were swiftly issued. Yin and his entourage of 5 were summoned, and within the Grand Hall, over 200 experts in the realms of sacred domain and legend, all proficient in wood-type magic, gathered. Kelly observed 4 other humans present, one of whom possessed the strength of a demigod in its infancy, casting a puzzled glance towards Elizabeth. Understanding her mother's confusion, Elizabeth explained, "Mother, this is Yin. He is the husband of Fayer, and these 3 are also his wives." Kelly nodded in acknowledgement. It was not uncommon for a young man with the early strength of a demigod to have multiple women, even among noble races such as the elves. With everyone gathered, the speaker continued, "The Tree of Life has shown signs of withering, and the elemental spirits have ceased to reproduce. You are all aware of the consequences. I have called upon you to enter the Tree of Life and assist Her Majesty, the Elemental Spirit Queen, in healing it." "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we shall do our utmost," came the unified response. "Indeed, we shall give our full cooperation." Elizabeth added, "Yin, you should join us as well." "Very well." Shortly thereafter, they exited the palace, journeying deeper into the realm. Yin was taken aback by the towering height of the Tree of Life, exceeding 2,000 meters, with a trunk several hundred meters wide. A portal of light opened at the base, and in an orderly manner, they entered the inner world of the Tree of Life, where abundant spiritual energy and liquid spirit essence thrived. Yin was astonished. Upon extending his consciousness, he detected over a dozen demigod experts, prompting him to draw in a sharp breath. The foundation of the elven race was indeed formidable, and he refrained from further probing to avoid any misunderstandings. Before long, they arrived at the exterior of a verdant palace, where Yin sensed the presence of over 40 demigod experts and 7 enigmatic elven masters mingled with elemental spirits. At the forefront stood a stunningly beautiful woman with flowing azure hair, clad in a white robe that, despite its loose fit, could not conceal her perfect figure. Yin swallowed hard, as her ample bosom rivaled even that of Catherine, and her exquisite visage was beyond reproach. The elven race, known for its beauty, elicited admiration from the 3 women in Yin's company. Elizabeth approached the elemental spirit queen, Chris, with utmost respect and announced, "Your Majesty, the wood-type experts of our elven kin have assembled." "Very well," replied Chris, her melodious voice resonating throughout the hall. "Follow me." After a considerable time, The group followed the elemental spirit queen to a location where Chris pointed to a visibly blackened root and addressed the assembly. This is the heart of the tree of life's world. Observe there. It is from that area that the decay has spread. Together, we shall channel our wood-type magic to nourish it and restore the roots. Begin. Yes. In unison, the multitude of sacred domain, legend, demigod, and semi-divine experts, alongside the elemental spirit queen, unleashed their green magical energies. The blackened roots absorbed the immense magical power like a parched land drinking in rain. After a considerable duration, many of the sacred domain experts succumbed to exhaustion, yet the roots merely lightened in hue. Time passed, and the legendary experts also became fatigued. Outyin supported the weakened Sophia, his expression grave as he gazed at the dimmed roots, sensing that recovery was unlikely. Eventually, the demigod experts lay spent, and after several hours, the semi-divine experts also collapsed. Only the elemental spirit queen remained, radiating a green beam of energy into the black roots, which, despite her efforts, still appeared only slightly less dark. 3 hours passed, and Chris continued her solitary struggle, showing no signs of fatigue, earning Outyin's admiration for her formidable prowess. Outyin stepped forward, channeling his milky white true power to transform into green wood-type magical elements that flowed into the black roots. Chris looked at Outyin with gratitude as he joined the healing efforts. Although she doubted his impact, her courtesy remained intact, until an unexpected voice echoed in Outyin's mind. "Blood, give me blood." Startled, he wondered who it was, and a weak female voice responded, "You are in my world. I am the tree of life. Please, grant me your blood." Confirming her request, Outyin nodded. He halted the flow of magical power and approached the roots. Chris inquired, "Young human, what do you intend to do?" Outyin solemnly pointed at the roots, stating, "She communicated with me. She requires my blood." The assembly fell silent, and Chris's eyes illuminated with understanding as she gently urged, "Very well, go ahead." Seeing the elemental spirit queen's approval, the elves and elemental spirits who had been about to protest fell silent. Outyin pressed his finger to draw forth droplets of golden blood, which cascaded into the roots. As Chris witnessed the golden essence mingling with the roots, her eyes sparkled with hope. Minutes later, the roots transitioned from pale white to vibrant green, exuding life energy, and from within the roots, a tiny elemental spirit gradually took shape, igniting excitement among the crowd. "Thank you, Master." The once weak voice now resonated with strength in Outyin's mind. He sensed a profound connection to this world, reassuring himself it was merely a small sacrifice. Chris gazed at Outyin with immense gratitude, saying, "Young human, thank you for saving our elven kin. The elven race owes you a great debt." Outyin smiled gently. "I have a fondness for the elven people. It was a trivial matter within my capabilities." The assembly expressed their heartfelt thanks to Outyin, including those who had initially harbored resentment toward him, their expressions shifting to one of respect and gratitude. The 4 women felt a swell of pride for the man before them. Chapter 76. Re-entering the stone world elemental spirit, Queen Chris led Outyin and his companions into the resplendent elemental palace, where a congregation of elven demigods and semi-divine ancestors regarded Outyin with benevolence. Chris took her seat at the central throne, with a gentle parting of her lips. Her melodious voice filled the hall. "Outyin, you have saved the elemental spirit race. Here, take this jade pendant infused with a fragment of my soul's power. In times of peril, shatter it, and I shall tear through space to come to your aid. Additionally, the elemental spirit race will always stand by your side." The 3 women gasped in astonishment, realizing that such a formidable force on the continent had pledged allegiance to Outyin. One semi-divine elven expert remarked, "Brother Outyin, our elven race and the elemental spirits share a bond of honor. We shall forever support you. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." The other 2 semi-divine elves nodded in agreement. Outyin smiled and replied, "Thank you all. I am curious about the life water of your noble race. Might you bestow some upon me?" No sooner had he spoken than a swirling mist appeared, enveloping a cubic meter of crystal-clear green water emanating life energy. The assembly was taken aback, and Chris's eyes gleamed with admiration. Outyin heard a voice in his mind, "Master, following this event, the production of life water has significantly increased. Feel free to take what you need." Outyin's face lit up with joy. This was a valuable resource. Without hesitation, he produced several jade vials to collect it. Chris smiled, saying, "I did not expect the tree spirit to directly provide you with life water." Outyin chuckled softly, refraining from revealing his newfound status as the master of the tree of life, although he too was curious about why it had revived after absorbing his blood. "Bring forth the elemental water," Let us host a banquet for our esteemed guests. Elemental water? Water condensed from elements? Before long, a group of elemental fairies, fluttering gracefully with their delicate wings, approached, each carrying bowls filled with vibrant, multicolored water. Aotian lifted a bowl and took a sip. The taste was refreshingly sweet. After finishing the bowl, he felt a slight increase in his inner strength. The three women also drank the elemental water, their faces reflecting delight. Kelasi smiled and explained. The elemental water is harvested from a pond located to the north of the realm of life, where magical elements converge. It is a staple beverage for us elemental fairies, known for its sweet flavor and effectiveness in replenishing magical energy. Aotian and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of her words. The reinforcements from the fairy tribe had already departed, and after spending a few days inside, Aotian and his companions left, greeted by the smiles of demigods, lesser deities, and the elemental fairy queen, who was suspected to be a primordial deity. As they stepped through the luminous gate opened by the Tree of Life, Aotian and his companions returned to the sacred palace, their harvest substantial, the most significant being the life-giving water. Regrettably, Uncle Locke and his grandfather had ventured into the beast realm for training. As dusk descended, darkness enveloped the forest. After lunch, the four women returned to their rooms. Aotian produced 4 portions of life water and distributed them, advising Linger and Fayer to wait until they broke through to the legendary level before consuming theirs, as it would be of little use in the sacred realm. The 2 women understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Aotian drank a few sips of the life water. The cool liquid flowed down his throat and into his dantian, clearing his mind and accelerating the speed of his soul's power. He swiftly exited the room and stepped into the pitch-black air, where a gentle wind began to swirl around him, causing his robe to billow. Time and space intertwined. And as Aotian furrowed his brow, he realized the profound nature of power. He had been mistaken. It was not the elements that held the key to power, but rather the strength of the physical body and magical prowess. His true strength lay in his physical might, which was the essence of his path. With a newfound clarity, Aotian activated the Chaos Golden Body technique. A massive gathering of spiritual energy coalesced in the air, drawing the attention of several legendary elder fairies and the fairy queen. Yelizaba, who marveled at the dense magical elements swirling around Aotian, rapidly being absorbed. His arms surged with blood flow, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as they became more refined and compact, infused with terrifying power. Aotian roared, launching his right fist into the sky, and a radiant punch pierced through the void, deepening the darkness of the night. Space itself began to fracture, and his body resonated with the sound of cracking bones. This is my path, the path of power. Aotian thought of the scene of Pangu creating the heavens, his mind crystal clear, clenching his fists. His determined gaze turned towards the direction of Dragon Island, where his father, mother, and brother awaited, along with Sister Fayer. Suddenly, sensing Aotian's longing thoughts, the white stone in his dantian began to tremble, and the words Tao of heaven and earth radiated brilliance. In an instant, Aotian vanished from sight, reappearing in the realm of the white stone. The massive stone tablet he had previously seen was now gone, prompting him to focus on the second tablet. Sensing his gaze, the tablet emitted a blinding light, and a multitude of stone tablets behind it burst forth with white luminescence, illuminating the entire dark world. Even Aotian, who had reached the early stages of demigodhood, could not withstand such dazzling brilliance and quickly shut his eyes. After a considerable time, feeling the light no longer blinding, Aotian opened his eyes. Suddenly, a transparent voice materialized before him, echoing as if the heavens and earth were shattering, heralding the arrival of doom. A powerful pressure descended upon Aotian, causing his entire being to boil with true energy in an effort to resist. The sound of cracking bones emerged as they struggled against the overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, Aotian fixed his gaze on the source of the voice, questioning who it was and why the pressure was so terrifying. Was it a deity? As the figure gradually took shape, Aotian beheld an elderly man in a gray robe, with black hair and eyes that bore the marks of time. A benevolent expression adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled like shattered stars in the universe. Aotian was taken aback. Such a terrifying gaze. The pressure was almost unbearable, and with a roar, he unleashed a surge of energy, igniting his blood and hastening the consumption of his true power. Suddenly, the pressure vanished, and Aotian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under such immense pressure, his mind sharpened, and his body was tempered. If one were to gaze upon Aotian's bones at that moment, they would see a color akin to jade radiating a white glow. Although his milky true energy was on the brink of depletion, the benefits were evident. The flow of true energy began to mend his fractured bones and restore damaged meridians. Aotian looked at the elder with a steadfast expression. The gray-robed elder smiled gently, his ancient voice reverberating with divine authority. Young man, you are quite impressive. At less than a year old, you possess such physical strength, and your soul realm has reached the pinnacle of harmony. Remarkable. Aotian was taken aback. Indeed, he had not yet reached a year since his birth, and he was astonished that the elder could see through him. Even the formidable Kelasi, the fairy queen, had not discerned his true potential, yet this elder had done so with ease. Particularly, the elder's black hair and eyes evoked a sense of familiarity in Aotian. He had yet to encounter anyone in this otherworldly realm who shared his hair and eye color. Taking a deep breath, Aotian inquired, Elder, may I ask who you are? The gray-robed elder smiled slightly and replied, Young man, first tell me how you came to this world. Aotian's eyes narrowed, a wave of dread washing over him. Could it be that this elder had also unintentionally arrived in this realm? For some reason, he felt compelled to share his secret of not being from this world with the elder. Gathering his thoughts, he recognized the elder's formidable strength and the ease with which he could end his life. Moreover, it was a rare joy to meet someone with a similar appearance in this foreign world. Chapter 77. The stone tablet of the great Tao. Aotian hesitated to reveal that he had been brought to this other realm by the Chaos Jade, as its terrifying nature could incite greed in someone who might share his origins. Taking a moment to collect his thoughts, Aotian's gaze cleared as he said, Elder, I was born on a blue planet, where I was the head of a family. One day, while out, I was harmed and somehow found myself reborn in this world. The elder nodded thoughtfully. The mysteries of space are boundless. The occurrence of crossing over is indeed possible. Is this blue planet known as Shui Lanxing? The elder's eyes glimmered with hope as they fixated on Aotian. Aotian responded, Shui Lanxing? We refer to our planet as Earth, but from outer space. It does indeed appear blue. Upon receiving confirmation, the elder trembled with excitement, murmuring, Shui Lanxing still exists. It still exists. He then erupted into wild laughter. Aotian was taken aback, unsure why the elder reacted in such a manner. Could he truly be from Earth? Regaining his composure, the elder continued, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Young man, would you care to hear a story? Without waiting for Aotian's response, he began his tale. In the vast expanse of chaos, the primordial demon gods roamed freely. The great deity Pangu emerged, carving out a realm from the chaos, only to be met with the wrath of the nascent world's consciousness, which summoned thousands of primordial demon gods to assail him. Despite sustaining grave injuries, Pangu valiantly vanquished numerous primordial beings, with only a few managing to escape. In his weakened state, he was rewarded by the Tao, restoring his body, and he shattered the consciousness of the newly formed world, allowing it to evolve on its own. After an indeterminate period, Pangu beheld a desolate wasteland, ultimately choosing to dissolve himself to facilitate the development of the greater world. Thus, millennia passed, and the world began to flourish. The Taoist ancestor Hongjun took 7 disciples, each attaining sainthood. Sensing the need for further development in the primordial land, Hongjun wielded the remnants of the creation jade butterfly to bless the realm. Becoming one with the Tao and subsequently imprisoned, a struggle ensued among 3 clans, followed by the war of the witches and the demons. After the reign of the 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors, the opportunity for further sanctity arose, leading the saints to engage in conflict to foster another saint among their ranks. The primordial land fractured under the strain. Observing his disciples in peril, Hongjun defied the constraints of the Tao to intervene, ultimately compelling the 7 saints to refrain from combat, as only during a great calamity could they emerge. The shattered earth was reshaped by Hongjun's supreme power, dividing it into countless celestial realms, the human realm, the celestial realm, the parallel demonic realm, and the divine realm above. Thus, the heavens and earth entered an era of prosperity. Upon hearing this, Aotian's understanding deepened. The myths spoken of in the Z country on Earth were indeed rooted in truth. Eons passed, and the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, capable of transcending the Tao, foretold the impending calamity, prompting all realms to prepare for battle. The 7 saints, upon reappearing, did not rejoice at their newfound freedom, but wore expressions of despair. 5 epochs later, the heavens erupted, and the divine realm shattered as the Tao of another universe led saints in an assault on the Pangu universe. That battle plunged the world into darkness, with an unusual cultivation system. Although the opposing saints were fewer in number, they commanded millions of quasi-saints, while the Pangu universe could muster only a meager 100,000. Catastrophe loomed as countless peak quasi-saints met their demise in a sea of self-detonations. Blood rained from the skies, casting a pallor over the heavens. The seven saints, witnessing the near-total annihilation of their disciples, erupted in fury, engaging recklessly to obliterate the six saints of the opposing universe, which they referred to as the Chaos Gods. However, this left the seven saints significantly weakened, falling into slumber. With superior skill, Hongjun devoured the opposing universe's Tao, leading to victory for the Panga universe. Upon reaching this juncture, the elder in the gray robe shed tears. Yet, the calamity was not yet quelled. In the aftermath of the great battle, fissures marred the divine realm, and the protective membranes shattered, allowing chaotic energies to seep in, rapidly eroding the divine territory into chaos. Ultimately, Hongjun issued a command for the slumbering seven saints to safeguard the divine realm before detaching from the Tao, channeling boundless power to mend the membranes. However, at this critical moment, primordial demon gods infiltrated the divine realm, plunging it once more into turmoil. Having restored the divine membranes, Hongjun found himself utterly drained. In a fierce clash with the primordial demons, the latter resorted to self-detonation, forcing Hongjun to shield himself with stones acquired from the chaos. Ultimately, the stones vanished. At this point, Aotion grasped the significance of the stones, realizing that the elder was indeed that very essence. Elder, that stone must be the white stone emerging from my Dantian. You are its spirit, aren't you? He inquired. The elder smiled faintly, affirming his words. Aotion, puzzled, asked how the elder came to know of the water blue star. The elder replied, in the past, I aided Hongjun in crafting the human realm, and the region of water blue star was under my stewardship. Aotion nodded in understanding. Then, elder, is this world a part of that universe? The elder smiled gently. Indeed, this universe is the one that once attacked the Panga universe, but all those beings have perished, and the higher martial forces of this universe have nearly vanished. Aotion inquired further, Elder, how can I return to the Panga universe? The elder's expression turned somber, to tear a rift in the cosmic membranes and traverse out. One must attain the status of a quasi-saint. I was once a treasure of chaos, yet I sustained grave injuries within the chaos. And after the detonation of the primordial demons, spatial rifts emerged, creating black holes. My essence suffered further damage from the magnetic forces of space, showing no signs of repair. I believed I would be buried in this universe, but fate led me to you. Me? Elder, what is your true name? Aotion asked. The elder nodded, indeed. I now recognize you as my master. My soul is gradually being nourished, and I awoke today. My true form is the stone tablet of the Tao, embodying the essence of the Tao, a product of the Tao. You are fortunate, but I consider myself even luckier for encountering you. Aotion finally understood the situation, nodding in agreement. Then, Elder, I shall diligently cultivate, striving to attain the status of a quasi-saint, and take you back to the Panga universe. The elder smiled. How delightful. I can wait. Observe the tablets closely, they will benefit you. With that, the elder gestured through the void, transmitting a memory into Aotion's mind before vanishing. After absorbing the memory, Aotion smiled, realizing that every being has its own script, and as a treasure of chaos, he too possessed unique runes. This memory was the essence of those runes. In an instant, he comprehended the inscriptions on the stone tablet, becoming entranced by their profound nature. Thus, he discerned the simplification of the laws above the mysteries, recognizing that the laws, also known as the Tao, are endless. Suddenly, a second stone tablet fell into the depths. Aotion recalled his time in the void, pondering aloud, Elder, how do I navigate in and out of this space? He soon received a response. An ancient voice resonated throughout the space, simply concentrate your thoughts. Aotion understood, closed his eyes, focused, and upon reopening them, he found himself back in the void. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he realized that under the elder's pressure, both his spirit and body had been tempered. After reviewing the stone tablet's content, his cultivation reached the pinnacle of early demigod, just a step away from breaking into mid-demigod. At that moment, sunlight pierced the sky as the sun began to rise, revealing that a night had passed. Chapter 78. The demigod's assault. With a swift descent from the sky, Aotion hurried back to Sophia's chamber. At that moment, the four women were just awakening and dressing. Upon seeing Aotion enter, their eyes glinted with danger as they all turned to him. Aotion felt a shiver run down his spine. His instincts warned him of impending trouble. Indeed, after a night away, he was met with accusations of mischief among the elven beauties. Elena, hands on her hips, scrutinized Aotion as she circled him. The other three quickly joined in, demanding explanations. In an instant, Aotion found himself pinched and twisted, exclaiming, "Wives, I was wrong." "Really? With your tough skin, you can't possibly feel pain," Kalen retorted, giving him a playful smack. "Ah, my dear, that is your lifetime happiness. Do not strike so carelessly." He protested. "Where did you wander off to?" "I was outside cultivating, drinking the water of life, and comprehending some mysteries. What if I accidentally destroyed the house?" He explained. "Is that true?" they asked in unison. "Indeed, more genuine than gold," Aotion affirmed, nodding vigorously. The four women, sensing his sincerity, softened their demeanor. "Darling, we just had a little fun with you. Did it hurt? Let me massage it." One offered. "Yes, I might have hurt you. Let me soothe it," Kalen chimed in, leaning closer to him. "It is said that women are fickle." Aotion had not believed it until this moment. After enjoying the tender ministrations of the four women, they all gathered in the palace to indulge in a sumptuous feast of fruits and floral wine. Their time in the Elven Kingdom had nearly come to an end. During this journey, Sophia had reminisced with her mother, and the relationship between Aotion and Sophia was solidified. The five departed the sacred grounds of the elves under the watchful eyes of Queen Elizabeth and the Assembly of Elders. Not long after, the five individuals emerged from the Elfin Forest, having visited the Ross Empire, and, not wishing to return too soon, ultimately decided to circumnavigate the Elfin Forest to explore the mysterious realm inhabited by the dwarves. At that moment, far away on a hillside, three aged men clad in white stood with their eyes closed in deep concentration. Suddenly, a voice reported, "My lord, the five from Aotion have exited the Elfin Forest." Upon hearing this, the three elders immediately opened their eyes, which sparkled with intensity. The elder in the center spoke. "Very well, you may return." "Yes, my lord." As they departed, one elder mused, "For three of us, slaying a fledgling demigod dragon should be a mere trifle. I do not understand why Lord Kaer is so solemn about this. Regardless, let us proceed. The elfin princess must not be harmed, and neither can we kill Catherine, the daughter of the Pope of the Dark God sect. She must be captured as leverage against the Dark God sect. The rest can be dealt with mercilessly." "Understood." The three vanished from the hillside. Meanwhile, Aotion and his companions walked along a dirt path, where passers-by occasionally strolled by, their frequent footsteps having transformed the rocky soil into a well-worn trail. "Brother, those four women are stunning. Look at their curves, that slender waist, and those shapely hips. And that elfin beauty is simply exquisite." In a nearby ravine, a shifty-eyed scoundrel spoke to a burly man, his eyes gleaming with lust. "Guanzi, tell the brothers to keep a close watch. Once we reach the narrow slope ahead, we will strike." "Yes, brother, just wait." "Haha, brother. That woman in the black dress. Haha, you know what I mean." Guanzi rubbed his hands together with glee. "All right, she's yours. But be careful and signal when the time comes." "Ah, don't worry, brother." With that, Guanzi departed. Aotion sensed several prying eyes upon them and smirked inwardly. Soon, they ascended a slope when suddenly, a massive net descended toward them. "Kill. Spare the women, but the men must die." A fierce roar erupted from below. Hundreds of people surged forward like a torrent. Aotion revealed a cold smile, while the four women remained unfazed, exhibiting no fear. The leading thug, with lustful eyes, surveyed the four women and then addressed Aotion. "Pretty boy, I'll give you a swift death if you hand over your valuables. As for your female companions, I'll take care of them while you're gone." "Ahaha, ahaha, brother is mighty." Longlinger displayed a look of disgust and stepped forward, releasing her holy domain aura. Instantly, the bandits below the holy domain were forced to their knees. The leader, Xiao Ri, trembled in fear as his initial stage of holy domain was suppressed, rendering him powerless. Despair washed over him. He lamented his foolishness. With a swift motion, Longlinger thrust her spear, piercing Xiao Ri's skull, sending blood and brain matter flying. "Ah, the boss is dead. Everyone run." However, they found themselves unable to move. The other three women, already filled with disdain, unleashed their attacks without further ado. The typically kind-hearted Sophia conjured thorny vines to strike at the bandits. "Ah, spare us, noble warrior." But soon, all perished. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Aotion's expression changed dramatically. "Return quickly." The four women sensed an inexplicable danger and hurried back to Aotion's side. In the dim sky, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as a bolt struck down toward Aotion. His expression grew grave. With a firm fist, he intercepted the lightning, dissipating it. "Well done, young one," a venerable voice echoed around them. A surge of demigod energy erupted, causing the four women to tremble under the pressure. Aotion unleashed a dragon's roar, his demigod aura pushing back the incoming force. Be cautious, Aotian urged the four women. They nodded in agreement. Three white-clad elders appeared not far from Aotian. The leading elder addressed him. You, who do not stay on Long Island and instead wreak havoc in the human world, are condemned to death by the decree of the God of Light. The final words dripped with murderous intent. The surrounding winds howled violently, sending nearby people fleeing in terror. Goodness, could it be a legendary master battle? I don't know. Brother, we should leave quickly. The aftermath of a legendary battle is not to be trifled with. Aotian's expression turned icy. The God of Light, bestow upon me a death sentence? Huh, let the dragon god speak of it. You are unworthy. Sada's demeanor was frigid. Enough with the pleasantries. You shall perish, insect. With that, 3 mid-stage demigod auras erupted, shaking the very air and sending rocks flying. Aotian took the initiative, channeling his true power into his right hand, creating fissures in the space around him. The 4 women were forced back thousands of meters as the demigod battle escalated. Sada exchanged a glance with Kada, who nodded slightly. Aotian, sensing their subtle movements, felt a surge of alarm. Kada vanished in an instant. This is bad. Get lost. Aotian's fist pierced the void, forcing the 2 elders back. He then disappeared into the shadows. Sada's expression darkened. Pursue him. Do not let him escape. Kada materialized before the 4 women, his expression menacing as he reached for Catherine. The 4 women gasped in horror. Dragon Annihilation Slash. Fire Dragon Technique. Dark Barrier. Thorny Vines. Humph, mere tricks, break. The 4 women spat blood and were violently repelled. As Aotian arrived, witnessing the injuries of his companions, his expression hardened, and he charged at Kada. Kada's face paled as he hastily raised his great sword to block Aotian's powerful blow. Humph, break. With a resounding thud, Kada felt a crushing weight in his chest, blood spewing forth as he realized Aotian, though newly ascended to demigod, possessed overwhelming strength, befitting of the dragon lineage. In an instant, Sada and Xiao Luote arrived. Holy Light Slash. A blade of light over 30 meters long cleaved toward Aotian, who faced an onslaught of attacks. Aotian's countenance turned serious. The path of power. Fear not. His roar echoed, and he clenched his fists, charging at the 2. The collision of their attacks caused a cataclysmic explosion, creating a mushroom cloud that resonated for miles. Seeing Aotian's ferocity, Sada's expression grew grave. Activate. Holy Light Domain. Instantly, a 100-meter field of light enveloped him, flickering with white luminescence. Entering another's domain, Aotian's expression soured as Sada coldly commanded, kill. The domain's power was controlled by its master, allowing allies to act freely without suffering from its pressure. Without hesitation, Kada and Xiao Luote, mid-stage demigods, surged toward Aotian. As he pressed forward, Aotian delivered a fierce punch to Kada, shattering his arm and sending him reeling in pain. The vast void tore apart as mid-stage demigods unleashed their might, sending a 50-meter light blade toward Aotian. With a sharp glare, Aotian felt the domain's oppressive force. But his upbringing under Uncle Luo Ku's gravity training prepared him well for such pressures. He refused to allow the wind blades to harm him. Yet, against a full-force strike from a mid-stage demigod, he had no guarantee of defense. Retreat. Sada, sensing Aotian's intentions, intensified the pressure of the domain. But Aotian merely smirked, unaffected. He unleashed a punch toward the domain, causing ripples to spread throughout. Sada's expression shifted dramatically as he frantically poured his energy into reinforcing the domain. Xiao Luote murmured, Void Strangle. Suddenly, Aotian felt the elements around him becoming chaotic, and the void shifted, plunging him into darkness. Countless massive light blades materialized from all directions, tearing through the void toward Aotian. Xiao Luote, having executed his signature move, appeared somewhat pale. This technique had once gravely injured even a late-stage demigod. Kada and Sada shared knowing smiles, aware of the technique's formidable nature. Despite the wind-type demigod's lack of defense, his attack strength was indeed unparalleled. The cream-colored Junli surged wildly, dispersing countless wind blades, yet some still managed to break through the gaps and inflict wounds upon Aotian's fists. Golden blood flowed forth, igniting Aotian's fury further. Suddenly, innumerable wind blades slowed, and Aotian gathered his Junli, his bleeding fists erupting with a radiant white light. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void as he unleashed a punch imbued with the essence of spatial overlap and speed, striking towards the emptiness. With a crack, akin to shattered glass, the dark space rapidly fractured, and the wind blades dissipated on their own. Xiao Luo gazed at Aotian, who had returned to the domain. With disbelief, how could this be possible? Sod and Cade's expressions darkened, astonished that Outyin had managed to break this technique. Outyin, having re-entered the domain, afforded Xiao Luo no chance to react, vanishing from his position in an instant. Within the dark space, having comprehended the essence of spatial overlap, his speed surged exponentially, and Xiao Luo was instantly reduced to mush by Outyin's heavy punch, descending within the domain. Ah, Xiao Luo, damn it! The two elders, witnessing the demise of their longtime partner, erupted in fury. You wretched creature, you must die? I will fight you. Sada's expression twisted with rage, his eyes ablaze as he descended into madness, his body engulfed in flames, his soul's power igniting. Ah, angelic possession. Outyin's expression grew grave. Once more, this technique. Above the domain, resplendence erupted as a portal to another realm opened, and an angel with 3 pairs of deep white wings descended, transforming into radiant light that surged towards Sada's body. Cold, merciless silver eyes replaced Sada's once blue gaze. The holy light coalesced into a sword clasped in the angel's hand. Sada, burning with soul power to summon the angelic possession, had already perished. The domain dissipated. The 4 women gazed skyward. Now only 3 figures remained in the air. Their presence palpable, the void stirred as Outyin's aura intensified, standing alone to confront the 2. Upon witnessing the death of one, the 4 women revealed glimmers of joy. Heretic, I am the captain of the 545-2132 Battle Angel Squad. Remember, it is I who shall slay you. My name is Yelikajapawadi. Before he could finish, Outyin roared, vanishing from the air. Boom. Yelu's expression changed drastically, barely managing to intercept. Heretic, your speed is commendable, but your attack strength still lacks. Outyin swiftly retreated after failing to land a blow, but Cade would not allow such an escape. The holy cross slash, a cross-shaped beam of light, tore through space and headed towards Outyin's location. Danger approached from behind, yet Outyin remained unfazed. In an instant, the holy cross slash passed through Outyin's position, colliding with Yelu. Yelu's silver eyes remained devoid of expression. With a casual flick, Yelu effortlessly shattered Cade's full-force strike. Outyin, hiding in a small space to evade the attack, wore a solemn expression. Even a peak demigod's full-force strike should not be so easily dispelled. Peak demigod. Outyin's eyes flickered as he maneuvered within the small space. Cade, witnessing his attack miss, felt his expression darken. However, upon seeing Yelu's casual dispelling, surprise flickered in his eyes. The power of a peak demigod was sufficient to annihilate Outyin. At that moment, Cade's senses sharpened as a fist, filled with the might to tear through space, surged towards his head. Cade's eyes bulged as he realized too late. His head exploding like a watermelon, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, sending shockwaves of debris flying. The 4 women were taken aback. Yelu exhibited no sign of emotion at Cade's death. The 2 stood opposed in the void. Yelu smiled slightly, though his silver eyes remained cold and unfeeling. Crawling insect. You are quite formidable. However, it is time for this to end. His chilling voice rang out. Outyin offered no response, delivering a punch that embodied his intent. Whoosh. Outyin's fist struck towards Yelu. Swish. Yelu's sword flicked, and a beam of light instantly lashed against Outyin's body. Outyin's eyes constricted, too fast. He could not perceive the strike, which left a deep gash in his abdomen. Golden blood trickled from Outyin's mouth. He felt his energy surging chaotically, his blood boiling. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the elven forest, in the world inside the Tree of Life, the elemental spirit queen, Kelly C, with her clear emerald eyes, gazed through the void, observing the scene. A smile graced her lips. Your master seems quite impressive. In the void, a middle-aged woman's voice replied. He possesses an aura that sends shivers down my spine, and his blood is truly beneficial to me. I believe I can ascend. Hearing this, Kelly C gasped in astonishment. How can this be? Even the blood of a supreme deity cannot facilitate your ascension. How can a half-god dragon enable such a thing? I do not know. Within his blood lies an enigmatic essence that is of great use to me. My origin has been affected, and my previous injuries will gradually heal. Kelly C's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she murmured, what a peculiar and mysterious little fellow. Chapter 80. Kelly C makes her move. Yelu turned to Outyin, a cold smile spreading across his face. Crawling insect, let us see how many of my strikes you can endure. You will never comprehend the might of a perfected peak demigod's essence. Outyin's countenance remained cold and silent, his entire being engulfed in burning cream-colored Junli. Fist shatters the void. A terrifying might enveloped the surroundings, sending the 4 women flying 1,000 meters, their hearts gripped by fear. The void shattered as spatial rifts tore apart in all directions. Chaotic currents of space surged towards Yelu. His silver eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he slightly flapped his wings, evading the chaotic currents, an entity even the most powerful gods would dare not touch. Boom. The overwhelming force of Out Yin's punch descended upon Yelu, who smirked disdainfully. The Battle Angel technique, a sword of light, disrupted the surrounding elements. The elemental mystery vanished as a beam of white light cleaved through the void, meeting Out Yin's fist. Out Yin's expression grew grave. The might of the sword light was immensely oppressive, sending shivers down his spine. Another dragon's roar echoed. Waves rippled around him as the sword light pierced through the layers of cream-colored junli, dissolving Out Yin's middle finger. Blood spurted from his mouth. The right fist was torn asunder, muscles twitching as they began to heal. Out Yin's expression soured. His right hand was rendered useless. Out Yin instantaneously transformed into a dragon. His lengthy form of over 250 meters soaring into the sky, supported by white clouds below. Yelu appeared as an ant in comparison, a glimmer of intrigue crossing his face. Longworm, do you think your size can overpower me? In an instant, a beam of light struck Out Yin's dragon form. Out Yin roared in pain, his back pierced. Dragon blood raining down from the sky. Out Yin unleashed a torrent of draconic breath towards Yelu, a 50-meter-wide stream radiating intense heat, filling the void with mist. Yelu chuckled coldly, swinging his sword to effortlessly slice through the draconic breath. The residual force continued, striking Out Yin's dragon head. Blood gushed from Out Yin's nostrils, and the four women below, witnessing this sight, were left aghast. Enough, Longworm. This is becoming increasingly dull. Let us conclude this. Yelu's icy voice echoed. His body radiated blinding holy light, akin to the sun illuminating the earth. Out Yin felt a piercing pain in his dragon eyes as a 10-meter-wide beam of light sliced through space towards him, swiftly reaching Out Yin's dragon neck. It was evident that Out Yin would be torn apart by the beam. Where the light passed, a long, dark fissure formed, and chaotic currents erupted violently. Out Yin sensed the beam's incredible speed. In an instant, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as the dragon's scales dissolved like tofu, the surface akin to paper being pierced. His enormous dragon eyes reflected despair. No, I cannot die. I must reunite with my parents and brother. Sister Firdi. As Out Yin's cream-colored stone sensed the impending danger, it emanated a brilliant light. In an instant, time froze, and the beam of light disintegrated into specks, dissipating into the void 3 meters from Out Yin's neck. Yelu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? In the distant world within the Tree of Life. Kelasi initially intended to intervene, only to witness the sudden disintegration of the sword light. A pair of emerald green eyes flashed with an unusual hue as her ruby lips curled into a subtle smile, whispering, "How increasingly intriguing. Such an interesting little fellow. However, I do not believe you can withstand a second attempt. Allow me to assist you with this troublesome matter." With that, she raised her right hand and delicately pointed into the void. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Yelu, rendering him immobile. "Who dares to obstruct me from eradicating heretics?" he roared. Out Yin, equally perplexed, observed as the space above began to stir. In less than a second, a pure white arm emerged, extending a finger towards Yelu's head. A gentle breeze swept through, and Yelu's eyes bulged as he instantly transformed into white light, vanishing into the ether. Just like that, Yelu, a peak demigod, perished. Following his demise, the pristine arm withdrew, and the sky returned to normalcy. Out Yin's eyes narrowed in shock. How terrifying. A peak demigod-level expert. No. Even a peak demigod should not have the capability to traverse space and extinguish a peak demigod with a mere fingertip. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. It seemed the individual who had dispatched Yelu was aiding him. Recalling that ethereal white arm, Out Yin gradually came to realize it belonged to the elemental spirit queen, Kelasi. He had once observed her in all her beauty, and now, his hands instinctively came together. Out Yin's dragon-like eyes contracted in disbelief. Such power. He turned his gaze toward the elven forest, thousands of miles away, where an attack had been launched from the realm of the Tree of Life. How terrifying. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. He had lost too much blood, and a profound weakness enveloped him as he took human form. Landing on the ground and hurriedly approaching the four women, tears streamed down their reddened eyes as they embraced Out Yin. A sharp pain shot through Out Yin's half-torn right palm as it made contact with them. "Fear not, my dear wives. See, I have not perished. These wounds will heal in no time," he reassured them. They nodded, their eyes still glistening with tears. "Let us find a place to recuperate," he suggested. In an instant, Out Yin and the others vanished from the spot. Those who had been observing the grand battle began to emerge slowly. The once towering earth mound was now riddled with deep craters, and Outyen's dragon blood seeped into the ground, leaving no trace. Countless individuals were left in awe by the battle, recalling the golden dragon spanning hundreds of meters. I recognize it. The golden dragon, wasn't it the guardian beast of the Ross Empire? Outyen, the son-in-law of the Balalton family. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, how terrifying. Such a powerful angel crushing a demigod like Outyen. Yet, what was most alarming was that pristine arm, effortlessly extinguishing a demigod-level angel with a mere gesture. Incredible. A white-bearded elder exclaimed. What a formidable hand. Clearly, it exists to protect Outyen, allowing him to strike down the angel. The Ross Empire is not to be trifled with. Conversations regarding this earth-shattering battle spread throughout the land. In taverns within border towns, many boasted of the terrifying spectacle. Without a doubt, Outyen's name would soon echo across the continent, alongside the tales of the fearsome hand that protected him, solidifying the inviolability of the Ross Empire. Time swiftly passed, and over 10 days elapsed. At the sacred mountain of the Papal State, Pope Orphu XLV bore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the demise of 3 mid-level demigods, especially the peak demigod angel summoned by Sod at the cost of his soul. The voice of Pope Cor XXX, a peak demigod, echoed in Orphu's mind. Orphu, cease the pursuit of Outyen for now. The spatial fissures sealed on Demon Island are beginning to loosen. Direct your attention there. Yes, Ancestor, Orphu sighed. After 10 days of recovery, Outyen's injuries had healed remarkably, allowing him to successfully advance to the early mid-level demigod realm. Moreover, Outyen shared his speculations with the 4 women, and Sophia expressed astonishment at the terror of the elemental spirit queen, Khaleesi, eliciting awe from the others. During these days of dual cultivation, Longlinger and Sophia reached the peak of the early legendary realm, on the cusp of entering the mid-level, while Elena and Kesselin soared into the late legendary realm like rockets. Should others learn of the women's rapid cultivation progress, envy would undoubtedly ensue. After all, it typically took 200 to 300 years to reach the legendary realm, yet these women had achieved it in such a short time. Truly, comparison incites frustration. In the Ross Empire, within the Xiaohuan Pavilion, Moyen smiled upon hearing news about Outyen, her eyes shimmering with affection. She felt joy at Outyen's strength, yet also worried for him after his injuries inflicted by the angels. Chapter 81. Entering the Dwarven territory in the Paudia mountain range. The undulating peaks were adorned with clear rivers, and the blue sky was dotted with drifting white clouds. Deep within the mountains lay a natural volcano, which erupted every few years, releasing magma at temperatures exceeding 1,200 degrees. The Dwarven race resided near this volcano, renowned for their exceptional craftsmanship, earning widespread acclaim among humans across the continent, with many auctions featuring their creations. Some dwarves were not lacking in discernment. Several holy domain experts were astonished, realizing they could not sense the strength of Outyen and his companions. Francis, who had devoted his life to forging and brewing, had never married. He led Outyen and his group into a back room, where he cheerfully retrieved a jar of fragrant sun wine. The aroma is intoxicating even with the lid on. This is fine wine, Outyen praised. Hearing this, Francis laughed heartily. Come, lad, drink. He tore off the seal and poured a generous bowl for Outyen, filling his own as well before downing it in one gulp. Outyen smiled slightly and followed suit, the liquid igniting his insides like fire. Yet within the flames was a refreshing coolness that warmed his stomach, providing immense comfort. Before long, he felt adrenaline surge through him. Uncle Francis, you are quite impressive. I am merely relying on my strength, he remarked with a grin. Ahaha, strength is indeed a skill when it comes to drinking. Chapter 82. Outyen's intervention in forging thus. Outyen and the 4 women spent several days among the dwarves. Upon learning of Princess Sophia's arrival, Dwarf Chief Paluo promptly welcomed her and her entourage. During the day, they observed the earnest dwarves crafting weapons and armor, engaging in drinking contests with the elders, and at night, Outyen enjoyed intimate dual cultivation with the 4 women. The dwarves' forging skills were unparalleled, and having studied the sacred forging technique, Outyen frequently nodded in approval, though he himself had focused on formidable physical and soul powers, and thus had not practiced forging extensively. One day, the Dwarven Grand Elder Kawat opened the furnace to forge a semi-divine artifact. Several elder dwarves, including the chief, assisted, and naturally, Outyen and his companions were treated as honored guests. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky, and the ground radiated intense heat. Had an egg been placed there, it would have cooked within mere seconds. A towering furnace emitted terrifying heat, with wisps of vapor rising. The Grand Elder, with his robust right arm wielding a mysterious iron hammer, struck a silvery white mass of iron on a sturdy table crafted from black rock iron. This iron was sourced from the island of the Endless Ocean, and after an hour of hammering, impurities were worked out, transforming the original 40-centimeter mass into a silver lump measuring merely 20 centimeters in diameter. The hammering continued. After a quarter of an hour, the smaller mass of silvery iron was placed into the furnace for smelting. The searing flames crackled fiercely. The hissing sound of molten silver soft iron being consumed by the flames resonated through the air. Despite the sweltering heat of the day, the temperature near the forge surged even higher. Nevertheless, dozens of individuals, each a master of the Saint Realm or beyond, regarded the scene with grave seriousness. The molten silver soft iron flowed from a small opening in the furnace into the recess of a large sword mold. The Grand Elder, Kawat, gradually added a small amount of mithril, allowing the sizzling silver soft iron to meld with the mithril. Beneath the sword mold, intense flames forged the creation. After a considerable time, a massive sword, nearly indestructible and capable of being shattered only by a demigod, took form. Sensing the moment was right, Kawat grasped the large sword from the recess, ignoring its searing heat, and plunged it into a nearby water barrel, where steam billowed forth. Kawat smiled, for the prelude was complete. The most crucial phase awaited: enchantment. The essence of a demigod weapon lay in the powerful magic it could bear. Kawat entrusted the sword to the clan leader, Paro, who solemnly accepted it. He then procured a demigod-level magical beast crystal core, and as it emerged, waves of magical energy surged forth, rippling through the air. The rarity of demigod weapons stemmed from the limited supply of mithril and the scarce demigod-level magical beast cores. Such beasts were not only rare but formidable. Typically, demigod-level beasts would prevail against humans of equal standing, with an 82-18 advantage, unless faced with prodigious talents capable of overcoming their ranks. The atmosphere thickened with tension. This was the pivotal moment. Outyin, witnessing the forging of a demigod weapon for the first time, noted the stark differences from his own sacred forging techniques. He discerned certain deficiencies in the dwarven methods, particularly in enchantment, which he could perform with ease due to his unique techniques. However, the solemn expressions of the dwarves indicated the gravity of the moment. Clan leader Paro held the sparkling demigod crystal core, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes. This core was a memento of his past, a fierce battle fought to save his wife from a demigod-level crimson flame bird that had grievously injured her. At the time, he had only recently ascended to the demigod level himself, and, upon receiving the distress signal, was consumed by fury, boosting his battle prowess significantly. He ultimately vanquished the beast, sustaining severe injuries, but timely aid ensured his wife's recovery. Kawat, gripping the sword in his left hand and the crystal core in his right, pressed them together. Fiery demigod aura erupted forth, causing beads of sweat to form on Paro's forehead as the core gradually embedded itself into the sword. After an extended period, the embedding was complete, and Paro murmured a spell, prompting an immediate retreat of those present by 1,000 meters as fire elements densely congregated around Kawat. Slowly, a swirling tempest of fire elements formed, encircling Kawat as he unleashed the 9th-level forbidden magic, heavenly fire incineration, upon the core. The runes upon the crystal core began to emerge, and Paro smiled. This was his first attempt at enchanting a demigod weapon. As the runes took shape, Kawat's expression brightened. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed as the core began to fracture under the onslaught of the violent fire elements. This is bad. The moment a fracture appeared, the fire elements erupted into chaos. The furnace, iron table, and water barrel were all consumed by flames. Leader, be careful. Paro's mouth bled slightly from the sudden upheaval of elemental fury, and he found himself immobilized amidst the tempest. Kawat's expression turned to one of defiance as he roared, unleashing his demigod aura. Paro, releasing the sword's hilt, retreated swiftly, and the dwarves gathered around, anxious to inquire. Leader, what is the situation? It's nothing serious, just minor injuries. It is unfortunate, though. Crafting a demigod weapon is exceedingly challenging, and this core ultimately could not withstand the runes of the forbidden spell, Kawat sighed. As long as the leader is fine, we can attempt to forge again in the future, the Grand Elder Kawat reassured. Indeed, what the Grand Elder says is true. The dwarves echoed, offering comfort. Outyin observed the dwarves' camaraderie, nodding inwardly. As he gazed at the sword suspended in the chaotic fire elements, he vanished from his spot, reappearing with the sword firmly in his grasp. Be careful, Outyin, Paro shouted. Though he knew Outyin was a demigod expert, and had enjoyed many spirited drinks with him in recent days, admiring both his strength and tolerance. Concern creased his brow. Outyin smiled gently, saying, "Do not worry, I am confident." Amidst the tempest of fire elements, Outyin uttered a binding incantation, and the chaotic flames halted in the astonished eyes of the onlookers. He whispered softly, and within 3 seconds, the concentrated fire elements transformed into subtle runes that seeped into the crystal core, gradually mending its fracture. Soon, the surrounding fire elements began to flow into the core. A gentle breeze swept through as the sword emitted a blaze of light, prompting Paro and the other elders to exclaim in excitement. "Incredible! It has succeeded. A demigod weapon has been forged." With a sigh of relief, Outyin regarded the demigod's sword in his hand, smiling as he approached Paro to present the weapon. "Thank you, Outyin. If it were not for you, this demigod's sword would have been lost," Paro exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Outyin replied with a gentle smile, "Uncle Paro, please accept it. I hardly exerted any effort. Do not be so formal." "All right, Outyin. Thank you." Paro accepted the demigod's sword, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He then looked up at Outyin, saying, "Outyin, since this sword has been forged, you must name it." After a moment of contemplation, Outyin smiled. "Given the core's fracture and subsequent restoration, let us call it the Lia Huashenjian." The Grand Elder Kawat nodded vigorously. "Leader, what a splendid name." Paro concurred. "Yes, from this day forth, this sword shall be known as the Lia Huashenjian." "Ha ha ha. Outyin, I thank you. Now let us go celebrate with some drinks." Outyin nodded with a smile. The group, with arms around each other, made their way towards Paro's abode. As day turned to night, the sun rose anew, casting its rays upon the land. After a night of mutual cultivation, Outyin's mid-demigod realm had seen a slight elevation, reaching the mid-stage of the mid-demigod realm, while the 4 women also experienced significant enhancements. Elina and Kaisa reached the pinnacle of the late legendary realm, just a step away from transcending, while Sophia and Longlinger advanced to the mid-legendary realm. The 5 rose early, savoring the dwarven delicacy of flame fruits and the roasted meat of the ferocious iron bull from the Pavadia Mountains. Today, an unusual display emanated from the great volcano. Unlike the usual plumes of smoke, red flames danced forth from the crater. Some dwarves, neglecting their armor crafting, turned their gazes towards the volcano. Clan leader Paro and Grand Elder Kawat arrived, their expressions contemplative as they examined the volcano. Paro solemnly commanded, "All clansmen, retreat to the back. We must assess the volcano's condition." "Yes, leader." Instantly, the dwarves hurriedly gathered their belongings, escorting their families to safety. "Outyin, let us investigate together," Paro said with hopeful eyes. Outyin smiled and replied, "Very well, Uncle Paro, let us proceed." The 4 women accompanied them, standing before the towering 500 to 600-meter high volcano. Paro led the group to a 4-meter high, 3-meter wide opening at its base. As they entered, a wave of heat enveloped them. They stepped carefully over the rubble, and deep within the volcano, molten lava churned. A dragon's head surfaced, sensing the intruders, its fiery red eyes fixated on Outyin and his companions, causing unease among all but Outyin and Paro. Outyin whispered, "A mid-demigod level red dragon." Paro's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Are you confident?" Outyin smiled, "Absolutely." Paro's eyes brightened, banishing the fear he had felt, and some legendary dwarven elders, hearing Outyin's words, felt their burdens lift. The red dragon Barotin opened his jaws and exclaimed, "Why do you disturb the great demigod, the red dragon majesty? Ah, that pretty boy, why do you bear the sin of my dragonkin?" The voice of red dragon Barotin reverberated, causing discomfort in the ears of those present. Paluo's eyes glimmered as he turned to Ao Tian, who responded with a subtle smile. Remaining silent, Ao Tian stated, "I consider myself part of the dragon lineage." With a roar, red dragon Barotin ascended, his massive wings stirring the air, his keen dragon eyes scrutinizing Ao Tian. "Your presence unsettles me. It evokes an urge to kneel," he uttered after a moment of contemplation. Ao Tian, smiling slightly, asked, "Why do you not reside on Longdao?" Upon hearing the name of Longdao, Barotin's fury ignited, his growls tinged with rage resonating throughout the volcano. The molten lava stirred beneath, and the dwarves outside the volcano wore expressions of concern upon hearing the dragon's growl. "Ah, Longdao? Ha ha, that despicable boge, relying on his royal lineage, schemed to seize the treasures left by my father. Ha ha, I confronted him, yet for the crime of assaulting a royal dragon. I was banished from Longdao. Why, that treasure was my inheritance." Barotin roared in anger. Upon hearing Boja's name, a flash of fury crossed Ao Tian's eyes, and an aura of mid-level demigod power involuntarily radiated from him. Barotin sensed Aotion's wrath and inquired, "What? Do you also harbor a grudge against Boj?" The four women displayed expressions of confusion, and the dwarves gazed at Aotion. With a fierce expression, Aotion replied, "Boj, heh, my dear uncle, truly infamous." Barotin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "You are Boj's nephew. How can this be? Your cultivation surpasses his. I estimate he remains at the initial stage of demigod." The four women reached out to grasp Aotion, their faces marked by concern. Aotion turned to them, offering a reassuring smile, and added, "Heh, a few fortunate encounters. Boj, Long Dao, I shall return one day. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. What say you, Red Dragon? Will you ally with me?" Barotin exhaled a plume of scorching flames, retorting, "Even if you are of royal blood, our cultivation levels are equal. What makes you think I would follow you? Why not the other way around?" Aotion smiled. "If that is the case, I shall compel you to submit. You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with him." The four women cautioned, "Husband, be careful. Fear not. I am confident," Aotion reassured them. With his affirmation, the group swiftly exited the volcano, aware that a battle among demigods was no trivial matter. Lacking adequate power could lead to demise. Upon hearing Aotion's words, Barotin's anger flared. "Then let us engage in combat." He unleashed a torrent of dragon breath directed at Aotion. Aotion smirked slightly, revealing his 280-meter-long dragon form. The fiery breath struck his back, and he felt a refreshing sensation, jesting, "Little Red, have you not eaten? Your strength is lacking." Barotin was shaken by Aotion's draconic roar, feeling an impulse to submit. How could this be? Even under Boj's royal pressure, he could endure. Yet this oddly shaped dragon before him exerted even greater pressure, affecting his very soul. Feeling Aotion's divine dragon aura, Barotin's spirit trembled, his power diminished by 50%. Consumed by indignation, he lashed out, clawing at Aotion's head with ferocity. The claw's wind was sharp, tearing through the air, causing boulders to fly within the volcano. Aotion's eyes gleamed with a cold smile as his golden-scaled claws met Barotin's attack. A resounding impact reverberated as Barotin felt his right claw lose sensation. His scales cracked, blood seeping forth. With narrowed eyes, Barotin felt his spirit suppressed, unable to unleash his full power, and begrudgingly lowered his fierce red head, conceding, "Stop. I yield. I will follow you." Aotion responded, "Good, you are wise. Tell me your name. Henceforth, you shall call me boss." Barotin respectfully replied, "Yes, boss, I am called Barotin." Transforming back into human form, Aotion said, "Very well, Barotin, come with me. We shall return to Long Dao one day. I have yet to live a year since my birth." Barotin, now resembling a robust red-haired man, was taken aback by Aotion's words. He could hardly believe that a dragon could reach such heights in less than a year. "Boss, you have completely transcended the growth limitations of dragons." Indeed, Aotion smiled. "Dragons are at the pinnacle of the continent's food chain, yet their growth is slow." Barotin nodded earnestly. "They will regret their actions." Aotion added with a smile, "Boj is the one I truly seek to eliminate. After my parents' separation, I never anticipated Boj would send dragons to assassinate me. I was incredibly weak then, but fortunately, a big sister saved me. Alas, I wonder how she fares now. Long Dao? I shall return." Aotion gazed longingly towards the direction of Long Dao. "Boss, you will surely return, and Boj will meet a grim fate," Barotin stated, undeterred by Aotion's formidable power and talent. Together, they exited the volcano and returned to the dwarven territory, where the four women and Paluo regarded the transformed Barotin with curiosity. Aotion smiled and introduced, "This is the red dragon of the volcano, now my subordinate, Barotin. These are my wives, and this is Paluo, the leader of the dwarves." Barotin respectfully greeted the four women. "Greetings, sisters-in-law. I am Barotin," and nodded towards Paluo. The pride of the dragon kin held him back from acting otherwise without Aotion's introduction. Paluo, unfazed, understood that the pride of dragons was inherent, and said, "Come, let us drink." Barotin's eyes lit up, eagerly following. Chapter 84. Departing the dwarven territory unfamiliar with the taste of wine, Barotin's eyes sparkled upon tasting the fiery sun liquor. He became utterly enamored with its flavor, which burned like fire in his stomach, warm and comfortable, yet slightly cooling. His lower body ignited with heat. Truly, it was a potent elixir. After finishing the last barrel of fiery sun liquor, Barotin gazed longingly at Paluo, who felt unnerved by Barotin's fervent stare. With an awkward smile, Paluo said, "Brother Barotin, wait a moment. I have over 10 barrels in my cellar. I will fetch them for you." Upon hearing this, Barotin's eyes brightened. Nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at grain, Aotian and the four women exchanged speechless glances, astonished that a mid-level demigod dragon had become a connoisseur of liquor. Moments later, Paluo returned with more than 10 barrels of Fiery Sun liquor, eagerly uncapping one to drink. How could this great demigod dragon, having lived so long, only now experience such exquisite wine? How will I endure the days without it? Paluo, I loathe you. After venting his frustrations, Barotin continued to drink, satisfaction written across his face. Paluo's bearded mouth twitched in horror, realizing that the barrels he brought forth were aged for 100 years. He cast a glance at Barotin's muscular form and chose to ignore him. Aotian, observing Barotin's continued indulgence, remarked to Paluo, Uncle Paluo, could you share the brewing method for Fiery Sun liquor? Paluo smiled. It's quite simple, Aotian. Acquire ordinary rum and gather Fiery Sun grass from the volcano. For each barrel, add 2 stalks, and then chill. After a month, it will be ready to drink. I see, Aotian nodded in gratitude. The days of the dwarves were drawing to a close. After procuring several million gold coins to purchase some tungsten steel, 6 individuals departed from the dwarven territory under the watchful eyes of the chieftain and the elders. Before their departure, Paruo ruthlessly plundered every elder's stock of the Fiery Sun wine, infuriating the elders to the point of reddening their noses. The paths of the Pavatia Mountains were treacherous, teeming with numerous low to mid-level magical beasts, and in some areas, even the presence of sacred domain beasts could be felt. However, for Aotian and his companions, it was as easy as traversing flat ground. Along the journey, Baroshan, the wine dragon, consumed Fiery Sun wine with great relish, knowing he had ample stock, savoring it sip by sip while occasionally licking his lips to relish the flavor. Catching sight of his younger brother enjoying himself, Aotian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Little brother, look at your indulgence. Before we left, I specifically foraged an unimaginable number of Fiery Sun grasses in the volcano. Once we reach the human city, I'll buy some rum to brew, and in a month, you can drink to your heart's content. Baroshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, is that true? That's wonderful. With that, he began to drink heartily. Having plundered over 100 jars of Fiery Sun wine from the elders, consuming 2 jars a day would be more than enough, and Baroshan immediately ceased to hold back. The 4 women laughed heartily, thoroughly entertained by Baroshan's antics. As they traversed a valley, they came upon a river where several low-level magical beasts were drinking. The sounds of beasts roaring echoed in their ears. Suddenly, a stampede ensued as the beasts, startled, fled towards Aotian's direction. Perplexed by the chaos, Aotian and his companions stepped aside. Moments later, the stampede passed, while several sacred domain warriors dispatched the fleeing magical beasts. With a swift strike, Jinhui executed a mid-level iron-backed lizard, and upon noticing 2 men and 4 women nearby, one of whom was an elven maiden, a fleeting desire flashed in his eyes. Aotian, with his keen perception, caught that brief glimmer and inwardly smirked, thinking, as long as they don't provoke me, all will be well. But if they do, well, death awaits. Jinhui turned to his companion, Jingua, instructing him to dispose of the magical beast corpses, and then gestured subtly towards Aotian's group. The cultivation levels of Aotian's group remained concealed, so the sacred domain warriors could not discern their true strength. The highest among them, Jinhui, could only sense that they were at least legendary mid-tier. The 4 women, having sensed something amiss, looked towards Aotian. He quietly advised, your rapid advancement in power, while solid, has not translated into sufficient combat experience. Should these individuals pose a threat to us, I will leave it to you. Baroshan, taking a sip of Fiery Sun wine, reassured the 4 women, sisters-in-law, fret not. Those weaklings are no challenge, even if a demigod appears. The boss and I will handle it. The 4 women burst into laughter, their spirits lifted. Jinhui, 1,000 meters away, observed their laughter with a burning desire. Swallowing hard, captivated by their beauty, which far surpassed that of the woman in his home who relied on expensive cosmetics. Narrowing his eyes, Jinhui summoned his 5 sacred domain companions, stating, behold those 4 divine women. I desire the one in the black dress. You may choose the others. As the leader, his words held sway, and the rest of the Jin family warriors nodded in agreement, their hearts ablaze with lust. Very well, let us commence. The men shall be dealt with swiftly, and then we shall enjoy the women. Move quickly. Jinhui's face contorted with a sinister expression as he turned towards Aotian's group. As the 6 Jin family warriors approached, their expressions remained calm. But the flicker of malice in their eyes did not escape Aotian's notice. The four women exchanged knowing glances, their hearts steeling against the impending threat. Jin Hui approached Ao Tian's group with a disarming smile. Greetings, young brother. You find yourself in the Pavatia Mountains, a perilous locale. Allow my 6 brothers to protect you. We are all sacred domain experts. Of course, our protection comes at a price. Jin Hui revealed his true intentions. Ao Tian smiled, feigning ignorance. Oh, the protection of 6 sacred domain experts? That sounds splendid. What do you require from us? Sensing Ao Tian's eagerness, Jin Hui smirked, channeling his energy into his great sword, which he thrust towards Ao Tian's heart. The remaining 5 sacred domain warriors sprang into action, Jin Hui's azure-tinged sword clashing against Ao Tian's chest, producing a sound akin to striking metal. It failed to penetrate, merely tearing through a layer of fabric. Alarmed, Jin Hui's mind raced. In that instant, as the 5 sacred domain warriors made their move, the hidden dark energy unleashed by Kaisa Lin enveloped them, trapping them in an impenetrable black prison. Elena smiled slightly. Brandishing her legendary staff, a flash of red light signaled Sophia and Long Linger to launch their attacks. Within the pitch-black prison, a furious red dragon erupted with overwhelming heat, charging towards the 5 sacred domain warriors. Vines of thorns pierced their bodies, causing their wounds to blacken, and a flash of red light shot through. In merely a second, the 5 warriors let out horrified screams as their souls departed. Jin Hui, witnessing the demise of his companions, was filled with regret. It's over. The Jin family is finished. As the hidden strength of the Jin family faced obliteration, he cursed himself for being blinded by beauty. In a desperate attempt, he summoned his self-destructing energy. But before he could unleash it, Long Linger swiftly pierced through his abdomen with a fiery spear, deflating his gathered energy like a punctured balloon. His eyes filled with despair as he collapsed. With a resounding explosion, his remains were annihilated, and the group continued on their journey. Chapter 85. The party crashers arrived. Before them lay a verdant vista. Ao Tian and his companions had exited the Pavatia Mountains. Gazing into the distance, nearly 100 miles away, lay a human city. Ao Tian smiled. Look, the city is just ahead. It's time to rest. Despite their prowess, the rigors of travel elicited joy at the sight of the human city. Meanwhile, Baroshan's thoughts were consumed by rum and fiery sun wine. Had Ao Tian known what occupied Baroshan's mind, he would have been speechless. As the sun set and dusk fell, Ao Tian and his companions entered the city of Keluoching. Greeted by the astonished eyes of the guards at the gate, Kaisa Lin remarked that the Ofa Empire was supported by the Dark God cult, which dictated everything within the empire. Ao Tian pondered whether he should establish an empire of his own, but ultimately decided against it. Though Keluoching was a small city, its proximity to the Pavatia Mountains meant it was bustling with activity. One could easily encounter level 5 and 6 experts on the streets. The Kaisa Lin family's establishment, Tianshang Rinjian, was well established across the continent, with a location even in this small city. Ao Tan mused that while the Ross Empire was not under the Dark God cult's jurisdiction, Tianshang Rinjian still flourished there, which made sense given its backing by the Ofa Empire. Kaisa Lin produced the Houston family's emblem, prompting the proprietor of Tianshang Rinjian to greet Ao Tian and his companions warmly, leading them to the top floor. Ao Tian, feeling at ease, addressed the proprietor. Bring us some signature dishes and meat, along with several barrels of fiery wine. Baroshan's eyes lit up at the mention of wine. The proprietor bowed with a smile. Rest assured, young master, I will have it prepared immediately. With that, he departed, closing the door behind him. As Baroshan sipped the fiery sun wine, Ao Tian reclined on the soft couch. Oh, that tickles. Ao Tian, stop it, there are others here. Elena giggled, squirming at his touch. Ao Tian chuckled, what others? It's just a dragon. As Barotin, sipping on the fiery sun wine, blinked innocently at the scene of Outyin and the 4 women rolling about, he murmured. Human preferences are truly strange. The boss seems to be having such a good time. I do not understand. He then took another sip of his drink. The efficiency of Tianshan Rinjian was remarkable. Before long, the door swung open, and several elegantly dressed maidens began to serve dishes on the table, completing their tasks swiftly. After a night of passion, the room was infused with a lingering romantic atmosphere. As dawn broke, the sun rose, awakening the earth, trees, flowers, and grass. A beam of sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon the purple-hued wooden floor. Kesselin's delicate fingers twitched ever so slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her enchanting violet eyes opened. Grabbing the hands of those around her, Kesselin exclaimed, "Time to rise. Up, my lazy piglets." The group was roused from their slumber. Shaking off the remnants of sleep, and Out Yin retrieved his garments from the dragon god space. The ladies quickly mimicked him, donning their dresses. Observing their figures and faces, Out Yin licked his lips, imagining how stunning Kesselin would look in stockings, undoubtedly causing many to swoon if she were to stroll outside. The four women adjusted their hairstyles before opening the door, only to find Barotin, who had fallen asleep against it, crash into the floor with a thud. Upon regaining consciousness, he blinked at the sight of four women and one man. "Boss, you all are up quite early." Barotin sprang to his feet, and Out Yin smiled. "Let us go have breakfast." Barotin's eyes brightened. "Boss, we must have wine." The four women chuckled in response. Out Yin laughed heartily. "Rest assured, there will be plenty." Descending to the second floor's elegant room, Tianshan Ren Jin opened early, bustling with activity. Out Yin ordered the same dishes as the previous night, and the proprietor, smiling, retreated. Soon, the table was laden with food, and the group began to feast. Out Yin sat by a window, enjoying the passing crowd while eating and drinking. "Make way! Clear the path!" Several fierce-looking men shouted as they forcefully moved through the throng, making way for a young man dressed in finery, Jinza, the son of the city lord of Kuluocheng. Upon discovering his usual private room occupied and closed, Jinza exploded with rage. "Which scoundrel dares to violate the rules? This is my exclusive room. Jinmao, go in and deal with them." The leading brute, Jinmao, hearing his lord's fury, kicked open the door with a swift motion. The door crashing open to reveal 6 pairs of eyes fixed on Jinza and his entourage. Jinmao's gaze fell upon the 4 stunning beauties, and the women's expressions hardened, their eyes flashing with cold light. Out Yin smiled silently, while Barotin took another swig of wine, glancing back at Jinza's group. Incensed by their indifference, Jinza approached Out Yin directly. Despite Out Yin's robust physique, his fair complexion led Jinza to dismiss him as a mere pretty face lacking strength. "Do you not know this room belongs to me? You seek death. If you wish to live, crawl beneath me and offer me those 4 beauties beside you. I may consider sparing you," Jinza declared arrogantly. Out Yin smiled faintly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Oh, and who might you be?" His words ignited Jinza's fury, and he raised his hand to overturn the dishes on the table. In an instant, Out Yin's hand shot out, gripping Jinza's wrist, rendering it numb and causing a sickening crack as his bones shattered. Jinza's face turned pale. Jinmao, witnessing his lord's predicament, roared with anger, channeling his 5th-level fighting spirit and launching a punch at Out Yin's head. A cold snort echoed in Jinmao's ears. In an instant, Jinmao and the 6 thugs fell to the ground, bloodied and defeated, while Jinza's complexion grew even paler as thoughts of the sacred domain flashed through his mind. However, thoughts of his family quickly quelled his panic. "Even if you are a master of the sacred domain, it matters not. Release me, or my family will not spare you," Jinza threatened. Out Yin tightened his grip, causing Jinza to cry out in agony as his wrist was crushed. "Which Jin family?" Out Yin replied with a chilling smile. In a desperate attempt to intimidate, Jinza gasped, "My ancestor, Jin Hui, along with a group of sacred domain masters, has gone to the Pawadia Mountains to slay magical beasts. He is a late-stage supermaster. Release me now, or you shall meet your doom upon their return. It is not too late. Let me have those women, and I may let you live." Out Yin's expression turned cold as he recalled the sacred domain masters he had once desired to eliminate. They are long dead," he replied with a sinister chuckle. Jinza's anger flared. "Nonsense. They cannot possibly be dead. Release me at once. Since we are of the same ilk, none are virtuous. Your kind is a blight upon the good people of this world. I shall rid the world of you," Out Yin declared, summoning a flicker of flame that instantly engulfed Jinza. In less than a second, he was reduced to nothingness. Jinmao, lying on the ground, bloodied and fearful, observed in horror as Out Yin turned to Barotin. "These fellows are yours to deal with." Barotin grinned. "No worries, boss. I will make sure they enjoy themselves." In an instant, Barotin vanished from his seat, and with a resounding thud, the 7 thugs were soundly beaten into unconsciousness. The proprietor, Barika, rushed in, initially expecting to intervene, but halted in shock at the sight of Jinza's group defeated. Bowing to Kesselin, he apologized. "Miss, I apologize for the disturbance. I will arrange for the aftermath." Kesselin smiled gracefully. "No matter, we shall handle it," extending her slender fingers toward the bodies of the 7 thugs. Dark elements coalesced around them, and in an instant, they were reduced to ashes. Barika, a late-stage 6th-level master, sensed no trace of the attack and grew even more respectful. "Miss, you are formidable," Kesselin replied. "All right, you may leave now." "Yes," Barika bowed respectfully and departed. "Let us continue dining," Out Yin urged. After their meal, the 6 of them exited Tianshan Ren Jian, blending into the bustling crowd. "I must tell you, News from the imperial capital, Aofa Chang, reports that Princess Yeva is gravely ill. The emperor has issued a decree, summoning capable healers from across the land. Whoever can cure Princess Yeva will be rewarded with the title of Duke and a fortune of millions in gold. Is that true? Indeed. Notices have been posted at the city gate. Let us go, Abulachuo, we should give it a try. Perhaps we can truly heal her. Forget it, with our meager skills. We might worsen the princess's condition, and we would be finished. Upon hearing this, Outyan's eyes sparkled. 1,000,000 gold coins, how intriguing. Let us go check the city gate. Upon arrival, they found the notice matching the passerby's words. Outyan chuckled, ladies, let us go earn that 1,000,000 gold coins. Barotin's eyes sparkled, for the dragon clan had an innate affinity for glittering treasures. Boss, let us go earn that 1,000,000 gold coins. Outyan laughed heartily. Let us go earn that 1,000,000 gold coins. The voices of Ao Tian and his companions were not subtle. A crowd nearby overheard them, pointing and gossiping about Ao Tian's group. Look at that pretty boy, thinking he can earn 1,000,000. Does he believe himself to be a legendary light mage? Someone remarked. Oh, but the beauty beside him is truly stunning. A goddess. Another exclaimed. Indeed, if only I could be with such a woman just once. I would gladly meet my end, a man sighed. The others nodded in agreement. However, Long Linger's expression turned cold as she let out a sharp huff. Instantly, her formidable aura sent a group of men flying backward, crashing to the ground in a pitiful state, their cries echoing in the air. Onlookers in the distance quickly covered their mouths in shock. My goodness, one of them is a level 6 early-stage expert, and he was knocked back by just a cold snort. Truly terrifying. Ao Tian and his companions stepped through the city gates, embarking on their journey to the imperial city of Aofa. Meanwhile, deep within the depths of Death Island in the Endless Ocean, at the headquarters of the Dark God cult, in a grand palace, Houston the 43rd received news from his subordinates, a smile spreading across his face. To have slain 3 renowned mid-stage demigods, what a fearsome individual. Lin Lin has surprisingly entered the legendary realm. It seems she will soon surpass me. Ao Tian is indeed a mysterious figure, choosing to frolic in the human world instead of staying on Dragon Island. How amusing. He mused softly, turning to enter an inner chamber. Houston the 43rd removed a vase from a bookshelf, causing the shelf to split in two like a portal opening, and he walked through. Passing through a long corridor adorned with luminous pearls, he arrived at a small secret room measuring 20 square meters, devoid of clutter. In the center lay a snow-white, transparent ice coffin radiating an aura of chilling cold. Houston approached the coffin, his gaze fixed on the beautiful woman inside, who wore a black dress and bore a resemblance to Kai Sa Lin. She lay quietly within, her long eyelashes dusted with frost. Tears welled in Houston's eyes, trailing down his cheeks. Lin Lin has grown up and found a worthy man. Incredible, she is far more capable than I ever was. Lin Lin has stepped into the legendary realm. It won't be long before she surpasses me, he said, a look of contentment crossing his face. Do you know how much I miss you? I despise my own weakness. If only it had been me who died. Why were you so foolish? Houston clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. Rest assured, it won't be long before I reach mid-stage demigod and take full control of the Elder Council. I will then petition the ancestors to attack the Kylaf family. I will ensure their complete destruction. Wait for me. The ancestors mentioned that after becoming a deity, I would have the chance to find the soul continuation grass in the underworld. I will resurrect you, even if it takes 10,000 years, Houston vowed passionately. Houston the 43rd's wife, Baiyu, had given birth to Kai Sa Lin shortly after he became the Pope. While on a journey to the Aofa Empire, they encountered Ko Bai, the sole heir of the Kylaf family, who had just reached the peak of the legendary realm. Houston and Baiyu, both formidable in their own right, were ambushed by Ko Bai and 2 other legendary mid-stage experts. Ultimately, the 2 legendary mid-stage experts fell, and Baiyu sacrificed herself to protect Houston. Fortunately, Houston managed to gather half of Baiyu's soul within his body using a secret technique, and in a furious rage, he severely injured Ko Bai and escaped. If it had been any ordinary family on the continent, even a significant imperial family, Houston would have had the power to annihilate them entirely. However, Ko Bai was the sole heir of the ancient Kylaf family, which housed demigod-level experts. Although many existed within the Dark God cult, Houston could not deploy them, and he had long suppressed his hatred. Casting one last lingering glance at the ice coffin containing Baiyu, Houston the 43rd turned and departed. Chapter 87. The imminent conspiracy on a large island in the Endless Ocean, at the center of the Porto family mansion's hall. Fei Luo's expression twisted with malice as he received news from the continent. The report of Ao Tian transforming into a divine dragon and battling 3 mid-stage demigods had reached the family, mirroring the visions predicted by their ancestors upon the death of Gu Li Te, the guardian beast of the Ross Empire. Since I cannot touch your people, I shall destroy the Ross Empire. Fei Luo's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury, contemplating the news. He envisioned the white hand that had crushed the mid-stage demigod Ao Tian's angel, obliterating it into nothingness. A wave of terror washed over him. It must have been a being of the ancestors' caliber, even though he had never witnessed their power firsthand. Having become a father late in life, Fei Luo had joyfully ascended to the position of family head as a newly initiated mid-stage demigod. He married and soon welcomed a son, indulging him with every desire, spoiling him to an extreme degree. The son-in-law of the Bullied family, a giant dragon refusing to remain on Dragon Island. Flaunting himself in the human world, he must surely be a banished dragon. After much contemplation, Fei Luo concluded that Ao Tian was indeed a discarded dragon from Dragon Island. If Ao Tian were aware of Fei Luo's deductions, he would certainly reward him with a grand thumbs up. He was quite astute. Summon 8 peak legendary experts and 10 legendary mid-stage experts to raise the Ross Empire to the ground. I want the Bullied family utterly destroyed, Fei Luo commanded, his eyes glinting coldly as he addressed those outside. Rest assured, family head, I will issue the orders immediately. Shortly thereafter, 8 peak legendary elders and 10 legendary mid-stage elders bowed respectfully to Fei Luo. Remember, I want the Ross Empire reduced to rubble, starting with the annihilation of the Bullied family, then leveling the imperial city, Fei Luo instructed calmly. The leading peak legendary elder, Gu Na, assured him, do not worry. Family head, if the information you provided is accurate, this will surely be secure. Fei Luo replied, rest assured. The dragon that has entered the mid-stage demigod realm is not in the Ross Empire. Currently, the only threat is the legendary peak royal ancestor, Long Xingtian. The rest are of no concern. The group nodded in agreement. Gu Na added, if that is the case, we should make haste. Very well. I appreciate your service to the family. As the sea breeze rustled, the 8 peak legendary experts and 10 legendary mid-stage experts of the Porto family soared across the ocean, heading towards the continent. Upon entering Bullied City, Ao Tian felt a shiver run through him. At his level, he could sense a hint of impending danger. His expression grew serious, pondering what it could be. The 4 women noticed Ao Tian halt, and Elena, with concern, asked, darling, what troubles you? Ao Tian composed himself, the unease fading, and smiled, it's nothing. Seeing that Ao Tian was unwilling to elaborate, Elena, displaying remarkable understanding, chose not to press further. As they entered Bullied City, crowds surged towards the imperial city, some hopeful to find a cure for the ailment afflicting Princess Yi Hua of the AOFA Empire. Due to the slight tremor Ao Tian had sensed, he felt little inclination to linger and continued on towards the next city. After traversing several cities, Ao Tian stopped the passerby, inquiring, excuse me, how far is it to the imperial city? Young sir, once you exit Miaoxian City, over the next mountain and then 100 miles, you will reach the imperial city of AOFA, the man replied. Thank you, take this. Ao Tian tossed 10 gold coins to him before departing. Stepping out of the city gates and onto the official road, he observed others hastening towards the imperial city. Looking ahead, he spotted a towering mountain nearly 1,000 meters high, with a cave entrance measuring 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. A thoroughfare carved deep into the rock to facilitate passage without detouring around the mountain. Upon entering the cave, darkness enveloped them. Yet this posed no challenge for Ao Tian and his companions, who navigated through the shadows as if they were walking in light. Suddenly, a deafening sound of collapsing rock echoed ahead, startling Ao Tian and his companions. If the entire mountain were to collapse, they would have to exert considerable effort to escape. Ao Yin and his 6 companions accelerated their journey, but suddenly, a series of massive boulders obstructed their path. Some ahead complained, damn it, who's the fool causing trouble here? We've already walked such a long way. The 6 of them approached the boulders, and Ao Yin, with a powerful swing of his fist, shattered the rock with a resounding crash. Clearing the way once more, they continued on their journey, while those nearby stared in astonishment at Ao Yin. They had thought that even a full-force strike from a 5th-level warrior would only chip away at the boulders, as the mountain was notoriously hard and rarely damaged, save for the efforts of a peak expert from the sacred domain. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as Ao Yin turned to see 3 early-stage sacred domain warriors riding in on horseback, followed by 100 armed individuals below 5th level. Ao Yin smiled slightly and murmured, how intriguing, a robbery in this mountain. Quite amusing. Indeed. These three sacred domain warriors had noticed the surge of travelers heading to the imperial capital and had devised a plan to ambush them. With the boulders set in place as part of their scheme, the leader, a fierce-looking man, commanded the crowd, "Surround them. If you wish to pass safely through this mountain, hand over your valuables, or else." With a wave of his hand, a surge of energy shot towards the right, creating a large hole in the cave wall. "Oh my God, it's a sacred domain expert." The crowd gasped in horror. "Please, I have no money. I'm just trying to make a living in the imperial capital. Can you let me through?" A pale middle-aged man pleaded, kneeling. The leader coldly discharged a lance of energy, piercing through the man's heart and slamming him to the ground with a thud. He was dead before he hit the ground. The sight terrified some of the onlookers, who immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. The leader of the early-stage Sacred Domain warriors smiled grimly and ordered his men, "Search thoroughly. Leave no valuable item behind." "Yes, boss." Suddenly, the leader caught sight of Outyin and his group in the distance. Upon noticing the four beautiful women among them, he shouted, "You six over there. Yes, you. Come here and hand over your money. And you four lovely ladies can entertain us as well. We promise you'll enjoy yourselves." "Boss, there's a beautiful elf among them." "What a stroke of luck." "Indeed. Let's play a game. Whoever wins gets the elf." "Agreed." Outyin's forehead twitched in irritation. Did these fools not consider the feelings of those they were addressing? Long Linger, already hot-tempered, swiftly grasped her spear and unleashed a blinding strike at the three men. In an instant, they found themselves engulfed in an icy aura of impending doom. The explosion echoed as the three early-stage Sacred Domain warriors were obliterated, their bodies turning to mist. "They're dead. Everyone run," shouted a quick-witted fellow, snapping out of his shock as he dashed away. "Run." The crowd awoke from their stupor and hurriedly abandoned their weapons to flee. Onlookers watched in disbelief as the once mighty warriors, who had threatened their lives, lay dead, while their followers scattered in panic. "Thank you, benefactor. Thank you for saving us," the crowd exclaimed, expressing their gratitude to Long Linger. Outyin smiled faintly and said, "Let's go." The group nodded and turned to leave. After traversing a kilometer, they finally emerged from the cave. The sunlight bathed them, and as some stepped out, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having survived. The sun in the sky now felt warm rather than oppressive. Not long after, Outyin and his companions arrived at Alpha City, the capital of the Alpha Empire. Behind the Alpha Empire lies the Dark Church, and towering walls of black iron reached heights of 100 meters, emanating a blue glow, with waves of magical energy pulsing through the air. 10 enormous magic crystal cannons stood atop the walls, their dark barrels glowing ominously, intimidating any would-be invaders. The city guards patrolled every 10 meters, and Outyin sensed that the core energy of the magic cannons reached the late stages of the sacred domain. He clicked his tongue in surprise, realizing that the long-lost magic cannons of antiquity were now possessed by the Alpha Empire, which further solidified the Dark Church's status as one of the continent's most formidable powers. The magic crystal cannons, as immovable as the sacred domain itself, boasted not only overwhelming firepower, but also an impressive range of up to 100,000 meters. Each cannon was accompanied by a sacred domain warrior, not just to guard against theft, but also to repel any attacking enemies with their formidable strength. Outyin noted that each cannon had a late-stage sacred domain warrior, with one among them being a peak expert. Reflecting on the Ross Empire, Outyin lamented internally. In the Ross Empire, sacred domain experts were often of noble ranks such as Count, Marquis, or Duke, and high-level sacred domain warriors were exceedingly rare, mostly the legacy of prominent families. The guardians of the Alpha Empire's walls were already so fearsome, one could only imagine the caliber of experts within the city itself. Outyin narrowed his eyes, contemplating the city walls for a few moments before coming back to his senses. "Let's enter the city and make some money," he said with excitement. As though the promised 1 million gold coins were already in his pocket, he jogged toward the city gates, leaving the guards bewildered by his enthusiasm. Barotin, equally jovial at the prospect of earning money and the abundance of wine to follow, laughed heartily and hurried to catch up. The city guards, witnessing yet another eccentric running into the city, could only shake their heads, bemused by the influx of various characters into the capital. Suddenly, the guards' attention was captured by the four women gracefully entering the city. "Beautiful, so beautiful, an elven beauty," they gasped, swallowing hard as they finally saw a group of normal people. As they watched the four women disappear into the city, the guards exchanged glances filled with longing. On the bustling streets, passers-by gazed in awe at the four women. The grandeur of the Tianshang Renjian establishment in Alpha City was indeed far greater than that of the border town, Keluoqing. The establishment, with 3 floors, offered different experiences. The first floor catered to commoners, while the second floor housed private rooms accessible only to distinguished nobles and wealthy merchants. The top floor was reserved for members of the Dark Church. Upon reaching Catherine's domain, she smiled, captivating the diners on the first floor with her charm. Leading Ao Yin and the others to the top floor, Catherine was greeted respectfully by the establishment's owner, as she had previously visited Alpha City. As Catherine and her companions vanished into the staircase, the patrons on the first floor regained their senses. Beautiful, truly beautiful. To see 4 such beauties in one lifetime is worth it. A drunken man, Chato, exclaimed, his face flushed with drink. Divine maidens have descended. I wasted my life before this moment. Now, I realize my wife is hideous in comparison. Oh God, if I could just spend one night with such a divine maiden, I would gladly die now. Indeed. Koala Jeff, don't even think about it. Beware of your hefty wife. Ah, Brother Buddy, you know not the truth. If it weren't for that woman's ruthless father, I would have slapped her long ago. Cut it out, you're still scared. Damn it, you act like you're not. What is wrong with me? I'm not scared like you. Enough already. Do you want to fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. In an instant, the two began to bicker, while those around them paid little mind, accustomed to such antics. After a long, tiring day, the 4 women retreated to their room to rest, while Barotin indulged in the remaining barrels of fiery liquor, his face reflecting pure bliss. Feeling slightly bored in the room, Ao Yin decided to head downstairs. Lord Duke Josen, the 3rd princess is gravely ill. Take this antidote, and when the time is ripe, send your eldest son to the palace for treatment. Heh. I anticipate becoming your son-in-law very soon. Master Bureaucrata, I truly thank you. Hee, Duke Josen, let us not forget our agreement. As Ao Yin approached the elegant room on the 2nd floor, he detected a faint sound. He extended his spiritual awareness, effortlessly penetrating a layer of soundproof barrier, and noticed that Duke Josen and the elder Bureaucrata, clad in a white mage robe, remained oblivious to any disturbance. Ao Yin mused to himself, interestingly. It seems that the 3rd princess, Yeva, this unfortunate girl, has indeed been secretly harmed. Assessing the strength of the two, he noted that Duke Josen possessed mid-level strength in the Holy Domain, while Bureaucrata had astonishingly reached mid-level legendary strength. Ao Yin's lips curled into a wicked smile. Sensing the aura of the light-based legendary expert, which felt distinct from ordinary light mages, the light mages of the Light God Church emanated a faint divine belief aura. These mages had been assimilated by the teachings of the Light God Church, unlike the usual clear and pure sunlight aura of ordinary light mages, which the average person could not perceive, but those with sufficient strength would certainly notice. Duke Josen smiled and said, Master Bureaucrata, rest assured. As long as my son becomes the royal consort, I will ensure he finds a way to retrieve the white-covered books from the royal treasury. Upon hearing this, Master Bureaucrata smiled in return. Good. The 3rd princess Yeva is the beloved daughter of the current emperor, Yeli. This matter is sure to succeed. Duke Josen, with a beaming smile, was well aware of this, and he suggested that Master Bureaucrata await good news. Bureaucrata nodded with a smile and rose to leave the elegant room. In an instant, Ao Yin slipped into the subspace, completely unnoticed by Bureaucrata, who exited the elegant room and vanished from sight. Ao Yin returned to the corridor, where Duke Josen, after Bureaucrata's departure, resumed his calm demeanor. He picked up the blueprints on the table, which depicted a white-bordered book inscribed with ancient characters. Duke Josen drummed his fingers on the table, murmuring, Why would Master Bureaucrata assist my family with this book? The text appears to be ancient. It seems to be a rare tome. Once the matter is resolved, I shall have my son acquire the book and present it to our ancestors for research and copying before handing it over to Master Bureaucrata. He chuckled, envisioning a time when his son would become the royal consort and relishing the thought of how the Jin family and Gu family would be unable to suppress the Jiao family any longer. A cold smile crept across Duke Josen's face as he tucked a jade bottle into his robe, rolled up the blueprints, and discreetly stowed them away before leaving. Sensing Duke Josen's departure, Ao Yin immediately entered the subspace once more. As he observed Duke Josen exiting the elegant room, a smile crept across his lips. As dusk approached, the sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds rolling in. It seemed rain was imminent, and soon, thunder rumbled and flashes of lightning illuminated the night. The skies quickly turned dark, and a bolt of lightning struck the air, followed closely by a resounding boom. The thunder grew louder, and suddenly, a torrential downpour cascaded from above. Pedestrians hurriedly scattered, rushing for shelter. The rapid descent of raindrops struck the ground, creating a cacophony of sound. Ao Yin walked through the streets, his expression serene. as raindrops mysteriously vanished within half a meter of him, unable to approach. Occasionally, he noticed others, like himself, unaffected by the rain. His keen eyes briefly flickered with interest, recognizing several late-stage Holy Domain practitioners among them, marveling at the formidable strength present in the AOFA Empire. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed as a middle-aged man, drenched and resembling a drowned rat, galloped past on horseback. The man's piercing gaze fell on Ao Yin, who instinctively met his gaze with calm indifference. After a few moments, the man disappeared down the street. Internally agitated, the middle-aged man, Liao, was consumed by anger over the murder of his son, Jin Jia. After conducting some inquiries, he discovered that his son had perished in his private room, where 6 individuals had been present, 4 women and 2 men. Through the memories of passers-by, Liao finally discerned the appearance of the assailant. However, by the time he sought revenge, the culprits had already fled. Although he resided in a border city, he dared not offend those responsible, as the Jin family was a prominent clan. In his youth, he had been demoted to the position of mayor in Kaluo City due to past mistakes, but he recognized this as a fortunate opportunity. The Jin family had long been a supporter of the royal family of the AOFA Empire, closely intertwined with the dark cult behind them. Liao's ancestors had ventured to the Pavadea Mountains to hunt magical beasts, but they had not returned for quite some time, filling him with anxiety. They had gone to capture the blood of various magical beasts to concoct a potion to cure the ailing third princess, Yeva, should she be healed. The Jin family's influence would undoubtedly surge. Upon seeing Ao Yin, his heart ignited with rage. He recognized the young man as one of the 6. If it weren't for the pressing family matters, he would have confronted Ao Yin immediately. However, sensing that Ao Yin's aura was that of an ordinary person, he could not fathom that a mere weakling could have killed his son. As a practitioner of early Holy Domain, he could not see through Ao Yin's true strength, leading him to believe that Ao Yin was certainly stronger than himself. He could only hope for his family to avenge him, his heart simmering with anger. Ao Yin caught a glimpse of the deeply hidden rage within Liao's gaze and felt a flicker of curiosity. Who could this adversary be? As the rain poured down, the streets became nearly deserted. Ao Yin wandered until he arrived at a building named Life. 2 6th-level experts flanked the grand entrance. Sir, the 2nd floor is for you, while esteemed guests are directed to the 3rd floor. Ao Yin paused, perplexed. What does that mean? What defines an esteemed guest? One of the guards, whose complexion revealed a hint of nobility, replied gently, "It seems you are not from AOFA City." Ao Yin nodded slightly. Well, naturally, it is straightforward. A mature man should understand. The guard flashed a distinctly meaningful smile at Ao Yin. Ao Yin found himself speechless, realizing the implications. And what about esteemed guests? Esteemed guests are quite expensive. It is an indulgence for the nobility, with various offerings. However, I cannot reveal too much. You must make your own choice. The minimum fee for an esteemed guest is 50,000 gold coins. Just so you know, without sufficient funds, one would face dire consequences. Thank you for the warning. Ao Yin tossed 10 gold coins towards him and made his way to the staircase. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Ao Yin smiled and addressed a beautiful woman. Could you please introduce me to this place? The woman batted her eyelashes and sweetly replied, Sir, our esteemed guests are divided into 2 categories, imperial and luxurious. Ao Yin, with clarity of thought, responded, Then I shall choose the imperial. The woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she deftly extricated herself from Ao Yin's embrace and took his hand, leading him to a space reminiscent of a bar from his past life. She turned to him, her gaze alluring, Sir, please make your payment. The imperial experience costs 500,000 gold coins. Ao Yin smiled, gently caressing the smoothness of her chin. Very well. He then produced 500,000 gold coins and scattered them into a large basin on the counter, the coins slowly sinking. The woman smiled brightly, Sir, the payment is just right. Follow me, and you may select your beauty. She led him into a grand room where 5 stunning women, clad in sheer garments, awaited, each possessing mid-level strength in the Holy Domain. How intriguing, Ao Yin pondered. 5 pairs of enchanting eyes locked onto him. With a click, the woman opened the door, gesturing for the 2 to enter. One of the women, Sally, smiled, taking Ao Yin's hand as the door was closed behind them. Inside the room stood a large bed, and not far away on a table, a bowl of ice exuded a chilling aura. Above the bed, 2 colored ropes were tied to the ceiling, while to the left, a small bathing pool awaited, accompanied by a long, flat cotton bed beside it. Sally led Ao Tian to the edge of the cotton bed, her smile radiant, exuding a warm and fragrant breath that enveloped Ao Tian's face. He could perceive the rhythm of her breath. As she looked upon Ao Tian's robust physique and the well-defined muscles, Her eyes sparkled with admiration at his delicate and fair visage. Sally gestured for Aotian to sit upon the soft, exceedingly comfortable cotton bed. She prepared a basin of warm water infused with medicinal herbs, gracefully approaching Aotian. With her gentle hands, she placed his feet into the basin, the warmth slightly intense yet tempered by the cooling essence of the herbs. Aotian closed his eyes, feeling a refreshing sensation invigorate his mind, but he also discerned an underlying, alluring force within. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by an ancient, mellifluous fragrance that, while invigorating, also bore a hypnotic quality, stimulating brain cells while simultaneously inducing a sense of drowsiness. Aotian pondered whether this was unique to this room. As his consciousness expanded, Sally remained completely unaware, diligently washing his feet and massaging the acupressure points. Scanning the second floor, Aotian observed that some rooms contained incense burners exuding this fragrance, while others did not, all of which were interconnected. Though puzzled, he could not ascertain the significance of this arrangement. As her soft hands kneaded his feet with considerable strength, a subtle energy surged from the acupressure points into his body. Aotian smirked inwardly. Despite its obscurity, his formidable cultivation allowed him to detect this force. He refrained from reacting, curious to see its intent. Within mere breaths, this energy coursed from his feet to his heart and finally to his mind, suddenly attempting to assault his consciousness. Aotian, with a cold smile, dispatched his milky white true power to swiftly devour this force. Sally, bending down, meticulously massaged his feet, her hair cascading over her forehead. A flicker of cold light flashing in her eyes. Why has the enchanting power vanished? She wondered, a wave of shock coursing through her. Even in her mid-level holy domain, she found this environment capable of ensnaring even a late-stage practitioner of the holy domain, leaving them oblivious to their inability to exert their strength. From this angle, Aotian could perfectly see the voluptuous curves enveloped before him, a deep ravine between them. Sally lifted her gaze, batting her lashes seductively, and said, "My lord, shall we proceed to the next stage?" Aotian responded with a subtle smile, "Very well." Sally retrieved a vial filled with golden liquid. Motioning for Aotian to lie down, she opened the vial, pouring the liquid into her left hand before setting the vial aside. After rubbing her hands together, she applied the liquid to Aotian's back. A refreshing sensation washed over him, prompting a delighted exclamation. However, Sally's eyes glinted with malice, intending to unleash a mental assault, hoping to inflict grave injury or even death upon Aotian. Yet, such aspirations were merely fanciful dreams. A cold snort echoed in Sally's ears, causing her abdomen to churn, her insides twisting painfully. Blood spilled from her lips, staining them a vivid crimson. Anger ignited within her, and she contemplated self-destruction, secretly gathering her energy. Aotian instantly discerned her intentions, drawing forth his weapon and striking with a powerful punch. Before her anguished scream could escape, Sally was obliterated into nothingness, her very soul failing to escape.